Chapter 1746 Giving a Gift. Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen, all those ancient race experts' expressions changed. Long Chen had descended on their tribe from the sky. Wow, tortoise lairs are very lively. You actually had so many people gathered. I suppose you must have been discussing me, right? Long Chen's gaze quickly swept through everyone here. He saw that not everyone here was from the tortoise race. The majority were from other ancient races. It was too obvious what they were thinking. They were definitely after him. Through Evelmoon's senses, Long Chen had found the place with the strongest bloodline aura of that old tortoise amongst these scattered tribes. That was why he had come here. The ancient races, tribes were different from the human races sects. They had no protective formations around them. First of all, they didn't need them because no one dared to touch them. The second reason, however, was rather embarrassing. It was because they had no idea how to set formations up. The entire tribe was thrown into chaos. Countless tortoise race experts surged out, surrounding Long Chen. At the same time, experts from the other tribes also rushed over. Long Chen watched all this with a faint smile on his face. That nether passage expert had been thrown off far into the distance by him. Using his life and death gates to travel was impossible. If he activated such power in this place, the weak women and children of the ancient races would definitely die. So he was still busy flying over. Furthermore, tortoises never specialized in speed. As soon as Long Chen and the nether passage expert had reached the territory of the ancient races, the latter had been thrown off. Long Chen, how dare you barge into my 7-star dragon tortoise race's territory? You'll pay for your sins. As Long Chen was surrounded by experts, a young man with a large tortoise shell on his back walked forward. A son of a tortoise also dares to be so arrogant. Long Chen glanced at that person. He suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of that young man. That voice came from the nether passage expert. He had finally managed to catch up. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, but that young man was also a powerful existence, an Empyrean. His tortoise shell instantly appeared in front of him, and 7 runes were flashing on top of it like 7 interconnected stars, emanating a heavy aura. The young man didn't show any panic seeing Long Chen's sudden attack. He had immense confidence in his defense. Long Chen's punch smashed through the tortoise shell, shattering it. At the same time, the young man was blown to bits. Long Chen's divine ring had appeared behind him, and he was covered in green dragon scales. He had instantly summoned his divine ring in green dragon battle armor, which allowed him to instantly slay this genius of the 7-star dragon tortoise race. Your shell was quite hard, but it's too bad it wasn't fully grown. You're still lacking compared to the old tortoise, said Long Chen indifferently after killing that person. In truth, Long Chen felt some sorrow for that person. He had actually been quite powerful, not that much weaker than Shang Yunfei's clone. However, he had been too arrogant. He had thought that just his tortoise shell would be enough to block Long Chen's punch. Hence, he hadn't even activated his divine abilities. Of course, Long Chen had been so fast that it was unlikely he would have had time to activate any divine abilities. Even if he didn't activate a divine ability, he could have tried falling back while blocking with his tortoise shell. That way, he might only have been injured and not killed. He was too overconfident in his defense, so he had died. The nearby elders of the 7-star dragon tortoise race roared furiously. That young man had been their top heavenly genius. All their hopes for the future had rested on him. Long Chen, I will definitely kill you. The nether passage expert finally appeared in the sky, but he didn't have the power to save that genius disciple of his. His eyes were completely scarlet as he let out a powerful punch at Long Chen. Patriarch, please get vengeance for Changeling. The bald stern-faced elder let out a mournful plea. However, his mournful plea had just rung out when Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Old tortoise, your identity has been exposed. Is there a need to keep wearing your mask? Long Chen didn't dare to face this berserk nether passage expert directly. That life and death energy wasn't something he could block. Hence, he activated the celestial lightning body blink, vanishing. The nether passage expert's punch missed. He roared and charged after Long Chen. Long Chen laughed, don't be so angry. Look, you're trying to kill me, but I'm not flying into a rage like you. Didn't I only kill one of your bastard descendants? Why get so angry? Within his lightning domain, Long Chen repeatedly vanished, dodging his attacks. The ancient races were thrown into chaos. The weak fled for their lives, while the strong rushed over, surrounding the tribe. They formed a heaven-encompassing net to trap Long Chen. Patriarch, this place is too small for you to fight freely. Leave it to me. The bald elder suddenly rushed over at Long Chen with thousands of other experts. They were shockingly all half-step nether passage experts. They surrounded Long Chen, and outside of their formation was another layer of life star experts. A veritable sea of experts were layered like this to make sure Long Chen couldn't get away. It was impossible to count their numbers, but this place had gathered all the Eastern Zon region's ancient races, power. That nether passage expert was powerful, but he was actually too powerful. It was like trying to use a hammer to kill a mosquito. He didn't dare to use his full power, so it was better to leave it to a group of weaker combatants who could fight effectively. Don't. This person's combat power is extremely terrifying. Just surround him and don't let him run. Only I can face him. The nether passage expert shook his head. Of everyone here, only he knew just how powerful Long Chen was. He was the only one who could suppress him. If those half-step nether passage experts fought, it would only cause huge casualties. Wow, a nether passage expert is personally welcoming me. How moving. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know how to repay kindness. It's my first time at your grand lair, and while I'm tight on money, I simply must give you this gift. Although this gift is rather meager, I hope you won't laugh at me. It's not the gift but the thought that counts. Everyone, prepare your applause and cheers for this gift. Long Chen began to talk passionately as if he really was giving them a great gift. The experts of the ancient races had a bad feeling following Long Chen's strange words, but before they could do anything, the sky trembled. A terrifying pressure descended and an angry roar rang out. A giant figure fell onto the ground. It had 12 bone spurs on its back pointed at the heavens. A 12th rank sword spine armor dragon had shockingly appeared in front of them. What? The experts were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. However, the sword spine armor dragon let out an angry roar. Long Chen suddenly kicked its jaw so hard that its head flipped up. After that, Long Chen suppressed his aura and actually jumped onto one of the bone spurs on the back of the sword spine armor dragon as if everything that had happened before had nothing to do with him. The sword spine armor dragon had just been summoned out of Long Chen's spiritual space, and its last memories were still strong in its mind. Those were memories of it fighting Long Chen. Now, Long Chen had kicked its head and vanished, replaced by an army of ancient race experts. Its intelligence was very low, and it didn't know what these people were doing. It thought they were with Long Chen, and it furiously opened its mouth, shooting out its golden sphere attack again. Watch out! The nether passage expert appeared in front of it, holding a large tortoise shell in his hand to block the attack. The light sphere exploded, shreds of it tore through the void, and terrifying ripples spread. Full strength defense, shouted the bald elder. He also took out a tortoise shell and raised it in front of him. The other experts also entered their strongest defensive states. They had no time to run. The light spread in every direction. Even half-step nether passage experts were killed if they didn't specialize in defense. After all, this was a clash of nether passage experts. That power could destroy heaven and earth. The ancient races, experts had surrounded this place so tightly. Hence, the sudden appearance of the sword spine armor dragon and its attack left them with no time to run. Bloody mist filled the air after this one attack. It was unknown how many experts had just died from this attack. The tight defenses in this place were instantly broken, with only broken remnants remaining. Only the experts with great defensive power had survived. How did this end up happening? The nether passage expert was dumbfounded. He had never dreamed that his ancient race would end up like this. This attack had slain millions of life star experts. Not only was his race decimated, but the ancient races of the Eastern Zon region, which were under his command, had suffered a terrible blow. While the nether passage expert was still stunned, the sword spine armor dragon didn't stop. Killing all those experts with one attack had ignited its bloody nature. Its desire to kill erupted. It suddenly spun through the air, and its mountain-sized tail swung at the nether passage expert like a heavenly whip. The nether passage expert hastily threw his grief out the door and blocked. He was flung into the distance by the tail. Patriarch. All the ancient race experts let out startled cries. Chapter 1747. The Patriarch coughs up blood. The nether passage expert was flung into the distance by the sword spine armor dragon's tail. He left a long ditch in the ground. After such an immense blow, the mask on his face shattered, and his hair flew away. He had been wearing a wig. Now that it flew off, it revealed that he was actually bald. He was an ancient elder whose face was covered in wrinkles. That face was currently filled with rage. However, his defensive power was shocking, as he didn't suffer any injuries from the sword spine armor dragon's tail attack. I'm fine. Where's Long Chen? The nether passage expert suddenly noticed that Long Chen, who had been kneeling on the sword spine armor dragon's back, had vanished. Fuck, did we end up letting him run? We have to chase after him. The bald half-step nether passage expert shouted and was about to fly out. Get back here, everyone, you will only be sending yourselves to your deaths if you go. Help me handle this sword spine armor dragon. Its offensive power isn't that great, but its defensive power is terrifying. I will be the main force, and you work with me, ordered the nether passage expert. The only one in the ancient races capable of capturing Long Chen was himself. But if he chased after Long Chen, this furious sword spine armor dragon would destroy all the ancient races here. He no longer had the time to bother with Long Chen. The large tortoise shell in the nether passage expert's hand grew until it was the size of a mountain. He smashed it at the sword spine armor dragon. The sword spine armor dragon was struck and sent flying, flipping through the air. Its huge body was badly crushed. Dust and stone shot out in every direction. Taking advantage of this, the other ancient race experts attacked. The light of divine items lit up like stars in the night sky. Thousands of attacks landed on the sword spine armor dragon's body. All their attacks were concentrated on its abdomen, where its defense was weakest. Those attacks tore through its scales, sending blood flying. How is this possible? The ancient race experts were stunned to find that their attacks were unable to cause any serious injuries. The attacks of their divine items could barely pierce its outer defense, barely scratching its skin. The blood splashing looked like they were doing work, but in reality, this wasn't a fatal wound. The sword spine armor dragon was infuriated at being injured. It opened its mouth again, and a giant light sphere shot out. Anyone touched by that light sphere was instantly turned to dust. Even divine items were unable to stop it. In order to concentrate their power, those experts had been standing together. As a result, over half of them died to this one attack. This attack was different from the first one. It was faster and larger. It didn't give them any chance to react. They despaired. This sword spine armor dragon was even more terrifying than they had thought. Everyone retreat. I'll handle it. The nether passage expert roared furiously. His manifestation surged behind him, and a large tortoise appeared within it. Its body was covered in black and white runes. Life and death energy erupted. He had no choice but to fight all out. He could no longer care that this was the territory of the ancient races. If he couldn't suppress the sword spine armor dragon, this territory would be completely destroyed by it. He crazily smashed the giant tortoise shell in his hand on the sword spine armor dragon. Heaven-shaking explosive sounds rang out. The land of the ancient races, everything within millions of miles, was constantly shuddering. With the mountains collapsing, the people of the ancient races fled for their lives. When the nether passage expert used his full power, he immediately managed to suppress the sword spine armor dragon. The tortoise shell in his hand was an extremely powerful divine item. In the hands of a nether passage expert, it was unleashing amazing power. Regretfully, it was a shield and not an offensive weapon. Furthermore, the sword spine armor dragon was famed for its tough hide. Even if he was able to suppress it, he was unable to kill it quickly. Furthermore, as it struggled, its attacks pierced the earth and the sky. The other experts had no chance to attack, while any of its attacks could take their lives. The nether passage expert clenched his teeth. His tortoise shell smashed down repeatedly like a wild tempest, flipping the sword spine armor dragon across the ground. The sword spine armor dragon was only a magical beast, and its intelligence was very low. Since it was no Zon beast, it didn't know how to fight intelligently, instead relying purely on its physical strength. Now its aura was showing signs of flagging. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the nether passage expert let out a shout and threw the sword spine armor dragon into the sky. Quick, attack its anus. The nether passage expert also launched a quick attack, smashing the sword spine armor dragon on its head. He smashed it so hard that blood spurted out of its mouth, and it fell into a temporary dizzy state. Dozens of ancient race experts holding sharp blades charged over to that area that was even larger than a cave. The intense pain of their attacks caused the sword spine armor dragon to curl up. Suddenly, its butt was raised, and a smelly current shot out of it. A few of the experts had just charged in before they were forced out. That immense power tore through their bodies, and they screamed. A 12th rank magical beast was so terrifying that even the force of its fart wasn't something an ordinary expert could endure. Fortunately, several experts had charged far enough into its body that it didn't manage to expel them. The sword spine armor dragon began to furiously roar and struggle. Those experts within its body were crazily slashing its body with sharp blades. No matter how strong the magical beast, it wouldn't be able to handle such a thing. The sword spine armor dragon crazily twisted and turned on the ground. It was now powerless to fight the nether passage expert. The nether passage expert raised his tortoise shell that began to rapidly spin. He slashed it at the sword spine armor dragon's neck. Blood splashed. However, the sword spine armor dragon was twisting wildly, causing the attack to hit its tough skull instead. The tortoise shell was stuck in its skull and unable to be retrieved. Being struck in its vitals, the sword spine armor dragon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a light sphere that struck the nether passage expert that was still trying to pull out the tortoise shell. The nether passage expert was surprised that it could still attack at this time. He summoned an instinctive light barrier around him, but when he was struck by the sphere, he still coughed up blood. Blood and flesh flew from his body. That had been the final bit of energy that the sword spine armor dragon had possessed. It collapsed. It was dead. The nether passage expert was covered in blood and infuriated. If he wasn't so skilled in defense, that attack could have taken his life. He pulled the shield out of its head. At this time, it was already dead, and the people that had charged into its body flew out. They were also covered in blood, coming out from the place they had entered. They were all stunned. The sword spine armor dragon's defensive powers were so great that even while it was dead and they were in its abdomen, they were unable to pierce their way out. Not good. Long Chen is killing our people in the eastern mountain range. Patriarch, please save our people. Just at this moment, a young disciple wearing the robes of the ancient races flew over, sobbing. What, Long Chen, how dare you? The nether passage expert's fury soared, and ignoring everything else, he charged toward the east. The other experts also roared angrily and followed. In the blink of an eye, most of the experts left. Only a small number of people were left to clean up the battlefield. One of the elders looked at the young disciple. That disciple was actually walking over to the sword spine armor dragon, causing the elder to coldly shout, "There's nothing for you here. Go stand to the side." Hee, that's not right. How is there nothing here for me? I was the one who started this, and I'm not going to let things finish on such a weak note. That disciple laughed. When everyone saw his face, startled cries rang out. That person wearing the robes of a disciple was actually Long Chen. However, he had had his head lowered and was wearing a hat, making it so that they hadn't noticed. Help! Blood splattered. The remaining experts on the battlefield were just Life Star experts. They weren't a match for Long Chen, and he slaughtered them in an instant. Although I know it's rude to take back a gift, I just don't like to waste anything, hee. Long Chen waved his hand, gathering the sword spine armor dragon's corpse. He then vanished like a wisp of smoke, completely disappearing from the ancient race's territory. Long Chen had just been gone for a few breaths' time when a furious roar rang out. The nether passage expert returned with a group of experts. They had rushed over to the east to see that all their disciples were safe and sound. That had immediately told them that something was up. When they rushed back, they saw that the battlefield was still in ruins. The only thing missing was the sword spine armor dragon's corpse. The nether passage expert directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He began to totter and the world was spinning around him. Things were going dark. Patriarch. The other experts were startled and immediately went to support him. Just at this moment, space tore open. A majestic tower appeared, tearing through the void and bringing with it endless divine power and killing intent. When they saw the tower, the ancient races were horrified. They recognized it as the Xuantian Dao sect's core divine item, the Xuantian Tower. It had actually descended upon the ancient races at such a time. Was it going to completely destroy them? Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch walked out from atop the Xuantian Tower. Both their expressions were frosty, and they were both surging with killing intent. However, when they saw this chaotic battlefield, the tattered ancient races, and especially the nether passage expert who was still covered in blood and looked almost dead, their expressions became odd. Ah, it's nothing, we were just passing by. You don't need to send us off, goodbye. Li Tianxuan reacted quickly, pulling the Patriarch back into the Xuantian Tower before the other side could say anything. They instantly vanished from the territory of the ancient races. They left behind the stunned ancient races, as well as a pile of ruins that stretched into the distance. Chapter 1748 Bandits never leave empty-handed. Hold it, PFF'd. The Nether Passage expert was just about to try and stop Li Tianxuan from leaving when he coughed up another mouthful of blood. As for Li Tianxuan, he, the Patriarch, and the Xuantian Tower had already vanished. The Nether Passage expert of the ancient races was ashen. This time, the ancient races had been completely screwed. He even felt some regret for accepting the mission this time. It was the Zon beasts who had prompted him to work with Shang Yunfei to lure Long Chen out and capture him. As long as he didn't show his true face and wasn't recognized, there would be no solid evidence that it had been him. Even if people suspected the ancient races, if they didn't bring out any proof, they were powerless to do anything to them. It was a very shameless scheme, but also seamless. It was just that no one had expected things to develop to this point. Long Chen hadn't been caught. Instead, he had found the headquarters of the ancient races and completely destroyed it. Fortunately, Long Chen hadn't immediately attacked once he had arrived. He had allowed their weaker members to run. Otherwise, many of the ancient races would have found their lineage completely severed. Despite that, the sudden appearance of the sword spine armor dragon had half destroyed them. It was unknown how many tribes had been destroyed. This was an absolute humiliation to the ancient races. He, a grand Nether Passage expert, had attacked and hunted down Long Chen, resulting in Long Chen finding his headquarters and destroying it. He didn't even have a reason that he could make up to strike back at Long Chen for his actions. In other words, even though Long Chen had turned the ancient races to their current state, they had no place to demand justice from. Worst of all, they would become the entire continent's laughingstocks. They would also be mocked by the other ancient races who would be disgusted by them, thinking that they had lost the face of all the ancient races. Originally, this was supposed to be a good way to win favor with the Zon beasts, but now their entire plan had collapsed. The Zon beasts definitely wouldn't be able to stand up for them over this. As for the ancient races in the central Zon region, they wouldn't do anything for them either. Even the Nether Passage expert's head was blank. He had no idea what to do. A report for the Patriarch. Just at this moment, a disciple of the ancient races ran over in panic. What is it? The bald and stern-faced elder shouted coldly. The Nether Passage Patriarch was in no mood to listen to more reports. Long Chen, the disciple saw the dark expressions around him and jumped, stuttering too badly to continue. Hurry up, shouted the elder, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Long Chen, he plundered the treasuries of the 9 great races, and the other races didn't get let off either. A total of 246 races had their treasuries emptied. Those races are all amongst our first-tier races. Everyone's expressions changed. The Eastern Zon region's ancient races were controlled by the 9 great races, the 9 strongest races amongst them. The 7-star dragon turtle race was one of them. Other races were ranked first tier, second tier, and third tier based on their power. Over 80% of them were third-tier races. Second-tier races were a bit stronger, but it was the first-tier races that possessed the greatest foundations and inheritances. They were the core power of the ancient races. They only had a total of 307 first-tier races, but Long Chen had plundered over 200 of them in this short amount of time. That practically drove them crazy. Just how had he done that? Even if each of those races had opened their gates and invited him in, he couldn't have possibly done it that quickly. Naturally, Long Chen on his own was unable to snatch so many treasures. What they didn't know was that it had been 3 robbers, not 1. He, Dragonbone Evilmoon, and the Heaven-Flipping Seal had gone in 3 different directions. These 3 bandits would immediately use their divine senses as soon as they found a tribe and directly charge into their treasury, taking whatever was inside without even looking. Evilmoon and the Heaven-Flipping Seal were divine items with separate spaces within them for storing things. As for why Long Chen was able to pull off this miracle, the main reason was because the ancient races had been unchallenged for so long that they didn't even think about needing to defend their territory. Not only did the tribes not have defensive formations, but the locations of their treasuries were practically identical. They could just charge through the gates and take what was inside. That was how Long Chen had been so efficient as to plunder so many treasuries in less than half an incense stick's worth of time. As for why he was able to so accurately plunder first-tier races, it was naturally thanks to the cooperation of the ancient races. The 9 great races as well as the first-tier races were all located in the core region of their territory. The 9 great races had a circular river around them to separate them from the first-tier races. The first-tier races were the same, separating them from the second-tier races. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to go running somewhere else to plunder. When he heard that Long Chen had not just snatched the corpse of the sword spine armor dragon, but also the wealth of the ancient races, the nether passage expert finally couldn't endure it any longer. He coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and fainted. Patriarch. The experts hastily went to help him. Their patriarch's aura was in chaos now, a sign he was about to be bedeviled. If he wasn't quickly healed, there was even danger of his body exploding. All the ancient races were thrown into chaos. The sun is shining, the grass is green, and the water's clear. Master Long can fish up tortoises even on dry land, ha ha ha. Long Chen was in a good mood. He hadn't expected that he would be able to enter such a great trap as soon as he returned from the original devil race. He was even starting to admire himself. He really was talented. There was a mountain range of spirit crystals on his primal chaos space. Although he hadn't carefully counted, there had to be over 30 billion of them. The ancient races were incredibly wealthy, and they didn't need that many spirit crystals anyway. The spirit crystals that they spent on their cultivation were probably a tenth of what humans needed. Their spirit crystals were mostly used to trade with humans, but in the past few years, they had fewer and fewer interactions with humans, resulting in them accumulating a large number of spirit crystals. The ancient races were not nice and would rather just hoard these spirit crystals than trade with humans to get rid of them. That kind of idiot thinking was not favorable to their development. If they didn't spend money, it wouldn't benefit them. They wouldn't be able to get the resources that were in the human race's hands. The human race might spend a lot of spirit crystals, but the number of spirit crystals that the ancient races were hoarding was insignificant when compared to the entire continent. They couldn't possibly hoard enough to make a difference and actually stall the human race's development. By acting like this, the only ones suffering were them. Long Chen had not just taken such a lot of spirit crystals, but he had also obtained all kinds of must-have items that the ancient races needed for their cultivation. These things were useless to him. He stored those useless resources in a spatial ring and then crushed it, throwing those resources into the chaotic flow of space, where they vanished from this world. These were stolen goods, and Zheng Wenlong couldn't accept them easily as it would cause a conflict between the ancient races and the Huayan sect. Long Chen wouldn't want that either. As for the original devil race, although they had their black market selling a few of the ancient races' items, they did it subtly, in very low numbers. The things that Long Chen had snatched this time were too high level, and he had so many of them. If he had the original devil race sell them, it would be telling the other side that the seller was working with Long Chen. The money that could be obtained by selling these things was not worth the danger. That was why Long Chen only kept the spirit crystals. However, this huge number of spirit crystals was enough to last him a long time. For the first time, he felt that his luck was pretty good. Long Chen, you shouldn't call yourself Master Long but Scoundrel Long because you're an absolute scoundrel. Even though my evil dragon race may be cruel and ruthless, at most we just kill others. But you make them live a life worse than death, said Evilmoon. The ancient races had been half destroyed, with the majority of their top experts slain. Their treasures had been plundered, Long Chen hadn't been captured, and he had even taken the corpse of the sword spine armor dragon. He didn't give them anything. Even Evilmoon was stunned. Then according to you, I should have slaughtered them to the last, completely annihilating them. Long Chen's lips curled. Death isn't frightening. You're making their lives a punishment. In my eyes, it's even crueler than killing them. Our perspectives are different. I've never thought about changing you, so you don't need to waste the effort to try imposing your views on me. The reason I left those women and children alive wasn't because I'm kind, but because I just couldn't do it. If I had forced myself, I would be betraying my own will. After all, they weren't my enemies. They hadn't attacked me. As for those people that have attacked me, I definitely won't have mercy on them when I slaughter them. If people don't like me, if they criticize me, if they have different opinions, I can wave it off, but if someone wants to kill me, then I don't care what reason they have. Whether I kill them with a slash of my saber, a kick of my boot, or a fart of my butt, it's all the same. They still die, so why bother arguing about this? No, I wasn't criticizing you. In truth, I also feel that conning people is even better than killing them. It has more technique to it. Hee, it sounds good. Evilmoon's tone suddenly changed and it laughed. What the fuck, I get it, you're trying to act like you're some good person, huh? While I con others, you laugh inside, but afterward you blame it all on me and look disdainfully upon me, huh? Evilmoon, you really are from a dark race. Your heart is definitely black. TCH, the reputation of my dark evil dragon race isn't something you can insult. I take back what I said, snorted Evilmoon. So even Evilmoon cared about reputation so much. However, a black heart was a black heart. If you didn't even dare to admit it, then you would definitely be looked down on. Long Chen didn't bother wasting words on Evilmoon's disapproval. Gathering his thoughts, he began flying toward the closest city. It was time to return home. Chapter 1749 Crisis of the Devil Slaughter Rankings. When Long Chen returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, he saw that the sect had been rebuilt. All the damage done by the Corrupt Path's sneak attack had been repaired. Furthermore, the current Xuantian Dao sect gave Long Chen a strange feeling. It was like it was a slumbering beast that could unleash terrifying power if awakened. As soon as Long Chen arrived, the disciples guarding the gates bowed reverently. Long Chen greeted those disciples and was just about to go to Crouching Dragon Mountain when Li Tianxuan's voice rang out in his head. He wanted Long Chen to first go see him. You little fellow, how did you do this? Li Tianxuan immediately pelted Long Chen with questions when he arrived. What are you talking about? Asked Long Chen. Don't act dumb. When I went to the ancient races to save you, everything was already over. What I want to know is, how were you able to heavily injure a nether passage expert? Demanded Li Tianxuan. Even with his intelligence, he was unable to comprehend how Long Chen had been able to half-destroy the ancient races in the face of a nether passage expert. The news that Long Chen had slain Shang Yunfei's clone in the eastern Zan city and was being hunted down by a nether passage expert had quickly reached Li Tianxuan. At that time, he had been extremely worried for Long Chen. Although Li Tianxuan knew that Long Chen was a heaven defier and wouldn't die at the hands of another person, there were no absolutes in this world. Who could guarantee that the heavenly Daos wouldn't use the hands of others to kill him? By the time he received this news, Long Chen had already been being chased for a while. To catch up to them was not possible. So after thinking about it, Li Tianxuan had decided to bring the Xuantian Tower directly to the ancient races. When the Patriarch asked him why he was confident in going to the ancient races, Li Tianxuan's explanation was the following. Long Chen could not defeat a nether passage expert, so he had only two options. One was to return to the Xuantian Dao sect, leaving that expert unable to do anything to him. The more brazen option was to go to the ancient races, home and make it so the nether passage expert had to be worried about hitting his own people. Then, it would be easier for Long Chen to survive and cause trouble there. The first option was the safest, but Li Tianxuan was profoundly aware of Long Chen's character. With his temper, he would definitely make sure to launch a vicious counterattack on whoever was hunting him. So Li Tianxuan had been confident that Long Chen would go to the territory of the ancient races and make a huge ruckus. That nether passage expert would be forced to hold back, giving them time to go save him. Li Tianxuan's intelligence had accurately predicted Long Chen's thoughts and actions. The only area his prediction had failed was the conclusion of the events. That was because the conclusion was absolutely outrageous. Long Chen laughed and waved his hand. He brought out the corpse of the sword spine armor dragon. This place was the Xuantian Tower's space, and the Xuantian Tower could easily control the room to fit a giant mountain. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch both jumped in shock. A sword spine armor dragon. Long Chen gave a simple explanation of how he had encountered and subdued the sword spine armor dragon. However, he didn't mention the original devil race. No wonder. The 7-star dragon tortoise is known to have an unrivaled defense, but their offensive power isn't very great. As for the sword spine armor dragon, it is famed for being a perfect punching bag with monstrous defense. When defense is up against defense, it becomes a battle of attrition. Li Tianxuan finally understood how the ancient races had been half destroyed. Zan Master, are there any movements on the Martial Heaven continent? Long Chen was worried about Li Tianxuan pressing him for details. Then he might have to tell the dishonorable story of his time as a bandit. So he immediately changed the subject. There are many movements lately, but it's the matter of the devil slaughter rankings that is the greatest. The images of you and Guo Ran fighting the devil creatures have been publicly released. Countless experts are saying that the two of you cheated, and that you didn't rely on your personal power, so your rankings should be cancelled, sighed Li Tianxuan. In the end, there were still some traitors in the Xuantian Dao sect. Of the 180,000 disciples that had participated in the Battle of the Devil Abyss, less than 80,000 had returned. But some of those people had betrayed the sect. The images of Guo Ran unleashing black water had been publicly released, and people said that Guo Ran was relying on nothing more than a cheat. His own power was garbage, and he wasn't qualified to enter the top 10. As for Long Chen taking first place, it had been done with the help of a mysterious expert from the original devil race. Although his final attack had been truly stunning, it had only had such great effect because those life-star level devil creatures had been unable to defend. It didn't prove that Long Chen really had the ability to kill them all, so it was also cheating. Most importantly, the appearance of an expert from the original devil race caused countless people to point out that Long Chen had to be colluding with the original devil race. Before the truth of that matter was made clear, Long Chen should have his ranking removed. What's so important about the Devil Slaughter rankings that they want to remove us? Asked Long Chen. He hadn't considered the actual rankings to matter. The Devil Slaughter rankings are far more important than you think. As for why they're important, there are two reasons. One reason is that the heavenly geniuses who can enter the top 10 will be blessed by the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet. Based on their rankings, they will each be bestowed a portion of the Martial Heaven Continent's karmic luck, said Li Tianxuan. The Martial Heaven Continent's karmic luck. This was Long Chen's first time hearing such a thing. Li Tianxuan nodded. The Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet was personally made by Sovereign Yun Shang. A sovereign's wisdom and divine abilities are not things the likes of us can comprehend. In the past, the top 10 heavenly geniuses of the Devil Slaughter rankings were bestowed with the continent's karmic luck after obtaining the recognition of the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet. That allowed their manifestations to fully awaken, and thanks to the favor of the heavenly Taos, their luck would become absolutely heaven-defying. The benefits of this are far greater than you can imagine, which is also why the Alliance head would order you to get into the top 10. The karmic luck you're bestowed won't just help you, but it will also have a secondary effect on the Martial Heaven Alliance. So getting this karmic luck isn't just for you, but also the Xuantian Dao sect, the Martial Heaven Alliance, and even the entire righteous path. It is very important. Aren't the Devil Slaughter rankings under the control of the Alliance head? Asked Long Chen suddenly. Li Tianxuan looked at Long Chen with a laughing smile. I know you're thinking of something wrong again. Do you really think the Alliance head would allow embezzlement? Let me tell you then, the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet isn't under anyone's control. The Alliance head can at most communicate with it a bit. As for the rankings and the distribution of karmic luck, it is all done by the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet, and no one can change its decisions. A sovereign is a supreme existence whose power suppresses all. Their power transcends time. You actually thought you could cheat something that a sovereign created? Li Tianxuan was practically speechless. Long Chen really had some crazy thoughts to even dare to think of something like this. Then are these people making such a fuss to force the Alliance head to declare her position? They want her to tell this matter to the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet so that it cancels my rankings? Asked Long Chen. No, the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet was created by a sovereign and is connected to the heavenly Taos. It can overlook this entire world. Even how many devil creatures you killed in the Devil Abyss was accurately kept tracked by it. Who could possibly trick it? The reason they're making so much fuss is to control public opinion. According to legends, when over half the people, or more accurately, when over half of the experts qualified to fight for the Devil Slaughter rankings disagree with your rankings, your name will be removed from the Devil Slaughter rankings, said Li Tianxuan somewhat solemnly. What the fuck, there's such a thing? Then aren't I definitely doomed? Long Chen was speechless. What kind of crap was that? Wasn't that the real cheating? Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Zon beasts, they all hated him. Besides, who knew how many people in the righteous path wanted him dead? Let alone half, probably over 80% of the experts on the continent hated him. These experts had to have reached the level of power allowing them to compete for the Devil Slaughter rankings. In other words, they had to have reached the soul transformation realm. It had to be known that such elite experts were all under the control of the various large powers. What made Long Chen most speechless was that the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet counted the votes of all the intelligent lifeforms on the continent. In other words, even the corrupt path's voice was counted. Would the corrupt path support him? Long Chen almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Don't be so dejected. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better when the time comes. Furthermore, no matter what, you've at least made your name famous, comforted Li Tianxuan. This attempt at comfort was weak and feeble. However, it was the result of helplessness. Long Chen had too many enemies. At this time, they would definitely be against him. Whatever, I'm already used to my bad luck. However, that little fellow Guo Ran will probably cry. He was looking forward to the reward. He was planning on relying on that to reach the pinnacle of his life, said Long Chen helplessly. Most likely, this would be quite a blow to Guo Ran. His will was too weak. He probably wouldn't be able to endure such a blow. Whatever, he can handle it. As for me, I can't live off luck. Its power is the most unreliable. According to what you said, there's another reward other than karmic luck. Actually, I don't want to know. In any case, it has nothing to do with me, said Long Chen irritably. Although Long Chen said that he didn't care, he couldn't possibly not care. He had clearly won his ranking through his power, but others could make it not count with just a word. He really had an urge to kill. Don't be too dejected. The Alliance head has been constantly on the move during this time. She has a great deal of influence amongst the senior generation, so she'll help you think of something, said Li Tianxuan. You can tell the Alliance head that she doesn't have to waste the effort. My bad luck is heaven-defying, so there's no point, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen was very grateful to this fiery-tempered senior who treated him so incredibly well. That was why he didn't want her to spend so much effort for him. It would be a blow to her when things inevitably failed. Man proposes, but God disposes. Sometimes you still have to make an effort, even if you think it's useless. Every little bit of effort is an increase in the odds of success. What if the 1 in 10,000 chance actually happens? Ha ha ha, this 1 in 10,000 chance was well said, laughed Long Chen. That was exactly what he was thinking. His chances were really far below 1%. Saying goodbye to Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch, Long Chen returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Luck was the least dependable thing. Raising power was more important. That was what was worth depending on. Chapter 17 50 Timely Long Chen. Long Chen returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain through a transportation formation. At this time, the gates to Crouching Dragon Mountain were tightly sealed, and they were covered by its personal formation to prevent others from entering. Other than Long Chen, the rest of the Dragonblood Legion was in seclusion the entire time. No one had come out. Long Chen had just returned when he heard a heaven-shaking roar. He saw 10,000 cold beams of light pierce into the sky. That sharpness gave even him a chill. He saw the Dragonblood warriors wielding sharp blades. They moved like divine dragons, maintaining a grand formation that could transform with the blink of an eye. Long Chen was dazzled. Over 12,000 Dragonblood warriors were moving smoothly, sometimes like a wriggling dragon, sometimes like a grand god. Sometimes, they would transform to become a blooming lotus filling the air. The changes in their formations were so quick that Long Chen felt overwhelmed. Haha, boss has returned. Taste my blade. Guo Ran, who had been at the front directing everyone, was the first to see Long Chen. Without a delay, his armor lit up and he charged at Long Chen. What? You want to be the boss? Now, laughed Long Chen. He also wanted to know how Guo Ran had improved during this time. He faced Guo Ran's slash with a fist. Long Chen was shocked. Guo Ran's saber didn't budge from his punch. Instead, blood trickled down his fist. Guo Ran's saber was actually able to injure him. The thing that shocked him the most was that power was surging out of Guo Ran's saber in endless waves that continuously forced him back. Haha, boss, I am no longer the old Guo Ran. Summon your divine ring, otherwise, if I accidentally defeat you, I'll be embarrassed. Laughed Guo Ran. That pleased expression of his didn't have the slightest embarrassment. Alright, then watch out. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and green scales covered his body. His divine ring slowly revolved, giving him endless power. At first, Long Chen hadn't dared to use his full power for fear of injuring Guo Ran, but he found that as he increased his power, Guo Ran's power also rose. That startled him. He was already using 80% of his power. This was already the most power he had used when fighting Shang Yunfei, but Guo Ran was still able to fight evenly against him. Nice, you have some power. Then I won't stand on courtesy. Long Chen was about to unleash his full power, and while Guo Ran didn't say anything, the distant Dragonblood warriors suddenly started letting out shouts. Stop, quickly. Only then did Long Chen notice that those Dragonblood warriors were pale and covered in sweat. He immediately understood. You actually managed to transfer energy through space. At this time, he noticed that everyone's armor was glowing ever so slightly. It was very subtle. In an intense battle where everyone was fighting, it definitely wouldn't be noticed. Amazing. Even I was fooled. Well done. Long Chen laughed delightedly. He really had fallen for it, thinking that Guo Ran had somehow managed to come up with some crazy idea and make something capable of storing energy and supporting him in battle. Long Chen hadn't expected that Guo Ran had been silently borrowing the power of the entire Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen hadn't sensed it at all. Haha, boss, how is it? Your brothers haven't been training for nothing during this time, laughed Guo Ran, insufferably arrogant. That pleased expression made others have an urge to slap him. However, Long Chen had no choice but to admit that the Dragonblood Legion's combat power had indeed gone through a heaven-toppling transformation. It's just regretful that our brothers have been training for the better part of a day and exhausted a large amount of their energy, or today I could have properly exchanged a few blows with boss. Guo Ran rubbed his fists. In front of Long Chen, Guo Ran was never able to conceal what he had developed. He always had to show him the new things he had come up with. He couldn't endure not showing him. Sha Chen also walked over and greeted Long Chen. At first, this kind of address had sounded a bit forced, but after being with everyone else for longer, he now called Long Chen boss very smoothly. It's been hard on you. Long Chen patted Sha Chen on the shoulder. He knew Sha Chen was a very prideful person. A large part of the reason why he was working so hard to train the Dragonblood Legion was due to his pride. He wanted to prove his power, to prove that after he joined the Dragonblood Legion, the Dragonblood Legion's power would completely transform. How could Long Chen not see through that thought? It was just that Sha Chen's talent was even greater than he had expected. The battle formations he had just witnessed were absolutely astounding. If the current Dragonblood Legion were to face the Devil Abyss's eruption again, then even without Long Chen, they would be able to easily slaughter those devil creatures. That was the difference. Actually, the connecting runes that Guo Ran and I designed have many flaws. During the energy transfer, a great deal is wasted. Actually, the majority of the energy is wasted. As for Guo Ran's armor, although it was reforged with a new formation embedded within, the amount of energy it can endure is limited. So there is even more energy wasted there as well when our brother's energy is transferred to him, said Sha Chen apologetically. Clearly, this was a problem that had been troubling him the entire time. He hadn't been able to solve it. Just being able to connect everyone into a formation is already amazing. At the very least, it'll increase the power of the Dragonblood Cross / by 10 times, said Guo Ran. After being together for so long, Guo Ran had understood Sha Chen's nature. He was a very serious person who didn't like the slightest flaws in what he did. However, just raising the Dragonblood Legion's power to this extent was enough for everyone to prostrate themselves before him. It had won him all their respect. There's probably no way to avoid some energy waste during the transfer process, unless you can do it like Chu Yao and have our spirits connect. The Wood Spirit Union is capable of perfectly transferring energy, but it's impossible for everyone's spiritual fluctuations to be so close. Long Chen smiled comfortingly. He was already very satisfied with Sha Chen. Formation cultivators were truly terrifying. Wood Spirit Union, sharing souls. Ah, I can't believe I didn't think of that. Sha Chen suddenly let out a startled cry. What, you want to? Guo Ran also thought of something. The reason the energy transfer is costing so much is because the energy is transferred through the runes without spiritual strength. That's what makes it so clunky. If the energy transfer is supported by spiritual strength, it will definitely save more energy, and then we won't just be limited to having everyone's power gather on Guo Ran. Everyone will be able to share energy with everyone, exclaimed Sha Chen. But boss also said that it's impossible to connect people's souls like that. We have 10,000 different souls, said Guo Ran. That's no problem. Even if we can't carve spiritual runes on hard armor, what about soft armor? Sha Chen's eyes were shining. Guo Ran clapped his leg, excitedly shouting, that's right, we can use soft armor for this. However, after a moment of excitement, they sobered up. Guo Ran said, but carving spiritual runes on soft armor requires the highest level of leather. What kind of pelt is capable of receiving such powerful runes and constant spiritual fluctuations without crumbling? To endure the impact of over 10,000 people's souls connecting, they needed the strongest spiritual runes, and only the strongest of hides could endure those runes without crumbling. Even a half-step nether passage beast skin wasn't tough enough. Is this good enough? An explosive sound rang out as Long Chen tossed the sword spine armored dragon out of the primal chaos space. A terrifying aura caused everyone to jump and retreat. A sword spine armor dragon. Boss. Did you prepare this for us in advance? Sha Chen's voice was trembling. He actually recognized this terrifying beast. Sha Chen, can you use this hide? On the other hand, Guo Ran was already used to Long Chen giving him pleasant surprises. The only question was whether this hide was high level enough or not. It's enough, it's definitely enough. The sword spine armor dragon's strongest aspect is its tough hide. Even quasi-divine items are unable to pierce it. It can definitely endure the impact of everyone's spiritual strength. Sha Chen touched the corpse, his hand quivering from emotion. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get to work. Guo Ran was even more excited than Sha Chen. Sha Chen pulled back his hand and shook his head. The sword spine armor dragon's hide is good, and I have the spiritual runes we need in my head, but we're lacking many materials. Most of the material I am carrying is for setting up grand formations. I have very few materials for spiritual runes, and their quality isn't high enough. What else do you need? Asked Guo Ran. Inscription fluid that must be refined from the essence blood of over 10,000 different magical beasts, and those magical beasts must have reached the 11th rank at least. There's also the inscription brush, the powder of the sky crystal stone, the underworld butterfly flower, the soul-subduing paper. Sha Chen listed off dozens of items that people had never heard of. So what you're saying is you need more money? Asked Long Che directly. Yes, and a great deal of money. Right now, we can probably. Long Chen waved his hand, and a mountain of spirit crystals appeared in front of everyone. Some of them rolled down the mountain with tinkling sounds. This mountain of spirit crystals stunned everyone. Boss, did you go plundering again? Asked Guo Ran. Is this enough? Long Chen ignored Guo Ran. Yes, it's definitely enough, said Sha Chen excitedly. Then alright, do your best to strengthen the Dragonblood Legion. If there's not enough money, just tell me and I'll think of something else. Long Chen left the sword spine armor dragon and the spirit crystals to them. He returned to his own seclusion room. Chapter 1751 Public Announcement of the Devil Slaughter Rankings. Once Long Chen left, Sha Chen had an urge to cry as he looked at the tall mountain of spirit crystals. The feeling of having a boss was truly excellent. Before this, he had spent his spirit stones stingily, wishing he could split each one in two before spending one. But now he had a rich boss. He was definitely and fully loyal now. He wrote a list of items and gave it to Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo was the one in charge of the Dragonblood Legion's financial affairs, so he would be the one buying the items. Ever since Long Chen had accepted him to the Dragonblood Legion, Qian Duoduo had become the link between the Huayan sect and the Dragonblood Legion. He did everything neatly and tidily and had never done anything to cause Long Chen to worry. Back then, Qian Duoduo had made a small business during the disciple trial. When Long Chen had encountered him, he had felt that Qian Duoduo's head was pretty good, so he had accepted him into the Dragonblood Legion. Now, Qian Duoduo had gone from an unremarkable disciple to a rank 9 celestial and was even well known amongst the Dragonblood warriors. He had reached a level he had never dreamed of reaching before. After receiving Sha Chen's list, Qian Duoduo immediately set off to purchase the items. Because this was a major affair, Guo Ran accompanied him to prevent anything unexpected from happening. During the following few days, the Dragonblood Legion no longer continued their training. They took a few days of rest. Sha Chen was busy planning the sizes of the leather armor and testing the endurance of the leather. Sha Chen chose the best parts of the sword spine armor dragon's hide, parts that were best for the spiritual runes. 3 days later, Guo Ran and Qian Duoduo returned, bringing all the materials that Sha Chen had requested. Sha Chen finally experienced the world of the rich and how grand it was. With all the materials that they needed, Sha Chen and Guo Ran went into seclusion. Guo Ran was in charge of cutting off the sword spine armor dragon's skin and turning it into leather. The sword spine armor dragon was incredibly tough, and cutting it required special tools. Furthermore, those tools would quickly have their runes run out of energy and have to be switched out with newer ones. The blades that they were using were the best possible, and each of them cost over 10 spirit crystals to manufacture. Their runes were added by Sha Chen. If sold, they could go for over 30 spirit crystals. So whether it was forging master or a formation master, they were both money-burning professions. Guo Ran always had Long Chen's support, and so he never had to worry about money. However, Sha Chen had been alone before and was profoundly aware of how bitter making money was. Now that he didn't need to worry about it and could focus entirely on his work, he felt blessed. Guo Ran was creating the leather armor, while Sha Chen was adding the spiritual runes. The two of them worked day and night. As for Long Chen, he wasn't slacking either. After returning to his room, he spent all day crazily refining pills. He had already found a faster way to cultivate, so as long as he had enough medicinal pills, he could attempt to attack the Life Star realm. Once he reached the Life Star realm, he could do a few heaven-shaking things. First was subduing the Azure Dragon reverse scale. That was something that Evilmoon had told him he could only do once he reached the Life Star realm. Before that, he would definitely die. The other major affair was undoing the Sovereign Seal on Evilmoon. Evilmoon would be able to unleash its full power at that time. So Long Chen was already getting anxious for the Life Star realm. His enemies were growing stronger and stronger. He was already starting to fight with Nether Passage experts. If he didn't get stronger, he would be doomed. That was because his enemies weren't just powerful, but they were also growing increasingly shameless. As for the Heaven-Flipping Seal, Long Chen had called over the busy Sha Chen and explained the matter of the Heaven-Flipping Seal. Sha Chen had immediately inlaid a formation on the Heaven-Flipping Seal that could allow it to recover faster. However, because it was a divine item, Sha Chen did not have the ability to create a formation allowing it to directly absorb divine energy. After all, Sha Chen could not create divine formations yet. Despite that, the formation he had added allowed the Heaven-Flipping Seal to recover 10 times faster than before. That already satisfied Long Chen. As for Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan, they had yet to come out of seclusion. After the last battle, their manifestations had shown signs of awakening, and they were still in seclusion. Rather than being worried that they hadn't come out after all this time, Long Chen was feeling excited. They would only come out quickly if they had failed. Since they hadn't, it meant that there was a good chance they would be able to awaken their manifestations. Long Chen and hundreds of Huolong's split bodies were refining pills together. He bought over 1,000 pill furnaces that were on the level of an ancestral item. That was practically all the stock of the Huayan sect's high-level furnaces. With his spiritual strength working with Huolong's hundreds of split bodies, Long Chen didn't even need to control anything. He just needed to lend the split bodies his spiritual strength. If it was just Huolong refining alone, due to its limited spiritual strength, it would be unable to have so many split bodies refining at once, and the quality of the refined pills would be affected. With Long Chen lending his spiritual strength to it, not only was the quality of the refined pills guaranteed, but the speed had also increased greatly. Over 1,000 pill furnaces were constantly lighting up, with medicinal pills flying out repeatedly. A small mountain of pills quickly piled up. This kind of refining speed would definitely scare normal alchemists to death. However, Long Chen knew that if he wanted to attack the Life Star realm, he would need an unimaginable number of pills for it. With his understanding of the 9-star hegemon body art, the last 3 heaven stages required a huge amount of energy to break through. Each level was incredibly difficult. Time passed day by day, and 23 days passed in the blink of an eye. Guo Ran came over to interrupt Long Chen from his refining. He and Guo Ran left Crouching Dragon Mountain and arrived in the Xuantian Plaza. All the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples and elders were gathered here today. They were looking nervously at a projection of a divine tablet in the air. This was the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet. There were many names on it corresponding to the Devil Slaughter rankings. Today was the day the rewards were given out for the Devil Slaughter rankings. It had been 99 days since the Battle of the Devil Abyss had ended. All the large powers had been denouncing Long Chen during this time, criticizing him for colluding with the original devil race and using despicable cheating methods to take first place. As for Guo Ran, he was even more despicable, using some bizarre black water to slay the devil creatures. There was no way he was qualified to be in the top 10. "Have you told this matter to others?" asked Long Chen. "No, I was worried it would affect their mood," whispered Guo Ran. "Not bad, it seems you've matured quite a bit. It's best that they don't get too emotional over this. If their anger affected their cultivation, it would be bad. Boss, do we really have no hope?" Even if he had used the black water to kill the devil creatures, that was still his own power. If others had the ability, then they could get some death spirit water to use as well. If they didn't have the ability, then they shouldn't be able to accuse others of cheating when they did it. Do you want me to tell the truth or lie? Long Chen looked at Guo Ran. Fine. There's no point in believing your own lies. There are so many experts on the martial heaven continent, and at least 80% of the soul transformation experts are our enemies. As long as they pray to the divine tablet and say that they don't accept our accomplishments, our rankings will definitely be cancelled. Guo Ran deflated like a balloon. He didn't even have a desire to hear any words of comfort from Long Chen. Don't be so dejected, there will be more chances to change your fate. But if missing this chance makes you too dejected, angry, or resentful, you won't be able to grasp the next chance. Just look at your boss. I have never lived off luck, I got my opportunities through adversity. Did I complain? Am I any bit inferior to other experts of the same age? You're right, boss, you're the strongest person I've ever seen. No one can defeat you. Guo Ran nodded sincerely. He had almost blind confidence in Long Chen. Then let me tell you something. Alright, I'm listening. Today, there's no way to solve this problem, so there's no need to think about it. Let time slowly pass, and tomorrow you will find. That fuck, there's still no way to solve it, sighed Long Chen. Boss, you're just telling me garbage. Guo Ran was speechless. Let me finish. That's why I say, when you encounter something you can't solve, don't worry about it. That will just waste your time. Since your time is precious, you should think about what you want to do. Sometimes acting as a spectator is the wisest decision, said Long Chen. Boss, I feel like your words are both deep and yet still sound like you're showing off. As expected of my boss. These are words that I would never be able to say in my lifetime. Guo Ran raised his thumbs at Long Chen, but then he added, but I didn't really understand anything you said, so can you explain it more simply? To sum it up, work hard at messing around. What does that mean? Scram. Scram as far as you can scram. Now, do you understand? Long Chen suddenly leaned in and roared into Guo Ran's ear. Guo Ran hadn't expected this move and almost instinctively summoned his golden battle armor. He flew into the distance. Just as Long Chen and Guo Ran were messing around with each other, they arrived. All the eyes of the Xuantian Dao sect concentrated on them. They all knew that this was a tense time, and no one wanted to disturb them. At first, the profound words that Long Chen had said to comfort Guo Ran had made them nod in approval, but then their words had changed, causing them to look oddly at the two of them. They didn't know just what kind of expression they should have. Just at that moment, the projection of the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet shook, and a majestic divine aura soared. The final announcement of the Devil Slaughter rankings is coming up. Everyone's hearts immediately clenched. Although Long Chen said that he didn't care, he also stared closely at the tablet. Chapter 1752 Unexpected Supporters. Although this was just a projection and not the true Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet, it gave off a holy and sacred pressure that made everyone revere it. The divine light of the tablet was shining on everyone. A vast aura unfurled, but this aura didn't suppress them, instead it was like a sacred baptism that made people have an urge to kneel toward it. This is the aura of Sovereign Yuanshang. The Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet really was made by him. Long Chen's heart shook. This sacred aura was something that he would never forget in his lifetime. The image of Sovereign Yuanshang reappeared in his mind. Although Long Chen had only managed to meet him through space and time, he had been profoundly won over by his aura. In his heart, only a sovereign was a true expert and someone worthy of his profound respect. Just as everyone was looking at the rankings, two of the names began to shudder. The hearts of everyone in the Xuantian Dao sect dropped. Those two names were Long Chen and Guo Ran. Guo Ran was pressing both his hands against his heart as if it would jump out if he didn't. Their names were constantly flashing. Right now, all the powers on the martial heaven continent were in their own headquarters, looking at this projection. Whether it was the righteous path, corrupt path, or the other various powers, they all had the right to attend the battle of the Devil Abyss and split the battle rewards. However, this time, there was a great deal of struggle. Countless people had formed suspicions about Guo Ran and Long Chen's rankings, and some were directly opposing them. Long Chen especially had countless people cursing him for cheating, even within the righteous path. Those people were praying to the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet to have Long Chen's rank removed. Long Chen could only look down on the people doing such a thing. If his name was removed, then the second place Lang Yuyan would become first place. Did the people from the righteous path really want the corrupt path to gain the greatest karmic luck? Their heads were really full of crap. Although Long Chen didn't know exactly what karmic luck was, to tell the truth, he didn't really care about it. Now, he only felt angry at these idiotic people. This was one of the worst parts of the righteous path. They focused on bringing everyone else down with them. Sects harming each other was a common occurrence. However, once they faced the corrupt path, they immediately turned cowardly. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, just how many geniuses of the corrupt path had Long Chen killed? He had never hoped for anyone to be grateful to him, but from start to finish, the righteous path's people continuously wanted to harm him, constantly slandering him. Anyone would be infuriated, especially someone with his temper. Seeing his and Guo Ran's names flashing repeatedly, Long Chen's eyes were frosty. The white and black in his eyes actually began to merge as if they were undergoing some kind of transformation. Suddenly, Evilmoon shouted in his mind. What the fuck, have you gotten dementia from age? Or are you just that bored? Long Chen was speechless. Just how bored was Evilmoon to play this kind of joke at this time? Long Chen was unaware that following Evilmoon's interruption, the black and white merger of his eyes ceased, and they returned to normal. At this moment, the flashing of the two names began to slow down. Everyone held their breath. This was a critical moment. The results would quickly appear. Guo Ran was a bit pale, and he was breathing hard as if he was a convict waiting for his sentencing. Life or death, glory or disgrace. Guo Ran's name began to slowly dim. He collapsed on the ground. It's over. My name's been removed. However, Guo Ran's name began to brighten again. What? Guo Ran immediately jumped up and shouted excitedly. A new line appeared behind Guo Ran's name, 33% against, 56% neutral, 11% supporting. The opposition has failed, and this name is officially accepted. Ha ha ha, opposing me is useless. My name is... Guo Ran laughed for a short moment before clamping his mouth shut. He saw Long Chen's name growing dimmer and dimmer until it almost vanished. Boss, exclaimed Guo Ran, it's fine, it's good as long as you keep your place. Long Chen smiled slightly. The fact that Guo Ran had kept his ranking allowed Long Chen to sigh with relief. No matter what, one of them had entered the top 10. At the very least, they had accomplished what Ku Jianying had asked them to do. As for himself, he was indifferent. He had made his preparations for the worst-case scenario. Furthermore, just before Evilmoon had teased him out of boredom, he had decided about what to do. If his name vanished from the Devil Slaughter rankings, he would officially leave the righteous path, making his Dragonblood Legion an independent power free of the restrictions of the righteous path. Whoever provoked him, he would destroy. However, at the same time as he had thought this, he had also thought of an even more brazen plan. That was to find every person who was slandering him and kill them. At that time, Long Chen had been filled with hatred. However, Evilmoon had distracted him, causing that surge of hatred to vanish. It was replaced with indifferent calm. In the end, Long Chen's name slowly vanished from the Devil Slaughter rankings. It well and truly vanished. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples were infuriated. Bastards, is the Devil Slaughter divine tablet blind? How did senior apprentice brother Long Chen cheat? They're clearly bullying us. Angry roars rang out due to the disciples being overly emotional. These disciples had been in the battle with Long Chen, and they knew that if it hadn't been for him, none of them would have survived. Seeing his name truly vanish, they were enraged. Do not blaspheme the sovereign, shouted an elder. The Devil Slaughter divine tablet had been created by a sovereign and represented the sovereign's will. For that disciple to say that it was blind was blaspheming the sovereign, which was unacceptable. So what if they're a sovereign? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen clearly relied on his own power to take first place, so how can the tablet decide that his contributions should be nulled just because of a group of despicable people? That's completely unjust. Exactly, senior apprentice brother led us in the battle, and we personally saw everything. How can it do this? Everyone, don't get emotional. This little bit of grievance isn't worth crying over. We slaughtered our way through endless devil creatures and spilled blood without frowning, so how can you start acting up over something like this? If you're going to act like this, you can't tell others I'm your brother when you go out, joked Long Chen with a smile. Although that was what he said, he was extremely moved. They really did support him sincerely. Just like he could accept others insulting him but not his people, they also could accept others insulting them, but not Long Chen. Heavens, look! Senior apprentice brother Long Chen's name has reappeared. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. He pointed at the tablet with excitement. Everyone looked. only to find that this person was lying. Long Chen's name was gone. They were just about to curse him when they found that Long Chen's name was really back. However, it was so faint that if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. It's really back. Long Chen's name was slowly recovering, becoming clearer until it fully returned to its original violet gold color. It was even brighter than it was at the start. When Long Chen's name was shining at full force, a line of words appeared behind it as well. 64% against, 13% neutral, 110% supporting. When they saw this line of words, everyone became dumbfounded. Had a problem occurred with the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet? It didn't even know how to count anymore. How could the numbers be so wild? If there were 64% of people against him, then even if the rest supported him, there would only be 36%. With that many people against him, Long Chen's ranking would be erased from the Devil Slaughter rankings. Furthermore, 100% was 100%. Where had 110% come from? Just what was 110% supposed to mean? The Xuantian Dao sect's side was unable to comprehend, but a clamor erupted throughout the rest of the world. Had the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet really broken? It's them. Long Chen suddenly realized what was going on. He almost didn't dare to believe it. It's the sisters from the spirit world, they're supporting us. Guo Ran also cried out excitedly. There was no such expression as 110% in the martial heaven continent, but there was in the spirit world. It represented a pinnacle. Back in the spirit world, Long Chen and the others had conversed with the spirit race's people. They had heard them use this term. One of their common phrases was, "With my 110% gratitude, I bless you in the name of the life god tree to have a long life, happiness, luck, and to be free from sorrow and pain." This was part of their prayer. Long Chen and the others had heard it many times, so they naturally had remembered this strange phrase of 110%. But the spirit world isn't part of the martial heaven continent. How can they participate in the Devil Slaughter rankings? Sha Chen interjected. I don't know either. But Sovereign Yun Shang had a deep connection with the spirit world. Clearly, the support of the spirit world is enough to determine things. Even if everyone in the martial heaven continent was against me, they wouldn't be able to affect me. Hee, interesting, those hopping clowns messed around for so long, so slapping them in the face is truly satisfying. I wonder whether any of them have coughed up blood and fainted. Long Chen had a faint, petty smile rejoicing in his enemy's misfortune. This sudden turnaround was truly refreshing. Just at that moment, the projection of the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet shattered. The world shook, and the clouds began congregating over the Xuantian Dao sect from every direction. Chapter 1753 Distribution of Karmic Luck. Clouds surged over, forming two giant lotus-shaped clouds that revolved in the sky. As they spun, divine light appeared in the air, gathering within the lotus flowers. The light also illuminated the Xuantian Dao sect. Everyone felt their whole bodies relax under that divine light. The trees and vegetation that were newly planted within the Xuantian Dao sect began to rapidly grow. Even the precious spirit medicines growing in the sect matured quickly. The entire Xuantian Dao sect became a misty wonderland. The ancestral statue of the sect seemed to be nourished by some kind of energy, and its divine splendor increased. The support of karmic luck. This is the result of even more karmic luck coming to the sect. My Xuantian Dao sect has truly risen. The elders cried tears of emotion. They had been guarding the Xuantian Dao sect for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even when the Xuantian Dao sect was in decline, they didn't think of leaving. In their eyes, the Xuantian Dao sect was their home. Whether it was rich or poor, it was their home. Hence, they were incomparably emotional. I never thought that I would get to see the Xuantian Dao sect's revival in my lifetime. I can die without regret now. The patriarch stood within the Xuantian Tower, looking at the shining ancestral statue and feeling the thriving vitality thrumming through the sect. He also couldn't help but cry. Each generation's Zan master's greatest hope had been for the Xuantian Dao sect to be restored to its former glory while it was in their hands. It was unknown how many amazing and ambitious Zan masters had existed throughout history, but no matter how hard they worked, they never saw the slightest hope even when they died. Compared to his predecessors, the patriarch was very fortunate. He had managed to be in this era and personally witness the Xuantian Dao sect's restoration. Master, everything will only become better. This is just a start. I'm sure the Xuantian Dao sect's future accomplishments will surpass anything in history, said Li Tianxuan. He looked from the two giant lotus flowers to Long Chen, who was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. I'm profiting from you. I was lucky to have such an amazing apprentice like you. The patriarch sighed. While he had been in charge, he had done everything carefully. Although he had not made any mistakes, he had not had any accomplishments either. He had labored for nothing. Everything happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. This was the result of Li Tianxuan's direction. Your luck was good, but mine is even better. I could bet everything on Long Chen, a good disciple. It was all thanks to Long Chen. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens, but we are just witnesses to this story. Being witnesses is also something to be thankful for. Even when we die, we can be proud when we face our ancestors, said Li Tianxuan, smiling proudly. Perhaps in this entire world, only Li Tianxuan would have the daring to leave a heaven to fire in his sect. It was due to that daring that the Xuantian Dao sect had reached its current glory. More and more divine light gathered. Even the ordinary disciples were able to feel some kind of indescribable energy within the air. That was karmic luck, the most ephemeral existence within heaven and earth. Some people believed it, and some people didn't. No one was even able to bring out proof of its existence. However, in the face of this divine light, everyone felt a kind of sacred blessing silently coming over them. They felt at peace and happy as if the world was looking after them. We're benefiting from senior apprentice brother Long Chen. As the karmic luck gathers, a portion of it leaks, blessing all of us. The entire Xuantian Dao sect is also being infected by his karmic luck. It is now impossible to stop us from rising, said Wang Zhen emotionally. Wang Zhen, Hua Xiu, and Zhao Zian had all joined the sect with Long Chen. They had been there at the start, fighting in a competition, all the way to fighting against sea demons in the Eastern Sea. Now, they had reached their current level, which was also thanks to Long Chen. Although they weren't warriors of the Dragonblood Legion, the Xuantian Dao sect had relied on Long Chen to soar. If the Xuantian Dao sect hadn't risen, they wouldn't have been able to inherit its karmic luck to become Empyreans. Now, they had become pillars of the Xuantian Dao sect. Hua Xiu had even become the leader of the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples. Furthermore, Li Tianxuan had said that he might very likely groom her as his successor. As for Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion, everyone was already starting to sense that the shallow pond that was the Xuantian Dao sect was no longer able to hold them. An incense stick's worth of time later, enough divine light had gathered that the lotus above Guo Ran slowly bloomed. A foot-long sphere of light fell from it. It shone with all the colors of the rainbow. That light was sacred and divine. Everyone sensed a powerful blessing energy as soon as it appeared. This is karmic luck. Once he absorbs it, it's said that even if he just randomly bends down and digs, he'll be able to dig up a treasure. Even wanting to die will become difficult for him. People looked enviously at that sphere. That was a treasure you couldn't buy no matter how much money you had. At this time, Long Chen's lotus also bloomed. A rainbow pillar of light shot down from the sky. A huge whirlpool of auspicious clouds enveloped the Xuantian Dao sect. A 3-meter sphere of light appeared in people's eyes once the lotus bloomed. That sphere had 9 dragon images that were moving within it. As they moved, the whirlpool in the sky followed it. It formed a mysterious cycle, and people felt like they could hear a dragon cry from it. The ultimate karmic luck, 9 dragons roar at the heavens. The patriarch couldn't help opening his mouth. Even this kind of legendary thing had appeared. Haha, come. Guo Ran laughed because at this moment, his light sphere slowly flowered toward him. It stopped in front of him, and as he reached out to grab it, he felt immense blessing energy within. Wait a moment. Long Chen suddenly stopped Guo Ran from absorbing it. What? Asked Guo Ran. Take this one. I'll take yours. Long Chen suddenly walked over with his giant light sphere and handed it to Guo Ran. This action left everyone dumbfounded. Was Long Chen really switching with Guo Ran? Boss, you can't, exclaimed Guo Ran. Shut up. This is an order. Long Chen didn't give Guo Ran any chance to argue. He grabbed his light sphere and tossed the other one to him. In truth, Long Chen was also extremely moved by this sphere of karmic luck. Perhaps if he absorbed it, he wouldn't be so unlucky in the future. However, he had a premonition that his bad luck stemmed from the 9-star hegemon body art. Perhaps this karmic luck could support him for a while, but it wouldn't last for long. It was also possible that his bad luck would cancel out this karmic luck, meaning his luck wouldn't be good or bad in the future. That would be boring, and a waste of such a good opportunity. Hurry up and absorb it. In truth, in the entire Dragonblood Legion, you're the one I'm worried about the most. You aren't strong, but you like to show off so much. Even if you aren't strong enough to show off, you force yourself to show off. If that continues, you'll be killed sooner or later. I'm giving you better karmic luck so I can stop worrying so much about you, comforted Long Chen. Actually, Guo Ran was already very powerful, and no one could replace his position in the Dragonblood Legion. He was the core of the Legion in battle. Without Guo Ran, the entire Dragonblood Legion would lose its direction. An upgrade in Guo Ran was an upgrade to the entire Dragonblood Legion's safety. Guo Ran was already tearing up, unable to say anything. All the experts were also extremely moved. This generosity and fierce loyalty to his brothers in the Dragonblood Legion were something worthy of their worship. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. Guo Ran nodded and tugged with his hands. That giant light sphere slowly enveloped him, and endless divine light flowed down into him. Rainbow light began shining out of Guo Ran. A kind of sacred aura appeared. Just by standing there, it felt like the entire world was supporting him. He was like a god. Well, if he could just hold back his wretched expression a bit, he would appear more like one. As Guo Ran was immersed in that divine light, Long Chen brought the light sphere he had taken from him to Sha Chen. Boss, Sha Chen hastily shook his head. He knew what Long Chen was planning. He was extremely moved, but he couldn't accept. Long Chen's lovers were still in seclusion, and such a treasure should be left to them, not him. Long Chen didn't give Sha Chen a chance to refuse. He directly smashed the light sphere onto Sha Chen's body. It exploded and divine light erupted. Your physical body is too weak, so having more karmic luck means better survivability. That's the only way you can properly raise the entire Dragonblood Legion's power, so don't get all misty-eyed, said Long Chen impatiently. Sha Chen was a formation cultivator who didn't face enemies head-on. In a 1-against-1, any member of the Dragonblood Legion could easily fight across realms. Killing any Life Star expert was no problem. However, Sha Chen was different. By himself and without pre-arranged formations, he had practically no combat power. Let alone fighting across realms, if others managed to get close to him, even if it was just someone at Foundation Forging, they would pose a fatal threat to him. That was a fatal weakness of formation cultivators. Sha Chen was upgrading the Dragonblood Legion's collective power, but if they didn't upgrade Sha Chen as well, he might be the first sacrifice in their next battle, especially if they encountered assassins from the Bloodkill Hall. Every little bit of karmic luck was an increased chance of him surviving. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others were already skilled enough in protecting themselves. In comparison, Sha Chen needed it far more. Boss, I know. Consider this life of mine yours. Sha Chen could not describe how grateful he was. He began to absorb the divine light, but then, his expression suddenly changed. I can't absorb it. Chapter 1754 Divine Ring suppresses Heavenly Daos. Sha Chen had activated his Heavenly Dao manifestation but was still unable to absorb this rainbow divine light. Furthermore, the rainbow light was starting to show signs of dissipating. Sha Chen panicked. All the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples let out startled cries. Why was it that Guo Ran could absorb Long Chen's blessing, but Sha Chen couldn't absorb Guo Ran's blessing? Long Chen, this blessing comes from the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet. Only the top 10 can absorb it. People who aren't in the top 10 haven't won the approval of the Heavenly Daos and so they can't absorb it. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out. Li Tianxuan had suddenly recalled that there seemed to be such a legend. However, this legend had never been confirmed because in all of history, there had never appeared a case of someone giving their karmic luck to someone else. This legend had mostly been forgotten by everyone. He had only thought of it when he saw that Sha Chen was unable to absorb the rainbow light. Boss, quickly absorb it. Otherwise, it's going to disappear, shouted Sha Chen. The rainbow light was still revolving around him, but it had not recognized him and was beginning to leave. Since it's mine, I can give it to whoever I want. Who said the Heavenly Daos could deny me? Long Chen smiled coldly. The Heavenly Daos were once more interfering. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly appeared. Divine pressure crashed down. The world froze. A 5-point star was present within the divine ring, forcibly locking in the rainbow light that was about to dissipate and beginning to gather it up. Suddenly, heavenly pressure erupted and the will of the Heavenly Daos descended. The heavens were enraged. That karmic luck was a portion of the Heavenly Daos' will, and Long Chen was forcibly suppressing it. That instantly angered the Heavenly Daos. Long Chen, you can't go against the Heavenly Daos. You, shouted the Patriarch. However, His warning was cut off by Li Tianxuan. Long Chen has his own methods. Let him do as he pleases. The explosive rumbling continued to erupt through the void. Heavenly might crashed down, and the color of the world changed. Everyone's expressions changed. In the face of this heavenly might, terror involuntarily burst out of the depths of their souls. Boss, this is heavenly fury. Sha Chen looked in shock at this phenomenon. It's fine. The heavens like to pout. Ignore it, just absorb it, said Long Chen. Wasn't it just heavenly fury? It wasn't as if that hadn't happened before. As long as it didn't let loose heavenly tribulation, Long Chen didn't care if the heavens were angered. In any case, when his tribulation came, the heavens wouldn't go easy on him. His divine ring revolved, unleashing immense power that resisted the heavenly might. The 5-point star within it emitted blinding light that suppressed the karmic luck. In the end, it was freed from the restrictions of the heavenly Taos and began to be absorbed by Sha Chen. As expected of a heaven defier, even in the face of the heavenly Taos, he has to make sure to tear off a bite. Li Tianxuan could only watch silently as he witnessed Long Chen going against the heavenly Taos. All the experts present became drenched in sweat as they saw Long Chen facing heavenly might. His divine ring was clashing against that heavenly might, and the resulting forces caused their souls to feel like they might be crushed. In the face of those two wills, they felt incredibly small. Even the heavenly Taos are unable to suppress senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother is defying the heavens. The disciples looked at Long Chen with zealotry. The rainbow light around Sha Chen slowly vanished as the blessing of the heavenly Taos had been absorbed by him. The heavenly might also faded slowly once he finished absorbing it. Things returned to calm. Long Chen put away his divine ring. More and more, he felt that his decision had been correct. That so-called blessing of the heavenly Taos would not be able to bless him. His 9-star hegemon body art went directly against the heavenly Tao, so how could the heavenly Taos possibly bless him? If they didn't curse him, that would already be pretty good. He felt that his decision to leave this heavenly Tao blessing to Guo Ran and Sha Chen had been the wisest decision. Otherwise, it would have been wasted. Boss, the heavenly Taos will remember this disrespect. I don't feel very safe, said Sha Chen worriedly. Sha Chen was a normal cultivator. In his eyes, Long Chen's methods were completely against the natural order of the world. It's fine, you'll get used to it. Going against the heavenly Taos is the common state of the Dragonblood Legion. As for not feeling safe, there's no need to feel that way. I often go against the heavenly Taos, so I'm familiar with it. The heavenly Taos are not human, but a set of rules. They have no emotion, and they don't remember enmities, comforted Long Chen. Long Chen had previously felt hatred for the heavenly Taos. But now, he no longer hated them. In his eyes, the heavenly Taos were just tools for carrying out the laws of the world. They weren't human, so why hate them? Each time he underwent tribulation, he was locked onto by the will of the heavenly Taos. He had gradually managed to touch many of the secrets of the heavenly Taos, which was why he dared to say that brazenly snatching this karmic luck would not draw heavenly retribution. The heavenly Taos had no emotion. It was only when he took the initiative to break the rules of the heavenly Taos that heavenly retribution would come for him. However, this bit of karmic luck hadn't been given to him by the heavenly Taos, but by the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet. The heavenly Taos had no authority to take it back. To put it frankly, this blessing of karmic luck had been taken from the heavenly Taos by the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet and then distributed to Long Chen and the others. It already belonged to them. For Long Chen to help Sha Chen absorb it would only cause the heavenly Taos to express their fury. They wouldn't unleash a lightning tribulation to kill him. The heavenly Taos had their own rules that they were restricted by. As long as he didn't touch those rules, they wouldn't be able to cause trouble for him. It was only during his tribulations that he had no other methods. Each time he advanced, he would pose an even greater threat to the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos would naturally do everything they could to destroy him. Guo Ran, what are you doing? After comforting Sha Chen, Long Chen suddenly noticed that Guo Ran, who had already finished absorbing his karmic luck, was squatting down and digging up one of the bricks beneath him. Guo Ran didn't reply. He continued digging. After a moment, he managed to dig up a fist-sized copper fragment from the ground. There was still some faint divine aura coming from it. A fragment of a divine item. What's going on? It should be the result of that large battle before. Some divine items were shattered then. This fragment's runes have already vanished along with its divine power, so it seemed no one sensed it, said Li Tianxuan after a moment of thought. Ha 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 ha. Guo Ran suddenly began to laugh crazily as he held that fragment. I'm rich, I'm rich. Everyone looked at him bizarrely. Wasn't it just a fragment of a quasi-divine item? Although it was valuable, it wasn't enough to make Guo Ran so crazy. Was there something special about the fragment? The legends are true, ha ha ha. Laughed Guo Ran. What legends? Asked Long Chen. The legends that say those with karmic luck can just randomly dig in the ground and pull out treasures. Ha 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 iya. Guo Ran was in the midst of crazily laughing when he was kicked in the butt by Long Chen and sent flying. When are you going to grow up a bit? Raged Long Chen. Guo Ran had actually started digging just to test his new luck. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch's expressions were a bit odd, but part of that was shock. Guo Ran's actions might have been a bit crazy, but he had just proven how amazing this blessing was. He had randomly dug up a brick and actually found a fragment of a divine item that had been long since forgotten there. That kind of luck was truly heaven-defying. Hey, Guo Ran, you have to calm down. Not every brick will have a treasure under it. After being kicked away by Long Chen, Guo Ran didn't get angry. Instead, he knelt down and began to continue pulling up bricks. In the end, it was Sha Chen who had to drag him away, refusing to let him continue with such embarrassing actions. Long Chen was also speechless. This little fellow's head was definitely not the same as a normal person's. No matter how good his luck was, he couldn't play around like this. Fortunately, Sha Chen dragged him away, otherwise, that little fellow would probably test his luck in all kinds of crazy and unreliable ways. His intelligence had already flown the co-op. It probably wouldn't return for at least a few days. Long Chen walked into the Xuantian Tower. He knew that the Patriarch and Li Tianxuan would want to speak with him. Long Chen, your first place ranking this time has won the righteous path a huge amount of karmic luck. The righteous path will be looked after by the heavenly Daos even more now, praised the Patriarch. Long Chen bitterly smiled. I bet a few people will be angrily smashing their furniture and fuming right now. Not all the righteous path will be so grateful to me. Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit angry when he said this. For there to be a lot of people opposing his ranking, a large number of experts from the righteous path had to have also participated. He had won karmic luck for the righteous path. Even after doing everything they could to stop him, they still ended up benefiting. Long Chen was naturally dissatisfied. There are always fools everywhere. Ignore them. The Patriarch waved his hand. However, there was never any power with as many idiots as the righteous path, said Long Chen. There's no way around it. The righteous path has too many sects. All of them care mostly about themselves, resulting in them fighting and scheming amongst themselves, sighed the Patriarch. In truth, the largest power in this world was the righteous path. Otherwise, the Martial Heaven Alliance wouldn't possess such power or daring. Regretfully, the righteous path was not united. It was like a plate of sand. Although there was the Martial Heaven Alliance controlling it, the sects all fought amongst each other, constantly stabbing each other in the back. Moreover, some sects were not truly part of the righteous path. It was unknown exactly how many of them were actually being controlled by Pill Valley. Even someone like Ku Jianying was temporarily unable to do anything about that. Fortunately, the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet had somehow accepted even the support of the spirit world, allowing them to reverse the tides. Zan Master, can I ask what relationship Sovereign Yun Shang had with the spirit world? Asked Long Chen. Chapter 1755 5 Sovereigns 3 Emperors. Li Tianxuan pondered Long Chen's question for a moment. In the end, he decided to tell Long Chen a secret relating to the spirit world and the Martial Heaven continent. Under the leadership of a mighty sovereign, the Martial Heaven continent had been very close allies with the spirit world. However, once the sovereign's time passed and the next dark era descended, the relationship between the two was severed. This fracture wasn't just because the spirit world hadn't supported the Martial Heaven continent, but because the Martial Heaven continent had entered a very chaotic state after the Dark Era. The sovereign had disappeared, and various large powers had risen. Without a sovereign to suppress things, the continent had entered a long and chaotic period. It was at that time that the spirit world's attempts at communication repeatedly failed and they were killed as traitors. The spirit world had no choice but to seal the channel connecting it to the continent, cutting off their ties to the human race. However, there were still rumors that the spirit world and the Martial Heaven continent's alliance had been started by Sovereign Yun Shang. Furthermore, it was said that Sovereign Yun Shang had had a close relationship with the ruler of the spirit world of that time. When Li Tianxuan mentioned that, he smiled faintly. Rumor is that sovereign Yun Sheng was exceptionally handsome, a dragon amongst men. As for the ruler of the spirit world back then, she was like a heavenly fairy whose beauty enraptured all living things. Many people guessed that their relationship was not ordinary. However, no one knows the details. Sovereign Yun Sheng is gone, and there's no news about that ruler. Zan Master, how could the sovereigns have vanished? Did they all die? Long Chen had always been suspicious about this. He had already seen two sovereigns. One was Sovereign Yun Sheng, while the other was the sovereign that had created the sovereign blood seal on Devil Spirit Mountain. However, he had only gotten a quick look at that sovereign creating the sovereign blood seal on Devil Spirit Mountain. He hadn't actually gotten a chance to talk to him. However, he could still sense that that superseded the heavens. How could such a person just vanish? Had they run out of longevity? If their longevity ran out, then why didn't they have a tomb? They didn't even have any memorials. This is a question that no one in the world can answer. It has always been a riddle of this world. Some people say that the sovereigns have died, that they died against terrifying existences while defending the continent. Some also say the sovereigns haven't died, and they are in some place silently protecting this world. The others say that the sovereigns weren't human, and that they were transcended gods. When the martial heaven continent is in danger of being destroyed, they will be reborn. When the world is too peaceful, they will enter a new cycle of reincarnation, waiting for their time to be reborn. To sum up, there are many theories, but there is only one thing that can be said for sure. Sovereigns are the most supreme existences more worthy of reverence than even gods. However, the world has become chaotic, and people's eyes have gradually been clouded by the lure of power. People are growing more and more selfish, as well as darker. Their intelligence has been buried. That's why no matter where you go, you'll always run into all kinds of fools, said Li Tianxuan. Suddenly, Li Tianxuan asked, do you know why is it that the corrupt path, the Zan beasts, the ancient races, and the others all bully the humans of the righteous path? It's because the past 5 sovereigns were born amongst the humans of the righteous path. Have you ever heard of the saying, 5 sovereigns 3 emperors? Long Chen shook his head again. The 5 sovereigns you know, but the 3 emperors you might not. The 3 emperors are the corrupt emperor, Peng emperor, and blood emperor. They came from the corrupt path, the Zan beasts, and the ancient family alliance. They were also amazing experts. The only regretful thing is that just as they were rising, they were suppressed by the righteous path's humans. When a sovereign rose amongst them, the sovereign crushed the otherwise unrivaled emperors. In the end, they were defeated. The sovereigns were existences that we cannot imagine. Although the 3 emperors were defeated, they were the only existences in our world that were qualified to challenge the 5 sovereigns. Moreover, although they were defeated, unlike the sovereigns, they all have their own descendants. So, Long Chen, you have to be careful. With the great era coming, the descendants of the 3 emperors who have been in seclusion for countless years will very likely come out. As long as their bloodline hasn't run out, they will once more be amazing experts. Either they have been wiped out, meaning that they won't appear, or if they do appear, it will be followed by a tempest of blood. As for you, you are already mortal enemies with those 3 powers. You should be careful, warned Li Tianxuan gravely. Existences that can challenge a sovereign. Long Chen sucked in a cold gasp of air. He hadn't expected to learn of 3 families with such a terrifying history. However, he still didn't quite understand. The sovereigns had completely dominated their era. Why hadn't they pulled up these enemies by their roots? If they weren't wiped out, they would have participated in the fight for karmic luck in the Devil Abyss, would they not? Asked Long Chen. You're thinking about it too simply. The martial heaven continent is far more complicated than you imagine. The karmic luck that was distributed to you is a tiny fraction when compared to the martial heaven continent as a whole. There are some powers that are innately condensations of karmic luck. Well, talking about such things might be too early for you, so it's meaningless. All I want to say is that you should be careful. You are standing at the center of the storm. I don't even know how many eyes are staring at you. If you let your guard down in the slightest, they will pounce like a viper. I understand, but don't worry, I am not planning on going to the ancient races after this. Actually, that sword spine armor dragon was something I was saving for Heavenly Fate Island. But those ancient races forced me to give it to them as a gift. I've seen idiots, but never before have I seen such idiocy, said Long Chen hatefully. Right now, what he wanted the most was to eliminate Heavenly Fate Island. Their scheming and calculating had almost destroyed the Dragonblood Legion. He didn't have a way to get vengeance yet, but that was just temporary. Just as he was calculating the interest for this debt, the ancient races ruined his plans. However, he supposed that he hadn't lost out by that much. After all, he had gained 90 divine items in the form of Shang Yunfei's spears, as well as around 30 billion spirit crystals. Other than that, he had also managed to take back the sword spine armor dragon's corpse. He had managed to vent and make some money. Heavenly Fate Island's thinking is hard to understand. According to reason, they should not be acting so foolishly. I can't understand it, but perhaps they have some greater scheme. Li Tianxuan shook his head. Li Tianxuan knew that Long Chen was a heaven defier, and that Heavenly Fate Island would not dare to directly calculate anything about him. That would lead to instant death. Since that was the case, they should know that even if Long Chen wasn't a heaven defier, he was someone intricately linked with immense karma. Why did they have to continue targeting him? Were they unafraid of the backlash from the heavenly Daos? To calculate anything about Long Chen was impossible, and if they were to instead try calculating anything about the Dragonblood Legion, they would find it almost impossible. After all, the Dragonblood Legion was tightly connected to Long Chen. Their only method would be a roundabout calculation of the continent's karmic luck, changes in sects, as well as a few disciples' fates. That took an unimaginable amount of effort and resources. Furthermore, because it was not a direct calculation, it was all too easy for them to come to the wrong conclusion. Li Tianxuan could not understand why they wanted Long Chen dead so badly. In his eyes, this was incurably foolish. No matter what they do, this enmity has already been set in stone. They almost destroyed us, so there's no way I'll let them off. I wasn't able to use the sword spine armor dragon, but that's alright. Even 10 years isn't too late for revenge. Li Tianxuan nodded inside. Heavenly Fate Island had perhaps played with fire this time. To have Long Chen set his gaze on them, they might be out of luck. Heavenly Fate Island's experts weren't very powerful. They relied on reading the lines of fate, making it so no one dared to provoke them. If any of their enemies were to target them, they would be able to find out immediately. Heavenly Fate Island had many allies, and telling them to target their enemy was easy, particularly since they could expose that enemy's weaknesses. However, Long Chen was different. Long Chen could not be read by Heavenly Fate Island. I don't think you should go into seclusion for the next few days. If my guess isn't wrong, the Alliance head will quickly come. I'm already here. Before Li Tianxuan could finish speaking, Ku Jianying's voice rang out. She appeared within the Xuantian Tower. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch hastily stood up to bow, but Ku Jianying waved her hand dismissively. We're already so familiar with each other, so there's no need to waste the effort. Long Chen, you have some skill. You've won me some face. Ku Jianying smiled brightly. This time, not only had Long Chen and Guo Ran managed to keep their rankings, but the support of the spirit world had been a slap in their enemies' faces. During the past few days, Ku Jianying hadn't come to see Long Chen because she hadn't had the face to. In the face of Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Zon beasts, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Bloodkill Hall, and various other powers instigating trouble, as well as betrayers in her very own Martial Heaven alliance, she had lost hope when it came to the Devil Slaughter rankings. However, unexpectedly, there had been a final reversal. That final, 110%, had been recognized by a few members of the senior generation. Only once they told others did they understand that the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet actually included the spirit world in its calculations of a person's support. As a result, all those powers working against them had worked for nothing. This slap had been very resounding. Ku Jianying's smile had threatened to split her face. It's too bad that the old ghost hasn't woken up, or he'd definitely be happy to see you do so well. Ku Jianying smiled. However, that smile also contained worry. The old man had been in seclusion for several months now. He should have woken up, but there was still no news from him. HMPH, putting aside that old ghost, you should pack up. Come with me to the central Zon region. I have an enormous benefit to give you. Ku Jianying smiled mysteriously. Li Tianxuan and the Patriarch's eyes brightened. While they didn't say anything, they had smiles of anticipation. Chapter 1756 Entering a Khan. An enormous benefit? How enormous? Exclaimed Long Chen. What's with all the talking? What, do you not want it? It's all right, I can give it to someone else, Ku Jianying scolded laughingly. The Alliance head's benefits are truly immense. If you can obtain it, it would be enough to change your life. However, the Alliance head can only give you a chance. Whether or not you can obtain it is up to your own power and luck, said the patriarch. He and Li Tianxuan clearly knew what benefit Ku Jianying was talking about, but they didn't say what it was. Hehe, I was just joking. As long as the Alliance head is offering it to me, whether it's good or bad, I would take it. Who asked us to have such a good relationship? Laughed Long Chen. Although he didn't know what it was, he knew it was definitely not ordinary. Alright, then we should go quickly. Clearly, Ku Jianying was very busy and didn't have the time to talk so much. Please give me some time. I'll arrange my affairs, said Long Chen. Why does it sound like you're busier than me? Hurry up, said Ku Jianying speechlessly. Long Chen vanished like a wisp of smoke. After he left, Li Tianxuan said, Alliance head, for Long Chen to go to the central Zon region now will probably cause huge waves. Are you prepared? HMPH, why do I have to prepare? With that scoundrel present, no preparations would be enough. I can't even be bothered to prepare anything. Let him do as he pleases. He has too many variables on him for me to plan anything. He's a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance, as well as a favorite of that old ghost. As long as I still draw breath, I won't let him suffer. Alliance head, you've misunderstood. To tell the truth, I'm not worried about Long Chen at all. What I'm worried about is the ruckus that will erupt in the central Zon region when he goes there. At that time, you might be caught off guard. It can't be that bad. It's just accepting an inheritance. Furthermore, whether or not he'll obtain it is still unknown. What kind of ruckus can he cause? Ku Jianying started. Li Tianxuan immediately understood that Ku Jianying hadn't been with Long Chen long enough to see through the clues that Long Chen was a heaven defier. However, Long Chen's identity as a heaven defier was taboo and could not be exposed. Li Tianxuan could only tactfully say, based on my experience of the past few years of knowing Long Chen, wherever he goes will not stay peaceful for long. Even if he doesn't go looking for trouble, trouble will go looking for him. You should prepare yourself. Your words are reasonable. This little fellow is a big troublemaker. I should make some preparations. Ku Jianying nodded. Li Tianxuan then warned Ku Jianying about how Long Chen had conned the ancient races. By the end, Ku Jianying was shaking with laughter. Even now, she had yet to receive any news of the ancient races gathering. In other words, the ancient races were preparing to simply accept this defeat. Shang Yunfei's clone had been killed by Long Chen because he had challenged Long Chen. Long Chen had defeated him openly with countless witnesses, so no one could find fault with him over this. As for the ancient races, they had actually prepared a trap, even used a nether passage expert to fight a soul transformation expert. The expert had worn a mask to prevent his identity. It was already an incredibly shameless thing. Long Chen had killed his way into his lair and summoned the sword spine armor dragon, using the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That was also completely reasonable. If the ancient races dared to demand justice for this in front of her, Ku Jianying would directly slap them. It was only when Li Tianxuan mentioned Heavenly Fate Island that Ku Jianying's expression sank slightly. How has Heavenly Fate Island become like this? Are the rumors really true? Has the old island master Dao Xingyan already died? Wondered Ku Jianying. Although nether passage experts had comprehended life and death, they had not fully transcended life and death, and their longevity still had a limit. It was just that their lifespan was far greater compared to other experts. Although Heavenly Fate Island's master had reached his position even earlier than seniors like Ku Jianying, based on his remaining longevity, he shouldn't have died. Heavenly Fate Island spends all day peering into the heavens. Their longevity is not set in stone. They will often touch on certain taboo topics, which will cause their longevity to decrease. No one can say anything for sure about this, said Li Tianxuan. Heavenly Fate Island was a very special existence. No matter how strong someone was, if they touched the heavens, taboos, they would be destroyed overnight. The experts of Heavenly Fate Island were madmen who towed that line to see the secrets that others couldn't see. It was all too easy for them to accidentally lose their lives. Heavenly Fate Island is a bit difficult to deal with. Let's set this matter aside for now, said Ku Jianying. She still had far too many things to do and had no time to find justice for Long Chen over this. Alliance head, I'm not saying you should go to them. I'm saying that they've already become mortal enemies with Long Chen. Long Chen won't simply swallow his anger over this, warned Li Tianxuan. Yes, I understand. HMPH, the worst case is that I have to clean up after him again. Hopefully, that old ghost will wake up soon, or I'm going to be exhausted by this brat. Ku Jianying rubbed her head as she felt a headache coming on. She almost regretted coming here now. As the three of them were speaking, Long Chen finally returned. He had given the 90 bone spears to Guo Ran, telling him to distribute them amongst the brothers who favored long weapons. These bone spears were all on the level of quasi-divine items, while their hardness was even comparable to half-step divine items. They were absolute treasures. Long Chen had already erased any spiritual imprint Shang Yunfei had left behind with his divine thunder force. They could be used freely by anyone now. To get used to them would definitely take some time. The item spirits inside had already been cowed by Evilmoon, so the Dragonblood warriors could place their own spiritual marks without worrying about them fighting back. Only after arranging that did Long Chen leave with Evilmoon to the central Zan region. Ku Jianying's flying boat flew quickly. When they passed a barren land, Long Chen couldn't help feeling emotional. That had been the location of one of the 7 danger zones, the heaven-devouring forest. This particular part of it had been scorched black by his flames. Even after this long, it was still black. Back then, he had been chased down by Pill Valley and had relied on instigating a fight between the heaven-devouring forest and Pill Valley to escape. Thinking about that made him sigh. The Eastern Zan region's people should thank you. The heaven-devouring forest was originally blocking their path to the central Zan region. Now that it's gone, they can travel the continent more freely. Many people with weaker cultivation bases are now able to take a look at the central Zan region, said Ku Jianying with a smile. Regretfully, while there might be many people thankful to me, even more want me to die right now. Long Chen shrugged. The only thing that doesn't draw jealousy is mediocrity. There's no way around this, said Ku Jianying. But to be able to make over half the world jealous of me, I don't know what to say. Am I such a good target? Long Chen bitterly smiled. He still recalled how over half this world had opposed his ranking on the Devil Slaughter rankings. If it hadn't been for the spirit world, his first place ranking would have been cancelled. Although Long Chen spoke indifferently, he was still filled with fury. The ancient races and the Zan beasts, if they opposed him, he could understand it. Even when it came to the ancient family alliance, he could accept it. What he couldn't accept was that even the righteous path's experts had been against him. He had fought for the righteous path, and he had led people to fight against the Devil Abyss's monsters. Some of those people had sacrificed themselves to protect the continent. But what he got in return was their opposition. You can't blame them. You should blame Pill Valley and the other large powers who are making them do these things and resorting to slander, sighed Ku Jianying. No, I don't accept this viewpoint of yours. If their hearts didn't contain greed, envy, and viciousness, they wouldn't be so easily bewitched by others. Those people definitely aren't good. They can't even distinguish right from wrong. So Alliance Head, don't think that they're innocent just because they don't understand. Stupidity is not a shield they can hide behind. Ignorance is not an excuse for intentionally insulting others. I need to make this clear to you. We can't let such people hold us up. When we arrive in the central Zan region, I won't let anyone intentionally make things hard on me. I will directly slap them silly. That's what I have to tell you, said Long Chen. Long Chen was not going to stifle his anger if he ran into a bunch of idiots. He didn't want Ku Jianying to be caught off guard if such a thing happened. So he was making his attitude clear to her first. He would not accept an excuse of them not knowing the truth. You're the same as that old ghost. A turd-covered stone that's both smelly and hard, cursed Ku Jianying. This character of Long Chen's was very similar to the old man. However, there was one aspect where Long Chen was a bit better. At least, he warned her first so she could prepare herself. As for the old man, back in his youth, he would explode without any warning. That was why Ku Jianying hadn't been able to bear it, and the two of them had stopped getting along. Don't worry, you are still a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Even without your relationship with that old ghost, you are the same as my child. I won't let you suffer. As for those idiots, well, I can't be bothered with them. Do as you please. In my years of seclusion, various powers have managed to infiltrate the Martial Heaven Alliance, making it rotten to the core. To completely recover is difficult. Just some medicine won't do. I have to cut all the way to the bone to fully cure it. You can be the blade I use for that, sighed Ku Jianying. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He looked at Ku Jianying. Alliance Head, Did you con me? You were planning on using me like this from the start, and I actually thought I had to apologize and warn you over this. Your conning skills aren't bad either. Long Chen suddenly realized that Ku Jianying had her own goals in bringing him to the central Zan region. You little brat, what are you thinking of? Ku Jianying blushed slightly. This little fellow had actually seen through her. Suddenly, a large mountain appeared ahead of them. There was a transportation formation at the peak along with numerous figures. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. Let's go, we've reached the transportation formation. Chapter 1757 Skinning a Tortoise. The heaven-devouring forest was gone now, and the spatial force in this region was no longer so chaotic. That allowed people to establish new transportation formations that saved them a great deal of travel time. However, establishing new transportation formations was very expensive. It required time, manpower, and physical resources. It was a very large construction. Some transportation formations were created by the righteous path, and afterward, they relied on the people using the transportation formations to make a large amount of wealth. However, at this time, Ku Jianying decided not to waste the time to construct transportation formations. With the arrival of the Great Era, many transportation formations had started to break, requiring a huge amount of money to maintain. Furthermore, they had to be constantly on guard against the corrupt path's attacks. Most importantly, transportation formations were no longer making as much money. More and more experts were being born every day, and many people chose to sit in flying boats, saving the money required for the transportation formations. Most of the time, those who chose to use transportation formations had lower cultivation bases, because it was safer. But experts would rather fly in their own flying boats. They didn't want their money to benefit the Martial Heaven Alliance. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance's own people, it cost them less to use the transportation formations, and that fee was only barely enough to maintain the transportation formations. So in the other regions, transportation formations were no longer worth building, at least compared to before. But when it came to the central Zan region, it was different. The people here had money, and to save time, they often used transportation formations. This transportation formation, which went from the eastern Zan region to the central Zan region, had hundreds of flying boats waiting their turn to use. However, when Ku Jianying's flying boat appeared, the people in charge of the formation hastily let her go through first. This was Ku Jianying's privilege as head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. After all, this transportation formation had been created by the Martial Heaven Alliance. HMPH, how arrogant. Are the matters of your Martial Heaven Alliance more important than other people's? Ku Jianying's flying boat had just entered the transportation formation when a voice came from the flying boat that was originally next in line and had been replaced by her. Oh, I actually encountered some old friends. Hey, Tortoise Race, how are you? Long Chen immediately recognized the voice and looked to see the bald elder from the ancient races. It was the Nether Passage patriarch of the 7-star dragon Tortoise Race that had hunted him before. Long Chen smiled and waved like he was seeing a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. You, Long Chen, that elder hadn't been paying particular attention to that flying boat. He had just seen the mark of the Martial Heaven Alliance. He hadn't noticed the color of the Alliance character written at the front of it, which marked it as Ku Jianying's flying boat. Long Chen came walking out of it, greeting him warmly, and the elder almost coughed up blood again. If he had hair, it would definitely be standing on end. Die. That Nether Passage expert immediately flew into a rage. Long Chen had destroyed the eastern Zan region's ancient races, and only a few of their elites had survived. The worst thing was that Long Chen had not only destroyed the ancient races and plundered their treasuries, but he had even taken away the corpse of the sword spine armor dragon. They hadn't gotten anything. This was an absolute humiliation. This expert had almost entered a crazed, bedeviled state from his rage. Now he immediately attacked Long Chen. He was completely infuriated. He immediately used his life and death energy to lock Long Chen down tightly. At this distance, he definitely wouldn't give Long Chen a chance to run. Old brother Tortoise, why are you so angry? Your eyes are red, and your mouth is wildly frothing. Long Chen smiled at the Nether Passage expert, completely ignoring his attack. The sudden attack of a Nether Passage expert made everyone else jump in fright. His punch contained immense power. Suddenly, a ray of sword light shot out from behind Long Chen. It was resplendent and mighty, cutting through the restrictions of time and space. The 7-star dragon Tortoise Race's patriarch had his arms sent flying away from his body. Blood splashed. Ah, tortoise blood is such a good supplement. What a waste. Long Chen caught the arm and shook his head regretfully. Although he said it was regretful, he didn't go collect the blood. Although that nether passage expert was powerful, his bloodline was not very pure. Compared to the blood of the Zon beasts, it wasn't valuable. Even if he gathered it, he would probably only be able to use it for blood tofu or something. The sword light vanished. Ku Jianying appeared behind Long Chen, staring coldly at the patriarch of the 7-star dragon tortoise race. I still haven't even gone to settle the bill with you for bullying my disciple, and you already dared to attack me today. Your guts are quite big. The appearance of Ku Jianying made the patriarch turn paper white. Ku Jianying's name contained immense power on the continent. Although they were both nether passage experts, he wasn't qualified to challenge Ku Jianying. I didn't bully your disciple. Long Chen was clearly the one who cruelly and viciously slaughtered my ancient races. Have you seen how he destroyed the eastern Zon region's ancient races? Raged the patriarch. How laughable. You were the one who took the initiative to attack my disciple, so why can't he attack back? You are a nether passage expert, yet you were so shameless as to attack a soul transformation disciple, and then you cry victim when you are actually beaten by him. Do you even care about your face? Sneered Ku Jianying. I never tried to kill him. I just wanted to ask him a few things. Quibbled the patriarch. So you're saying it was all a misunderstanding? Suddenly, Long Chen leapt into the conversation. Exactly, it was just a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha, so it was just a misunderstanding. Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought that you wanted to kill me. Long Chen suddenly laughed and walked over to the patriarch. He patted him on the shoulder and said reproachfully, it's not that I'm trying to scold you, but why didn't you say so on that day? If you had, the misunderstanding wouldn't have caused such a ruckus. Haha, now that you bring it up, I feel a bit embarrassed over it. However, now that we're clear on things, I won't continue bothering with you over this. Let us put away our weapons and replace them with gifts of jade and silk. Come, let's hug it out to express our sincerity. Long Chen calmly embraced the patriarch of the 7-star dragon tortoise race. The experts present were all stunned. Even the patriarch was dumbfounded. He had no idea what Long Chen was doing. He had an urge to kill Long Chen right now, but he knew that Ku Jianying would cut him to pieces if he dared to try. Just as he was wondering what to do, Long Chen had finished his hug and once more patted him on the shoulder. Alright, we still have some urgent affairs to handle, so we'll leave first. Long Chen returned to his flying boat, followed by Ku Jianying. They vanished as the transportation formation activated. The patriarch stood there blankly. Even now, he hadn't managed to twist his head around what had just happened. Was Long Chen really trying to settle things with the ancient races? But how was that possible? Patriarch, you. Suddenly, one of the disciples of the 7-star dragon tortoise race pointed at the patriarch's back with a terrified expression. What is it? The patriarch was startled and hastily spread his divine sense. He saw that at some point, blood had started to drip down his back. He suddenly let out a furious shout, and the robes on his back were blown back, revealing his skinny figure. People were shocked to find that the patriarch's back had been skinned. It was now a mess of blood. Patriarch, your ancestral mark. The disciples of the 7-star dragon tortoise race covered their mouths, looking in disbelief. The ancestral mark of the 7-star dragon tortoises was the divine mark engraved on their shells. This divine mark was their strongest rune. They specialized in using their shields as weapons, which made their defense so powerful. That was all thanks to that rune. This rune not only had defensive power, but it also had the ability to absorb a portion of a person's attack so that it could be used against them. Although their offensive power was lacking, their immense defensive power was enough to cause despair in their enemies. Back when the patriarch had fought the sword spine armor dragon, in truth he hadn't used that much power. The only reason he had coughed up blood and been injured was because of how Long Chen had angered him so badly. In the battle, he had blocked and absorbed the sword spine armor dragon's attacks. That was why their defensive power was described as monstrous. However, this power stemmed from their ancestral marks. And now, that ancestral mark had vanished on him. In other words, he would be a shell-less tortoise in the future. The patriarch let out a furious roar and charged toward the transportation formation, but Ku Jianying's flying boat had already vanished. Evilmoon, is this thing actually useful? I've read plenty of books, so don't try to fool me. Long Chen looked at the rune on a strip of skin in his spiritual space. That was what he had skinned off of the 7-star dragon tortoise race's patriarch. Taking this thing wasn't something Long Chen had been planning. It was Evilmoon who had told him to do it. He also didn't know what method Evilmoon had used to be able to steal the ancestral mark in front of 2 Nether Passage experts without them knowing. Of course it's useful. However, it's not useful to me, but to the heaven-flipping brick, said Evilmoon. You want me to give it to Little Heaven? Asked Long Chen. Yes. Based on his aura, that Baldy should be descended from the blood-addicted devil dragon. Due to the mix of dragon and tortoise blood, as well as the mix of human blood later, his bloodline is very impure, and there are several divine skills that he can no longer use. I'd guess that he didn't even know that this rune had another use. What kind of use? The blood-addicted devil dragon has one area where it is strong, and that is its recovery ability. My dark evil dragon race's recovery abilities stem from our own stores of energy, but the blood addiction devil dragon relies on the divine runes on its scales to absorb external energy to recover. Although this ancestral mark has already regressed from its peak state, it still has a trace of that power. I'm preparing to refine it into a passive rune for Little Heaven. If it works, Little Heaven will gain some of its power. Its defense will rise, and it will be able to absorb some of an enemy's attack. Furthermore, if it truly manages to activate this divine ability, Little Heaven's recovery ability will soar. Compared to the formation Sha Chen put on, this rune will be much stronger if it works. Although hugging an old tortoise is distasteful, it's worth it for Little Heaven, laughed Evilmoon. Obediently sitting through multiple transportation formations, Long Chen arrived within an ancient city. Chapter 1758 Central Plains Ancient City. This is the central Zan region. Long Chen looked around at the ancient city surrounding him. Some of the bricks were already covered in cracks and looked like they might shatter at any moment. It was very worn down. This is truly the central Zan region. This city is the Martial Heaven Alliance's headquarters. It's just a small part of the central Zan region, said Ku Jianying. Don't get tricked by its worn-down air. This is actually the air of time. It contains vestiges of all the time this city has existed. Just being here will make it easier for someone to comprehend the laws of time. The headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance was an extremely ancient city. Although it looked worn down, it had managed to survive the passing of countless years. It was illegal to repair the broken-down areas, and it was also illegal to damage its current appearance. This could be said to be the most ancient human city on the entire Martial Heaven continent. The history of this city stretches back to the Dark Era. I've always thought that this city possessed its own fate in life. It has recorded the passing of time and manages to exist within the endless flow of time. This is its destiny. However, only some people are able to sense it, explained Ku Jianying. As Ku Jianying and Long Chen walked off the transportation formation, the surrounding experts immediately bowed toward Ku Jianying. These were the young disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their cultivation bases were all at the soul transformation realm. Each of their gazes was sharp, and they possessed powerful auras. They were true experts. After bowing toward Ku Jianying, they looked oddly at Long Chen. They clearly recognized him. Hello. Long Chen gave a faint smile in greeting. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I've long since heard of your name. Your reputation precedes you. One of the disciples cupped his fists toward him. These disciples were all a bit excited. Although Long Chen had plenty of enemies in the rest of the world, he was still a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance. His accomplishments were something they were proud of. They were especially proud of the miracle he had made, growing from a small secular empire in the eastern wasteland to his current level. This legend made him an idol for countless cultivators. Even in the central Zan region, a place filled with heavenly geniuses and supreme monsters, Long Chen's name was still very resounding. Normally, they were only able to glimpse him in photographic jades. Now they got to see him in person. How are the disciples of my headquarters? Ku Jianying smiled. They're all elites amongst elites, experts amongst experts. They are true warriors. Long Chen nodded. He heard Ku Jianying's pride. Clearly, these disciples were all people that Ku Jianying viewed with favor. They were truly powerful. Just by looking into his eyes, Long Chen could see that they were warriors unafraid of death. Such warriors were very rare. You youngsters can chat. I have some business to handle. Take care of Long Chen. Ku Jianying actually tossed Long Chen here and left alone. We wouldn't dare to take senior apprentice brother Long Chen's praise. Disciple Xin Li greets senior apprentice brother Long Chen. A man with a sword on his back cupped his fists toward Long Chen. This person was the leader of this group. A sword cultivator. Long Chen sensed Xin Li's sharp aura. I cultivated for 3 years in the Heavenly Sword Gate. Regretfully, I was unable to pass the sword steel's trial, so I was expelled. I am at most half a sword cultivator, said Xin Li regretfully. Long Chen couldn't help but stare. Xin Li's heavenly Tao energy was extremely powerful, and his aura was sharp. He was clearly an Empyrean, but even such a figure was expelled from the Heavenly Sword Gate. Was it really so terrifying that it didn't even accept Empyreans? Seeing his expression, Xin Li explained, sword cultivators care only about their comprehension of the sword Tao. Everything else is unrelated. Back in the Heavenly Sword Gate, I had the fortune of seeing Senior Ling Yunzi. Originally, I wasn't even qualified to cultivate in the Heavenly Sword Gate. It was only thanks to his pointers that I was allowed to cultivate there for 3 years. Senior Ling Yunzi said that I was unfortunate because my heavenly Tao energy was too strong, affecting my comprehension of the sword Tao. However, he specially taught me a technique that could combine the power of the heavenly Taos with the sword Tao, benefiting me greatly. Although we never officially took the name of master and apprentice, there truly is such a relationship between us. So this Xin Li was actually Ling Yunzi's disciple. Long Chen immediately became friendlier. Ling Yunzi was one of the few people in this world that he admired. Or perhaps he should say that Ling Yunzi was also a miracle. He had essentially reached his peak cultivation base and stopped advancing, but by gaining a sudden comprehension of the sword Tao, he broke through all his shackles, becoming a famous figure who created a cultivation miracle. Since you're the sect leader's disciple, then we truly are apprentice brothers, laughed Long Chen. He hadn't expected to encounter one of Ling Yunzi's disciples from the Heavenly Sword Gate here. He patted Xin Li on the shoulder, warmly asking, "How is the sect leader now?" Xin Li felt extremely moved inside at how close Long Chen was acting toward him. He immediately answered, "He's doing well. However, I've been gone for a while." Back then, he was attempting to break through the Life Star realm. Long Chen nodded. Ling Yunzi had already experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had long since lost the temper of youth. Now he cultivated for stability without leaving the slightest flaw. Furthermore, a sword cultivator did not pursue cultivation base, but a higher realm of comprehension. So it was normal for Ling Yunzi's cultivation base to not be advancing very quickly. Is senior apprentice brother Yu Zifeng doing well? I've always been one of his worshippers, said Xin Li excitedly. Ling Yunzi had brought Yu Zifeng to the Heavenly Sword Gate. At that time, Yu Zifeng was physically dead. His soul had been trapped in his sword. It was Heavenly Sword Gate that had used a secret technique to draw back Yu Zifeng's soul from his sword. As for Yu Zifeng, his soul had been immersed in the sword for so long, and he had truly comprehended the meaning of being one with the sword. Yu Zifeng was claimed to be the disciple with the most potential in the history of the Heavenly Sword Gate. In fact, even the current Gate Master had earnestly wished for him to stay in the Heavenly Sword Gate to cultivate. However, Yu Zifeng had refused. He had to return to Long Chen's side. He said that in this life, he had 2 things he believed in. One was the sword in his hand, while the other was his boss. Xin Li wanted to join the Heavenly Sword Gate but was rejected, while Yu Zifeng was someone the Heavenly Sword Gate had urged to stay but had left decisively. The difference between the 2 of them was immense. For Long Chen, Yu Zifeng had sacrificed his best cultivation opportunity. To be able to make a prideful and detached sword cultivator become someone that would follow him to death, Xin Li had long since felt great admiration for Long Chen. He's doing very well. His realm is growing higher and higher, and he's the one with the sharpest attack in my Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen was also proud of Yu Zifeng. He was truly powerful. He was a true genius of the sword Tao. He had a fervent belief in the sword. It was practically fanatical. Ling Yunzi could count as half his master, as Yu Zifeng's true master was actually the sword in his hand. His comprehension of the sword Tao could only be described as terrifying. Xin Li led the way as they walked, and 4 disciples followed behind them. They walked down an ancient alley to a plaza. Wherever Xin Li went, quite a few young disciples would greet him respectfully. Clearly, Xin Li was quite influential and respected here. However, when they saw Long Chen, those disciples' expressions froze as they stared in disbelief. When they arrived at the plaza, Long Chen was surprised to see 4 balls of light within it. Those balls of light each had a martial arena within them. There were disciples fighting within the martial arenas. The surprising thing was that the opponents of these disciples were not human, but a strange kind of life form. It was around the same size and form as humans, but it only had one eye and had a black horn on its forehead. It was covered in black scales. The points of its fingernails were as sharp as blades. Each time it attacked, it unleashed a whistling sound as space was cut through. Although he didn't know what lifeform this was, sensing its berserk devil chi, he knew they were the devil race. Furthermore, based on human cultivation terms, their auras were on the life star level. There were 4 disciples atop the 4 martial arenas. Each of them wielded a sword. Their manifestations were activated around them, and rays of sword chi repeatedly clashed against the devil creatures. When those disciples' swords landed on the devil creatures, sparks flew from their scales. Their defensive power was immense. Suddenly, the sword of one of the disciples shattered upon contact with his opponent's sharp claws. That disciple was startled. He hastily retreated, but the devil creature was quick, and its other claw slammed into his chest. Its sharp claws instantly pierced through his body. The disciple became paralyzed with the claw through his chest. He couldn't move. The other claw pierced toward his head. A ray of sword light fell, cutting off the devil creature's arms and causing its black blood to spurt out. Its senior apprentice brother Xin Li. Other disciples had just started charging over to help when Xin Li appeared on the martial arena. After slicing off its arms with one attack, he kicked it away, causing it to smash into the light barrier. It let out a mournful wail as it transformed into smoke and vanished. This light was actually a killing formation that was ineffective against humans but would instantly slaughter devil creatures. Xin Li helped that disciple up. Due to being pierced in the chest by that devil creature, his body was still paralyzed. "Many thanks. Senior apprentice brother Xin Li," said that disciple. Xin Li brought him out of the martial arena. Immediately a few disciples rushed over to help, using a special kind of medicinal extract to heal his injuries. Those devil creatures' attacks were very terrifying. Anyone struck would be poisoned and feel their whole body go numb. That was a very dangerous scenario, and even heavenly Tao energy was unable to suppress this poison. There were lots of disciples here. Many of them were enthusiastically coming to help, while some had faint mocking smiles. How foolish. He just advanced to soul transformation, but he challenged an 11th rank horned devil. How was that any different than courting death? A mocking voice rang out from the crowd. The injured disciple's expression was extremely unsightly. Xin Li was about to speak when Long Chen spoke first. If a person doesn't even have the courage to brave danger, then there's no need for them to cultivate. Junior brother, you're not bad. Chapter 1759 Third Commander. Only once Long Chen's words rang out did that disciple notice him. He jumped. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. He hastily struggled to stand, looking at him excitedly. You're not bad. Even when facing death, you were able to stay calm. That's what a true expert needs to possess. Long Chen nodded. He truly did look favorably upon this young disciple. Although it was said that each warrior had to be able to face death, only a few could still maintain an absolute calm while facing it. Such people had to have powerful hearts. That disciple was extremely moved to obtain Long Chen's praise. His body even quivered with emotion. This was a major acknowledgement for him. Long Chen's name was now so famous that everyone in the Martial Heaven Alliance knew him. He had taken first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, the greatest honor. Even in the eyes of the Central Zon region's disciples, he was a godlike existence. That's not for certain. A person has to be smart too. If they don't even know their own power, then sooner or later they'll die miserably. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. The crowd parted to reveal a man with a medium build and a dark face. He wasn't particularly tall, but the proportions of his body were off. His upper body was shorter than a normal person's, while his legs were exceptionally thick. He looked bizarre. He was wearing the same robes as Xin Li, and they were different from the other disciples' robes. He was clearly also a powerful Empyrean with a similar status to Xin Li. However, when this person appeared, all the disciples immediately became wary and looked coldly at him. The man slowly walked over, followed by a group of disciples with surging auras who glared at Long Chen. It seemed the interior of the Martial Heaven Alliance was not completely united. Long Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. This person had clearly come to find trouble with him. This person was not at all surprised to see Long Chen. If Long Chen's guess was correct, he had come over specifically for him. To be self-aware but not feel inferior. To have confidence but not be conceited. That is the mark of an expert. However, you are correct when you say a person should be aware of their own power. I want to know, how can you tell that others aren't self-aware? Or is it that you simply feel that you yourself are lacking self-knowledge? Long Chen glanced at the dark-faced man. Just this person's tone showed his attitude. Long Chen naturally wouldn't give him face. Third Commander, what do you think you're doing? Demanded Xin Li. In the Martial Heaven Alliance, the junior generation had 4 commanders. They were all powerful Empyreans with immense power, and they each led their own troops. The 4 commanders were ranked according to power. Xin Li was ranked 4th, meaning he was the weakest amongst the 4 commanders. However, Xin Li possessed great daring and had won Ku Jianying's acknowledgement. He had also won the respect of his peers. It was just that in terms of power, he was the weakest of the 4 commanders and was often rejected by the other commanders. There was still quite a bit of disharmony amongst this group. The 3rd commander had now come, causing the people on this side to tense up. They were enraged inside. The 3rd commander had definitely done this on purpose. Xin Li, a defeated general, should bring his defeated troops to the side. I'm not here for you, but for him. The 3rd commander pointed to Long Chen. You. Xin Li took a step forward but was held back by Long Chen. I know you came for me. I don't like beating around the bush, so just tell me your goal directly. First, tell me why you came to the Central Zon region. Does it have anything to do with you? Was this fellow an idiot? As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked such a laughable question. Long Chen, it would be best if you were more obedient. Do you know who you're speaking to? Shouted one of the disciples beside the 3rd commander. Long Chen glanced at that person who immediately stiffened. An intense sensation of death enveloped him. He felt like the death god's blade was already pressed against his neck. He suddenly let out a cry as he wet his pants. His legs quivered. Long Chen's gaze contained his terrifying killing intent. It was the killing intent accumulated through killing countless experts. This killing intent contained the terror of millions and millions of experts. Although that expert was a rank 9 celestial, his will wasn't strong enough. He couldn't possibly resist Long Chen's killing intent, which contained such an intense air of death. With just a thought, his life was in Long Chen's hands. As for everyone else, they had no idea what had just happened because Long Chen's killing intent had been condensed on that one person. Only that one disciple felt his terrifying killing intent. The others didn't feel anything at all. All they saw was that Long Chen had glanced at that disciple, and that disciple had immediately wet his pants and looked like he had just brushed past death. Long Chen, what do you think you're doing? Shouted the 3rd commander. He might not know what Long Chen was doing, but the results were clear. I'm teaching him not to always help a dog eat shit. If he really infuriated me, he'd lose his life, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen, this is the Central Zon region, not the Eastern Zon region. Don't be too arrogant. HMPH, don't think that using some despicable means to take first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings means that you're above everyone else. Because of you, all the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples have been insulted and turned into laughingstocks by everyone else, sneered the 3rd commander. Bullshit. Long Chen used his own power to take first place. Otherwise, the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet wouldn't have given him his reward. Are you doubting the authority of the Divine Tablet? Raged Xin Li. How laughable. Long Chen used absolutely despicable means to trick the Divine Tablet. The spirit world has already betrayed the human race, but he somehow managed to bring their support factor into the Divine Tablet's decision. That's absolutely despicable. Anyone with a brain can tell that Long Chen had to have cheated to take first place. He has lost all the face of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The 3rd commander looked at Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen, if you still have the slightest sense of shame left, you should hurry up and scram out of the Central Zon region. Don't bring us down with your embarrassing act. Long Chen is the pride of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Do you have some mental illness to believe the words of outsiders that were spoken to intentionally harm your own people? Shouted Xin Li. In the Martial Heaven Alliance, there were still quite a few people who felt disdain over Long Chen's first place ranking. That was because the rest of the world all thought that Long Chen had cheated. Although he had obtained the acknowledgement of the Devil Slaughter Divine Tablet, it was because of the support from the spirit world, and the spirit world had long since been viewed as the enemies of the human race. So Long Chen's first place ranking was very contentious. Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Zon beasts, the ancient family alliance, all these powers were announcing that Long Chen was despicable and shameless, an irredeemably evil existence. Whether it was because of the original devil race expert that had appeared at the end or the support of the spirit world, they both drew the anger of the public because those two existences were the enemies of the martial heaven. Continent. On the other hand, Xin Li fully supported Long Chen because he truly admired Long Chen and viewed him as a hero. Moreover, he had received Ling Yunzi's favor and trusted his judgment. Ling Yunzi would not have misjudged Long Chen. There was also another reason that made Xin Li fully support Long Chen, and that was because of Yu Zifeng. Xin Li worshipped Yu Zifeng, and in his eyes, Yu Zifeng was the reincarnation of the sword god. If such a figure was willing to call Long Chen boss, Long Chen's accomplishments couldn't be the result of cheating or fraud. The disciples behind the third commander began to shout at Long Chen, their voices growing louder and louder. All of you should shut up, or you won't see tomorrow's sun. Long Chen shook his head indifferently. His voice wasn't loud at all, especially compared to their shouting. Yet, it contained an unquestionable resolve. The shouting of these disciples came to a sudden stop as if their voices had been severed. For some reason, they all had a premonition that if they shouted again, their lives would end. That premonition was clearer than anything they had ever felt before. Everyone became mute in an instant, staring in terror at Long Chen. They had never seen such a terrifying figure that could make them feel their own deaths just like this. Having advanced to the 9th heaven stage of soul transformation, the will of the 9-star hegemon body art had grown a bit out of Long Chen's control. That domineering will was no longer fully suppressed by him. This was a will that inspired terror and despair, a will that made it so others didn't dare to resist. Just thinking about resisting would lead to certain death. That was what the will said. They could clearly sense their own deaths. Everyone was struck dumb with just a sentence from Long Chen. Suddenly, one of the martial stages lit up, and the third commander walked in. He shouted at Long Chen, "Long Chen, if you have any guts, you'll fight me. If you cannot defeat me within 10 moves, you should scram back to your eastern Zan region." "Third commander, how can you be so despicable?" shouted Xin Li. The third commander was so despicable that he demanded Long Chen to defeat him in 10 moves. "You're an Empyrean whose manifestation has begun to awaken. Do you even have the slightest face left? If you do, then you'd have a fair battle with senior apprentice brother Long Chen. HMPH, I ranked 297th on the Devil Slaughter rankings, while he took first place. If he can't even defeat me in 10 moves, it will prove he cheated. So, Long Chen, do you have the guts to fight?" shouted the third commander. "You aren't qualified to challenge me. I don't want to be your opponent." Long Chen shook his head. He then turned to Xin Li. "Xin Li, you should go instead. My temper's not good, and I might not be able to control myself. If I fought, the 4 great commanders would become the 3 great commanders today." Chapter 1760 Spy of the Ancient Races. Long Chen's words rang out for everyone to hear, and it was because they heard them that they were shocked. Long Chen was completely looking down on the third commander, saying that it wasn't a matter of 10 moves or not, but that if they did fight, there would no longer be a third commander in this world. The dark-faced third commander's face became even darker. This disregard was a huge insult. "I've long since heard that your arrogance is limitless. Today, I've experienced it. Do you know that you can't take back what you said? It's a slap on your own face," he sneered. More and more experts were gathering here. The third commander's challenge to Long Chen had drawn the attention of many disciples. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you don't know, but I'm not a match for him. In our last 7 fights, I lost them all." Xin Li sent Long Chen a depressing spiritual message. "You lost because you didn't see his weak point. I'll teach you a way to definitely defeat him." Long Chen secretly transmitted some information to Xin Li. "Are you sure this will work?" Xin Li was startled by this information. Long Chen smiled. "I guarantee it will work. If not, it means this little fellow's fate is to die by my hands." "Alright, then I'll try it. The worst case is that I lose again." Long Chen shook his head. "In truth, you're much stronger than this fellow. It's just that you've lost so many times that you've lost the confidence that a sword cultivator should possess, reducing your power of observation. A sword cultivator's perception isn't based on their eyes, their spiritual strength, or sensing auras. It all depends on the sword in your hand. It's alright if you have no confidence in yourself because I am fully confident in you. All you need to do is act according to what I just told you." "Alright, I'll try it." Xin Li charged onto the martial stage as well, facing the third commander. HMPH, Xin Li, you really are foolish. You're so willing to be used by someone else. Since you refuse to recognize kindness, Don't blame me for being merciless, sneered the third commander. Xin Li took a deep breath. Ignoring the third commander's insult, his manifestation slowly arose behind him. The third commander also summoned his manifestation. The two of them were both powerful Empyreans, and the aura of the heavenly Taos began to rage. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head as he looked at Xin Li. He finally understood why Ling Yunzi had erased Yu Zifeng's celestial power back then. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, is the fourth commander going to lose again? Xin Li's subordinates saw Long Chen shaking his head and couldn't help asking him worriedly. Lose? Long Chen smiled faintly and didn't reply. The sound of Xin Li's sword rang out, and a streak of light flashed on the martial stage. The immense speed surprised Long Chen. The fourth commander's sword speed is as terrifying as ever. Even across the entire central Zon region, he has some fame, quicksword Xin Li, said one disciple proudly. The third commander vanished as soon as Xin Li's sword appeared. It was unknown what movement art he used, but as soon as his legs pressed down against the ground, he sprang forth like a jumping flea. That speed made him untraceable. The third commander was someone innately talented. When he was just born, he was blessed with exceptionally thick legs that contained limitless power. His jumping power was astonishing. Later on, he was taken notice of by experts, and they did their best to unlock the potential of his legs. With that, he gained an almost inconceivable speed. His ability to go from 0 to 100 in particular was amazing. He didn't seem to need to store up any energy at all before suddenly shooting forward. This strange ability of his allowed the third commander to defeat many powerful opponents. Others weren't even able to touch him. Xin Li's sword couldn't even touch the third commander despite how fast it was. Up in the sky, a figure was repeatedly flashing. It looked like there were 7 or 8 third commanders up in the sky, and it was impossible to tell which was the real one. Xin Li, I'll make sure the lesson sticks this time. If I don't knock all your teeth out, it can count as my loss. The third commander's voice rang out from the sky. It sounded like multiple people were speaking. Sword dance of the heavens. Xin Li's sword suddenly pierced toward the sky. Countless rays of sword light spread like a lotus blooming. What? He's using such a crazy attack right from the start. Those familiar with Xin Li were startled. This was one of Xin Li's trump cards, but he had directly used it without the slightest warning. Sword chi raged through the air, crisscrossing and not leaving any space open. The third commander's afterimages were torn apart, and his true body was revealed, covered in runes. With a single kick, those sword images were blown apart. The power of his leg was astonishing. I've found you. After forcing the third commander to reveal himself, Xin Li's sword suddenly erupted with light. He slashed at a diagonal angle from the top right to bottom left. Falling star sword, a dark red streak of sword light left a destructive wound in space. No matter how powerful the attack, if it can't hit someone, it's garbage. The third commander was a bit surprised to be forced to reveal his true body by Xin Li's attack. Xin Li was fighting differently than before, catching him a bit off guard. However, he still didn't view him seriously. Runes appeared on his legs, and he vanished just as the sword light came. However, as he vanished, Xin Li's sword made a turn, slashing from left to right. The third commander's figure had just reappeared when Xin Li's attack coincidentally slashed right at him. That attack didn't seem at all intentional. The two of them were so fast that the third commander had only just appeared when he was struck by the attack. This result elicited startled cries from all the experts watching. The third commander's strange movements were what made him so fearsome. Even people stronger than him couldn't track him. This was also why, despite being very powerful, Xin Li was still suppressed by the third commander. He simply couldn't hit him. As for defense, that was a sword cultivator's fatal weakness. If his attacks couldn't strike his opponent, there was no way he could win. It wasn't that Xin Li was weaker, it was just that the third commander's special abilities were his bane. Seeing Xin Li actually manage to strike the third commander shocked everyone. However, after that moment of shock, they saw that the third commander's body had slowly vanished. It was an afterimage. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Xin Li like a phantom, and a thick leg kicked toward his waist. However, the third commander had just appeared when Xin Li slashed his sword behind him without even looking. He just happened to strike the third commander's leg. Blood splashed. The third commander was sent flying. When he landed, everyone saw that the cut was all the way to the bone. The third commander had divine runes flowing on top of his bone. It looked the same as a magical beast's crystal bone. It had innate runes on it. Heavens, the third commander's leg bones have innate runes on them. Could it be? Startled cries rang out. Although they didn't say it in the end, everyone knew that they were thinking about the same thing. A human cultivated the heavenly Taos, and there was no way to leave runes on their bones. That was no magical art. Such a thing would signify a kind of divine ability. In other words, this third commander was not a human. He actually had the blood of the ancient races inside him. However, his bloodline was very impure, and his divine ability did not cover his entire body. Instead, it only affected his legs, giving them immense power. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Xin Li. He couldn't quite believe his eyes. He looked from his sword to the third commander. Xin Li had attacked based on the method Long Chen had told him. He had used 3 attacks in a combo but still didn't know how he had won. He had only done it because he had absolute confidence in Long Chen. He hadn't expected to actually succeed in injuring the third commander. In all these years, he had never seen the third commander injured. The third commander was too fast, and even if he couldn't beat his opponent, he could run. However, seeing the runes on the third commander's bones, Xin Li suddenly shouted, "Third commander, you're actually a spy from the ancient races. No wonder you would target Long Chen like this. You're deliberately destroying the Martial Heaven Alliance's unity." Following Xin Li's furious roar, everyone else's gaze also became sharp as they stared coldly at the third commander. The third commander was the one who was most dissatisfied with Long Chen in the Martial Heaven Alliance's interior. He had expressed his distaste for Long Chen the most. Now that his bones were revealed, everyone understood. Long Chen's enmity with the ancient races was as deep as the sea. In the eastern Zan region, he had essentially crippled the ancient races. The ancient races had never had a chance to strike back after that. They had been forced to swallow their fury. Now that the third commander's identity was exposed, everyone was infuriated. Even the disciples that had come with him were infuriated. Anywhere you went, the most detested people were traitors and spies. "Meng Fei, you better give me an explanation today, or don't even think about leaving," shouted one disciple furiously. They were all infuriated. The Martial Heaven Alliance would not tolerate spies from the ancient races. "I'm not a spy, I don't know what's going on either. You have to believe me," shouted the third commander, shocked and angry. He was so confused that he even forgot to heal his injuries. "Bullshit, do you think anyone would believe that?" shouted the disciples. "I believe it." Just as everyone's fury was soaring and they were about to attack the third commander, Long Chen walked out, silencing everyone. Chapter 1761 Magnanimity. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, you. Everyone, including the third commander, was startled. Long Chen actually said that he believed that the third commander was not a spy. Considering the ancient races, arrogance and viciousness, they usually did not get along with the Martial Heaven Alliance. There was constant friction between them. Although it hadn't grown into a full-scale war, there was plenty of hostility between them. The fact that the ancient races had failed despite trying so hard to prevent Long Chen's first-place ranking from counting was the most recent source of conflict. Hence, as soon as they saw the runes on the third commander's legs, they thought that he had to be a spy from the ancient races. For Long Chen to speak up for the third commander was something that they found inconceivable. "Although I don't like him and want to slap him, he truly isn't a spy from the ancient races. Do you think the Alliance head wouldn't be able to tell if he was a spy? Aren't you questioning the Alliance head's abilities? Do you think a spy from the ancient races would have the slightest chance of living?" said Long Chen indifferently. "Yes, that's true. Furthermore, I've had to deal with the ancient races plenty of times. His aura is completely different from theirs. He might have the ancient races, bone marks, but he doesn't have their bloodline power. Based on that, his bone marks can no longer be classified as divine runes from the ancient races. Without the bloodline of the ancient races to nourish those bone marks, they would wither away. So he is still a human, just a special variation. The ancient races are too stupid to do something like this. They don't have the brains to send a spy here to sow dissension," said Long Chen. This explanation made quite a few people laugh. It was quite accurate. Although the ancient races had the blood of the human race, their heads weren't that good. They had inherited part of the essence of the Zan beasts when it came to brains and weren't too good at thinking about long-term consequences. So despite having the blood of the human race, they were unable to control high-level magical arts and were forced to rely on their inherited divine abilities. Long Chen. Sorry, might have misjudged you. The third commander's expression was complicated. However, he still apologized. Even though he had mocked Long Chen before, challenging him arrogantly, Long Chen was actually coming to his defense. He was naturally ashamed. Although your words were ugly and your face is dislikable, I sensed that you were fearless. That's why I didn't fight you. Anger will only cloud a person's judgment. To be able to remain calm within anger is a real skill. I often get angry, as it's an instinct, but I always have to keep my calm so my anger doesn't cloud my mind. Unlike you all, I did not have the Martial Heaven Alliance behind me, I did not have the Alliance head supporting me. If I had let my judgment be clouded in the Eastern Wasteland, I would have already died. I had to use my brain to deduce what was true and what was false, because if I was wrong, I might not have had another chance to be right. Unlike you, I cannot blindly decide on something, nor can I let my anger bias my decision, said Long Chen. Long Chen's words moved all the disciples. Cultivators often started a rain of blood when angered. How many people were truly able to be calm like him? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please accept this kowtow as an apology. The third commander actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed toward Long Chen, causing a clamor amongst the disciples. The third commander Meng Fei was extremely powerful and also extremely stubborn. For him to kowtow to Long Chen as an apology was something they had never imagined. To kowtow with just a few words from me, don't you think you're a bit too impulsive? Laughed Long Chen. He was also surprised. He hadn't wanted to kill Meng Fei because he hadn't sensed that kind of sinister air around him. He was a straightforward man, not necessarily a bad person. The reason he was challenging him was most likely due to a misunderstanding. Furthermore, he was one of the 4 commanders of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Could Long Chen really kill one of the top 4 geniuses that Ku Jianying had worked so hard to raise as soon as he arrived? That would be awkward. Ignoring whether those rumors are true or false, just this magnanimity is enough to win me over, said the third commander, ashamed. Magnanimous people are those who have been wronged the most by others. It's just a sad fact of reality, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother's words are pearls of wisdom. Let me apologize again. Meng Fei lowered his head once more. Third commander, are you saying that those rumors, are they false? The disciples that had been following Meng Fei were at a loss. Of course, they're false. How could someone with senior apprentice brother Long Chen's character do something so shameless? Raged Meng Fei. This anger from the third commander caused the surrounding disciples to laugh, but the tense atmosphere relaxed a great deal. Whether they're true or not isn't important. What's important is whether you have the ability to determine what's true or not, said Long Chen. Long Chen, if you were so wrongly accused, even by us, why didn't you explain or argue? Asked one disciple. It's beneath me. Hearing that, the disciples nodded. This was a true expert. He disdained having to explain himself. Long Chen continued, those who believe me don't need me to explain, and those who don't believe me won't believe me no matter what I say. They slander me, accuse me, and frame me in order to pull me into their chaos. If I tried explaining myself, I would be falling into their trap. I only have one mouth, so how am I supposed to argue against the millions of mouths in this world? I don't have the time to waste on such a thing, nor do I have time to gather proof that would convince them that I'm innocent. I can't waste time, or my death will be very miserable. Since I don't have the time, whether you're an enemy or someone instigated by others to become my enemy, the only thing I can do is raise my butcher's blade and kill you without hesitation. The third commander shook at Long Chen's final sentence. He felt a chill on his back. If Long Chen had accepted his challenge, he probably wouldn't exist in this world any longer. Fortunately, this misunderstanding had been resolved. Although Long Chen still hadn't explained anything, he had won their loyal respect. They no longer suspected him of such crimes. Xin Li, let me also apologize to you for my past conduct. Meng Fei actually kowtowed to Xin Li. Third commander, you can't. Xin Li hastily stopped him. However, Meng Fei was faster and stronger. Although Xin Li managed to grab him in time, he couldn't stop him from kowtowing. To tell the truth, the reason I've always targeted you is because I'm jealous of you, said Meng Fei after completing this rite. Jealous of me? Over what? Xin Li was startled. Because of your white face. It's more handsome. Meng Fei's dark face twisted with embarrassment. Amongst the 4 commanders, you're the most handsome, and you're also a sword cultivator. As for me, I'm just a monster. The third commander looked at his thick legs and sighed. I always beat up whoever mocked me for my strange body. This gradually cultivated my temper. I only understand now with senior apprentice brother Long Chen's words that my brutality was to cover up my own flaws. I refused to be wronged by others, so I was never able to become someone magnanimous. But you, Xin Li, despite often being the target of my anger, are still willing to fight alongside me without harboring a grudge. So, that apology was necessary. You are more of a hero than I was. Third Commander, you were willing to accept your mistakes. You are also a hero, shouted the disciples beside Meng Fei emotionally. That's right, the third commander is a hero, and the fourth commander is also a hero. As for senior apprentice brother Long Chen, he's an even bigger hero, and we're heroes too. Yes, he's just a bit bigger, and, yes, just a bit bigger. One of the disciples began to ramble on, caught up in the flow. He actually began to spout nonsense, eliciting laughter from the crowd. In the Martial Heaven Alliance, the fact that the third and fourth commanders didn't get along was common knowledge. But today, these old enemies were laughing and talking together, becoming brothers. That excited the disciples, and the news spread. More and more disciples were drawn over. There were hundreds of thousands of them, filling up the plaza. Many disciples wanted to see Long Chen in person. After all, he was the strongest existence amongst the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance. He had dominated those in the same realm, taking first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. He had countless worshippers amongst the junior generation. It was unknown how many young maidens let out startled cries when they saw him. The entire plaza became chaotic, and people were too excited. Long Chen had just arrived, but he had managed to make Xin Li and Meng Fei shake hands. In the eyes of these disciples, Long Chen was practically a god. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, fourth commander, I have a question I want to ask you, said Meng Fei suddenly. After a moment's hesitation, Chapter 1762 Long Chen expounds on the Tao. I know what you want to say. Just ask Xin Li. Long Chen smiled. Looking at Meng Fei's current expression, Long Chen knew exactly what he wanted. Fourth commander, how did you beat me? Even now, I'm still puzzled. How could you know where I would go? You have to tell me, or this secret will forever bother me. Meng Fei turned to Xin Li. He was extremely depressed inside. He had fought against Xin Li many times and knew his techniques. However, today he had lost in just 3 moves. When he thought back to it, he still felt like it was a dream. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He had hesitated over asking this question because asking other people's secrets was a taboo for cultivators, but he couldn't help himself. To tell the truth, I'm also puzzled. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen told me that once I located your true body, I just needed to force you to my left and I would win. I was just following his directions and had no idea you would appear there. Xin Li shrugged with embarrassment because he was the same as the third commander. He didn't know what had happened. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you. Meng Fei turned to Long Chen. You don't understand. I told Xin Li to force you to the left and then immediately attack behind him because thanks to his rotation, his center of gravity would be leaning toward the right. That just happened to leave his back to you, and I was sure that you would instinctively attack there without even thinking about it. In other words, that opening was something Xin Li intentionally revealed to you, and then you fell for it. Long Chen shrugged. But that's not possible. This didn't make sense. Long Chen had told Xin Li to do this without having seen them fight before. Just how could his prediction be so accurate? You still don't understand? Asked Long Chen. I don't. Meng Fei shook his head. Nobody else understood either. Long Chen's hand suddenly reached out toward Meng Fei like lightning. 2 fingers were stabbing at Meng Fei's eyes. This was an ordinary move in the secular world, but it was very evil. Long Chen was as quick as lightning, catching him off guard. The left. Long Chen suddenly let out a shout. Everyone else had yet to react before Meng Fei suddenly dodged to the left. He narrowly avoided Long Chen's attack. What just happened? Someone from the crowd let out a startled cry. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen attacked head-on. A normal person would react by flying back. Once this person said this, everyone realized it was true. The current situation was bizarre. Why would Meng Fei go left? And how had Long Chen known that he would go left? What? Meng Fei was also stunned. He didn't even know how Long Chen had predicted that he would go left. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, please teach me. Actually, this information isn't worth a copper coin. However, if I tell you it in front of everyone, it might cause some danger to you, said Long Chen. I'm not afraid, I just want to know how you did this, said Meng Fei. Long Chen nodded. All right then, the truth is that you're right-footed. Everyone stared blankly, so Long Chen continued, your right leg is clearly thicker than your left leg and much stronger. Most people use both legs equally, but you use only your right leg for power, while your other leg is for stabilization. After forming a habit of this, you have the muscle memory of instinctively using your right leg for power. With my combat experience, I can easily form a trap for you. The third commander tore off the clothing over his other leg. As Long Chen had said, his uninjured leg was a whole level skinnier. Today, I, Meng Fei, am completely won over. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you are a god amongst men. Showing everyone this proof, Meng Fei almost prostrated himself to Long Chen. Long Chen had seen through his weakness and habits with just a glance, and with just a few words, he had helped Xin Li to defeat him. That was practically a divine technique. His perception and deduction abilities were terrifying. Although Long Chen had explained his reasoning, the majority of people were still lost in their shock, incapable of believing it. No wonder Long Chen had said that if they had fought, there would no longer be a third commander in this world. Those words had definitely not been bragging. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you are a true expert. I beg of you to tell us about your understanding of the Tao. I hope to learn how to become a true expert as well, asked one disciple worshipfully. I can tell you, but you should know I like to talk nonsense. If you listen and end up walking the wrong path, don't blame me, laughed Long Chen. The gazes of these disciples made it so that he couldn't refuse. Yes, this is amazing. The disciples were all delighted and erupted into cheers. Even Xin Li and Meng Fei were excited. They directly opened a martial stage for Long Chen to expound on the Tao. The news quickly spread throughout the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Countless disciples and elders surged over to listen. Not only was the plaza packed, but even the surrounding buildings were completely crowded as everyone listened with rapt attention. Looking at these millions of experts staring at him, Long Chen couldn't help but smile. Saying this feels strange, but this makes me feel even more nervous than being surrounded by millions of enemies. Why is that? Asked a woman brazenly. Because I rarely use my mouth to speak with others. I'm more used to using my saber to speak for me, said Long Chen. More laughter came from the crowd. This was a novel experience for them. They had heard others expound on the Tao before, but those people had always been completely serious and almost sacred when doing so, making them nervous. Long Chen's way made them feel relaxed and at ease. The truth is really like that. I am not good at talking about the Tao, so my talk won't be quite the same as other people's. For others, they talk a little about this, a little about that, but it's all just nonsense that leaves people feeling like they're floating in the clouds. They only talk about vague things with nothing in them. They probably don't even understand what they themselves are saying. A little about this ancient scripture, a little bit about that one, it sounds profound, but in reality it's all nonsense. That's why I will use a different method. You can ask me questions, and I will answer, said Long Chen. Just like that. Won't that ruin your atmosphere and flow? Asked a disciple. Who cares about the atmosphere? Atmosphere is made to show off, to make oneself look better. Today, I won't play that game with you. Just ask your questions. Anything relating to cultivation, you can ask me about. As long as I can answer, I won't hold back. If I can't answer, I'll just say that I don't know instead of trying to trick everyone, said Long Chen. Long Chen's way of speaking was humorous and natural. Instead of being arrogant, he seemed friendly, without the air of a peerless expert. Then can I ask first? Asked a young female disciple excitedly. Go ahead. Long Chen smiled. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what kind of woman do you like? Asked the disciple, blushing slightly. Long Chen had been prepared for a serious question, and as a result, he almost stumbled to the ground. Didn't we say that we are discussing questions related to cultivation only? Questions about my life are off limits. It's to save time. The woman covered her smile with a hand and retreated. It seemed she was a mischievous tease. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I want to ask how we can get stronger, asked the next disciple. That depends on whether you want to get stronger or if you have to get stronger, answered Long Chen. I don't understand. What does that mean? Asked the disciple. It's very simple. Imagine there is a goal in front of you. Under normal circumstances, you would need 3 months to achieve it. However, If instead you had to complete it in 10 days or you would be killed, you would do your utmost, and in reality, you would be able to finish it within 10 days. However, 10 days also isn't your limit. If you were only given 3 days to finish it or your family would be killed, you would not only break through your limit, but you would use the craziest methods to force your way through. This is not an ordinary path. You will need to reach your limits on every step without the slightest mistake. Then you'll find that you can still accomplish it within 3 days. How high a person's limit is cannot be determined by talent but by whether or not you have the motivation to reach that height. In the cultivation world, anything is possible. It just depends on whether you have the motivation, which is why I said it depends on whether you just want to get stronger, or whether you have to get stronger. If you really want to get stronger, then you need a reason to make yourself get stronger. If this reason is strong enough, it will push you forward and unlock the potential in yourself that you didn't even know you had. To put it more simply, you can take me as an example. I am surrounded by experts who want to kill me, but I don't want to die. So I have to do everything I can to get stronger. If there's no opportunity for me to get stronger, then I'll create that opportunity. The path behind me is gone. The bridges are burned and the boats are sunk. There is only one way for me, forward. I will slay all devils and gods who block my path. My life belongs to me, not the heavens. Long Chen's words resounded throughout the plaza. His final point struck them especially hard, causing their blood to heat up. Chapter 1763. It's good to have dreams. My life belongs to me, not the heavens. How many experts thought that inside, but didn't dare to say it out loud? They didn't have the confidence. Ignoring the so-called fate bestowed upon them by the heavenly Taos, just the things that they saw around them made them feel profoundly helpless. Talents, resources, qualifications, environments, competitions, not one of these aspects fully pleased them. To use a saying from the secular world, the heart could be higher than the heavens, but life is more fragile than paper. Who didn't want to be at the top? Who didn't want to stand above the crowd? Who didn't want to become a sovereign-like existence? Everyone had dreams, but they were just dreams. It was impossible to materialize them in reality. When Long Chen said this, some of the elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance were dissatisfied. Long Chen, although you are a genius, you should know that not everyone can be like you. Everyone's fates are different. Sometimes aiming for realistic things is better than being overambitious, said one of the Life Star elders. Long Chen smiled. Senior is correct. Your words suit the majority of people. However, you've forgotten one point. Each person is a different seed filled with unknown variables. Even if a seed has already begun to sprout or germinate, even when you think you can see its future, without reaching the end, no one knows what its limit is. When the sovereigns were still growing, did others know that they would become sovereigns? In the end, it's good to have dreams because what if they come true? Not only should you have dreams, but they should also be dreams that everyone thinks are impossible to achieve. That's the only way to give you limitless growth. It's okay if your dreams are absurd, it's okay if others don't approve of your dreams. Only dreams that others mock you for are worth materializing. I will say something that the seniors here will not approve. Our generation, our era cannot be measured according to the theories and principles of our senior generation. Don't say that we're arrogant for this because if we weren't arrogant, would we still be youngsters? Our seniors were also once young, and they also had dreams. It's just that their dreams were ground to dust by the cruelty of reality. However, you were still once young, full of sap and drive, and you also sometimes did some immature things when your heads grew hot. That was a brainless impulse, but this kind of dumb urge is also called hot blood by us. We don't calculate the consequences of each of our actions. Our impulses tell us that if someone bullies us, we'll beat them. If someone acts like a poser in front of us, we'll slap them. If someone dares to harm our family, we'll kill them. We still have these impulses because we are young. But if we didn't even have dreams, would we really be youngsters? Long Chen's words were the words that the youngsters all thought inside, but their sects, their families, their elders, they all told them to think 3 times before acting, to take the long view and have foresight. They disliked that, but they couldn't do anything about it. These words of Long Chen were against the teachings of their seniors, but they resonated with the youngsters, making them cheer. You can have dreams, but you still have to be clear on which dreams are realistic and which are imaginary. Imaginary dreams are just an illusion, empty thoughts, shouted the elder over the cheering. If it was completely realistic, would it still be a dream? A dream is like a bowl, and if your dream is really only the size of a bowl, your future accomplishments will also only be the size of a little fish that can live in that bowl. That's because you already know your limits, and they become shackles that chain you down. It will be difficult for you to ever grow past the shackles you placed on yourself. If your dream was as large as the sea, then your limit might be a giant whale or even the kunpang. Perhaps you might one day transform from a kun to a pang. You might one day leap out of the sea and soar beyond the heavens. If the kun never had a dream about spreading its wings and flying, it would forever remain a kun. Where did its motivation to transform and soar come from? According to your reasoning, a fish is just a fish and is born to simply swim in the water. For it to fly through the air is not realistic. So if one aims too high, their dreams are imaginary. Long Chen's words were resonating with the youngsters. They were cheering so loudly that the Martial Heaven Alliance was shaking. That elder was ashen, but he didn't know how to argue against this one because the legend of the kunpang was something that everyone knew. The kun was not willing to be restricted to the sea, and it fought against the heavenly Taos. It was unknown just how many kun were struck down by the heavenly Taos, but the kun would rather die fighting the restrictions of heaven and earth than remain as it was. In the end, the kun transformed into the pang, resulting in the legend of the kunpang. It was wildly arrogant, not even placing the heavens in its eyes. It would rather die than submit. Its will was incredibly stubborn. These legends were recorded in scripture, and for Long Chen to use them to make that elder speechless excited the disciples. They could finally contend against these elders. Senior, you don't need to get angry. We're just talking about theory. Since we're talking about dreams, let me ask you, do you know a certain phenomenon that is appearing in the cultivation world? Long Chen smiled. A phenomenon? The elder looked angry on the surface, but considering how respectful Long Chen was speaking to him, he actually felt some admiration for Long Chen. Considering Long Chen's status and cultivation base, there was no need for Long Chen to be so polite to him. On the surface he was domineering, but inside he was still humble. Rather than an arrogant air, he had an arrogant bone, resulting in his particular charisma. You've seen all kinds of sects. First-rate, second-rate, and third-rate sects that have stable foundations would find it very difficult to ever change from their current state. The strong remain strong, the weak remain weak. Do you know why that is? Asked Long Chen. Isn't it a question of their resources? Powerful sects have more resources, while weaker sects have fewer resources, answered an elder. However, with the previous experience, the elder no longer went against Long Chen and instead used a milder tone. That is only a secondary reason. To give everyone an analogy, if I were to lead my Dragonblood Legion to one of the random third-rate sects in the Eastern Zon region, without me needing to guide them or give them any resources or any help, they would have the power to kill a second-rate sect within 3 years. Do you believe that? Asked Long Chen. That doesn't sound possible. One of the elders frowned. It's possible, it's definitely possible, shouted a female disciple. Why? Asked the elder. Because as long as senior apprentice brother Long Chen is present, anything is possible. You don't need to ask me the reason. I'm saying it's possible, so it's definitely possible. The woman's strange argument drew out laughter, relieving the tense atmosphere. In truth, I wouldn't need the Dragonblood Legion. Even if I simply led a group of the experts here, the results would be the same, said Long Chen. It seemed some of the women in the Martial Heaven Alliance were quite passionate. It's the same principle that I just argued with the elder, dreams. In truth, his principle is not wrong. Having a more realistic goal can allow a person to find their direction faster rather than making them lost and unsteady. The elder's expression improved. Long Chen was giving him a chance to step down. Long Chen continued, according to him, dreams are like a target in the wilderness, giving you a direction to go and allowing you to cultivate twice as fast. That's right, that's what I meant. I just didn't explain myself that clearly before. Ugh, how embarrassing. That elder clapped his leg. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The elder that previously rarely spoke or laughed finally showed some emotion. Long Chen smiled and continued, so if a group of experts appeared in a sect, the other disciples would use those experts as their target. Their dream would be to become experts like them. Emulating others is an instinct in humans, especially when they can see their target within the same environment as them. This kind of natural reaction will cause the disciples to gradually grow. It's a marvelous reaction that cannot be explained. When Long Chen put it this way, everyone came to a sudden understanding. The phenomenon that Long Chen had mentioned was this. This is why the elder said that dreams should be realistic, to give you a solid target. I do not disagree with this principle. Just now, I said that if a group of experts appeared in a sect, they would bring a reactionary phenomenon. Then the question is, if a sect had experts that had reached the limit of this world and had no targets left, what would they do? Long Chen's expression was solemn, and his voice resounded in everyone's ears. His words were like hammers striking their heart, making their heartbeats quicken. At that time, you would need a dream that exceeds reality. This dream might not be realistic, but I guarantee that this kind of dream is the only one that can break the rules of reality. However far you dream is how far your potential limit is. So again, it's good to have dreams because what if on the off chance that you achieve them? With this, everyone understood what he was saying. Long Chen stood at his current height without having any targets. He relied on his dreams and willpower to grow stronger, forcing the future to give him limitless possibilities. No one had ever heard who Long Chen's master was, nor had they ever heard of anyone who had guided him. What Long Chen had was obtained entirely by himself. Thinking of this, people felt deep veneration for him. Long Chen had just explained his own Tao to everyone without holding back. Suddenly, a maiden looking to only be 13 years old ran out of the crowd at Long Chen. Chapter 1764 How can the weak defeat the strong? This maiden ran over, startling everyone. She was still very young and still looked childish. She had an innocent smile on her face. When she arrived in front of Long Chen, she immediately hugged him, stunning Long Chen. She then gave him a kiss on his face. Long Chen's jaw dropped. The other disciples' eyes also widened. This maiden was definitely direct. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I like you, but I know I'm not a match for you. However, that's fine. I'm still young, so I'll work hard just like you said. After all, what if my dream comes true? I'll definitely work hard for you. I heard that you're quite lecherous and have many beautiful women by your side, so there will definitely be a chance for me. Exclaimed the maiden worshipfully. Who did you hear that from? Long Chen's expression stiffened. He was facing an innocent 13-year-old maiden. He didn't know how to explain himself. Lecherous was not a good adjective. Hee, you don't need to know who I heard it from. In any case, I will work hard to make this dream come true. The maiden laughed and ran off, leaving behind her tinkling laughter. Her laughter was completely innocent and unaffected. Senior apprentice brother, we also. Suddenly, a huge group of women began running over to Long Chen. Hey, don't mess around. Let's get back to the topic. I'm only accepting questions about the martial Tao. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. If Tang Wan'er were to learn of this, a layer of his skin would be stripped off. That awkward appearance of his made countless female disciples laugh. They found that the Long Chen whose power shook the world also had a cute side. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, how can I make myself stronger? Asked a disciple. Long Chen became serious again. To become stronger, dreams are only a foundation, the motivation to get stronger. Once you have this motivation, you will need to learn techniques and skills. The important thing is that while you learn new things, you cannot deviate from your original path. The first thing you need to do is make clear to yourself your personal cultivation path. In this world, the only one who understands you best is yourself. You know what you want to do, and you are your best teacher. Don't have blind self-confidence in yourself, but do not sell yourself short either. Have confidence in your decisions. Make that a firm belief. This point is very important. Many people are cultivating blindly. They see something, feel that it's amazing, and so they want to learn it. Then they see something else and want to learn it as well. But in truth, on the martial path, any kind of energy or ability can be trained to the same level if taken to the peak. 3,000 major Taos, 100,000 minor Taos. In my opinion, any of these Taos can allow one to become a god or immortal if trained to the peak. Splitting Taos into major and minor ones is a mistake. Taos are not split that way. They are only split that way because people later added such distinctions. As for why they did that, it's because the so-called major Taos had instances of people who managed to succeed in becoming gods or immortals, so they were called major Taos. As for the minor Taos, many people believe that this path is a severed path that cannot reach the peak. But if a supreme expert were to continue on this severed path and this expert managed to reach the peak with this minor Tao, it would also become a major Tao. That's why I believe that the Tao is not split into big or small ones. Techniques are not better or worse. People are not innately higher or lower. As long as you can continue on your path to the end, you will benefit endlessly. This time, even the elders clapped to his words. When others expounded on the Tao, they always brought up ancient scriptures that sounded profound but were difficult to understand. They put the burden of understanding on the people listening. On the other hand, Long Chen was using his own viewpoint to explain his arguments. They were simple enough for even a child to understand. His final point, that the Tao is not split into big or small ones, that techniques are not better or worse, that people are not innately higher or lower, was especially important. It opened a whole new world to people. Many people abandoned the things that they excelled in the most because of the artificial distinction between major and minor Taos. They pursued the major Taos because only that path could lead them to becoming a god or a mortal. However, Long Chen had put this principle forward clearly and given them a direction. Even if you cultivated a major Tao, how many people really became a god or a mortal? As for cultivating a minor Tao, although people said that it was a severed path, who could say for sure that someone wouldn't be able to break that limit once they reached the end? In the end, the two were the same. There was no difference in the difficulty of the major and minor Taos. If you walked a minor Tao, you wouldn't necessarily become a god, and if you walked a major Tao, you also wouldn't definitely be able to become an immortal. In the end, it depended on a person's effort. Choosing what you excelled in the most, even if it was just a minor Tao, was better than discarding your original heart to cultivate a major Tao. There was no need to blindly follow the crowd when it came to your cultivation. That would just harm yourself. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, when you run into bottlenecks in your cultivation, what should you do? Asked the next disciple. If you encounter a bottleneck, it means you've cultivated too quickly, and that your cultivation base has far exceeded your mental realm. If you forcibly break through, it will become a heart devil. When it comes to this point, you should believe your elders. I'm sure they've already told you this. That's why many experts will tell you to go into seclusion and calmly meditate to increase your mental realm. This is a very traditional cultivation method. However, I don't fully approve of this method. When my brothers run into bottlenecks, I will tell them to stop cultivating and go do whatever they want to do. Some go fishing, some go drinking, and some even go fighting with others. Some might even go begging on the streets. They forget that they are a cultivator and return to their roots. The goal of seclusion is to forcibly calm yourself, and this method is more suited to seniors who have experienced everything that they want out of life. As for youngsters, our hearts are naturally restless, so trying to forcibly calm ourselves will be twice as hard. Doing what you want to do will allow you to reach the realm of forgetting yourself. In truth, the goal is the same as going into seclusion, but there is an immense difference in effects. At the very least, in my Dragonblood Legion, people rarely run into bottlenecks because our mental realms far surpass our cultivation bases, said Long Chen. This method of Long Chen's made the disciples cheer. This was their first time they had heard of someone combining cultivation with playing. There was no need to be so grave and inflexible. Although they didn't know whether this method was effective for them, at the very least, the Dragonblood Legion was the strongest legion in the Martial Heaven Alliance. They had over 10,000 people who never ran into bottlenecks, so this method had to be effective on at least some people. They had an urge to go try it immediately. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, when fighting, how can you effectively defeat your opponent? This isn't something I can answer. I don't know how others fight, but I have a belief that I will definitely not lose to anyone in the same realm as me. Even if the opponent was a god, as long as they were at the same level as me, they wouldn't be able to win, said Long Chen. That made everyone's hearts pound. His voice was completely calm as if this was a completely ordinary thing. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you saying that people must have absolute confidence in themselves? Asked a disciple. Long Chen shook his head, apologetically saying, this is something very difficult to explain with words. It's an indescribable realm. Belief is just one part of it. After countless fights, after countless times blood dyed my clothes red, after countless brushes with death, I have cultivated a kind of power that is difficult to put into words. That power makes it so that as long as I am facing an expert in the same realm, I will definitely not lose to them. Sorry, there's really no way for me to describe this feeling. Although these disciples didn't understand what he was saying, their worship for him grew. This kind of confidence was definitely something only a peerless genius would possess. They were far too lacking. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what should we do when encountering enemies stronger than us? Asked a female disciple. Run. Long Chen answered without hesitation. Ah, that disciple looked at him oddly. This response was difficult to accept. If you can't beat them, wouldn't you be a fool if you don't run? Long Chen shrugged. But, can someone weaker not defeat someone stronger? She asked. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. Saying someone weaker can defeat someone stronger is a defective statement in itself. It's a mistaken idea. In this world, there is no such thing as someone weaker defeating someone stronger. You might bring up many examples in history of weaker people beating someone stronger, but you've been misled. In truth, the weak who defeated the strong were never truly weak. For example, if a bull were to fight with an insect, in your eyes, the bull is strong, while the insect is weak. If the insect had poison and bit the bull, poisoning the bull to death, you would see that as someone weaker defeating someone stronger. However, the bull here was not actually the stronger one, while the insect was not. Actually the weaker one. Even calling them strong or weak is a mistake in perception. The bull has a bigger body, so in terms of power it's stronger, but you have failed to take into account the insect's poison. So don't be fooled by the false concept of the weak defeating the strong. Everyone present is an elite. You're all powerful celestials. When fighting ordinary life star experts, I trust you can easily win. But to say that you are weaker because you are only at the soul transformation realm would be false. So there is no such thing as the weak defeating the strong because being weak is just an idea. As long as you have a tooth with strong enough venom, even a soul transformation disciple can kill a nether passage expert. To put it even simpler, if you want to defeat a supreme expert, you need a venomous tooth. So that's what it was. No wonder senior apprentice brother Long Chen could kill a nether passage expert's clone. The experts present immediately connected this with the story of how Long Chen had slain Di Long's clone. Their eyes blazed with passion. Chapter 1765 Long Chen's Sword Dao. Long Chen's words were completely different from what they had always been taught. Although they were somewhat against classical conventions, they contained philosophical theories that opened a new world to them. All of this was based on his own experiences. He had come to understand them through his own circumstances, and he was sharing them without hesitation. Even some of the old elders were nodding inside. Although Long Chen was still young, he had managed to create a whole new path and understood so many principles. Thinking about Long Chen's special course in life, they knew that his current accomplishments were not the result of happenstance. Long Chen truly had the ability to reach his current height. Furthermore, to be able to share these understandings with people without hesitation required courage that few people possessed. So even those elders that had felt his words to be wrong in the beginning were starting to have their opinions subtly shift. Long Chen, senior apprentice brother, what is the Tao? Asked the next disciple. Hearing this question, Long Chen chortled. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, is this question of mine really laughable? Asked the bewildered disciple. No, this question of yours just makes me think of a funny thing from the past, said Long Chen. What funny thing? Can you tell us? That young maiden that had kissed Long Chen shouted from the crowd. Yes, we want to know too. We're very curious about everything about you. More maidens spoke up, emboldened by the first. Long Chen smiled. After hesitating, he told the story from when he was in the eastern wasteland. In the immortal intoxication pavilion, he, Mo Nian, Ziyan, Yu Tong, and others had discussed what was the King Dao, what was the Hegemon Dao, and what was the Humane Dao. Long Chen told them his answers to these questions, and countless disciples held their sides from laughing so hard. What is the King Dao? To directly smash pompous people. To give a warning before you smash them. The disciples and even the elders laughed at this exchange. They hadn't expected that this figure that could strike fear in the hearts of both the righteous path and the corrupt path, this existence that gave Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the Zon beasts a giant headache, also had such a funny side. However, while everyone else was laughing, Long Chen didn't. Instead, he seemed a bit sad. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, rumor is that you and Fairy Ziyan seem to have a relationship. Why have the two of you ended up in your current state? Asked a woman curiously. As soon as she said this, she felt countless glares from others. This question was clearly inappropriate. Long Chen and Ziyan were both peerless figures. They had met all the way back in the eastern wasteland. Then they had run into each other by chance in the Grand Sha ancient nation. One was an unrivaled hero, and the other was a nation-toppling beauty. Rumors had long since started about the relationship between the two of them. However, in the dragon slaughtering convention, the two of them had ended up fighting. Although Long Chen had defeated Ziyan, He hadn't killed her but had said heartbreaking words at the end. Everyone could see that the two of them had true feelings for each other. Nevertheless, Long Chen had slain Shen Baijin and had caused chaos for the elusive music immortal palace. As for Ziyan, she was heir to the elusive music immortal palace. How could the two of them end up together? That woman had definitely thought of all that, causing her to ask Long Chen this question. However, this question was clearly picking at one of Long Chen's scabs. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The woman immediately apologized. Long Chen forced a smile. It's fine. Ziyan and I might be enemies, but she is someone I respect. Even if I were to die to her hands one day, I would not hate her. There might be no way around the future, but all I want is to have a clear conscience in the end. Although that was what Long Chen said, he felt a sour emotion in his heart. He might not be afraid of an army of thousands, of mountains of corpses, of seas of blood, but this towering mountain known as romantic relationships possessed a heavy pressure. Perhaps fate was just playing with them, making both Long Chen and Ziyan feel helpless. He had never believed in fate, but Ziyan did. It was troublesome. Countless people felt sorrow for Long Chen. They also sympathized with him. It seemed that no matter how strong someone was, there were always things they couldn't do anything about. Let's get back to the previous question, what is the Tao? Many people explain the Tao to be something ephemeral and imperceptible. In truth, they have no idea what the Tao is, so they explain it in such a way to cover up their own lack of knowledge. The Tao, the simplest explanation I can give is the principle that all things in the universe are connected. There is a natural cycle to the world, while the Tao in itself is not something that exists on its own. Look up at the stars in the sky. They are connected but apart. In order to see the world more clearly, it was necessary to give a name to the things that they could not explain with words. That name was the Tao. As for our martial Tao, it is just one path amongst the endless Taos. So the Tao can also be explained as a path. The so-called 3,000 major Taos and 100,000 minor Taos that we have are just our own cultivation paths. They are not the universe's Taos. Compared to the universe, those Taos are but a speck of dust. The martial Tao refers to a path to reach the peak of martial power. When you stand at the peak, you can become a god or immortal. If you were to liken cultivation to a mountain, then each person's cultivation Tao is a path up the mountain. Each path leads to the peak of the mountain, which is why I said that there is no such differentiation between a major Tao and a minor Tao. The most important thing is to pick a path that is suited to you. The large path of the major Tao is straight and well trod, and the quickest way to the peak. But because it is straight, it is dull and boring. The mist makes it so you can't see the peak of the mountain, so people get lost in its flatness. The small path of the minor Tao is rugged and winding, filled with dangers. It looks like it spirals, but the difficulties temper a person's will. A major Tao is good, a minor Tao is fine. Either way, success means ascension. It's just that each person experiences different things. If you choose the winding path, you'll see more scenery and experience more things. Once you succeed in reaching the peak, your realm will definitely be higher than others that trod the straight path. After picking a path, you must be unwavering. You must be determined to reach the end of your path. This determination is called the Tao heart. The Tao heart cannot be rattled. Perhaps you see someone walking a large, unhindered path with no dangers, so you want to walk it. Perhaps you see someone experiencing countless amazing things that no one else can experience on the small path, so you follow them onto the small path. In your hesitation, you lose sight of your original goal and direction. That is taboo for the martial Tao. Alright, today's lecture can end here. Right now, I'm not feeling completely like myself. Let's discuss the Tao on another day. Everyone couldn't help being disappointed, but seeing his current expression, they knew that Long Chen's mental state was a bit chaotic now. That was clearly because of bringing up Ziyan. He couldn't completely forget her. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, how about you show us some of your skill before leaving? Before Long Chen could leave, Xin Li hastily ran over. In truth, everyone saw that Long Chen's mind was a bit absent now. Hence, Xin Li was trying to distract Long Chen from his thoughts and make him feel better. After all, his detailed and generous explanation of the Tao had opened a whole new world for people. They didn't want to see him like this. Battle was definitely the best way of distracting him. During battle, a person had to be totally focused and forget everything else. However, no one here would dare to fight against him, so they could only ask him to show some skill to open everyone's eyes to the world. Alright, Xin Li, you're a sword cultivator. Since my brother Zifeng is also a sword cultivator, I will embarrass myself by imitating Zifeng's sword Dao for you. Long Chen smiled. Hearing that, Xin Li was delighted. He immediately handed his own precious sword to him. It was a quasi-divine item. It went without saying that the Central Zon region's experts were different. They were rich. Long Chen received the sword and held the hilt with his left hand. His robes and hair began to move as if there was a breeze, but there was no wind. A sharp aura rose that made everyone jump in fright. Long Chen's aura wasn't fluctuating at all. He hadn't used his spiritual yuan, but his sharp aura continued to rise. People felt like needles were stabbing their skin, and they involuntarily retreated. Heaven and earth shuddered as the sharp aura reached a certain level. It was as if the world could not bear this and would explode. How is this possible? He's not even using spiritual yuan. Not only is he not using spiritual yuan, but he's also not using heavenly Dao energy or even spiritual strength. Just what kind of energy is this? This is the might of the sword Dao. It's actually able to suppress the heavenly Daos. Xin Li gulped. Zifeng's heavenly Dao energy from back in the day was erased by sect leader Ling Yunzi. The sect leader once said that the sword Dao is situated outside the heavenly Daos, so using the heavenly Daos to use the sword Dao is inherently wrong. I am not a sword cultivator, but I am simply using my mind to imitate Zifeng's sword intent and merge it with my sword. Although this imitation is about 80% accurate, its actual power is a far cry below it. When Zifeng's sword intent appears, not even the heavenly Daos can block it. As for me, the heavenly Daos are clearly rejecting me, so I need to use the sword Dao to suppress the heavenly Daos. That already puts me at a disadvantage. However, I'm used to being enemies with the heavenly Daos. Look closely. The true sword Dao is different from what you've been using. Long Chen suddenly unsheathed the sword. A dragon's cry rang out, and a dazzling sword light pierced through the clouds. He slashed his sword at the martial stage. Chapter 1766 Elders Making Things Difficult. This was an unstoppable sword intent, one that tore through the void and split apart the laws of the world. When Long Chen's sword landed on the martial stage, the formation activated, and a huge defensive barrier appeared around it. However, Long Chen's sword slashed right through the barrier without being stopped in the slightest. Everyone, including the elders, were completely stunned to see Long Chen break the barrier without using the slightest effort. This defense was supported by an ancient formation, and this martial stage was a product of the ancient era. The method to create it had long since been lost. The barrier's defensive power was monstrous, and it was so great that even Xin Li and Meng Fei were unable to even cause a ripple when their attacks landed on it. However, when it came to Long Chen's attack, it was as if the barrier had lost all its defensive power. It didn't even have a chance to ripple before being cut through like tofu. So this is the will of the sword Dao. It possesses the power of ignoring all defenses. No wonder Zifeng's offensive power is comparable to when I use the fifth form of Split the Heavens. Long Chen himself was also stunned. In order to give some pointers to Xin Li, he had attacked while imitating Yu Zifeng's sword intent, wanting to show Xin Li this unstoppable will. He hadn't been aiming to use such power, but when he had attacked, the 9-star hegemon body art had automatically activated. Not good. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, but it was too late for him to stop his attack. Long Chen's sword chi split the martial stage and then continued toward a giant palace in the distance. There was another pavilion on the way that was cut into 2 pieces. The cut areas were as smooth as glass. That's the Martial Heaven Palace. All the disciples turned pale. That palace was the core of the Martial Heaven Alliance, as well as the residence of the Alliance head. Just before Long Chen's sword chi could strike the palace, a black and white hand appeared in the sky and slammed the sword chi apart. "You little bastard, what did I do to you?" Hu Jianying's furious roar rang out from within the palace. The void twisted, and she appeared right beside Long Chen, grabbing and twisting his ear. "OWWW, it hurts." "Alliance head, I was wrong," shouted Long Chen. He also hadn't expected the sword chi he had unleashed randomly would be comparable to the fifth form of Split the Heavens. Although its destructive power wasn't as great, its power had all been concentrated, increasing its sharpness. If Long Chen had known this would happen, he would have held back. Now, he had almost destroyed the Martial Heaven Palace. "You deserve it. Who asked you to show off?" Evilmoon's voice rang out to mock him. "How could I have known this would happen?" Raged Long Chen. Your cultivation technique can suppress all Taos. Did you not know that? When I say all Taos, I don't mean the Taos of heaven and earth, but even higher level Taos. The sword Tao is above the heavenly Taos, but it is included in the Taos your cultivation technique suppresses. That's why you can use the sword Tao. Although the power of your sword Tao is just borrowed and isn't innate to you, it's alright. In other words, in the future, you can show off by acting like a sword cultivator. Long Chen suddenly understood. When he had been imitating Zifeng, he had felt a strange pull from the sword that had caused the 9-star hegemon body art to activate. Seeing Long Chen's ear being twisted by the Alliance head, the experts watching were startled, but they also found it funny. You little brat, everything here is ancient and irreplaceable. You think you have the money to replace everything? Cursed Ku Jianying. No, I'm sure that the little money I have is nothing in your eyes. You're the big boss. Ku Jianying's expression was dark, but in truth, she wasn't that angry. It was just that Long Chen truly knew how to cause trouble. He had to be beaten back to the earth before he ascended to the heavens. Ku Jianying had actually been listening to his explanation of the Tao the entire time, and she was full of admiration for him. He was only in his 20s, but he was a monster. His martial path was completely different from other people's, and he didn't give a damn about the heavens or the earth. His choices were different from most people's. Hence, the only way he could have reached his current level was with great willpower and intelligence. What excited Ku Jianying the most was that Long Chen had managed to unify the junior generation of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples as soon as he had arrived. Before that, a large portion of these disciples had had biased views of Long Chen due to the rumors from the outside world. Now, no one believed those lies. Alliance head, I was just showing Xin Li how to use the sword Tao. By treating me like this, you aren't giving me face. Don't you think? Only then did Ku Jianying release Long Chen's ear. That attack of yours was truly powerful. It ignored all defenses and possessed great killing power. However, your own domineering air was so heavy that it suppressed the will of the sword Tao. You forced the sword Tao to submit and show its power, which resulted in a much weaker effect. You are really like that old ghost. Swords don't suit you. You'd rather use sabers, so don't start trying to be a sword cultivator. Alliance head, your vision is truly brilliant. Your wisdom is like a beacon in the darkness. Long Chen immediately began to suck up. Stop. HMPH, I'm not the old ghost, and I don't like it when others suck up to me. Ku Jianying immediately waved her hand. Turning to Xin Li, she asked, do you understand anything from Long Chen's display? Fast. It was even faster than mine, said Xin Li, ashamed. He was a sword cultivator, but Long Chen was even faster with a sword than him. You're wrong. Long Chen's sword wasn't fast. That's just a misperception because his will moved first. Based on your cultivation base and age, it should be about time for you to touch that realm. When you fight with others, don't think about how you're supposed to unleash a move. Just raise your sword and unleash it naturally. Then you'll have reached the next realm, said Ku Jianying. Xin Li's eyes lit up. He thought of something, and his whole body quivered with excitement. Go back and properly meditate on this. Everyone else can scatter. After saying that, Ku Jianying pulled Long Chen to the Martial Heaven Palace. Alliance head, you wouldn't be finding a place with no witnesses to beat me, right? Asked Long Chen uneasily. Ku Jianying burst into laughter from Long Chen's apprehensive appearance. Don't be weird, I'm bringing you to a good place. The two of them walked into the Martial Heaven Palace. They entered an ancient corridor. At the end was a giant temple that reached into the clouds. It emitted a desolate air. There were 9 elders in front of the temple calmly watching Ku Jianying and Long Chen walk over. What shocked Long Chen was that these 9 elders did not bow to Ku Jianying. Instead, they merely nodded their heads slightly. As for when they looked at Long Chen, he sensed that they were scanning him. 2 of them even used faint spiritual strength when they looked into his eyes. That was to make Long Chen feel anxious and expose his inner secrets. Being old is not a reason for others to respect you if all your years of life are wasted. Even at such an age, do you not even understand the most basic manners? Long Chen didn't know what these 9 elders were doing, but he could sense their hostility. Overbearing, arrogant, narrow-hearted, petty. 4 of the elders looked coldly at him. They didn't get angry, but they replied icily. Decrepit, Long Chen directly retorted. The 9 of them blocked his way. Clearly, they were here to stop him from entering the temple. Although he didn't know why they were targeting him, he was never one to submit to other people. Using spiritual strength to investigate other people's secrets was inherently an offensive action. If this place wasn't the Martial Heaven Alliance and he didn't know who these 9 people were, Long Chen would have directly struck back with his spiritual strength. Although they were old, these people were only at the half-step netherpassage realm. I know you've always been against Long Chen, but you've also seen everything that he's done after arriving at the Martial Heaven Alliance. If you still don't want to accept it, then I'll have to call for a vote and see just how many people are really against him, said Ku Jianying indifferently. HMPH, your preparations aren't bad. One of the elders smiled coldly. His expression was strange, perhaps it was because he was so old, but his expression was unclear. It was most likely a mocking smile. Fuck off, do you think I don't dare to do anything to you? Cursed Ku Jianying, pointing her finger at that elder. Clearly the elder's meaning was that Ku Jianying had planned for those disciples to support Long Chen. Ku Jianying had always been above board with her actions and disdained to do such things. She was immediately enraged upon being accused of such a thing. Alliance head, calm your anger. The 6th elder has always been one to say what was on his mind. Don't take offense. Since you want to cling to your own way, we can't do anything about it, said the lead elder. Since you can't do anything about it, get out of my way, raged Ku Jianying. The 9 elders each took out a long key and inserted it into 9 places on the gate. Only then did the gate slowly open. Seeing their devious smiles, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1767 Grand Elders. The gate slowly opened. An ancient air poured out, but unexpectedly, 4 statue-like elders were blocking the path inside. The 4 elders' robes were tattered and broken. If their eyes weren't open, they might really be taken for statues because there wasn't the slightest aura of life on their bodies. Grand Elders. Ku Jianying let out a startled cry upon seeing those 4 ancient figures. Upon seeing them, Ku Jianying's expression sank. Killing intent appeared in her eyes. For this kind of minor matter, you bastards actually disturbed the 4 Grand Elders. Are your heads full of crap? Alliance head, you refused to listen to our advice. You were so stubborn that nothing we did helped. Hence, we could only ask the 4 Grand Elders to make a decision, said one of the elders indifferently. Fuck off. Do you realize what disturbing the 4 Grand Elders signifies? Qi Jianying was shuddering from rage. She had an urge to kill these 9 right now. Jianying, even after so many years, you still have this temper. One of the 4 Grand Elders opened his mouth. His voice was raspy and weak as if he might collapse at any time. Granduncle Master, they. Ku Jianying pointed at the 9 elders, her eyes reddening slightly. Child, you're still the same as back then, still dealing things with your emotions. You have to be calm when you encounter things because you're the one in charge. If you can't even control your own emotions, how can you control the family? Rebuked the Grand Elder, but his voice was pampering. Everyone could tell that this Grand Elder treated Ku Jianying as his own child. But you were startled awake. Your longevity. Ku Jianying's expression sank again. These 4 Grand Elders were the ones with the greatest seniority in the entire Martial Heaven Alliance. They were incredibly powerful netherpassage experts, but even netherpassage experts were still cultivators of the mortal world. Their longevity was still limited. In order to extend their own longevity, the 4 of them had entered a hibernation state. The 4 of them were a secret of the Martial Heaven Alliance and also their strongest trump card. Being woken cost them their longevity, which was no minor matter considering that their life energy was about to run out. For this, the 9 elders had startled the 4 Grand Elders. They hadn't accomplished anything with this, while it came with such a terrible cost. Ku Jianying wished to kill the 9 of them right now. It's fine, everyone dies. Our lives have already been given to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Child, don't feel bad. Furthermore, we're quite excited to be woken at this time. The Great Era has descended, and we get to see it, comforted the Grand Elder. Hearing that, Ku Jianying fell quiet. The 4 Grand Elders' gazes concentrated on Long Chen. You have the aura of the old wine ghost on you, exclaimed one of them. When that Grand Elder said the old wine ghost, Long Chen suddenly thought of the Wine God Palace's high priest. Correct, it is definitely the old wine ghost's aura. It seems he has advanced from his past level. One of the other Grand Elders nodded. Are the 4 of you talking about the Wine God Palace's high priest? Asked Long Chen. Arrogant, how dare you speak to the Grand Elders? Long Chen directly slapped the elder that had interjected. Caught off guard, that elder's teeth went flying. If Long Chen hadn't held back, that slap would have slain the elder. These 9 fellows were too idiotic. Little fellow, this move of yours is pretty good. The 4 Grand Elders' eyes lit up when they saw the slap. Rather than scolding him, they actually praised him. You overpraise me. Long Chen cupped his fists toward them. The other elders' expressions completely changed. Originally, they had been about to shout at Long Chen for suddenly attacking, but seeing the Grand Elders acting like this, they swallowed their cursing. Hu Jianying's expression improved after that slap as though she had slapped them herself. It was somewhat satisfying. However, seeing Long Chen treating the Grand Elders so nonchalantly, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Cupping fists to someone was generally for people in the same seniority level. One of these Grand Elders was her own granduncle master. He was 2 generations above her. The other 3 were even older, so old that she didn't even know how old. However, Long Chen was actually treating them like they were brothers, leaving Hu Jianying speechless. You're quite sincere, laughed one of the Grand Elders. I have a bit of wine that the High Priest gave me. Should we go drink it somewhere? Long Chen took out a jug. This was the top quality wine made by the High Priest, and it would increase a person's comprehension ability. Long Chen had once drunk it while testing how to merge Starfall with that mysterious rune, which resulted in him creating the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. However, he didn't dare to waste the High Priest's wine, so he never drank it outside of times he was focusing on gaining insights. Long Chen had yet to open the lid when a dense wine fragrance filled the air. Just smelling it would refresh a person's mind and open their pores, making them feel like they were being basked in divine light. The 4 Grand Elders involuntarily gulped. Wait a moment, we should talk about proper matters first, or this would be viewed as a bribe. Hu Jianying's granduncle master stopped Long Chen. Alright, then I'll start drinking first while you talk. Long Chen really did pour himself a bowl of wine and drank it. As a result, the wine fragrance spread so far that they heard quite a few startled cries ringing out from the distance. The fragrance could be smelled throughout the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen, don't be rude. Hu Jianying shouted. She herself wasn't too fond of wine, but she saw that the 4 Grand Elders were staring at the wine jug closely. Yes. Long Chen tossed the wine jug to the side. One of the Grand Elders caught it. Whether or not this matter succeeds, let me show my filial respect in place of the Alliance head. To tell the truth, I was a bit unwilling, so I just drank a mouthful first to quench my thirst. Since the Alliance head treats me like her son and is also so close to you, even if I was unwilling, I would still have to bring it out, said Long Chen helplessly. Upon hearing that, Hu Jianying's expression softened. Although Long Chen had caused her endless trouble with his fearless nature, he cared deeply about relationships. These 4 Grand Elders were clearly infatuated with that wine, and Hu Jianying had assumed that Long Chen would use it as a bargaining chip. But unexpectedly, he had directly given them this bargaining chip. If you do this, you'll embarrass us. One of the Grand Elders smiled. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Although I have no relationship with you, just based on the face of the Alliance head, I would have to do it. As for our discussion, that is another matter. It would be best not to mix up the two, said Long Chen. Not bad, little fellow, you have some daring. One of the Grand Elders that hadn't spoken yet finally said some words of praise. He directly took the wine jug without the slightest embarrassment. Alright, then since you're so direct, we won't beat around the bush. We've already heard a bit about your matter. Before we go any further, I have a few questions to ask you, said Hu Jianying's granduncle master. Please go ahead. Long Chen knew that the real problem had come. Clearly, Hu Jianying's reward for him was so big that even she wasn't able to just randomly give it to others. With the 4 Grand Elders being woken, this reward couldn't be ordinary. Whether or not he would obtain it would be based on his responses to the Grand Elders' questions. What is the goal of your cultivation? To live with dignity, and to make sure the people beside me can live with dignity as well, said Long Chen without hesitation. The Grand Elder nodded and continued, how do you differentiate between good and bad people? I never differentiate between good or bad people. That has nothing to do with me. I only differentiate between friends and enemies. As long as they're my enemy, whether they're a good person or a bad person, if they want to kill me, I will mercilessly fight back. I definitely won't resign myself to my fate just because my enemy is a good person, said Long Chen. Don't you feel like that's a bit extreme? What if there was a misunderstanding somewhere? Wouldn't you end up accidentally killing good people? Why not find some other way to resolve your problems? asked the Grand Elder expressionlessly. I don't have the time. I am in a race against time, and anything that slows me down could take my life. Again, I want to live with dignity, and make sure the people beside me can live with dignity. I don't provoke others, but others shouldn't provoke me because anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy, said Long Chen decisively. The 9 elders smiled when they heard this. They knew that Long Chen had essentially lost his chance. One of the Grand Elders frowned and said, "That's too arbitrary. Randomly slaughtering innocent people, how are you any different from the corrupt path? I didn't provoke anyone, but I'm being chased by a pack of idiots all day. Aren't I the innocent one? Why can't I fight back?" Long Chen smiled coldly, thinking about how many idiots he had encountered on his path, whether it was in the eastern wasteland or the central plains. He sneered. There were so many of them that he couldn't kill them all. As his cultivation base grew, more of them appeared. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Innocent, he was the most innocent. Long Chen. Hu Jianying hastily tried to interject. It's fine, young people need to be like this. If they were spiritless, wouldn't they be like us old people? Hu Jianying's granduncle master was not angry. However, he then said, I heard you have established your own Dragonblood Legion. Then tell me, if there comes a day that the Martial Heaven Alliance's millions and millions of experts were in danger at the same time as your Dragonblood Legion was in danger, when their lives were in the balance and you could only choose one, what would you do? Chapter 1768 A Peerless Priceless Treasure. I would choose the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen replied without any hesitation. Then you don't care that it was the Martial Heaven Alliance that raised you. Without the Martial Heaven Alliance, would you still be where you are today? From the start, we knew that you had a wolf's heart and never viewed the Martial Heaven Alliance as your home. Sneered one of the elders. This elder was the leader of the 9 elders and the one with the greatest authority. He was also very against giving Long Chen his reward. Hence, disturbing the 4 grand elders was his idea. Of course, he had been supported by the others, or he would not have the authority to disturb the grand elders. Now that Long Chen had immediately chosen to abandon the Martial Heaven Alliance, he immediately jumped into the conversation. It was precisely because he had the greatest authority of the 9 elders that he was the one speaking the most. After being slapped by Long Chen, he used this chance to take revenge. What a joke! When did you ever raise me? Shameless bastard, tell me how you raised me. Sneered Long Chen. You. That elder immediately recalled that Long Chen was not a direct disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Martial Heaven Alliance had truly not raised him. However, he still argued, weren't you raised by the Xuantian Dao sect? If it weren't for the Martial Heaven Alliance's protection, your Xuantian Dao sect would have long since been destroyed by the corrupt path or devoured by other sects. Without the Xuantian Dao sect, would you have reached your current level? So this is how you repay gratitude. Long Chen disdainfully said, do you have the slightest sense of shame? I am a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect, but everything I have was obtained through my own merit. The Xuantian Dao sect raised me for the Xuantian Dao sect's profit. There is no master-subordinate relationship between us. Instead, it's a mutually beneficial cooperation. The Xuantian Dao sect treated me like family, so I can bleed my last drop of blood for the Xuantian Dao sect, but that doesn't represent that the Xuantian Dao sect can control my actions. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance, it is nothing more than a cooperation between the Righteous Path sects. Don't act like the Xuantian Dao sect's rise has anything to do with your Martial Heaven Alliance. The rewards we won were obtained through risking our lives. Let me put it to you this way. I have no sense of belonging when it comes to the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hu Jianying's expression changed slightly. These arrogant words were a bit hurtful, but Long Chen's following words touched her. However, the Alliance head treats me as family, so if the Alliance head was in trouble, I can risk my life to save her. However, it is only due to my relationship with the Alliance head and has nothing to do with the Martial Heaven Alliance. As for you old ghosts, you should burn incense as thanks to your ancestors that I don't kill you right now. You actually want me to sacrifice my people to save you. Tell me, are you idiots? You're completely disgraceful and unfilial, shouted the head elder furiously. Put your claws away, or I'll kill you regardless of the 4 grand elders being present. Long Chen's expression suddenly darkened, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. That icy and sinister killing intent locked onto the head elder. That elder's expression completely changed. In that instant, he felt like a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Even with the 4 grand elders present, he didn't feel the slightest bit safe. It was like no one could save him from being killed by Long Chen. When Long Chen's killing intent locked onto the elder, the 4 Grand Elders' expressions changed. Long Chen's killing intent was too dense, too terrifying. It was condensed of the resentment of the countless experts he had killed. Even a half-step netherpassage expert was terrified by this killing intent. His heart had fractured, and in this state, Long Chen would be able to kill him instantly. The elder trembled and was covered in sweat. Although he tried to act calm, he was unable to conceal his terror. Long Chen's gaze was like the gaze of a death god. Although he knew that Long Chen most likely wouldn't kill him, he still couldn't control himself. Long Chen's words are not wrong. The Martial Heaven Alliance is just an alliance, and to put it frankly, everyone is just cooperating. Other sects are also like this. The disciples go to sects because of their resources, while the sects accept disciples due to their talent, said Ku Jianying's granduncle master. Only then did Long Chen retract his killing intent. The elder staggered back and almost collapsed on the ground. Ku Jianying's granduncle master continued, Long Chen, let me continue asking you a few things. If we gave you the reward, then if Ku Jianying was no longer in the position of alliance ahead, would you still fight for the Martial Heaven Alliance? Long Chen shook his head. Most likely not. No matter how great the reward, it's not as valuable as my life. In other words, if this reward was given to you, you would view it only as a favor from Ku Jianying. Long Chen didn't view the various powers he knew as friends. Powers themselves did not have those emotions. Other than the heaven-splitting battle sect, the Wine God Palace, the original devil race, and the spirit race, he didn't feel any sense of belonging to any power. That included the Xuantian Dao sect. The reason he was loyal to the Xuantian Dao sect was because the current Xuantian Dao sect had Li Tianxuan. The Xuantian Dao sect that had Li Tianxuan in it was his home, but without Li Tianxuan, it would not be his home. The Martial Heaven Alliance was the same. He only acknowledged Ku Jianying, but without Ku Jianying, he wouldn't care about the Martial Heaven Alliance. As long as someone treated him sincerely, he would sincerely repay them. But powers cared about profit, not feelings. So other than a few powers, Long Chen didn't have any friendship with the others. He only had friendships with a few people inside them, and they were the only ones he cared about. Ignoring everything else, just taking these 9 idiots in front of him, why would he have to fight for them? That was just nonsense. Young fellow, you're quite passionate, but every power has to look at the long view. As for what Ku Jianying wants to give you, it is no minor matter. How about we all take a step back? We can give you the treasure, but you must promise us that when the Martial Heaven Alliance is in danger of being destroyed, you will not stand by as a spectator, said Ku Jianying's granduncle master. Hearing that, the 9 elders' expressions changed. This was essentially agreeing to give the treasure to Long Chen. After all, the Martial Heaven Alliance was the largest alliance in this world. It had an incredibly profound foundation. Just what could threaten its life? Ku Jianying was also delighted. Her granduncle master was clearly conceding. However, Long Chen shook his head. Then never mind. I don't want this treasure. Long Chen, you crazy madman, do you know what that treasure is? Raged Ku Jianying. Long Chen, you are a warrior of the righteous path. If the Martial Heaven Alliance was in a life and death crisis, it signifies that the entire righteous path is in danger. Would you really just watch as a spectator? Demanded another Grand Elder. That's not the same. If I were to fight at that time, it would be because I wanted to, not because I was forced to due to taking someone else's things. There is an essential difference between them. I, Long Chen, do not want to be bound by anything, and I never make promises lightly, said Long Chen indifferently. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. The 4 Grand Elders stared at Long Chen. In the end, Ku Jianying's granduncle master said, if that's the case, we cannot give the treasure to you. This is a peerless, priceless treasure that does not just belong to the Martial Heaven Alliance, but the entire righteous path. If you were to obtain but not fight for the righteous path, it would be awkward. That's fine. I'm used to having to snatch my opportunities myself. I never had any hope for this anyway. The main reason I came here was because I wanted to see just how strong the Central Zon region's experts were, said Long Chen. As for this wine, you should. Senior, are you looking down on me? Do you think I would take back the gifts that I've given? This is my filial respect for the Alliance head and is also based on my relationship with her. As for whether you take it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Granduncle Master, you should accept it. Are you planning on going back into seclusion? Asked Ku Jianying. We'll discuss this later. Long Chen, the headquarters of the Martial Heaven Alliance, is an ancient city with many wonders that you won't see anywhere else. You should take a look around. Perhaps you can gain some insights, said Ku Jianying's granduncle master. Long Chen naturally understood what he was saying. Then I'll go out for a stroll. Perhaps I'll gain something that I never expected. Long Chen retreated back down the path he had come from, vanishing from their sight. Once he was gone, Ku Jianying's granduncle master's eyes instantly transformed, becoming bright and clear. Divine light shone from them. He no longer appeared on the verge of dying as his hair went from white to black in an instant. He became an icy-faced, middle-aged man. The 9 elders immediately felt like they had been stripped naked and tossed into the snow. The Grand Elder's gaze was cold. First Elder, Third Elder, Seventh Elder, and Ninth Elder, you can kill yourselves, said Ku Jianying's granduncle master. Chapter 1769 The Grand Elder's Dignity. Grand Elder. The First Elder, Third Elder, Seventh Elder, and Ninth Elder instantly turned ashen. HMPH, a pack of treacherous bastards, do you not know what you have done? Ku Jianying's granduncle master snorted. Light shone out of his eyes, and it was like he could see through the cosmos. The Grand Elder who had become young looked completely different from his previous decrepit self. He was like a completely different person, and his gaze was incredibly sharp. Grand Elder, we, shouted the elders. The first, third, seventh, and ninth elders' bodies exploded into blood mist. The remaining 5 elders were pale with terror. They didn't know what had just happened. I'm sorry, I was powerless. Ku Jianying suddenly knelt on the ground with shame. Why would you apologize? You've already done very well. It's impossible to avoid some traitors. Now that the great era has come, it must have been hard on you with the 4 of us still sleeping, said Ku Jianying's granduncle master. Furthermore, it's my fault, not yours. I never passed the spirit void eyes onto you, so how could you see their thoughts? However, I didn't expect Pill Valley to go so far. Their claws have even landed on the 9 core elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Well, what's done is done. Since we've come out, we don't plan on going back into seclusion. We'll support you, so do what you want. Then Long Chen's matter. That person is very dangerous. When I tried to look at him with my spirit void eyes, they were almost destroyed. Fortunately, I pulled back as soon as I sensed the danger, or my life would have been in danger. What? How is that possible? Ku Jianying jumped in shock. Others might not know, but she was aware of her granduncle master's spirit void eyes. They were able to see through a person's thoughts and kill them without needing to do anything else. Back when he had been the one in control of the Martial Heaven Alliance, he had struck fear into the hearts of countless experts. However, he was now saying that his eyes had almost been destroyed with just a test. If he hadn't personally said it, she wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Even now, she found it hard to believe. His past is a mass of primal chaos, his future is a mass of mist. I can't see anything. If such a person was good, it would be a blessing to all life. If they were evil, it would mean the destruction of the world. It's incredibly dangerous. The reason I tested him with words was to see if I could get him to owe a favor to the Martial Heaven Alliance. I wasn't asking him to protect the Martial Heaven Alliance, I just don't wish to see him destroy it. Long Chen wouldn't do such a thing. This child cares heavily about relationships, said Ku Jianying. You should look beyond just the surface. People like that can easily go to extremes. In a fit of anger, he could tear down the very heavens. You have shown favor to Long Chen, so he would be willing to walk through fire for you. But what if you died? He would go crazy. If the ones to cause your death were inside the Martial Heaven Alliance, could you guarantee that he wouldn't destroy the Martial Heaven Alliance? Asked Ku Jianying's granduncle master profoundly. But, Ku Jianying didn't know how to respond to that. She had never thought of that scenario. Of the 9 core elders, 4 had been bought by others and without anyone being the wiser. If they had caused her death, Long Chen would definitely kill the 4 of them as vengeance for her. But the 4 of them would naturally deny his accusations, and they would summon the entire Martial Heaven Alliance to stop him. With Long Chen's temper and his disdain for explaining, anyone who stopped him during his vengeance would be killed. Then the Martial Heaven Alliance might really be destroyed by Long Chen's hands. Thinking of that, cold sweat covered her back. Compared to her granduncle master, she was still immature. She hadn't even thought of this scenario. Perhaps the four of them had been bought precisely in order to lay a trap for her or for the Martial Heaven Alliance. Then their backer would be able to defeat the Martial Heaven Alliance without needing to shed a single drop of their blood. It was simple. Long Chen already possesses such power at the soul transformation realm. Once he advances to Life Star, he will be even more terrifying. Regretfully, he's too proud and refuses to be bound by our favor. We have nothing we can do to him, said Ku Jianying's granduncle master. Nothing can be done about it. Let's drink. Another Grand Elder had already started pouring the wine jug Long Chen had given them into 4 small cups. However, they were unwilling to gulp such precious wine down. Ku Jianying's granduncle master bitterly smiled. Although he was also a Grand Elder, the other 3 were his seniors. Now they were actually shamelessly drinking someone else's wine. Little Sixth, even at such an age, you're so inflexible. Why be such a worrywart? That Long Chen is fundamentally not an existence that should exist in this world. Who could guarantee anything about his fate? Don't bother yourself with trying, and come drink. When we have time, we should go drink some more at that old wine ghost's place, said another Grand Elder impatiently. He actually called Ku Jianying's granduncle master as Little Sixth. Your third uncle is correct. People about to die should fulfill their duty instead of being meddlesome. With the great era here, the world is about to completely change. As to whether it ends in destruction or rebirth, it's up to fate. Whether or not we gave that treasure wouldn't change things. Let's hurry up and drink some wine, said another Grand Elder. That's good too. Jianying, you can leave. As for that treasure, let us think on it first, said Ku Jianying granduncle master. Yes, disciple will take her leave. Ku Jianying left with the 5 elders who were still terrified. They finally realized that 4 of the people they called brothers had actually had their loyalties bought. Alliance head, we. Upon returning to the Martial Heaven Palace, the 5 of them immediately knelt on the ground. They knew that they had made a huge mistake. They had been encouraged by others to go against her, causing them to awaken the Grand Elders. Although the 4 of them had been slain, the 5 of them still had responsibility for this matter. They were completely ashamed inside and were waiting for Ku Jianying to give them their punishment. Ku Jianying waved her hand. Even I was fooled, so what qualifications do I have to punish you? Go and do what you're supposed to be doing. Speaking of which, send 2 people to keep an eye on Long Chen. Don't let him cause a disaster. Many thanks. The 5 of them were incredibly grateful to Ku Jianying while also hating themselves for their foolishness. How could someone as noble as Ku Jianying really help a cheater? They were filled with shame and guilt. However, due to their shame and guilt, they ended up forgetting about Ku Jianying's final instruction. Due to that tiny slip-up, later, a huge matter erupted. Long Chen knew that the Grand Elders wanted him to go, as some words weren't suitable for him to hear. However, he would definitely not have expected that as soon as he left, 4 of the core elders would be slain. Returning to the plaza, Long Chen saw that the majority of the disciples had yet to scatter. Seeing him return, they immediately surrounded him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, since this is your first time coming to the Central Zon region, I'll be your guide, said a sweet but brazen woman. Wow, how could I refuse the company of such a beauty? Long Chen smiled. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you're lying. Each of those beautiful women of yours is a peerless fairy whose beauty is unmatched. That woman laughed. Although she wasn't a beauty who could topple a nation, she was still very beautiful. 2 small dimples appeared on her face whenever she smiled, which made her look very cute. Long Chen laughed. Dreams are good to have because what if you manage to pull one off? You might not be that beautiful now, but I trust with your talent and willpower, you will sooner or later become a peerless beauty. Liar, looks are innate. How could they be changed with effort? That maiden laughed, knowing that Long Chen was teasing her. In their view, Long Chen was completely different from other so-called peerless experts. Other experts would have to make it known that they were peerless experts as if they were afraid others wouldn't know. They always had to make a ruckus wherever they went, acting arrogant and coldly to others. But Long Chen hadn't put on any arrogant airs like them. He had even explained his Tao and shown his skills to them. Qingqing, you accompany senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Everyone else, don't cause any trouble. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen likes to be low-key, so he won't like it if all of you go with him. Meng Fei also returned upon seeing Long Chen and gave orders to the disciples that were surging toward Long Chen. Those disciples were all disappointed, but they obediently followed the third commander's instructions. If tens of thousands of people were to stroll around with Long Chen, that would really be exaggerated. Long Chen could only say, if it would make everyone happy, we can stroll around together. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I'm sure the third commander is even more familiar with this place, so we can go together. No, I won't be going. I don't like going out that much. Xianxia was born here in Clearwind City, and she also grew up here. She's more familiar with this place than anyone else, or she wouldn't have asked you. The third commander shook his head. He didn't like the way he looked, and he didn't like the strange looks he got when he went out. With his temper, he knew he might start a fight with just that. Long Chen also saw that, so he said goodbye to everyone else as he left with Xianxia. Chapter 1770 The Land of the Wealthy. Clearwind City was one of the Central Zon region's 4 largest cities and also the oldest one. There were many marks of its history that had been preserved. There was an immense history behind this place. Millions and millions of sects had been set up here. Although the majority of them had declined and faded away, some had managed to stay alive until now. In order to survive, they made this place public, allowing the disciples of the various large sects to come to the core areas to study and gain insights. The surviving sects were rare and precious. They were no more than shells of their former selves, but despite that, the techniques and cultivation techniques that they offered to others free of charge were comparable to the core secret arts kept by third-rate sects in other regions. In the Eastern Zon region, only core disciples would be allowed to study techniques of this level in third-rate sects. But here, you could find them on any random historical remnant on the streets. It could be seen how great the power of the Central Zon region was. So amongst the 5 regions, only the Central Zon region didn't have any commoners. That was because even the regular populace cultivated here. Even if you didn't have any money or status, you could cultivate here without any trouble. Even without joining a sect, you could cultivate here easily. Those cultivators were called independent cultivators. In other regions, there weren't very many independent cultivators, and they weren't very strong. But here, there were many of them, and some of them were monstrous geniuses. Those geniuses all liked their freedom or had their own special circumstances. Perhaps they were too stubborn and couldn't get along with others. In any case, they had chosen to cultivate alone. It was more dangerous, as they could only rely on themselves to win resources for their own cultivation. In the Central Zon region, the independent cultivators were also a powerful force that could not be neglected. Their numbers were very great. They were the fresh soil that the various large sects tried to recruit in order to breathe new life into their sects. Xianxia pulled Long Chen all over, a sweet and innocent smile on her face. Her pure eyes contained an indescribable pride. Hee, if I were to shout that I had brought over the first-place genius on the Devil Slaughter rankings for a stroll here, it would definitely cause a sensation, laughed Xianxia. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had gotten old. It seemed there were fewer and fewer things that could make him happy and excited. He still recalled how he had been excited for the better part of the day when he had obtained a single garbage battle skill in the Phoenix Cry Empire. He remembered being moved with each advancement of the Feng Fu star. But now, that happy feeling had gradually faded. That wasn't a good sign. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why are you so different from those arrogant and overbearing heavenly geniuses? You seem so ordinary when compared to them. Look, even after walking so long, no one has recognized you, said Xianxia. Perhaps I'm just that ordinary. Long Chen smiled faintly. That's not possible. It's because you've completely pulled in your aura. However, even if you don't release your aura, just this face of yours should draw other people's attention. Long Chen's fame was extremely great. Originally, his fame was mostly limited to the Eastern Zon region, but after getting first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, his name had shaken the entire continent. At least half the population recognized his face. Long Chen laughed and didn't respond. Since cultivating the 6th form of Split the Heavens and opening his 6th sense, he had managed to manifest a special illusory art. It had no combat power, but it was a kind of mental suggestion that made it so that as soon as others looked at him, as long as he didn't know them, they would automatically think that they didn't recognize him. It was useless against people that he knew and lacked effect against those with great spiritual strength, but it was a good disguise in a crowd. That was why even after walking around for such a long time, they hadn't caused a ruckus. Xianxia found it inconceivable. Xianxia was an excellent guide. She explained all the various historical sites that they came across, and she even told him some legends about what had happened in the past regarding certain buildings. Some of these buildings were the ruins of certain sects. She was able to recite each sect's history or even if any outstanding figures had appeared in their history. Long Chen felt great admiration for her abilities. Xianxia, you know so much about Clearwind City. Its history is so profound. No wonder so many heavenly geniuses flock here. This foundation makes my Eastern Zan region seem like a speck of dust, praised Long Chen. Xianxia smiled and was about to reply when a young man who heard them turned around and looked at Long Chen. You're from the Eastern Zan region? As soon as he opened his mouth, he used an arrogant tone. Everything about him screamed arrogance. However, while he himself was arrogant enough, his cultivation base was lacking. He was only at the late foundation forging realm. Ah, yes, I came from the Eastern Zan region. Are you offering to be a bodyguard? Unfortunately, I don't have any money for you, warned Long Chen. Are you ill? We're from the Central Zan region. Do you think our land is filled with bandits like your backwater region? Furthermore, that garbage black silk you're wearing is something even our beggars wouldn't wear. Do you think I'd ask for your money? Sneered the man. However, when he looked past Long Chen to Xianxia, he was startled. Xianxia was not only beautiful, but she was wearing the robes of the Martial Heaven Alliance. She was actually walking while holding his hand. Xianxia looked noble, while Long Chen was wearing black robes. Although they looked elegant, the material they were made from was far too lacking. The difference in their status had to be immense. Long Chen saw through that person's suspicions and said, "This is my younger cousin. I came from the Eastern Zan region to visit some relatives. But the first thing I wanted to do was admire the scenery of the Central Zan region. Only once I was here did I realize that the Central Zan region is truly a land of amazing heroes. Even you possess 7 ancestral items." This person was truly wealthy. His sword, belt, boots, leather armor, bracer, and more were ancestral items. What made Long Chen the most speechless was that even his headband was an ancestral item. That was definitely showing off. How could a headband be used to fight? It was clearly just a display of his status. Seeing Long Chen's admiring gaze, that man smiled proudly. Long Chen's display clearly satisfied him. "Little fellow, you're not bad. You have some vision. Let me ask you a few questions. If you answer properly, I'll give you a great reward." That man was acting like the boss as if any random thing he tossed out would be enough to benefit Long Chen for a lifetime. "Really? That's amazing. I heard that the Central Zan region's experts are shockingly wealthy, and those with status are drowning in money. I even heard a legend in the Central Zan region that a peerless expert will just toss out 10,000 spirit crystals just for anyone who answers any random question on the street. Is that really true?" asked Long Chen excitedly. 10,000 spirit crystals. That made that fellow jump in shock. Even the Central Zan region's experts weren't so wealthy. However, seeing Long Chen's excited expression and how badass he had acted before, he thickened his skin and said, It's true, I suppose." "Great. Then please, ask. You come from the Eastern Zan region, so you should know of someone called Long Chen, correct?" I know him. Thank you." Long Chen hastily nodded, not waiting for that fellow to finish speaking before stretching out his hands and looking at him expectantly. The man was dumbfounded. "I'm not done talking. What? Isn't it one question for 10,000 spirit crystals? You said so yourself, that the Central Zan region is the land of the wealthy. Could it be that you?" Long Chen suddenly looked suspiciously at him. Xianxia was to the side, holding back her laughter. Seeing Long Chen play with this fellow, she almost couldn't hold back. Long Chen's serious expression was too much. As for the opposing person, his face twitched a couple of times, but he acted indifferently. "My family has plenty of money. Do you think I'd care about 10,000 spirit crystals? I was just thinking of giving you the money after finishing all my questions." "Ah, my memory isn't so good, so I think you should just give me the money after each question. That will avoid things becoming messy. When I return to the Eastern Zan region, I will definitely tell everyone about how wealthy the Central Zan region's people are. They're living the real life." Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. The man really tossed over 10,000 spirit crystals. Xianxia became dumbfounded. 10,000 spirit crystals. That was 1 year's income for an expert on the level of the 4 commanders. As for her, she would need 8 years to earn that much. Long Chen had actually earned 10,000 spirit crystals just like that. Had the world gone mad? Long Chen immediately began to say his thanks. That expression of his was fully satisfying the other man's vanity. At the same time, more passers-by were drawn over. curious as to what was happening, making him even more pleased. He continued, he has a few captains beneath him. Do you? 4 of them. Thank you. Long Chen once more reached out his hands. That person's expression changed again, but in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he once more handed Long Chen 10,000 spirit crystals. This time, he learned his lesson and started off with, let me finish speaking. Don't interrupt me. Since you know Long Chen, pass a few words to him and his captains. I, Xiaoqing, looked down on them. If they came to the central Zan region, I would break their dog legs. Wait, can you repeat the first part? Asked Long Chen. I, Xiaoqing, looked down on them. No, before that, I said that since you know Long Chen. Ah, I don't know Long Chen. Thank you, I'll go now. Long Chen pulled Qingqing away. Chapter 1771 Venerate Platform. Long Chen had just started pulling Qingqing away when that person angrily blocked his path. You clearly said that you knew Long Chen just now. Wait a moment, my memory's not so good. When did I say I know Long Chen? Let's think back to what we said before, said Long Chen innocently. What's wrong with your head? The first thing I asked you was if you knew Long Chen, and you said you did. Oh, that, I said that I knew of him. I mean, how many people here don't know of Long Chen? However, knowing of him doesn't mean that I know him, said Long Chen. You, that person almost coughed up blood. Hey, are you going back on our deal? Were the legends false? After getting money for answering questions, you actually have to give the money back. Fine, since you can't bear to part with this little money, I'll give it back to you. Although I'm poor, I still have some pride, unlike. Well, I won't say it. Here, take it. Long Chen held out a spatial ring. That person's face alternated between white and green. He then looked at that spatial ring and furiously said, the men of the central Zan region are all noble. We never demand others to give back what we have given them. Go and spend it, treat it as my charity to a beggar from another region. That man snorted and left. Others shook their heads as they also scattered. Hee, your central Zan region's people really have money. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Long Chen laughed and pulled Qingqing into an ancient restaurant. Once they were inside the restaurant, Long Chen was very generous, ordering a little bit of everything. He directly spent 20,000 spirit stones just on food. In the end, a giant table had a small mountain of food piled on top of it, each dish being incomparably expensive. Some meats were even from 12th rank magical beasts, while some stir-fries included famous precious medicines. The smell alone was enough to make one salivate. As soon as the food came, Long Chen started taking big bites, chomping down on some 12th rank golden ox muscle. It was unknown what cooking method they had used to make it practically melt in his mouth. The essence within it was fully retained, making it both delicious and nourishing. It was no wonder it was so expensive. Qingqing, eat while it's hot. Only after several large bites did Long Chen notice that Qingqing was staring blankly at the mountain of food in front of her. It seemed she had forgotten how to use her chopsticks. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, can we really eat so luxuriously? I'm not used to this. The money was given by someone else as a treat. It's not like we're spending our own money, so don't be uneasy. Hurry and eat. To tell the truth, even if we didn't run into that unlucky fool, I'd have treated you anyway because I'm impressed by your knowledge. I've got plenty of money since people are always sending money my way. I can't even stop them. Wow, you're so good at forming relationships with other people. There are that many people sending you money, exclaimed Qingqing. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed this child was too innocent to understand what he meant. The people sending him money weren't doing it because of their friendship with him. After a bit of talking and joking with Long Chen, Qingqing finally began to use her chopsticks. Her eyes were shining, as these delicacies were not things that she could usually enjoy. There's a reason why this food is so expensive. Eat it. Here, this is good stuff. You can eat it. Long Chen pushed a plate to Qingqing. This plate had a dozen translucent objects. They appeared crystalline but immediately melted in a person's mouth. Qingqing tried it and was unable to tell what it was. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what is this? It's delicious and contains so much essence. Qingqing was amazed by this dish, but she quickly found that Long Chen's expression was a bit odd. What Qingqing didn't know was that what she had just eaten was a very hearty bull whip. It was the life rod of the 12th rank magical beast known as the Golden Heavenly Unicorn Bull. Naturally, it was full of essence. However, It wasn't as if Long Chen could just tell her the truth. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, what is it? Is this thing very strange? Asked Qingqing innocently. About that. There's nothing strange about it. It's an organ that animals have, said Long Chen vaguely. An organ that animals have. Then do humans have it? Probed Qingqing. Well, how do I put this? Some people have it, some people don't. Long Chen wanted to do a facepalm. This was difficult to explain, especially to a naive and innocent girl. How curious. Then do I have it? Right now you don't have it, but you might have one in the future. Long Chen continued to be vague. Shameless. Just at this moment, a woman in violet robes at a table not that far from them snorted and stood up, glaring at Long Chen. She turned to leave. However, she suddenly double-backed when she saw his face. It's you. The woman stared at Long Chen with shock, clearly having recognized him. Long Chen's illusory art was useless against her. Long Chen was also startled. This woman's control over her heavenly Tao energy was extremely great, and she had managed to suppress her fluctuations to a minimum. If he hadn't seen her eyes, he really might have been tricked. She was actually a powerful Empyrean. Her eyes had golden runes flowing within them. HMPH, I never thought that the famous Long Chen was nothing more than a rogue. It seems those rumors aren't unsubstantiated. Your ranking is completely meaningless. The woman snorted and left. Long Chen was still flabbergasted. Just who was this woman? He didn't know her, so how did he get cursed by her as soon as she saw him? She must have realized what Long Chen was saying. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, that woman is very amazing. Her name is Yi Lingshan. She is an independent cultivator, but due to obtaining the inheritance of an ancient sect, she instantly became a peerless heavenly genius. Rumor is that her potential is terrifying, and all the large powers are trying to pull her into their sects. Even the Alliance head once invited her, saying that she wanted her as her personal apprentice. However, Yi Lingshan is still hesitating over her decision, said Qingqing. The Alliance head wants her as her apprentice. Their characters are quite similar. They're definitely fiery enough. Long Chen nodded. Hee, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, aren't you afraid of me selling you out to the Alliance head? I'm not afraid. After eating my food, I trust you wouldn't do such a thing. The two of them quickly finished eating. There was a great deal left over, but Qingqing took it for her sisters. Long Chen said he could get a whole table for her to bring back, but Qingqing refused obstinately. The two of them left the restaurant and took a short transportation formation to the top of a mountain. In front of the mountain was a cliff with a set of stairs on it. There were 9 steps. What startled Long Chen was that he felt a powerful mental pressure coming from these stairs. It was his first time sensing such powerful spiritual strength. It was like a raging tsunami. Senior apprentice brother, this is the Venerate platform, a stone staircase that comes all the way from the Dark Era. In the Ancient Era, this was a trial to test a person's potential. As long as a person could reach the 9th step, it would signify that they have a high chance of becoming a Venerate in the future. Do you want to try it? Anyone is allowed to try it, and there's no fee, said Qingqing. She stared at him expectantly, wanting to see him try it. Long Chen looked at the distant 9 steps. Quite a few experts were currently attempting to climb it. Although it was just 9 steps, each step was 300 meters tall. When the disciples climbed onto them, they seemed to be restricted by some law and were unable to fly. They were forced to climb up. These people had only reached the 3rd step before they began coughing up blood. They fell from the steps, crashing onto the ground and clenching their heads in pain. Long Chen shook his head. This staircase has a mental formation on it that strips you of your spiritual yuan. It is a kind of mental torment to climb it. Not only will illusions assault you, but your heart devils will be reborn. Without strong enough willpower, anyone coming here would just be torturing themselves. They would be rattling their own Tao heart. Long Chen's mental power was strong, and he was able to sense the power of this staircase. His estimate was that it was a test for experts in the Ancient Era. It most likely was not used as a trial because the mental damage it caused was serious. It could even harm the soul. It should have a formation that also healed a person's soul and firmed a person's Tao heart. Otherwise, it would just be a con. However, after so much time, this staircase had become a masterless object, and there was no one protecting it. Since most of its power had to have faded, there was no value even if you reached the 9th step. Reaching the 9th step meant that you could become a Venerate. That was just a way to comfort oneself. Long Chen wouldn't do. Something so foolish. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you're so amazing. You instantly saw through the venerate platform's details. Qingqing was surprised. Based on your expression, it seems you've climbed it before. Yes, but after the 5th step, I couldn't go on. I fell and almost became a pancake. Qingqing stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. With your peaceful nature, you were still able to reach the 5th step. That's not bad. However, don't believe the superstitions about the venerate platform. Due to the flow of time, many of its runes have been badly damaged, and it is no longer comparable to its original state. Many people have also been led astray by that legend. The reason it's here free of charge for everyone to use is because it's just a toy used to harm yourself. Otherwise, others would have occupied it already, said Long Chen. The current venerate platform merely caused damage to a person's mind. It was only suitable for those with great willpower to temper themselves. Others would just be harming themselves. That was why only a few experts were climbing it right now despite the vast number of geniuses in Clearwind City. He would guess that a portion of these people were those who had come from the other 4 regions, attracted to its name. Oh, Yi Lingshan has come. Is she going to challenge the venerate platform? Qingqing let out a startled cry. Long Chen saw Yi Lingshan appear in front of the venerate platform. Chapter 1772 Yi Lingshan. The violet-robed Yi Lingshan was walking gracefully and elegantly. As soon as she appeared, she caused a ruckus. Yi Lingshan has come. Is she challenging the venerate platform? With her power, there should be no need for her to do so. Independent cultivators would only come here if they didn't have any way to temper their souls or willpower. Perhaps there's some other reason why she came. Perhaps. Yi Lingshan stepped onto the 1st step. The venerate platform buzzed, and a vast spiritual pressure crashed down on her. Quite a few other disciples in the midst of climbing it were startled and rolled off. This venerate platform would unleash greater power depending on the strength of the person being tested. A few of them were caught up in Yi Lingshan's test. Amazing. She's reached the 5th step without changing expression, exclaimed Qingqing. For her, just reaching the 4th step had been difficult. The only reason she had managed to persevere to the 5th step was because of sheer willpower. As for the 5th step, upon reaching there, her soul received a powerful impact, and it took over a month to recover from it. However, that accomplishment still filled her with pride. The majority of experts were unable to get to the 5th step. However, it seemed Yi Lingshan was still finding it easy. In truth, with your power, reaching the 6th step should be no problem. It's just that you don't know the technique, said Long Chen. The technique? Yes. This venerate platform's energy flows from top to bottom. The higher you climb, the greater the pressure. Before this, I saw everyone was climbing in a way that would take more energy and be more difficult. They were like fish trying to swim against the current. The more they resisted, the greater the pressure. Rather than that, allow a portion of the venerate platform's energy to enter your spiritual world. It will invade you, but its power will be limited. On the other hand, if you go all out resisting it, it will be like you're trying to move forward in a storm. The larger your umbrella, the greater the resistance. But those who aren't afraid of getting wet will be able to go further. Do you understand? Qingqing came to a sudden realization. No wonder Yi Lingshan's spiritual fluctuations aren't very intense yet. She's not using her full power to resist. At this moment, Yi Lingshan had reached the 7th step. At this moment, the venerate platform began to shake, and the air around it started to twist. Everything became illusory. People felt faint. It was like the world had been flipped. They no longer knew which direction was which. How terrifying. We're so far, but we're still affected. Then isn't Yi Lingshan under even more terrifying pressure? Startled cries rang out. Yi Lingshan was slightly pale. Now it was starting to get hard for her. Only the 1st and 2nd commanders have managed to reach the 7th step on our side, whispered Qingqing. On the 7th step, the energy has started to change. It's no longer purely flowing from the top but attacking from all angles. There's no trick by this point. You can only charge through with your power. Long Chen nodded. The 8th step. Startled cries rang out just as they were talking. Although Yi Lingshan had slowed down, she still managed to reach the 8th step. When she reached the 8th step, booming echoed through the air. Black clouds gathered above the venerate platform, and the might of the heavenly Taos crashed down, shaking people's souls. Some people were no longer able to stand. They collapsed. This was heavenly might targeted toward the soul. People couldn't resist. Qingqing's body was quivering. This kind of heavenly might scared her soul. She unconsciously got closer to Long Chen. When she got closer to Long Chen, she was startled to find that this heavenly might seemed to have vanished. When she looked at him, she saw that Long Chen was looking at the black clouds with a mocking smile. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you not afraid of the heavenly might? Qingqing couldn't believe her eyes. Heavenly might? No, this isn't heavenly might. It is just an imitation. It's only used to frighten others and make them feel like climbing the 9th step would make them face the wrath of the heavens. It makes them feel like they will die to the heavenly Taos, but it's just a trick. Long Chen shook his head. Let alone fake heavenly might, he had experienced true heavenly might many times. He wasn't afraid of it. With his years of going against the heavens, he was able to distinctly tell that this one was fake. However, others didn't have that ability. To Yi Lingshan, climbing to the 9th step would mean enduring that heavenly might, which would mean going against the heavenly Taos. Not everyone was like the Dragonblood Legion who had started going against the heavenly Taos early in their cultivation. This was a very difficult trial. Yi Lingshan suddenly clenched her teeth and directly climbed onto the 9th step. This step was a cliff in its own right, and Yi Lingshan needed to climb over it. She had just started climbing when the black clouds seemed to boil over. Lightning flashed within them. It's a good fake. Long Chen nodded. This venerate platform was truly amazing to be able to imitate the heavenly might so well. Yi Lingshan had just gotten a few dozen meters up when her whole body shuddered. Her face was pale as paper, and there was a touch of fear in her eyes. However, she clenched her teeth and continued climbing. As she climbed, the pressure of the heavens grew stronger. Beasts began to appear in the black clouds. They roared and charged at Yi Lingshan. Ah! Qingqing let out a startled cry. Those beasts were incredibly terrifying. Don't worry, they're fake. They won't kill Yi Lingshan, but they will affect her mind. If her mind is occupied by fear, these formless magical beasts will cause damage to her soul. Whether or not she can endure is up to her will, comforted Long Chen. As expected, the first beast slammed into Yi Lingshan, and didn't cause any damage. There was no injury. However, her whole body trembled. That attack had clearly influenced her. More and more of those beasts came charging toward Yi Lingshan. They were incredibly lifelike. Quite a few people were letting out startled cries. Yi Lingshan's body shuddered so intensely that she dropped over 100 meters, almost falling completely. It's over. After such a setback, there's basically no hope. One person sighed regretfully. This venerate platform only got harder. If your momentum was suddenly broken, that would be a huge blow, and there would basically be no hope of climbing to the peak. The person speaking was someone deeply familiar with the torment of the venerate platform. His words were spoken from immense experience. However, Yi Lingshan didn't give up. She continued climbing, but people were stunned to see her current appearance. Her mouth was bleeding and her face was pale. The light in her eyes had faded. What's going on? Has she already lost consciousness? Asked Qingqing. Her soul has started to become chaotic after those attacks. She has forcibly split her soul, using one portion to resist and another portion to firm her confidence. Although Long Chen didn't quite approve of this move of hers, he had no choice but to admit that her willpower was impressive. Having decided on her goal, she refused to give up. That perseverance was admirable. However, the venerate platform wasn't going to let her pass just because of her willpower. The pressure grew greater, and once Yi Lingshan was just a few meters away from the top, she fell again. People were shaken by Yi Lingshan's determination. She refused to give up. They realized that the reason they couldn't become peerless experts was because they lacked that determination. After falling 7 times, Yi Lingshan finally managed to climb over the peak. The instant she reached the peak, the black clouds in the sky faded, and the world returned to calm. The venerate platform's runes lit up, but then they quickly faded. As expected, it's a crippled platform. If the venerate platform was still in perfect condition, it should have a soul-nourishing effect now. This is the golden time to make up for the damage done to the soul by climbing it. By making up for it, Yi Lingshan's soul would rise to a new level, thought Long Chen to himself. Yi Lingshan was still pale and hastily gulped down a medicinal pill. The light in her eyes gradually returned. Countless experts cheered. The majority of them were independent cultivators, while Yi Lingshan was their representative. They felt great pride in her and themselves. Even without relying on a sect, an independent cultivator could still become a peak heavenly genius. Yi Lingshan was able to complete the venerate platform. In other words, she has the qualifications to become a venerate in the future. Now countless sects will really be fighting over her. Who said that independent cultivators are weak? Who would dare to look down on us? The independent cultivators were especially excited. They were often looked down upon by disciples of some sects. Now Yi Lingshan had proven that independent cultivators also had limitless prospects. Yi Lingshan flew down. She actually walked over to Long Chen and said, "Hegemon of the Devil Slaughter rankings, do you want to go try it and open my eyes to the world?" When Yi Lingshan said that, those independent cultivators looked more closely at Long Chen. Startled cries rang out. Chapter 1773. Something terrible has happened. Long Chen. It really is Long Chen. How were we blind before? He is standing right there amongst us, and no one noticed. Yi Lingshan's words immediately caused the experts present to erupt into shouting. They hadn't even noticed Long Chen's existence. This resulted in Long Chen's illusory art being completely useless. All the experts stared at him in shock. Right now, Long Chen was the man of the moment in the martial heaven continent. Although he was racked with controversy, his fame was so great that his name was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. With his identity revealed by Yi Lingshan, Long Chen directly dispelled his illusory art. He shrugged, shaking his head. "I'm not the slightest bit interested in this toy. It's already broken, so why bother? Unless your brain is broken. Why would you curse me?" Yi Lingshan frowned angrily. Long Chen hastily flapped his hand. "No, that's not what I meant. That venerate platform is truly broken, with most of its abilities already lost. In truth, I shouldn't say it. Saying half and then stopping while people are confused isn't a good manner," said Yi Lingshan coldly. "If I told you, it would make you feel worse. We're not friends, so I'm worried that you'll beat me once I tell you." "I don't feel like it." Long Chen shook his head. So the grand first place of the Devil Slaughter rankings is a coward. Are the rumors really true? Is your first place ranking false? Yi Lingshan looked up and down at Long Chen suspiciously. So, she wanted to play the provocation game with him. That was too immature. Long Chen was speechless. "Nonsense." Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Qingqing on the other hand stood up to defend Long Chen. She was about to explain what Long Chen had done in the headquarters. "Qingqing, you foolish girl, you fell for such a simple provocation. Don't embarrass yourself." Long Chen smiled and pulled on Qingqing. Turning to Yi Lingshan, he said, "To compete with a broken platform, even if your head isn't broken, it definitely isn't normal. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. This venerate platform is already useless. In the ancient era, there should have been a reward to those who managed to climb to the top. Did you see those 9 runes on the final step? They are called Heaven Descending Spirit runes. They gather heavenly Tao energy that would bless the person who succeeded. However, they merely flickered and didn't give you any reward when you got to the top because they are already broken. That reward is the true crux of becoming a venerate. So let me put it this way. Even if you do one day become a venerate, it would have nothing to do with this broken down platform. If it had been someone else saying this, others might not have believed them. However, since these words were coming from Long Chen, their confidence was shaken. In truth, some people had said that this platform was essentially useless and couldn't be used to prove anything, but people refused to believe it. Long Chen then continued, "However, I wouldn't say that this platform is completely useless. At the very least, it can temper a person's will. It's just that this tempering no longer has any corresponding nourishing effect, making the tempering a torture. Many of the people already have signs of faint damage to their souls. Although your will grows stronger, the damage to your soul is worse. You should be careful." After saying that, Long Chen tossed a medicinal pill at Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan reached out and caught it. When she saw it, she was stunned. Light was flowing brightly around the pill like it was covered by a screen of light. Within that screen of light were 9 little fish slowly swimming. Those fish were actually runes emitting intense life fluctuations. Light flowed out of the pill, forming a halo that spread for thousands of meters. All the experts bathed in that light felt their minds clear, and it was like their souls had been cleansed by a mysterious energy. No one was capable of recognizing this pill or even judging its tier. However, they all knew it was incomparably precious. This is a rather high-grade soul-nourishing pill that can heal your damaged soul. Right now is the best time for you to heal the damage. If you eat it quickly, it can not just heal your soul, but it can also increase your spiritual strength by 30%, said Long Chen. 30%? The experts jumped in shock. What kind of concept was a 30% increase in spiritual strength? It was insane. If you had been bestowed the reward from the Venerate platform, it would have increased your spiritual strength by at least 50%. However, a medicinal pill is still just a medicinal pill and cannot compare to runes that have been accumulating energy for an unknown amount of time. 30% is already the limit, said Long Chen lightly. She didn't know if Long Chen was telling the truth or not, but Yi Lingxian clearly felt her spiritual injury healing just by holding the pill. Even without consuming it, the effect was greater than the pill that she had consumed before. Then, many thanks. Yi Lingxian reddened slightly. She couldn't refuse this pill, but considering that she wasn't a friend of Long Chen's in her previous provocation toward him, she was naturally very embarrassed. This was something that would affect the rest of her life, so she couldn't refuse. She swallowed it, and the pill instantly dissolved, entering her throat like pure water. 90% of its energy surged toward her spiritual sea. Yi Lingxian's manifestation appeared out of her control. Vast heavenly Tao energy flowed around her, and a spiritual pressure that grew greater and greater appeared. Finally, the spiritual strength and manifestation faded. Yi Lingxian's face was no longer pale, and there was a bright light shining in her eyes. It felt like the air around her had changed. Many thanks, said Yi Lingxian to Long Chen. No need. In the future, we'll be friends. As for what happened before, we don't need to talk about it, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen was trying to keep Yi Lingxian quiet about what had happened before in the restaurant. As an independent cultivator, Yi Lingxian had experienced much more than the innocent Qingqing. His teasing toward Qingqing had just been some random words, but if Qingqing knew their meaning, he would definitely have no face left to see her. Yi Lingxian glared at Long Chen, clearly finding this condition difficult to accept. But she didn't say anything more. Alright, you can continue playing. Qingqing, didn't you say that Clearwind City has a Divine King Shrine? Let's go take a look. Long Chen pulled Qingqing away. Mr. Long Chen, can I ask a question? Should we continue training here? Asked a bold independent cultivator. Long Chen looked back. You can train here, but you should prepare a large quantity of soul-nourishing pills. In truth, this Venerate platform has little value, but it would be a pity to throw it away. In any case, you don't need to care too much about it. In the current cultivation world, there's no way to restore it. Why do you think others would just leave this treasure here for anyone to use? He and Qingqing walked away. Yi Lingxian looked at Long Chen's back, not knowing what to say. Ah, that's right, I almost forgot about this. You are Yi Lingxian, correct? I just want to say that based on my years of experience, you and Senior Ku Jianying are particularly well suited for each other. If you were to take her as a master, it would definitely be your best decision, said Long Chen suddenly. Yi Lingxian was truly powerful. Her strongest aspect wasn't her cultivation base or her talent, but her practically fanatical drive. Such a person would have limitless prospects as long as they didn't die. Although his Dragonblood Legion wasn't accepting people, he could help out Ku Jianying like this. After all, what if he succeeded in pulling her in? Thank you, I will consider it. Yi Lingxian nodded. Long Chen nodded back and left. Qingqing whispered, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, can you be my big brother in the future? Aren't Senior Apprentice Brother and Big Brother the same thing? No, I want you to be like my big bro who protects me if anyone bullies me, just like the first and second commanders. If anyone dares to bully the second commander, the first commander will go all out to protect her. You already said that I was too foolish to go outside, but if I was the little sister of first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, who would dare to bully me? What do you think, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen? Qingqing looked at Long Chen expectantly. What kind of logic was that? Long Chen thought to himself that if she were to become his little sister, it would be a calamity to her. He couldn't do it, but he didn't know how to refuse. Suddenly, they heard shouting in the distance. Quick, something terrible has happened. Di Ruyun and Lu Qingxian are having a deathmatch in Clearwind Valley. Hurry! Long Chen was about to ask who Di Ruyun and Lu Qingxian were, but he suddenly saw that Qingqing's expression had completely changed. What is it? It's bad. We should hurry over too. Lu Qingxian is our first commander. Qingqing was panicking. She immediately pulled Long Chen over to a transportation formation packed with people. Fortunately, people recognized him and made way for him. I'm coming too. Perhaps I can help. Yi Lingxian also appeared. The transportation formation lit up, and they appeared in another transportation formation. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, quick, it's that direction. Qingqing pointed. Let's go. Long Chen wrapped an arm around Qingqing and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1774 The First Commander's Trust. Long Chen pushed his speed to his peak. From Qingqing's panicked expression, he had a bad feeling. Lu Qingxin is our first commander, while Di Ruyun is Di Xin's younger cousin and one of his confidants. He's one of Di Xin's powerful generals, and his power isn't inferior to Di Xin's. Di Xin himself has previously caused quite a few conflicts for the disciples of our Martial Heaven Alliance, but the first commander has always been calm and steady. He isn't easily provoked. For him to have a death match against Di Ruyun, I'm worried. Qingqing had thought of a terrible possibility. Long Chen quickly arrived at a giant valley. There were countless experts gathered at the border here. Within the valley, explosions of light could be seen. The world was rumbling as heavenly Tao energy clashed against itself. Huge ripples spread, crashing against the walls of the valley. There were two figures fighting in midair. Both of them were fighting all out, and killing intent surged out of them. Long Chen's vision was sharp, and he managed to see through the constant ripples to see a man in embroidered robes who looked somewhat similar to Di Xin. His manifestation was at full force, and there was a vague image within it. He was an expert whose manifestation had reached an initial point of awakening. Facing him was a square-faced man whose expression was frighteningly dark. It looked like flames were about to burst out of his eyes, and his killing intent was soaring. Long Chen recognized him as Lu Qingxin, the first commander, because he was wearing the robes of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Lu Qingxin's manifestation was also at full force, and he seemed almost insane. He was fighting in a completely suicidal manner, trying to bring down his opponent. That man in embroidered robes was most definitely Di Ruyun, and there was a faint mocking smile on his face. He wielded a battle axe, which he slammed down. Lu Qingxin was insane, and instead of dodging or blocking, he stabbed his spear forward. As a result, an explosion erupted, and Lu Qingxin was knocked out of the air, smashing into the ground and coughing up blood. "Bastard, return my sister's life." Lu Qingxin let out a bestial roar. His voice was hoarse, filled with grief and anger. He once more shot after Di Ruyun. Long Chen was startled. He looked around and rushed toward a large group of disciples wearing robes of the Martial Heaven Alliance. They were surrounding a woman. All of them had tears in their eyes and were glaring at Di Ruyun with killing intent. Second Commander. Qingqing ran over and let out a mournful cry. This woman looked young. She had no visible injuries, but her aura had already vanished. Long Chen pressed a finger against her forehead, but his heart turned cold. Her Yuan spirit had fully vanished. "What's going on? Why would she kill herself?" demanded Long Chen. The second commander refused to be humiliated. So she was forced to suicide, answered one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples between sobs. "Who did it?" demanded Qingqing angrily as she wiped away her tears. "It was that bastard Di Ruyun. They came prepared. Di Xin and Shang Yunfei are both in the distance." One of the disciples pointed toward a distant mountain. Long Chen looked in that direction and quickly saw two pairs of eyes glaring at him. One was Di Xin, who he hadn't seen in a long time, while the other was the one whose clone he had killed, Shang Yunfei. Di Xin had an excited and malicious expression. He was pointing in Long Chen's direction and whispering to Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei smiled, killing intent surging out of him. The first commander Lu Qingxin was sent flying once more and crashed into the ground. He landed in front of Long Chen and the others, wildly hacking up blood. First Commander. Those disciples immediately went over to support him. The first commander's eyes were scarlet as if he was crazy. He was about to shake them off when he suddenly saw Long Chen. Shockingly, the first commander knelt in front of Long Chen and slammed his forehead into the ground in a kowtow. "Brother Lu, what are you doing?" Long Chen reached out to help him up, but Lu Qingxin shook his head. He actually slammed his own hand toward his head, and Long Chen hastily grabbed his arm to stop him. "Why bother?" demanded Long Chen. "Brother Long, you are the hero I respect the most. I entrust things here to you. I grew up with my little sister, and we've depended on each other for over 20 years to live. I can't let her go on a new journey by herself. Please, Brother Long." Lu Qingxin looked at Long Chen. Startled cries rang out as Long Chen slowly released Lu Qingxin's hand. Lu Qingxin slammed his own head, making it explode. His Yuan spirit floated out and slowly dissipated. When Lu Qingxin's Yuan spirit faded, a scene appeared in Long Chen's eyes. The second commander was provoked by Di Ruyun, and they made an agreement to exchange 10 blows. As a result, Di Ruyun treated her lightly and crushed her. Despite the second commander's crazy counterattacks, the more ferocious she became, the worse her situation. She was completely humiliated and directly took her life. The first commander had been rushing over, but he had been too slow. He had personally seen his little sister commit suicide and had immediately gone crazy, wanting to kill Di Ruyun in vengeance. Regretfully, in his rage, the first commander's fighting style was thrown into chaos, and he was unable to defeat Di Ruyun. Seeing that he was powerless to avenge his little sister, he chose to try and kill Di Ruyun in a suicidal self-detonation, but Di Ruyun saw through his intention and didn't give him any chance to get close. When he saw Long Chen, he immediately abandoned his vengeance and chose to go with his little sister. The moment he died, Long Chen felt his love for his little sister. This love could be considered a conviction in its own right. In his life, he lived to protect his little sister. Without his little sister, he had lost his reason to live. Stopping him would only make him feel worse, so Long Chen let him go. First commander, second commander, Qingqing and the other disciples were all crying tears of grief. At this time, Yi Lingshan also came. Seeing the first commander and the second commander's corpses, and then the dark-faced Long Chen, she said, "Long Chen, this is probably a trap." "It doesn't matter if it's a trap. This matter started because of me. I will give the two of them an explanation." Long Chen looked at the distant Di Ruyun. Long Chen's furious expression actually vanished, and his gaze became calm. "Ha ha ha, is this the Long Chen that cheated his way onto the Devil Slaughter rankings? Everyone, look, this leopard from the Eastern Zon region has come to the Central Zon region. What, do you not like the way I look? Why don't you learn from them and just kill yourself?" laughed Di Ruyun. Hearing that, the distant experts focused their gazes on Long Chen. "He is Long Chen, he looks very ordinary. I don't feel like he's an expert at all. Seems like the rumors aren't unfounded. He looks like someone who would cheat. Hee, there'll be a good show to watch." In truth, this entire conflict started because of Long Chen. His conflict with the ancient family alliance erupted after the Devil Slaughter rankings. "We'll quickly learn whether or not he deserves his fame." Countless voices began to discuss Long Chen. Experts were gathering from every direction as this huge commotion drew them over. "Yi Lingshan, help me out," said Long Chen. "With what? Help me look after them. I should be very quick." "Thanks." Long Chen vanished. Long Chen reappeared in the air. He was so fast that the experts watching were stunned. "Haha, I knew that you wouldn't be able to control yourself. Taste my axe." Di Ruyun laughed. His axe had long since been prepared, and he swung it down. Shockingly, that destructive axe stopped in midair because a single hand was holding its head. It was unable to move. Di Ruyun was famed for his power, or there was no way he would have been able to prevent the first commander from even approaching him. However, his attack, which he had fully stored up energy for, had been easily caught by Long Chen, stunning everyone. "You are not fit to fight against me." A scale-covered fist smashed into the huge axe head, and it exploded. Di Ruyun's divine item exploded into bits, along with its master. The powerful explosion shook the world. What? He destroyed a divine item with his bare hands? People's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This scene was something that they had never dreamed of. To block a divine item was rare but possible. However, a soul transformation expert destroying a divine item with his bare hands didn't exist even in legends. The power of the divine item's explosion was immense. These people had never seen such power before. Suddenly, a mournful screech rang out. A cluster of golden flames appeared in the air, and the sound came from within those flames. When the world recovered from the explosion of the divine item, they saw Long Chen clutching a translucent figure. It was Di Ruyun's Yuan spirit. Long Chen was currently burning him with the heaven incinerating flame. "If I wasn't so busy today, I'd roast you for 3 days and nights. Count yourself lucky." Long Chen's hand tightened, and Di Ruyun's Yuan spirit exploded. His screech faded. "Di Xin, you idiot, if I don't kill you today, I won't be Long Chen." Long Chen turned to the distant Di Xin and shot toward him. Chapter 1775 Appearing Unstoppable. Long Chen took 3 steps in midair, and his figure appeared in 3 different spots. It was like 3 of him were attacking at the same time, making it impossible to tell where his true attack was coming from. "Long Chen, who do you think you are to challenge me? Let's see just how you die today." Di Xin sneered as if he no longer viewed Long Chen as his match. The world rumbled, and 108 sharp bones appeared in the air like celestial battle spears. Power ripples spread in every direction as they sealed the space between them. He brought out the heavenly bone spears instantly. Shang Yunfei must think that Long Chen is a formidable opponent. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen killed Shang Yunfei's clone, so Shang Yunfei fully hates him. As he doesn't want anyone else to save Long Chen, he wants to eliminate him before disturbing the higher-ups of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Clearly, the previous conflict had occurred quickly, so quickly that no one had been able to react before the Lu siblings had consecutively taken their own lives. Shang Yunfei and Di Xin were Long Chen's mortal enemies, and they had actually gathered in this kind of situation. That was very coincidental. Is this a planned trap? If it is, that's crazy. Who could possibly plan something so meticulously so that things occurred in this sequence? I heard Long Chen has an enmity with Heavenly Fate Island. This final person clamped his mouth shut after saying that. Heavenly Fate Island was an existence no one wished to provoke. Within the crowd, Yi Lingshan's heart pounded wildly. She immediately recalled Long Chen's words, "It doesn't matter if it's a trap. This matter started because of me, so I will give the two of them an explanation." Clearly, Long Chen had seen that this was a trap from the start. Despite that, he had still jumped right into it. "Long Chen, last time you killed my clone. This time, I'll give you a miserable death." Shang Yunfei's manifestation erupted, and the image of a mammoth appeared in it. Divine runes appeared around him, supporting the 108 heavenly bone spears. They formed a giant wall in front of Long Chen. "Last time I could kill your clone, and this time I'll kill your true body. However, before that, I need to eliminate some minor trash. I will accomplish my promise. Anyone who doesn't want to die should scram." Long Chen's divine ring appeared, its 5 colors propping up the heavens. When green scales covered his entire body, he slashed Evilmoon down. A pitch-black saber image tore down the bone spear wall like a sinister fang. What? The orderly wall of 108 bone spears was pierced through, and the struck bone spears were sent flying. Long Chen charged through the opening in the wall. Ignoring Shang Yunfei, he went straight toward the surprised Di Xin. Arrogance. Shang Yunfei was enraged that Long Chen dared to ignore him. As a result, he suddenly extended a hand and caught one of the bone spears. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Long Chen, stabbing the bone spear at him. Heavenly lightning devours all life. Lightning exploded out of Long Chen's body. A huge pair of lightning wings appeared on his back, tearing through the void. Divine might descended. Long Chen actually transformed into a giant lightning figure holding a celestial lightning blade. It slashed down, with an awe-inspiring rumbling, looking completely unstoppable. Long Chen's lightning giant struck Shang Yunfei's bone spear and exploded. Blinding light stabbed into people's eyes. Surprisingly, Long Chen's seemingly grand and powerful attack was easily shattered by Shang Yunfei's spear. "Bastard, you're courting death." Shang Yunfei was first stunned, but he suddenly let out a furious roar. Turning, he saw Long Chen charging toward Di Xin. Just now, Long Chen had just unleashed the lightning as a decoy to dupe Shang Yunfei. His target was still Di Xin. Long Chen had already appeared beside Di Xin. Di Xin's previous disdain had been replaced by shock and terror. A water thorn appeared in his hand. This was a new divine item to replace the one that Long Chen had broken. It went without saying that the Di family truly had money. Based on the fluctuations, it was even stronger than the one that Long Chen had broken. However, before Di Xin could even unleash a magical art with it, just as water chi appeared in the air, Long Chen's palm slammed into the water thorn and shattered it. Di Xin was scared witless. The only thing in his eyes was Long Chen's icy gaze. It was like a death god was staring at him. He couldn't move. Long Chen grabbed Di Xin's throat. At the same time, he swung Evilmoon to the side. Split the heavens 6. The void was torn apart. As for Long Chen, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, taking 7 steps that took him hundreds of miles away. He managed to avoid Shang Yunfei's blockade with a movement art that others found unfathomable. As for the spot that Long Chen had just attacked, the void exploded there and a large figure appeared. Di Long. Startled cries rang out. The one who just appeared was Di Long, the leader of the ancient family alliance. Di Long's expression was ashen. He hadn't even received news that this would be happening today. He had only received a transmission that said Long Chen had appeared. As a result, he had immediately felt a sense of unease and rushed over. However, he had still been one step too late. His hasty interference had been unable to stop Di Xin from falling into Long Chen's hands. Having failed with his first attack, Di Xin summoned his life and death domain. The world changed color as it froze. With his son captured by Long Chen, Di Long didn't care about face. He directly summoned his domain to suppress Long Chen. Long Chen was surprised to find that he suddenly couldn't move. As he had been able to move in the domains of other nether passage experts, it seemed that Di Long was much stronger than that tortoise race expert. Die. Di Long's palm came crashing through space at Long Chen. If struck, he would definitely die. Suddenly, space exploded, and sword light slashed onto Di Long's life and death domain and through Di Long's palm. Spatial fragments danced like the wings of a butterfly. The world shuddered. Di Long, do you even have the slightest face left? You actually attacked my disciple. Ku Jianying appeared in the air, pointing at Di Long with her sword. She also had black and white runes revolving around her. Like a battle goddess, she was both wild and mighty. Ku Jianying and Di Long's appearance caused an uproar. The two of them were leaders of the Ancient Family Alliance and the Martial Heaven Alliance. Now, they were facing each other as enemies. Perhaps the entire Central Plains were about to be thrown into chaos. Father, save me, shouted Di Xin. Long Chen conveniently swung his hand, shattering half of Di Xin's face and sending his teeth flying. Today, not even a god can save you. Long Chen held Di Xin's throat like holding a chicken. He suddenly gave Di Xin a kick to his abdomen. Di Xin's manifestation had still been present, but now it vanished. Like smoke. Heavens, he crippled Di Xin's dantian. Long Chen had clearly crushed the core of Di Xin's dantian. Di Xin was now a cripple. Even if Di Long could manage to somehow restore his spirit root, Di Xin would have missed his golden cultivation period. He wouldn't have any further room for growth. Long Chen, I will kill you. Di Long roared furiously and charged over. However, he had just moved when Ku Jianying's sword pierced toward him. An icy sword chi made his soul shake. I think I'd rather kill you instead. Ku Jianying was also infuriated. Black and white light circulated around her sword. With a single slash, a long cut appeared within heaven and earth. Ku Jianying was truly and fully enraged. Originally, Ku Jianying had been tolerating some of the Ancient Family Alliance's excessive actions. After all, they had once been allies. The Martial Heaven Alliance was now surrounded by enemies. To win back a single ally, or even keep them neutral, was a good result. However, when Ku Jianying saw the Lu siblings' corpses, she went berserk. She had immediately examined the souls of the spectators and learned what had happened. She knew that this was most definitely a trap Di Xin had arranged for Long Chen. Now, Di Long actually thought that he had a right to kill Long Chen. Since her fury was completely out of her control, her sword was merciless as she repeatedly launched killing blows. Run! Nether Passage experts are fighting. We might get killed. Clearwind City's experts turned green with terror and fled into the distance. Some people weren't even interested in watching such an intense fight and directly used transportation formations to flee. If these two Nether Passage experts went crazy, then not even the entirety of Clearwind City would be enough to contain their power. Losing their lives to watch this wasn't worth it. Long Chen stood on the ground, holding the back of Di Xin's neck and forcing him to kneel on the ground. He emotionlessly watched Ku Jianying and Di Long fight in the air. In the distance, Shang Yunfei was glaring daggers at him. Long Chen had disregarded him twice to capture Di Xin. That was a kind of disregard and an extremely great insult. However, with Di Xin in Long Chen's hands, Shang Yunfei didn't dare to attack. He could only keep a close eye on him, waiting for a chance to strike. All of Clearwind City was rattled. Mass panic ensued. Multiple terrifying auras began to rise within Clearwind City. Clearly, other old monsters had been disturbed. Holding Di Xin and looking at the fight, Long Chen suddenly sneered and slashed his saber behind him. A hand appeared in the space behind him, and as a result, his saber struck it. Blood splashed through the air. Chapter 1776 Di Xin's mother. That hand that appeared in the air was slender with black and white runes revolving around it. Covered in life and death energy, it had silently broken through space to strike Long Chen from behind, but Long Chen's saber struck it, causing a cut to appear on it. Evilmoon only just cut through the skin. Before it cut the entire palm in two, a burst of life and death energy suddenly erupted from the palm, blasting Long Chen away. Long Chen snorted and dragged Di Xin with him. He turned back to look at where the palm had come from. The space there twisted, revealing the owner of that hand. It was a woman seemingly in her 40s wearing grand apparel. The woman's face was dark, and killing intent blazed in her eyes. A powerful aura locked onto Long Chen. Mom, that woman was like a final ray of hope to Di Xin. Long Chen slapped him for shouting as he retreated. Long Chen, release my son, or I'll exterminate your entire family and your entire sect. Anyone even remotely related to you will be buried, shouted the woman. She was Di Long's wife, as well as Di Xin's mother. Seeing her son being tormented by Long Chen, with even his dantian crippled, she was completely infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that Di Xin was still in Long Chen's hands, she'd have long since used her full power and destroyed Long Chen. Di Xin's mother was a figure that the experts here had only heard of but never personally seen. All they knew was that Di Xin's mother came from an extremely mysterious power. However, no one had expected her to be a terrifying nether passage expert. Without a word, Long Chen tore off one of Di Xin's arms. Di Xin screamed, "You!" Di Xin's mother shuddered from rage, her eyes scarlet. Long Chen was ignoring her threat. "Are you unaware of what kind of child you gave birth to? If your son can harm others, others can harm him. Other than that, I don't accept other people's threats, not even if those threats came from the heavens, so save the effort," said Long Chen. Di Xin's life was in his hands. His mother had tried to sneak attack Long Chen to save him, but Long Chen had sensed it, so this threat was useless. All the experts stared at Long Chen with shock. Unexpectedly, the legends were really true. Long Chen was so tough that he didn't even place nether passage experts in his eyes. Right in front of Di Xin's mother and father, two terrifying nether passage experts, he continued to torment their son. That was too crazy. No wonder there's the name of the Eastern madman. No one can compare to this craziness. Even facing nether passage experts, Long Chen was still so domineering. People couldn't help feeling some admiration for him. This didn't just require bravery but also a corresponding power. Life and death energy exploded in the void, causing the world to shake. Hu Jianying and Di Long had exchanged blows once more, causing the void to collapse. The two of you are both leaders of your alliances. You should take the big picture into consideration. If the two of you were to fight, it wouldn't be good for the continent. Their fighting had disturbed 4 elders. They appeared in the air, 3 men and 1 woman. They were also nether passage experts. The 4 of them separated Di Long and Ku Jianying. They had clearly come to mediate things. After all, if 2 nether passage experts were to fight all out, it was unknown how many lives would be extinguished in Clearwind City. Di Long, you really do think you can bully me? For the big picture, I've made concessions to you over and over again, but you continue to press me. Your son set down a trap to kill my 2 most outstanding disciples. If you don't give me an explanation, I will immediately issue the martial heaven order to have a match to the death with you. Aren't you constantly probing my bottom line? Then have a good look at it. When I destroy your ancient family alliance, let's see if those allies behind you will actually help you. Hu Jianying was still enraged. The first commander and second commander's deaths were not so easily brushed off. Although Ku Jianying appeared tough on the outside, she had a soft spot inside, especially for her disciples. She cared deeply for them. That was especially true of the first and second commanders. In their youth, they had had nothing to rely on and could only rely on themselves. Ku Jianying had pitied them and accepted them into the Martial Heaven Alliance. However, their talent had then bloomed. Even Ku Jianying hadn't expected them to have such accomplishments. As they continued to grow, Ku Jianying had even viewed them as the hope of the Martial Heaven Alliance, viewing them as her own children. Now that the 2 of them had died, she felt a heart-wrenching pain, as well as shame. She should never have made concessions to the ancient family alliance, as this was what she had gotten in return. Alliance head Ku is just speaking words of anger. If the Martial Heaven Alliance were to go to war against the ancient family alliance, it would only benefit others. Ignoring the corrupt path for now, the other powers on the continent would be very pleased with such a thing. Wouldn't you then have fallen for their sinister scheme? Let's consider the big picture, said one of the 4 elders amicably. What he said was the truth. The Martial Heaven Alliance's power far surpassed the ancient family alliance, but if they were to fight to the death, they would take heavy losses. With both of them weakened, ignoring what the corrupt path would do, just Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the Zon beasts would start to devour their territory. This kind of war did not benefit the Martial Heaven Alliance, the ancient family alliance, or the continent. The big picture. Because of the big picture, I've been made a fool, my own disciples dying miserable deaths. You think I give a damn about your big picture? raged Ku Jianying. Di Long's expression was also extremely ugly. He had completely infuriated Ku Jianying now, and that wasn't what he wanted. He had not expected for Ku Jianying's two strongest commanders to die here. He was also stifling his rage. This trap isn't targeted toward the Martial Heaven Alliance. Furthermore, I'm aware of my son's intelligence. He couldn't have come up with such a meticulous trap, said Di Long darkly. He understood his immature and arrogant son far too well. His intelligence was not high enough to come up with such a trap. Di Long was not a fool, and he had also investigated the soul of one of Di Xin's followers while fighting. He had seen what had happened and smelled the scent of a trap. Although saying this made it sound like his son was an idiot who had been used, there was no other way to resolve this. Ku Jianying was enraged. If the Martial Heaven Alliance were to go to war with the Ancient Family Alliance, that would be huge. This trap made Di Long feel a sense of unease. He had been schemed against by others. No one had told him that this would happen. That was what made him uneasy, that no one had told him about this. It was just as Ku Jianying said, if their two alliances were to go to war, would those so-called allies of his really help him, or would they just stand to the side and reap the benefits? Everyone, let's not randomly guess. This is no scheme or trap. Mr. Di Xin invited me to Clearwind City, saying that Long Chen had gone there. Considering my enmity with him, I decided to come to challenge him. But as soon as I saw Mr. Di Xin, I also saw Di Ruyun say a few flirtatious words to that woman. Unexpectedly, she immediately became hostile and challenged Di Ruyun to a deathmatch. She couldn't even handle a few jokes and then killed herself. As a result, her big brother tried to take vengeance for her, but he was a joke. The human race is so laughable and weak. Unable to defeat Di Ruyun, the big brother committed suicide as well. The human race really is skilled in this. Shang Yunfei, who hadn't spoken this entire time, suddenly opened his mouth. This explanation made everyone present think that this might be a coincidence because no trap could be so perfect. However, Ku Jianying and Di Long did not think like that. They both smelled something that they didn't like. They already had suspicions about the person who had planned this. To make a trap so perfect, perhaps the only possibility was Heavenly Fate Island. Long Chen, you came for me, so if you have any guts, you'll release Di Xin and have a real fight against me. Shang Yunfei pointed the bone spear in his hand at Long Chen. After having Long Chen ignore him multiple times, Shang Yunfei was humiliated. Even a normal person wouldn't be able to endure such a thing, let alone an expert of his level. If he didn't find a way to beat Long Chen, he would become a laughingstock. Long Chen ignored Shang Yunfei. He was looking at the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking. Long Chen, release my son. If you release him, I can let this matter go. Otherwise, Di Xin's mother shouted angrily upon seeing Long Chen not reply. Before she was even done speaking, Di Xin's other arm separated from his body. It was torn off by Long Chen. You still have 3 chances left to threaten me, said Long Chen indifferently. 3 chances, everyone quickly understood. Long Chen was talking about Di Xin's 2 legs and his head. His ruthlessness gave them chills. Di Xin's mother trembled with rage. She was less than 300 meters from Long Chen, but she didn't dare to attack. She didn't have a life and death domain as powerful as Di Long, and couldn't make it so that he couldn't move. If she tried to attack, Long Chen would definitely be able to kill Di Xin. She was caught between a rock and a hard place. She clenched her teeth, looking like she wanted to bite Long Chen to death. Shang Yunfei, your enmity with Long Chen can be resolved later. Let's deal with the important things first. Everyone, you have your own heads, so don't fall for other people's traps, advised the old woman. That's right, this matter is clear. As for the one behind the scenes controlling things, I'm sure everyone already has their own thoughts as to who that is. If you allow this conflict to grow, you'll have really fallen for this trap. These children are innocent and are merely being used. There's no need to meaninglessly increase the number of sacrifices, advised another elder. His status was not low, and amongst these 4 Nether Passage experts, he was the leader. Furthermore, his words were very reasonable. Ku Jianying didn't reply. Instead, she looked at Long Chen. Following that, everyone's gaze is concentrated on him. Chapter 1777. He is still a child. Ku Jianying wished to kill Di Long right now. Unfortunately, as long as her brain was functional, she wouldn't do something so foolish. Clearly, Di Xin had been used by someone else. That fool's idiocy had forced these two huge powers to an extremely dangerous precipice. Ku Jianying was filled with hatred, but her mind told her that she couldn't continue like this. If they fought, they would fall into the enemy's trap, and it wouldn't be a situation that they could recover from. However, she was also unwilling to just swallow this. Her head felt a bit messy, so she turned to Long Chen, leaving this decision to him. This action caused all the experts' gazes to fall on Long Chen. Long Chen. Di Xin's mother once more opened her mouth. You shut up. A furious roar rang out. This roar didn't come from Long Chen but from Di Long. He bitterly hated this wife of his. His genius son had been raised into an idiot by her, and she didn't even realize that it was her fault. If she further antagonized Long Chen, considering his fearless nature, who could guarantee what he would do? At this time, the head elder gently said, Long Chen, you are an overlord in your own right. Even at such a young age, you swept through the eastern Zan region. In the junior generation, no one can contend against you. Most recently, even with countless other geniuses competing, you managed to win first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, winning karmic luck for the righteous path. You are an intelligent person, and you can also see that this is simply a trap. You know their goal. Whether it's a trap has nothing to do with me. As for their goal, I don't care. Long Chen shook his head. However, you can't possibly not care about the millions and millions of lives within the Ancient Family Alliance and the Martial Heaven Alliance. If these two powers were to clash, how many innocent people would lose their lives? As a member of the righteous path, you have your own responsibility and mission. You cannot decide things based on your temper. Ha ha ha. Long Chen suddenly laughed disdainfully. Why laugh? The elder did not get angry. However, the other Nether Passage experts' expressions sank slightly, dissatisfied with Long Chen's arrogance. After all, they were Nether Passage experts, people who were on the same level as the patriarchs of the large sects. Just speaking with a soul transformation disciple was a loss of status on their part. As for Long Chen's attitude, it was clear that he didn't care about their status. However, it also wasn't a convenient situation for them to say anything. A family had 9 sons. The hardworking one died first because he worked himself to death. The lazy one lived long due to his laziness. The smart one was tired due to his intelligence. The ignorant one was leisurely due to his. Long Chen began to recite a common story said in the Phoenix Cry Empire. It was something a wise man had written. Its meaning was that there were 9 sons in a prosperous family. There was a smart one, a dumb one, a hardworking one, and a lazy one. As a result, of the outstanding ones, the hardest working one died of exhaustion, and the smartest one grew ill from taking on so much and died. The sensible ones constantly had to look after their brothers that weren't sensible, and their dejection eventually led to illness that caused their deaths. Once they were dead, the remaining ones, who had grown dependent on them, lost their ability to survive on their own. As a result, all 9 died. It was an exaggerated story, but it did contain wisdom. In real life, those who were most outstanding had to endure greater pressure, and it resulted in them suffering more. As for those who caused trouble, their parents had to pamper them and pay special attention to them. It was like the strong had to let others take advantage of them until they died from it. That was a morbid logic. Now Long Chen was bringing up this story from the secular world here. It formed a resonance with many people, and they understood what he was saying. Just how much had our alliance leader suffered because she was smart enough to care about the big picture. As for Di Long, he was also the leader of his alliance, so why should he get to be willful and stupid while Ku Jianying suffered? This was trouble that he had provoked, so he had to pay for it. Everyone was silent. Long Chen's words contained great power. I understand what you mean, but sometimes the process isn't important. Instead, a peaceful conclusion is what matters. Isn't that all we want in the end? Exercising forbearance and yielding is sometimes the wisest decision that can win you the most things, said the elder. The conclusion, Senior, have you seen the conclusion? Have you managed to see the future of the continent? You're right, the process isn't important. What's important is the result. But before the result appears, who can say whether an action is right or wrong? If you really could see the conclusion, you'd have probably long since ascended instead of staying in this world, said Long Chen. What nonsense, Senior Dongming is speaking to you out of the kindness of his heart, telling you not to go too far. Pay attention to your status. Finally, one of the other Nether Passage elders could not bear with Long Chen's attitude. So, unable to defeat someone in logic, you use your seniority to suppress them. Because your seniority is greater, your words are then the correct ones. Whoever's cultivation base is the strongest has the authority to speak. If that's the case, then why bother? Let's just fight. After living so many years, it seems maggots have infested your brain. Long Chen angrily laughed. This kind of person was precisely the kind he looked down upon the most. You little bastard. That Nether Passage elder was about to attack when he was held back by the leader. Long Chen, now is not the time to get hot-headed. My head is not hot. This idiot Di Shin is just an ant in my eyes and isn't qualified to affect my emotions. I'm only killing him because of a promise to the first commander, a promise that only men would understand. His beloved sister was worth 10 times his own life, but he was unable to avenge her, so he entrusted this to me. To tell the truth, I'm glad the Alliance head hasn't decided to concede again. If she had, I would be leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance. Today, no one can stop me from killing Di Shin. Even if I had to toss my life away here, I would kill him to accomplish what the first commander entrusted me with. His words shook people's hearts. He seemed like a god as he stood there, filled with unstoppable determination. The heavens could crumble, the earth could shatter, but his determination would not waver. His determination would not be the slightest bit shaken even if blood soaked this land and bones rained from the sky. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Qingqing held the first and second commanders' corpses, her tears once more streaming. No wonder the first commander had trusted Long Chen so much. Perhaps only men could understand this kind of trust. The two of them hadn't even known each other. With just one look, because of just one promise, Long Chen was willing to go to the ends of the earth. Long Chen. Beside Qingqing was Yi Lingshan. She bit her lip, also crying. This was obstinate, something an ordinary person could not understand, but it was moving. Everyone was silent, their hearts shaking. Today's men had fallen in terms of honor, but Long Chen had not. Because of one promise, he was willing to become enemies with multiple Nether Passage experts. This was a real expert, a real hero. As expected, the same character as the old man. Hu Jianying cursed inside as she stared at Long Chen. She felt profoundly helpless over this character of his. She was never able to be like that. She was the leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance and had to do what was best for the Martial Heaven Alliance. A favor, an emotional tie would only affect her decisions minutely. That was why Hu Jianying was unable to be as willful as she wished to be. A single bad mistake on her part could cost countless lives. She couldn't bear something like that. Long Chen, you have to be clear. There are two kinds of duty in this world. This promise of yours is a small one, but you have a much greater responsibility to this world and its billions of lives. That's true righteousness, so don't make this conflict worse. You've already killed Di Ruyun and crippled Di Shin. You've already avenged the two of them. Why must you kill Di Shin and worsen things? Asked the elder. However, as he was advising him, Hu Jianying's expression changed slightly. This elder voice was heavy and gentle as he spoke. He was using the life and death energy of a Nether Passage expert in a hypnotic manner. This hypnotic art was something that Nether Passage experts used when teaching their disciples. It contained their understanding of life and death, as well as heavenly Tao energy. It formed a resonance with the people hearing it, making them approve of their words. Hu Jianying was about to speak when the other elders looked at her profoundly. Alliance head, that Di Shin's status is special. He can be crippled, but he definitely cannot be allowed to be killed. You understand, said one of the elders coldly to Hu Jianying. Hu Jianying looked at Long Chen, struggling. Long Chen's expression was currently softening. Clearly, he was affected by the elder's voice. Her thoughts were in a mess, and she didn't know what she should do. She truly did want to be willful and get her vengeance. But if she did choose to be willful, the pain and suffering of this decision would be something others were forced to bear. Long Chen, a person should take the long view. Do things to get better. In the future, the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Ancient Family Alliance can be united against the corrupt path. There won't be any more enmity between the two sides. Releasing Di Shin is releasing all the enmity between them. Your own life will become much easier, continued the elder. That's right, Di Shin is still a child, so release him. Suddenly, Di Shin's mother also spoke. The elders' expressions changed, but fortunately, she was also using the same hypnotic art. Long Chen nodded. Yes, since you're saying he's still just a child, fine. Long Chen actually released Di Shin's neck, delighting everyone. However, Di Shin's mother had already made her decision. She was the closest one to Long Chen. While his mind was still being affected, she would kill him. Long Chen slammed his hand into Di Shin's head. Fine, I will give him a chance to reincarnate. Chapter 1778 Life for Life. Blood mist erupted, and Di Shin's headless corpse slowly fell. Long Chen's palm had destroyed his Yuan spirit. Long Chen's sudden attack stunned the Nether Passage experts. This sudden change caught them off guard. They had thought that Long Chen had fallen for their hypnotic arts, only to see such a thing. I have gone through the netherworld and descended into purgatory. Your little life and death energy is useless against me. My will is not something that you can shake. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen. Di Shin's mother's face twisted like a ghoul's and she charged at Long Chen furiously. Evilmoon swung through the air. Its dragon marks lit up, and darkness filled the world for an instant. An ear-piercing whistle rang out. Long Chen seemed to have long since expected Di Shin's mother to attack, and this slash of his suddenly erupted with power. Life and death energy exploded. As a result, Long Chen was blown back, his legs leaving a long scar on the ground. His chest had caved in, and blood dripped out of his mouth. He leaned against his saber, his gaze as sharp as a blade. His body was bent slightly, poised like a cheetah looking at its prey. As for where Long Chen originally was, Di Shin's mother was standing in shock. Blood was slowly pouring out of her chest. She had actually been pierced through by Long Chen's saber. Evilmoon was long and wide. Its tip was curved like a crescent moon and incomparably sharp. At the same time as it had pierced her chest, it had ripped out of a hunk of her flesh. It was almost possible to see through her injury. He actually pierced the life and death domain shield of a Nether Passage expert. How is that possible? All the experts were stunned. Long Chen was just in the soul transformation realm. The Nether Passage realm was in an entirely different dimension, so just how had he managed to break her defenses? The life and death domain was an area where the Nether Passage expert was in full control. They were like a ruler, and the energy within it could be controlled the same way as an arm or a leg. Even the heavenly Daos were unable to disturb them within this domain. However, that wasn't a Nether Passage expert's strongest point. When their life and death domain was active, they had an invisible defense around them. This defense had no openings, and all attacks would be forced back by it. This was different from when Long Chen had previously injured Di Shin's mother. At that time, she had been launching a sneak attack and hadn't had her life and death domain active. Now, she had unleashed her full power domain, but even in that situation, Long Chen was able to endure her attack and injure her. This shocked all the experts here. Di Shin's mother in particular was pale with fright. Originally, she had been planning on killing Long Chen with this attack, and she had viewed his counterattack as insignificant. She had been confident that when her palm landed, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save Long Chen. However, her arm was shorter than Long Chen's saber. When it had stabbed into her, her body had stiffened. An intense feeling of death had overwhelmed her. Hence, she had instinctively retreated and retracted 90% of her power. This ended up saving her own life. If Evilmoon's energy had erupted within her without her blocking it, her body would have exploded. This resulted in only 10% of her power striking Long Chen, causing him to only be lightly injured. The people watching had no idea that so much had occurred in that instant. All they saw was Long Chen exchange injury for injury with a Nether Passage expert. His attack had been effective against a Nether Passage expert. Looks like you're afraid of death. If you really loved your son, you would have done anything to kill me, but you refused to die with me. It can only be said that the one you love the most is yourself. I put my life on the line for a promise, while you weren't even able to muster the courage to avenge your son. People like you are only selfish egomaniacs. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. A chilling will began to rise out of him, and his black robe started to float. The only thing on his face was iciness. He was facing a terrifying Nether Passage expert, but his aura was not at all inferior to hers. Instead, it was even vaster, even sharper, filled with an unstoppable, undefeatable will. Di Shin's mother was still stunned, staring at the huge injury on her chest. Her blood was still flowing out. This was an inconceivable scene. The 4 Nether Passage elders were also stunned. This was completely different from their expectations. Alright, Di Shin's already dead. A person's death is like the extinguishing of a lantern, not worth half a copper coin. This matter can end here, said Long Chen indifferently. What crap, you killed my son. I will tear you to pieces PFFT. Di Shin's mother let out a furious roar, aggravating her injury and causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. The injury to her chest was constantly healing and tearing. This was the evil energy that Evilmoon had left behind. Even her life and death energy was unable to expel it. This moment showed Evilmoon's power. The reason why Long Chen had managed to pierce her defenses was because he had relied on Evilmoon. Facing a Nether Passage expert, Evilmoon was truly showing its power. It had not only pierced her defense, but it even had left behind evil energy in the injury, making it difficult to heal. This gravely affected her combat power. Hence, Di Xin's mother was shocked and didn't attack Long Chen again. His attack frightened her. "You want to kill me? Why would you do that? Just because I killed your son? How unreasonable." Long Chen's killing intent vanished. He had an astonished expression as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. "Long Chen, why ask a question you already know the answer to?" This time, even the head elder that had advised Long Chen to release Di Xin couldn't bear to continue watching. "How did I ask a question I already know the answer to? You killed a mother's son right in front of her. Just how cruel is that? And you still asked such a question." That elder's tone was starting to grow harsh. "Is that a joke? Why is it cruel for me to kill her son? Tell me, who doesn't have a mother, who doesn't have a father? Who is born from a rock? The first commander and second commander are orphans. Is that why it's alright for them to die such miserable deaths? Did they deserve it?" demanded Long Chen. The female elder shouted, "You are. Shut your mouth, I wasn't done speaking. Did your parents never teach you that it's very rude to interrupt others?" Cursed Long Chen. "All I did was kill a single one of Di Long's sons." As for the alliance head, she viewed the first commander and the second commander as her own children. "Di Xin caused the two of them to die, while I only killed one of Di Long's sons, so Di Long actually still owes me one life. What? Do the mediators have a double standard? Di Long's son is his son, while the alliance head's children aren't. I dare you to tell me another joke. Right before I killed Di Xin, you advised me to consider the big picture and all life in this world. But now that they want to kill me, somehow those considerations no longer matter. Why don't you think about the words you said to me before? Don't you feel a fiery sensation on your faces? Can you try and stop being so shameless?" Long Chen was angry. It was the same scenario, the same theory, but only the person had changed. When it was his turn to be the victim, they had completely different standards. They had acted so sanctimoniously before to criticize him for going too far. This so-called justice and fairness were just a cold joke. Long Chen's cursing rang through the air, shaking people's hearts. It seemed that his words weren't wrong. Before this, Di Xin had caused the first commander and second commander to die. However, those four Nether Passage elders had advised him to keep the peace and let things go since things were already in the past. Now that Long Chen had killed Di Xin, there was no need to let things go and leave them in the past. They were all against him. That was truly unfair. However, even if the spectators knew that was unfair, the other side was composed of Nether Passage experts. So what if they weren't fair? How were you supposed to go against them? So although no one said anything, countless experts were filled with admiration toward Long Chen for daring to call out Nether Passage experts on their hypocrisy. Which expert present hadn't had to endure similar oppression? Who hadn't had to endure all kinds of various injustices? But they had only been able to take it. However, Long Chen, a soul transformation disciple, dared to speak so viciously to those high and mighty Nether Passage experts. Furthermore, he had even dared to exchange his life for Di Xin's mother's. All that, just for a promise to someone he hadn't even known before. Long Chen, your heart is full of darkness. An extremist like you threatens the stability of the righteous path. Alliance head Ku, my apologies, but this Long Chen must be suppressed. The head Nether Passage elder apologized to Ku Jianying. Ku Jianying's expression changed, and her grip on her sword tightened. However, Di Long and two other Nether Passage experts appeared in front of her. Long Chen, I won't kill you, but you must be suppressed for at least 100 years. I have no other choice, so I hope you won't blame me. The elder suddenly raised a hand. Golden light filled the sky. Streaks of light shot toward Long Chen. I don't blame you, but don't blame me if I kill you. Long Chen snorted and raised Evilmoon. Divine light shone from it. This would be a truly dangerous battle. However, his gaze was still cold. Today, even if he had to die, he would drag down a few others with him. Just at this moment, a ray of black light pierced through the void from some unknown location. Chapter 1779 Grand Elder Yan Nantian. A black light suddenly appeared, completely ignoring that elder's life and death domain and flying right by his cheek. The black light pierced a mountain and continued for thousands of miles before tumbling down. This attack caused time to stand still. Everyone was holding their breath. When they saw what that black light had been, they couldn't help gasping. It was a chopstick. It was a completely ordinary bamboo chopstick that still had some oil on it, as if someone had just been using it to eat. It's not very good to say that you'll suppress someone else's child. Space twisted, and an ancient figure appeared in the air. This figure held a wine cup in his left hand and a single chopstick in his right hand. That chopstick was the same as the one that had just flown out. Clearly, that attack had come from him. Granduncle Master, exclaimed Ku Jianying. This elder was one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's Grand Elders, Ku Jianying's Granduncle Master. Yan Nantian, you're still alive. The elder that had just been about to attack Long Chen was astonished. His expression completely changed. There was no reaction amongst the junior generation when Yan Nantian's name was spoken, but the most senior experts present were all stunned. What, am I supposed to have died? Haven't you heard of a certain amazing existence in the world called the Undying Old Fart? Yan Nantian smiled faintly. He had previously restored his youthful appearance, but now he appeared so old that he was halfway to the grave. The reason why he had restored his youth previously was to feel the change in the world. However, maintaining that state was a burden to his body, so staying like this saved him energy. Yan Nantian's gaze swept over the four elders. Even if my family's child was wrong, it's not up to you to punish him. Don't you think your claws have stretched too far today? Although his voice contained no furious emotions, the words alone expressed his dissatisfaction. Those four elders immediately shut their mouths. Perhaps others might not know Yan Nantian, but they had heard his legend. He was a fierce figure capable of doing anything. Long Chen killed my son. He deliberately shattered the unity of our two alliances, which will tear apart the Martial Heaven Alliance. Only suppressing him 100 years is far from enough punishment. Di Long spoke up. Although he had heard of Yan Nantian and his fame, he had no choice, or he would appear too cowardly. I can't be bothered to play that game with you. You youngsters might like it, but I got tired of it in my youth. Why is it that you can kill my Martial Heaven Alliance's children, but we must pay when we kill your people? This theory of yours would only work if your ancient family alliance could suppress us. Perhaps if the Mo family was still in charge of the ancient family alliance, you might have some ability to fight against the Martial Heaven Alliance, but as for your D family, you should just give up. After living off a woman for so many years, your fangs have already rotted. Yan Nantian shook his head indifferently. Long Chen was startled by this revelation. The Mo family, Mo Nian's family, he actually had such a terrifying background. As for living off a woman, what was that supposed to mean? Long Chen suddenly stared at Di Xin's mother. Are you saying that my son died for nothing? Demanded Di Xin's mother. These words of yours are lacking any skill. Your son killed others, so did they die for nothing? Asked Yan Nantian. How is that the same? They were just ants, while my son, your son was just a pig. Long Chen couldn't stop himself. Although the first commander and second commander weren't personally killed by your son, without his orders, would Di Ruyun have acted so arrogantly? To put it bluntly, your son was the main culprit. I killed your son, so if you have any grievances, you can come at me. Whatever you want to try, I'll receive it. I don't have much else, but I have a group of hot-blooded brothers. We have over 10,000 lives that will accompany you at any time. Long Chen's words caused the people present to jump. Just what was he doing? He was pulling all the hatred and enmity to himself. Was he planning on leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance? Long Chen, Ku Jianying shouted. Everyone, stop making a fuss. I will handle this. It is still not the turn of you babies to act as the hosts. Yan Nantian waved his hand, stopping Ku Jianying. To Di Xin's mother, he said, don't think that you are untouchable because of your family's status. The world has changed. With the great era here, no one can say what will come in the future. As for this matter, you don't have the slightest advantage here. Even if you went crying to your family, do you think they would dare to punish Long Chen in spite of the world's opinions? First of all, you must understand the principle that children must take responsibility for their own actions. Second, even if you had a certain status amongst your family, you have no good excuse to bring them to attack Long Chen. Third, the Martial Heaven Alliance still has a few undying old farts present, so it's not like just anyone can bully us. So, I won't bother to waste any more words with you. This is karma. If you brewed a bitter drink, you'll be the one drinking it in the end. Clearly, Yan Nantian was clear on Di Shin's mother's status and didn't care. So his tone was indifferent and even contemptuous. Di Shin's mother seemed to have lost her greatest trump card. Her whole body shuddered with rage. Suddenly, she turned and cursed at Long Chen like an old vixen. Long Chen, you goddamn little bastard, just wait, I swear I will make you live a life worse than death. Don't think that they can protect you. You're too naive. Not only will I kill you, but everyone beside you will also accompany you in death. As for those women of yours, I will. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon directly at Di Shin's mother. Sharp saber light erupted. This time, Di Shin's mother was prepared. A bracelet came off her arm and formed a foot-thick light ring before Evilmoon. Boom! A powerful explosion of divine power sent Di Shin's mother flying away and hacking up blood. The injury to her chest that had mostly recovered split open once more. HMPH, you underestimated my dark energy. Did you think you could suppress it? How foolish, sneered Evilmoon. Facing a nether passage expert, Long Chen was in great danger on his own, so Evilmoon naturally didn't hold back. If Di Shin's mother hadn't sensed the danger, the previous attack would have killed her. However, it had still managed to invade her body with its dark energy. With this second attack, Evilmoon's dark energy caused the injury to suddenly flare up, causing her to be at a disadvantage. She was sent flying by Long Chen. Since that's the case, let's not wait. I'll kill you right now. Long Chen shot toward her, repeatedly slashing Evilmoon, using greater and greater power. He forced Di Shin's mother to repeatedly retreat. Di Long was shocked and infuriated. Although he disliked this woman of his, he knew that she was still very powerful. Seeing her being forced back by Long Chen, he reached out to help. However, he had just moved before Ku Jianying's sharp aura locked onto him. If he wanted to help, he would have to get past her first. Di Long exploded in anger. However, he suddenly thought of something and didn't attack. Instead, he looked at Ku Jianying with a cold smile. On the other side, Long Chen was attacking with fiercer and fiercer power. His power surged, and each slash contained a bit of power from his previous slash. The immense power was sending Di Shin's mother flying back. Heavens, Long Chen really is heaven-defying. At just the soul transformation realm, he can defeat a nether passage expert. A soul transformation disciple is definitely incapable of defeating a nether passage expert. There are two major realms between them, it's an uncrossable divide. The reason Long Chen has an advantage is because Di Shin's mother was previously injured by him. If my guess isn't wrong, there's poison on Long Chen's saber. HMPH, to apply poison to his saber, this Long Chen is really shameless. He will use any means necessary to achieve his goals, sneered an expert from the ancient races. Fuck your poison, who do you think Long Chen is? As soon as the ancient race expert said this, he was cursed by the surrounding people. Half-breed of the ancient races, if you say something stupid like that again, we'll beat the crap out of you. Scram back to your nest. The disciples here were naturally enraged. For a single promise, Long Chen had not hesitated to become enemies with so many nether passage experts. Furthermore, even in the face of such danger, he had still killed Di Shin to fulfill his promise. His actions had brought him immense danger, but he had still gone through with it. Just how brave, how courageous was that? Who else would do such a thing for a promise to a stranger? Hence, they refused to allow anyone to slander Long Chen. That ancient race expert still wanted to say a few more things, but seeing the unfriendly gazes around him, he swallowed his words. He saw several people looking at him with killing intent. A dragon has a reverse scale that will provoke anger if touched. You think your background is tough, but I think my life is tougher. So let's see just which one is tougher. Huge saber images soared out of Evilmoon as Long Chen repeatedly forced Di Shin's mother back. Her hair was a mess, and she was filled with hatred. It wasn't that she wasn't as strong as Long Chen, but that Evilmoon was interfering with her injury. She was spending the majority of her energy suppressing the dark energy in her injury, causing her to be at such a disadvantage. Long Chen, you're only fit to bully a woman. I, Shang Yunfei, will defeat you. Suddenly, 108 bone spears gathered to form one giant spear that pierced toward Long Chen. Shang Yunfei had finally made his move. Chapter 1780 Fighting Shang Yunfei. The 108 heavenly bone spears had merged into one giant spear. Cold light illuminated Clearwind City. It pierced mercilessly toward Long Chen. Long Chen had been in the midst of forcing back Di Xin's mother repeatedly when Evilmoon suddenly slashed out, using her as a rebound to fly back and avoid this thunderous attack. The spear pierced into the ground, causing the world to shake. Shang Yunfei waved his hand, retrieving his heavenly bone spears. They formed a circular barrier around himself. These 108 heavenly bone spears had been fully refined by Shang Yunfei. He commanded them easily. "Ant, calm your anger. Let me take revenge for Di Xin. I'll kill this bastard." Shang Yunfei flew over in front of Di Xin's mother, blocking Long Chen. Di Xin's mother was covered in blood. The injury to her chest had been growing worse and worse. It wouldn't have been long before she would lose her ability to continue fighting. Di Long's expression didn't change, but if one were to pay close attention to him, it would seem as if he was disappointed. "It seems you no longer care if this woman of yours is killed," sneered Ku Jianying. "What nonsense are you talking about?" raged Di Long. "If she dies, this matter will blow up, but in a way that is even more favorable to you, isn't that right?" said Ku Jianying. "Don't spout nonsense. You won't be able to drive a wedge between us," snorted Di Long, but he no longer bothered with Ku Jianying. He walked over to his wife and placed a hand on her back, helping her heal. However, before his hand could touch her, Di Xin's mother slapped him in the face, cursing, "Di Long, you useless bastard, your own son was killed, and you don't even dare to make a sound. Are you even a man? How about I find a random man here to give you a green hat and see if you can still stay so calm?" Di Xin's mother was naturally a wild woman, and she was now enraged. Her son had died in front of her, and she was powerless to avenge him. Then her husband was actually blocked by Ku Jianying and didn't dare to do anything. Her rage was now fully unleashed on Di Long. Ku Jianying's words further enraged her, so she had immediately slapped Di Long. Have you gone crazy?" raged Di Long. He clenched his fists furiously, wishing to smash her to death right now. "I am crazy. My son was killed, and you didn't even make a sound. But I can't do the same because that was my son. Are you so calm because it's my son with that other man and has nothing to do with you?" roared Di Xin's mother. "Shut up. If you keep nattering, I'll kill you." Di Long furiously slapped his wife in the face. Her face turned into a mass of pulp. "You dare to hit me? Good. Di Long, just wait, I'll make you regret this." Di Xin's mother clenched her teeth. She glared at Di Long and walked to her own position. She was clearly drawing a line between herself and Di Long. Di Long was infuriated. He was ashen-faced as he stood there, not making a sound. He just coldly watched Long Chen and Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei's 108 heavenly bone spears shone with a cold light. He stood in the air, looking at Long Chen. "Long Chen, you killed my brother. Today, even if I have to die, I will kill you to comfort brother Di Xin's soul." When he said this, Di Xin's mother was a bit moved. She hadn't expected that Shang Yunfei's feelings toward Di Xin were so strong. Compared to Di Long, Shang Yunfei was someone who truly cared about relationships. Even some of the spectators were moved. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder, indifferently saying, "Please, start your performance." "What are you talking about?" demanded Shang Yunfei. "What else could I possibly mean? Using a dead person as an excuse to curry favor with their mother's family. It gives you a grand reason to fight me and wins you a favor. When the time comes, the Ancient Family Alliance and the Martial Heaven Alliance's furious war will result in you sitting back and benefiting, while also pulling in such a powerful helper. Based on this play, you should say something about me being intolerable, and how righteous you are, then about how kind Di Xin was, how he loved the commoners, how he helped the sick, and how the two of you were as close as brothers. Then whether you defeat me or lose, you'll achieve your goal." What an excellent idea, killing multiple birds with one stone. "Come, I invite you to start your show." Di Xin's mother's previous feelings of gratitude toward Shang Yunfei vanished like smoke in the wind. She wasn't a fool, and she understood her son the best. Other than beautiful women, Di Xin didn't care about anything else, especially men who were stronger than him. He definitely wouldn't view such people as friends. If Long Chen hadn't said this, perhaps she really would have been fooled by Shang Yunfei. The gratitude in her eyes vanished, replaced with profound resentment. Shang Yunfei was using her son's death to curry favor with her. Hence, how did she know that Di Xin's death wasn't part of Shang Yunfei's plan? Upon thinking of that, her fury grew to a new level, but she didn't say anything more. Long Chen, you despicable little person, don't judge others by your own standards," shouted Shang Yunfei. Compared to Long Chen, Shang Yunfei was clearly too immature. His intentions were instantly seen through and he lost his cool. This angry shouting of his only confirmed Long Chen's words. "Fuck off, how is senior apprentice brother Long Chen a petty little person?" For a single promise, he was willing to give up his life and become enemies with nether passage experts. How many people in this world are capable of that? Exactly, your ancient races are animals who forget your ancestors. What qualifications do you have to slander others when all you do is suck up to the Zon beasts? HMPH, just seeing you look down on your human race ancestors, it's clear you're just animals without the culture of the human race. Before Long Chen could even say anything, countless experts in Clearwind City cursed at Shang Yunfei. Clearwind City was mostly occupied by the human race. Although there were also some ancient race experts, they were very few in number because it wasn't just the ancient races that rejected the human race. The human race also disliked the ancient races. Shang Yunfei's killing intent surged. His goal had been exposed by Long Chen and his plan had been ruined. Now he was even the target of all these people. Just keep relying on your numbers to shout. Long Chen, if you really have the guts, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me, one where no one is allowed to interfere? Shouted Shang Yunfei. His goal was obvious. He wanted to kill Long Chen, but he was worried about interference from Ku Jianying and Yan Nantian. However, after he said this, those experts cursing Shang Yunfei fell silent. Long Chen had displayed enough power to force a nether passage expert to repeatedly retreat, and Shang Yunfei still dared to challenge him. Was he really so powerful? There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. As I said, last time I could kill your clone, and this time I'll kill your true body, said Long Chen. Good, then let's have a real fight. I'll cut you down right here and now. Shang Yunfei's manifestation erupted behind him. The void tore open, and a mammoth's cry shook the world. Did you think relying on cheating to get first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings made you number one? Today I'll show you that your fantasy is nothing more than that. Shang Yunfei's heavenly bone spears spread, unleashing bright light. They were like ivory tusks. A mammoth cry came from each of the bone spears. It was like an army of mammoths had been awoken. Suddenly, one of them tore through the void, vanishing. Long Chen slashed his saber to the side, and the void exploded, revealing the heavenly bone spear. The ground beneath Long Chen exploded, and he was forced back by the heavenly bone spear. The ground continuously trembled. It felt like the world could not bear this level of power. Just a single heavenly bone spear possesses such power. If he gathered all of them, wouldn't that be enough power to destroy heaven and earth? Those 108 bone spears were refined from the tusks of Shang Yunfei's ancestors. Rumor is that they're the tusks of 108 experts of the mammoth race in the ancient era. The barbarian mammoth race has 2 tusks, but right before their death, one of their tusks, divine marks, will transfer to the other. It could be said that each of these heavenly bone spears represents the power of a supreme expert from the barbarian mammoth race. They each have their own spiritual seal, and they're different from ordinary divine items. Their item spirits are willing to lend their full power to Shang Yunfei, and there's no slave mark limiting their power. It could be said that they are priceless treasures of the ancient races. Long Chen will probably be in danger, sighed an elder. Stop. Long Chen suddenly stamped down on the ground. Berserk power surged out of him, and he managed to resist this heavenly bone spear. He eventually managed to stop it from pushing him back. Chapter 1781 Mammoth Violet Blood. He stopped it. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen finally managed to stop the heavenly bone spear. The surroundings were packed with experts that had flocked over. The disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance had gathered. Meng Fei and Xin Li were present, filled with fury upon seeing the first commander and second commander's corpses. Although Di Ruyun was already dead and Di Xin had been killed, their hatred had not faded. The first commander and second commander would never come back. Qingqing was no longer crying. She was completely focused on Long Chen, and her hands were balled into fists. She was nervous and afraid that Long Chen would die. Long Chen had been blown back so far, and it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. Long Chen, how is the power of this spear of mine? Shang Yunfei didn't press his advantage. Instead, he just coldly looked at Long Chen. Did you use words to restrict the Alliance head and the Grand Elder so you could properly humiliate me? I don't know where that confidence comes from, but this unchanging poser act of yours bores me, so prepare yourself. I won't let you keep on posing. The divine ring behind Long Chen came to a sudden pause. The world became deathly silent. Feng Fu star. Rumbling rang out with the final explosive sound. 5 stars revolved in Long Chen's eyes, and a 5-point star lit up within the divine ring. Long Chen's aura surged with each star. It was like another world had been opened. When all 5 stars were activated, the divine ring actually shrank a level. But after shrinking, the world felt like it had been enslaved. Energy was forcibly taken and poured into Long Chen's body. The divine ring was no longer just capable of countering and applying pressure. Now, it was forcibly taking the world's energy for Long Chen. Due to the world rejecting him, he had been unable to replenish his energy when fighting against Celestials and Empyreans. He was forced to rely on the energy within his 4 chi seas and 108,000 stars to replenish himself. However, after returning from the skyscraping world, his understanding of the 9-star hegemon body art had deepened. This technique was so domineering that it suppressed even the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Taos refused to work with him. He didn't care. Your energy is my energy. There should be no objections. The world rumbled as the heavenly Taos fought him, but they were unable to stop him from taking their energy. Long Chen suddenly let out a berserk roar. He slashed Evilmoon fiercely, blasting the heavenly bone spear away. After sending it away, Long Chen slashed Evilmoon quickly again, unleashing a black stream of light that looked like it would destroy the world. Not good. Shang Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. The 107 heavenly bone spears behind him vanished, joining together with the heavenly bone spear that Long Chen had just sent flying. The 108 heavenly bone spears had just gathered when Long Chen's saber landed. An apocalyptic explosion shook the land. The world turned dark, and people felt like the fabric of space had been destroyed. This energy is practically equivalent to a law. The young people these days are really frightening. The female elder who had previously tried to smooth things over sighed. Although she was a nether passage expert, she had to admit that this energy could threaten her. Although they had been surprised before when Long Chen had managed to fight Di Xin's mother, they hadn't been that surprised. They all had sharp eyesight and saw that it had been the result of the saber in Long Chen's hand, not because he himself was so powerful. However, now that Long Chen's 5 stars had been activated, they finally understood that Long Chen hadn't even been fighting all out against Di Xin's mother. When they realized that, they sighed emotionally. A soul transformation disciple was actually holding back while fighting a nether passage expert. The youngsters these days were really incomprehensible. The 108 bone spears were sent flying. Even combined, they were unable to block Long Chen's attack, stunning the spectators. After all, that first bone spear on its own had been enough to send Long Chen flying, and it seemed like he had used his full power to block it. Was this to mean that Long Chen's strength had now increased by 100 times? Fuck, his bone spears have bloodline energy and spiritual strength supporting them. As expected, they're different from the replicas from last time. They didn't break, cursed Evilmoon. These heavenly bone spears had both bloodline and spiritual runes that formed a defense that made it so Evilmoon couldn't harm their true bodies. In other words, even Evilmoon couldn't compete with who was harder. If it weren't for those runes, Evilmoon was confident it would be able to shatter those bone spears. On the other hand, Shang Yunfei was greatly surprised. Long Chen's attack had caused faint cracks to appear on one of the heavenly bone spears. That was the one that Long Chen had sent flying before, and if he hadn't combined the 108 bone spears, that bone spear would have been in danger of shattering. These 108 heavenly bone spears were a perfect set. If even one was broken, their overall power would drop sharply, as they all supported each other through a meticulous formation. Furthermore, losing one meant that there were many powerful moves that Shang Yunfei would be unable to unleash. Thinking of that, Shang Yunfei no longer dared to be careless. He crossed his hands on his chest, and a blood rune appeared on his forehead. The 108 heavenly bone spears also had blood runes appear on them as if they had gained some life force. This brat's very crafty. It seems he's seen my power, so he has strengthened the bone spear's defensive power. Shattering one of them will become very difficult now. Using a little trick will no longer work. You'll need to compete with real power, said Evilmoon. That's fine, these heavenly bone spears are treasures. It would be a shame to break them. I was originally planning on taking them for myself. After explaining his fierce desire for these 108 heavenly bone spears, Long Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot toward Shang Yunfei. He began unleashing a crazy tempest of attacks with Evilmoon. Xiang Yunfei began fighting while holding one of the heavenly bone spears. As for the other bone spears, they pierced through the air repeatedly at Long Chen. The heavenly bone spears were like 108 experts attacking him at the same time. However, Long Chen's figure was like lightning, and his saber was wild. He unleashed crazy attacks. Each time his saber clashed with a bone spear, it caused the world to shake. That was a power that appalled these experts. The battle had reached a point that it was impossible to see their figures in the sky. They were only able to see saber images and spear images flash through the air, causing powerful explosions. How terrifying! Who could even last a second under such berserk attacks? Exclaimed an Empyrean. Although he was an Empyrean and also at the peak of soul transformation, this level of battle had surpassed his imagination. He wouldn't even be able to receive a single one of these attacks. The difference was too great. Are they even human? All the experts were appalled. This kind of speed, this kind of power, it wasn't something a soul transformation expert should possess. The Life Star experts' jaws dropped. If these two were fighting them, then it wouldn't even be a battle. It wouldn't be fighting across realms but one-shotting across realms. Divine light filled the sky. The heavenly bone spears were sent flying one by one. Xiang Yunfei himself was also knocked back. Startled cries rang out. Had Xiang Yunfei been defeated? However, Xiang Yunfei's expression was still calm. He suddenly let go of the bone spear in his hand. Violet runes appeared on his hands. Those runes emitted an ancient air, and when they appeared, Xiang Yunfei's bloodline power began to surge. Violet spirit blood, startled cries rang out. Those violet runes were condensed from spirit blood. Rumor is that Xiang Yunfei's bloodline has shown an ancestral regression. But to actually possess the mammoth violet blood, is that any different from the bloodline of the Zon beasts? That's not all. The barbarian mammoth race's bloodline is extremely fierce and domineering, but lacking in softness, resulting in them not being able to unleash their full potential. Even their own physical bodies are unable to bear their power. However, Xiang Yunfei possesses human bloodline as well, giving him skill in magical arts and making up for that weakness. His power will probably be even greater than his ancestors. Just as everyone was discussing this, the heavenly bone spears in the sky merged into one. Long Chen, today I'll let you experience my true power, shouted Xiang Yunfei, his battle intent surging. Chapter 1782 Dragon Blood vs. Violet Blood. The 108 heavenly bone spears merged into one violet bone spear. The violet bone spear had just appeared when an immense power caused space to twist around it. It was impossible for people to see it clearly. It possessed a wild air, like an ancient monster that had a thirst to devour all the world's blood. A faint violet light also appeared around Xiang Yunfei's manifestation, in particular the mammoth image within. There were also two violet marks in his eyes that made him appear strange and demonic. Did you think that because you could kill my clone, you had the power to challenge me? Let me tell you just how wrong you are. Other people's clones have 80% of the power of their true body, but due to my bloodline, my clone only possessed 50% of my power. For humiliating me and killing my clone, I'll let you experience the true power of the mammoth race. Xiang Yunfei's violet spear suddenly slashed through the air. Its tip emitted a violet thread. It was a thread of light, as faint as silk. But that thread cut the world in two. A cracking sound appeared from the space it passed through. Without realizing what had happened, people suddenly saw a crack appear in the ground beside Long Chen. It continued far into the distance beyond the horizon. The earth was cut apart. Everyone gasped. Xiang Yunfei's attack had been too fast and sudden for them to even notice it. By the time they had noticed it, it was already over. A huge line had appeared in the ground without them even noticing. If this attack were to strike them, they'd be cut in two. Yet, Long Chen's expression didn't twitch. He looked at Xiang Yunfei calmly as if nothing had happened. What terrifying speed, but also what terrifying deductive abilities. Seeing that Long Chen was completely unaffected, people wondered whether he was even a human inside. Xiang Yunfei's attack had been absolutely terrifying, and even though he had given a verbal warning, it had essentially been useless. He had already attacked by that time. Now that the attack had been completed, these experts were able to recall its path through the air. It had just been a moment, but they had seen it. They knew that an existence on Xiang Yunfei's level wouldn't possibly miss. However, they didn't recall seeing Long Chen move. In other words, he had to have deftly dodged this attack without them noticing. Both their movements were so quick that the spectators couldn't track them. It was just a simple attack and dodge, and yet it embodied their power and combat experience. This is your so-called power. It's pretty slow. Only a dead person wouldn't be able to dodge it. Are you sure this is you being serious? Asked Long Chen lightly. The expressions of the experts present twitched. They weren't dead people, but they really wouldn't be able to dodge that attack. All you know how to do is attack. Watch me cut off your head. Although he knew Long Chen was doing it on purpose, Shang Yunfei was still angered, especially by Long Chen's expressionless face. That was a wordless taunt. The violet bone spear's light intensified, and Shang Yunfei's manifestation shook. It felt like the world had suddenly grown heavier. The ground sank inch by inch, and everyone's expressions changed as they felt like a boulder was crushing them. It was as though their bodies were about to explode. Mammoth heavenly battle blow. Shang Yunfei's violet bone spear swung in a mysterious arc. At the same time, divine runes appeared within his manifestation and merged with the bone spear. The world grew heavier and heavier, and people felt like their blood was about to explode out of them. This is spirit blood pressure. He's not just relying on sheer power, but also the power of his bloodline PFFT. One person shouted, and as a result of being distracted, he coughed up a mouthful of blood from this pressure. When Shang Yunfei's violet light surged, Long Chen became covered in green dragon scales, and the power of his own blood chi surged into the sky. He slashed his saber in a wild hack into the bone spear. When these two divine weapons clashed, it was like a pot had boiled over, but the pot was the world. Huge waves of earth exploded in every direction. The weaker disciples were the first to flee. Just the first wave of earth made them feel a mortal danger. However, they were worried for nothing. Ku Jianying raised her hand, summoning her domain to protect Clearwind City. Even so, the earth wave roared through Ku Jianying's domain like a tide of magical beasts. It was an amazing yet horrifying sight. Qingqing was pale. She was hiding behind Yi Lingshan, Xin Li, and Meng Fei. Without them, she wouldn't dare to watch such a battle at this range. However, even Yi Lingshan was stunned. Before this, her impression of Long Chen was that he didn't look the slightest bit like an expert. He looked like an entirely different person now that he was in battle. She practically didn't recognize him. Fierce, domineering, merciless, fearless. The power that Long Chen and Shang Yunfei had displayed made her feel profoundly helpless. They were so powerful that she found it difficult to form a desire to even compete with them. Yi Lingshan was an independent cultivator. Her current achievements were the result of her own hard work. Hence, she was a true expert. She had suffered and worked hard. The reason she didn't wish to join a sect was because she disliked how sects only cared about their own self-interest. When she had been weak, those sects had been too lazy to even give her a glance. Now that she was standing out, they gave her a bright smile as if that had never happened. So she did not wish to join a sect. She was alone, and she had the power to be alone. However, her pride at such a thing was now shrinking. At the start, she hadn't cared much about Long Chen's power. After all, he had been first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. Possessing that kind of power was normal. Even when he had been fighting Di Shin's mother, she hadn't been too moved because she was capable of the same thing. However, as he revealed more and more of his power, she realized that what she had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. She didn't even know how much ice was hidden below the surface. The void continued to explode. Through Ku Jianying's domain, people were able to see that the battlefield had collapsed. There was a giant ball of light at the center, one filled with raging violet and green light. Not only is their power equally matched, but even the power of their spirit blood is equal. This battle's quite marvelous. Just at this moment, 3 ancient figures appeared in the sky. They were the other 3 Grand Elders of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Why have the 3 of you come out as well? Yan Nantian smiled. Watching in the dark isn't as satisfying as watching it directly. This child Long Chen's not bad. His wine is good, praised one of the Grand Elders. Ku Jianying was speechless. Had these Grand Elders been sleeping for too long? Their words were completely chaotic with no proper sequence. Have the 3 of you finally stopped fighting? Asked Yan Nantian. Yes, it's over. Ah, sorry, I forgot that you didn't get to finish drinking. One of the Grand Elders clapped his head. As long as the 3 of you got it out of your system. Just treat it as me showing respect for my seniors. Yan Nantian smiled bitterly. He had only gotten to drink 2 cups of the wine that Long Chen had brought. Yan Nantian looked at the battlefield. Long Chen was still locked with Shang Yunfei, while Evilmoon and the Violet Heavenly Bone Spear were tied in competition. The ground beneath them was slowly sinking as it couldn't bear their power. Behind Shang Yunfei was violet light, while behind Long Chen was green light. These two lights interwove in the air, continuously clashing. The mammoth race's bloodline is ranked near the top in the Zon beasts. They're wild and berserk but lacking support, so they can't maintain their peak power for more than a moment. After merging with the human race's bloodline and making up for that deficit, Shang Yunfei's bloodline is probably even a level higher than the mammoth race. However, Long Chen's blood qi is also strange. Its fluctuations are so weak, but the will within it is shockingly powerful. Even true dragon essence blood shouldn't possess such a powerful will. It seems that they're not on the same level, wondered a grand elder. Long Chen's blood qi is definitely true dragon essence blood. However, it was from the lowest level amongst the true dragons, the green dragon. Green dragon essence blood is immature, and its power is limited. According to reason, it shouldn't be able to contend with the spirit blood of the mammoth race that has been refined and tempered thousands of times. But legend is that the power of the true dragon essence blood depends on the accomplishments of the owner, so not all true dragon essence blood is the same. Hehe, the Zon beasts definitely think that Long Chen's true dragon essence blood is just from an ordinary true dragon and unable to threaten them, or they would have long since attacked him with their full power, said Yan Nantian with a smile. Perhaps the Zon beasts had misjudged Long Chen. Now, it was too late to regret that mistake. True dragon essence blood was an astonishing treasure to the Zon beasts, but of course it wasn't important to the point that they would be willing to go to war with the Martial Heaven Alliance. However, if they had known earlier that Long Chen's true dragon essence blood came from such a shocking figure, then it would be difficult to say. Suddenly, another explosive sound came from the battlefield. Shang Yunfei's runes lit up, and a door appeared on top of his forehead, opening and revealing a violet figure that flew at Long Chen. Chapter 1783 Yuan spirits come out. It's his Yuan spirit. Startled cries rang out. The two of them had been fighting evenly without either side being able to gain an advantage, so Shang Yunfei took out his Yuan spirit. A cultivator's Yuan spirit was incredibly important. It wouldn't be taken out to fight so easily. If the Yuan spirit was harmed, the body might just wither and die. Furthermore, there were many specialized weapons and poisons targeted toward Yuan spirits. If struck, they would definitely die. There wouldn't even be a chance to save them. However, Shang Yunfei had taken out his Yuan spirit far too lightly now. That stunned everyone. Are they really at that point already? Shang Yunfei's Yuan spirit came flying out and grew until it was the exact same as his true body, except it was violet. It smashed a fist at Long Chen. Just before its fist could strike Long Chen, a hand came out of Long Chen's forehead and blocked it. You want to fight with Yuan spirits? Alright, let's go. Shang Yunfei was forced back by the hand coming out of Long Chen's head. Long Chen's Yuan spirit also flew out, smashing a fist at Shang Yunfei. Their two true bodies continued to clash with their divine weapons, but now their two Yuan spirits had also appeared, flying above them and starting a berserk battle. How did they manage to do this? People's jaws dropped. How was it that the two of them were able to split their attention to fight so intensely with both their true bodies and Yuan spirits? Just how powerful were their Yuan spirits? When most experts used their Yuan spirits to fight, they would at most risk letting it go out for one attack and then retreat. It was used for sneak attacks and catching people off guard. If they managed to kill their target, then good. If they didn't, then they would immediately pull their Yuan spirit back. Only Yuan spirits belonging to those on the level of Empyreans were able to leave the body to fight, but even for the absolute majority of Empyreans, their Yuan spirits would only be used to assist their attacks. No one dared to directly summon their Yuan spirit to fight for them. That was too dangerous. How did they manage to make their Yuan spirits so condensed? They don't even look like Yuan spirits. Just how many primordial runes did they condense? Exclaimed an Empyrean. He felt like he had gone insane. Why was it that there was such a huge difference between two Empyreans? Normal Empyreans had a Yuan spirit that was a foot tall. Any larger, and it wouldn't be solid enough. As for others, their Yuan spirits were even weaker. Yet, both Long Chen and Shang Yunfei had Yuan spirits almost identical to their true bodies. If it weren't for the green and violet light coming from them, the spectators wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei's true bodies continued to fight all out on the ground, causing the land to continuously deform. Splitting their attention to have their Yuan. Spirits' fight for them didn't affect the power of their true bodies at all. In the sky, there was another Long Chen and Shang Yunfei repeatedly clashing with their bare hands. Because they were so fast, all people saw were afterimages of their punches and kicks. The experts watching were struck dumb. Just what kind of monsters were these two? A punch of their yuan spirits could break the sky. A kick could shatter the earth. Each of their exchanges caused the world to tremble. It felt like a divine drum was beating loudly, shaking their hearts. Too terrifying. They're monsters. People's eyes went from the sky to the ground and back. They didn't even know if they should be watching the fight between the yuan spirits or their true bodies. If one of their true bodies was defeated, their physical body would be destroyed. If their yuan spirit was defeated, their soul would dissipate. Either way, they would definitely die. However, people could only keep track of one fight, so their eyes were moving so much that they couldn't keep track. They didn't dare to use their spiritual strength to watch. The attacks were so powerful that the backlash might just take their lives. As everyone was dazzled and befuddled by this fight, even the weaker people present who felt a stabbing pain just by watching refused to leave. They bitterly endured because they might not ever see such a fight in their lifetimes. They couldn't miss this chance. Long Chen, the power of your physical body isn't bad. You're actually able to fight against me. But there's no way that your yuan spirit is my match. Since you're dying today, I'll let you understand. Do you know just how many primordial runes I condensed when I stepped into soul transformation? Shang Yunfei began to shout as he fought. He was clearly confident in his yuan spirit. It was true that his yuan spirit was incredibly powerful. Long Chen ignored him. He continued to fight, neither at a disadvantage or advantage. Shang Yunfei was too powerful for him to be careless. Haha, you don't even have the courage to speak. Are you afraid of despair? Alright, I'll tell you so you can understand the difference between us. I condense a total of. Shang Yunfei's violet light surged like a wild tsunami as the power of his yuan spirit reached a peak. 370 million primordial runes. Now, do you know the difference between us? Shang Yunfei shouted along with the surge in the power of his yuan spirit. Violet light soared into the sky. His voice resounded through heaven and earth, and every person's jaw dropped. How is that even possible? How could he have so many primordial runes? I only had 1,700. I also only had 1,300. That's crazy. All the Empyreans present felt like they had just been given a fatal blow. They couldn't believe their ears. This difference was definitely enough to cause despair. Even Yan Nantian and the others couldn't help nodding along. Having 370 million primordial runes truly was rarely seen in this world. No wonder he was so confident. Shang Yunfei no longer held back after revealing how many primordial runes he had. He became a blazing violet sun who blinded others, and a fist smashed mercilessly toward Long Chen in the air. He was planning on winning with this one punch. 370 million. Why didn't you say so earlier? Long Chen laughed and green scales suddenly covered his body. He actually used the green dragon battle armor with his yuan spirit. Violet light exploded. It was like a violet sea had exploded in the air. Heavens, Shang Yunfei's spiritual strength is so great. He's actually able to cause such a phenomenon. No, Shang Yunfei's arm has been broken. An Empyrean with runes in his eyes suddenly cried out. Clearly, he was using a magical art that allowed him to see the battle more clearly than others. Heavens, it's true. Shang Yunfei's arm has vanished. At this time, the other Empyreans also managed to see the truth. However, violet light was still blinding the others. People weaker than Empyreans were unable to see what was going on. Another explosive sound and a wave of violet light erupted. Shang Yunfei let out a furious roar. Suddenly, the violet light filling the sky vanished, and Shang Yunfei's yuan spirit was fleeing back toward its true body, both its arms gone. Furthermore, it was now a whole level dimmer than it had been before. It no longer looked as mighty as before. Long Chen's yuan spirit suddenly chased after it, smashing out another fist. 370 million primordial runes only has this much power. Are you sure you weren't bragging a bit? Long Chen's sneer immediately drew countless people's attention. Could it be that Shang Yunfei really had been bragging and didn't have that many primordial runes? He had only said this to frighten and shake Long Chen. The arms of Shang Yunfei's yuan spirit regrew, and he crossed them in front of himself to block Long Chen's fist. As a result, his new arms exploded as well, transforming into violet mist. Shang Yunfei shouldn't be lying. His powerful yuan spirit is able to recover quickly, so it seems like it's on that level, or just one of Long Chen's attacks would have destroyed it, deduced one expert. If he's not lying, then is Long Chen lying? He lied about how many primordial runes he had. When did Long Chen ever say how many primordial runes he had? I don't recall such a thing. Everyone came to a sudden understanding. Long Chen truly hadn't replied with the number of primordial runes he possessed. Then are you saying, Long Chen had even more primordial runes than Shang Yunfei? Heavens, just kill me. I feel like I'm going insane. One of the Empyreans punched himself. A Yuan spirit condensed of 370 million primordial runes was actually beaten into a fleeing rat by Long Chen. Then just how many primordial runes did Long Chen possess? Even Di Long and his wife, as well as the other Nether Passage elders, were filled with disbelief. There was only one possibility for Long Chen's Yuan spirit to be able to crush Shang Yunfei's Yuan spirit so easily. He had to have at least double the number of primordial runes as Shang Yunfei, or such a thing was impossible. A battle of Yuan spirits was different from other fights. If both Yuan spirits were relatively equally matched, then winning would require technique and combat experience. However, if the difference between the Yuan spirits was too great, then the weaker one would be unable to pose a fatal threat to the stronger one. The reason Long Chen hadn't used his full power from the start was because he had been testing Shang Yunfei's power. As a result, Shang Yunfei thought that this was all the power Long Chen had and went all out. This calculated risk of his ended up backfiring magnificently. Long Chen defeated Shang Yunfei's Yuan spirit in just 3 attacks. Amongst the ancient races, disciples wouldn't possibly possess such powerful Yuan spirits. Shang Yunfei's Yuan spirit was the result of a mutation. Such a terrifying Yuan spirit had never appeared in the history of the ancient races. In truth, this trump card of Shang Yunfei's had been kept secret to the point that the outer world didn't know about it. He had been planning on using this trump card to kill Long Chen and prove to the world that the ancient races, Yuan spirits were also powerful and even stronger than the human race's Yuan spirits. Unfortunately, he was forced to flee miserably, and his Yuan spirit was on the verge of crumbling. Shang Yunfei formed hand seals, and his Yuan spirit transformed into a ray of light that returned to his true body. Long Chen snorted and also recalled his Yuan spirit. A wild surge of energy erupted from Evilmoon. Shang Yunfei, who had been evenly matched with Long Chen, was suddenly blown away, coughing up blood. Chapter 1784 Unexpected Paragon Art. Shang Yunfei was blown away. Due to their fighting, the ground around them had sunk, and they were in a huge hole. Hence, Shang Yunfei crashed through the ground and then reappeared out on the surface. Shang Yunfei had just appeared above ground again when lightning flashed around Long Chen. He seemed to teleport, appearing right where Shang Yunfei was flying toward. He slashed his saber. Shang Yunfei hastily blocked with his violet bone spear, and as a result, he smashed into the ground once more. The ground was like a calm lake that had been struck by a meteorite. A huge wave of earth spread. After sending Shang Yunfei into the ground, Long Chen followed, diving like a goshawk at a rabbit. The ground bulged and exploded over and over again. Cracks spread far into the distance as they began to fight underground. How terrifying. This is practically an apocalyptic battle. Long Chen truly is worthy of the name of the Eastern Wastelands Demon King. Who can possibly block him? No wonder he's called the Eastern Madman. If I had this kind of power, I could also be crazy. People could only discuss what was going on based on the cracks and bulges appearing on the ground. With Nether Passage experts protecting them, they didn't need to worry about their safety. They were watching the battle with anticipation. This was a glorious moment, as well as the best gossip to discuss in the future. Although they couldn't see the two of them, they could sense their terrifying power. They were constantly wrecking the ground. This Long Chen's power has exceeded my expectations. The youngsters these days really do hide their power well, said one of the Grand Elders with a faint smile. The power of Long Chen's Yuan spirit was something that even they had never seen before. However, misjudging him like this was a pleasant surprise. After all, he was still a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hu Jianying was naturally the most excited one. She had always viewed Long Chen as her own child. Although the main reason for this at the start had been her relationship with the old man, later she had truly started to like this daring and caring child. As for why she had to constantly put him in his place, that was because his guts were too big, and she had to before he killed himself. She had to beat this child, but of course, when the time for rewards came, she would first think of him. Suddenly, the the ground exploded. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei's figures appeared in the sky again. Shang Yunfei was covered in blood. He looked like he was in a miserable state, but there was no panic in his eyes. As for Long Chen, he also had some bloodstains on him. It was just unknown if this blood was his or Shang Yunfei's. Long Chen was calm. Evilmoon rested on his shoulder once more as he looked at Shang Yunfei. He looked unfathomable. The two of them had suddenly stopped fighting. However, the spectators were stunned to find that even after such an intense battle, their auras hadn't dropped at all. The two of them were clearly still in their peak condition after all that. Monsters. Absolute monsters. The so-called heavenly geniuses present had completely lost the foundation of their pride. In front of Long Chen and Shang Yunfei, who would dare to call themselves a genius? Even Yi Lingshan, who had just climbed the Venerate platform, was completely convinced of her inferiority. Long Chen's previous words about the Venerate platform and how he refused to climb it had made her think that he was worried about losing face. Only now did she find how laughable this guess was. With Long Chen's power, that broken-down Venerate platform was truly unable to entice him. True experts disdained showing themselves off. When she compared herself to Long Chen, she found that her thinking and actions appeared immature. Long Chen was a true expert, someone who disdained making a show to prove themselves. His height was something she could only look up to. The facts prove that trying to be a badass without a corresponding power makes you a dumbass. If you hadn't borrowed power from your ancestors just now, there would no longer be a Shang Yunfei in this world, said Long Chen indifferently. HMPH, my ancestors' power is my power. If you don't have that power, it's just because your ancestors were garbage, sneered Shang Yunfei. He was a bit angry and a bit insulted. He had thought that his unrivaled Yuan spirit would be able to make him win in one go. Due to the defeat of his Yuan spirit, Long Chen had managed to get an advantage over him. In their underground fight, Shang Yunfei had also been forced to use a bit of forbidden power to recover from his disadvantage. Thinking of his previous words, especially when he bragged about how he had 370 million primordial runes, Shang Yunfei felt like he had truly slapped himself loudly this time. That's right, as long as it's a power you can use, it's your power. I'm not mocking you for borrowing power. I'm just mocking you for trying to be a badass, said Long Chen indifferently. Shang Yunfei was extremely arrogant, and that was precisely the kind of person that Long Chen liked to slap in the face. Having heard Shang Yunfei repeatedly say that he would kill him, Long Chen was naturally angered. He felt refreshed to see Shang Yunfei's current expression. Long Chen, I admit that you're very powerful. Even the power of your Yuan spirit exceeded my expectations. However, if you think that you can defeat me because of that, I can only say that you're too naive. The power of the ancient races isn't something you can comprehend. Shang Yunfei formed a hand seal, and his manifestation quickly spread, covering this entire space. The entire battlefield was infected by his violet light. The experts were struck dumb by this move. Just how was it possible for a technique to cover the entire battlefield with a manifestation? They had never seen such a divine ability or magical art that covered such an area and with such power. This violet light covered them as well. All these geniuses, whether they were celestials or Empyreans, suddenly found that they could no longer sense the heavenly Taos. Their heavenly Tao energy was instantly stripped away. It was like they had been crippled. What kind of power is this? Why is it capable of stripping away our heavenly Tao energy? To celestials and Empyreans who relied on heavenly Tao energy, this sudden sensation filled them with fear and unease. Ha 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 ha, Shang Yunfei laughed as the violet light coming from him grew stronger. Have none of you heard of a certain kind of energy that is on the same level as heavenly Tao energy? Is he talking about paragon arts? Cried an old expert with shock. Paragon arts, aren't those things that only nether passage experts can use? Is he not worried about his body exploding from the power? Only a very small portion of the old experts here had even heard of paragon arts. That was because practically everyone here was only qualified to learn magical arts and battle skills. They weren't even qualified to touch paragon arts. All magical arts relied on using the energy of the world to activate, which was the power of the heavenly Taos. They were activated within the scope of the heavenly Taos. To put it another way, magical arts required the approval of the heavenly Taos to be activated. However, paragon arts were different because they were so powerful that they were on the same level as the heavenly Taos. They didn't need to be part of the heavenly Taos. Some magical arts clashed with heavenly Tao energy and their power could be affected by that. It would require clearing an area of your heavenly Tao energy so you could activate the magical art. Now though, all the heavenly Tao energy present had been forced away. Not even Empyreans could sense the heavenly Taos any longer, which resulted in panic. Hu Jianying's expression finally changed. Amongst everyone present, only Netherpassage experts truly understood how terrifying Paragon arts were. Although Shang Yunfei was only in the soul transformation realm and couldn't possibly unleash the full power of a Paragon art, its power would still make him unrivaled in the same realm. Now she knew why Shang Yunfei was so confident as to challenge Long Chen to a life-and-death match. He knew that Long Chen didn't have a Paragon art. Paragon arts would leave a particular aura around the user, an aura that only people who also had Paragon arts could sense. It formed a certain kind of resonance, so Shang Yunfei had clearly sensed that Long Chen possessed no such aura. Granduncle Master, Hu Jianying turned to Yan Nantian. Compared to a Paragon art, any magical art Long Chen could use would be garbage. Long Chen would definitely die. What are you panicking over? Can't you see that Long Chen is still calm? He definitely still has trump cards left. But this Shang Yunfei really is extraordinary. His power is even greater than we expected. Long Chen might be able to draw with him, but I doubt he can defeat him. The result of this battle was decided from the start. It's just a shame that Long Chen doesn't have any Paragon arts, or there might be the slightest bit of hope, sighed Yan Nantian. Suddenly, cracks appeared in Shang Yunfei's violet world. A rush of desolate air poured out of those cracks. The world became still. Chapter 1785 Mammoth Primordial Spirit Beasts. Violet light filled the world, and it was like another world's energy had replaced this world's energy. Cracking sounds rang out like the world was about to shatter. This was a horrifying phenomenon. Paragon arts. Just what are they? How can they be so terrifying? Just this aura is making it impossible for me to move. Qingqing was pale, her voice shuddering as she cried. Qingqing, Xin Li, Meng Fei, and the other disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance were staring at this phenomenon in shock. This kind of power made them feel despair. They couldn't even form a desire to fight back. Paragon arts have surpassed the existence known as magical arts. They are unrivaled arts, capable of breaking 10,000 magical arts, resulting in them being called Paragon arts. Normally, only Netherpassage experts can use them because their life and death energy is also another kind of energy outside Heavenly Tao energy. They can unleash their life and death domain and their Paragon art within that domain. However, Shang Yunfei has used some unknown methods to create his own domain that was capable of holding a Paragon art. He really is frightening, said Yi Lingshan. As an independent cultivator, Yi Lingshan had studied a vast variety of things. She had no teacher, so she had to grope around in the dark herself. Hence, she had some superficial understanding of Paragon arts. Then is senior apprentice brother Long Chen going to be defeated? Asked Qingqing, while clenching Yi Lingshan's hand tightly. She almost seemed to be praying to Yi Lingshan for Long Chen's victory. In her eyes, Yi Lingshan was also a peerless expert. As long as she said that Long Chen would win, he would definitely win. However, Yi Lingshan didn't reply. She had no way to reply. She knew that she couldn't give the reply that Qingqing wanted. In front of a Paragon art, any magical art was useless. If Long Chen wanted to defeat this Paragon art, he would need to use his own Paragon art. Yi Lingshan was curious though. She saw that Long Chen wasn't moving at all as Shang Yunfei used his Paragon art. He didn't make any move to stop Shang Yunfei. A Paragon art was terrifying, but its energy requirements were even greater than magical arts, and it would take a long time to activate. If Long Chen attacked with full force, there would be at least some chance he could interrupt Shang Yunfei. However, he was just calmly watching with his saber on his shoulder. Just the pressure when Shang Yunfei activated his Paragon art was enough to make the experts present feel like their souls were about to be squeezed out of their bodies. Long Chen, have you given up? Do you want to beg for your life? I'd like to see you struggling on your deathbed. Shang Yunfei's voice resounded throughout his domain. His voice was like the edict of a god. Sorry, I might have to disappoint you. With your current power, even if you cultivated another 10,000 years, you wouldn't be able to make me struggle on my deathbed, said Long Chen indifferently. His calm voice was like he didn't care at all about what was happening before him. That stunned people. Could it be that Long Chen also had a Paragon art? Otherwise, why would he be so confident? Ignorant fool. Today I'll show you why a Paragon art is called a Paragon art and what kind of power it represents. Shang Yunfei's hand seal suddenly changed. Violet pillars condensed from the north, east, south, west, and also from above, below, left, and right of Shang Yunfei. Either purple pillars of light intersected at Shang Yunfei and merged together. The light around Shang Yunfei suddenly surged into the sky, so brightly that people had to turn away. The violet heavenly bone spear stabbed into the void, causing a powerful explosion. A large hole actually appeared in the void. A chain reaction started following that hole. The rest of the void began to explode. "Come out, mammoth primordial spirit beasts!" Shang Yunfei shouted. Violet figures began to fly out of the void and at Long Chen. Each of them was a barbarian mammoth the size of a mountain. They roared furiously as they charged. Heavens, what is this? Each of these barbarian mammoths possessed a shocking aura. Most importantly, they looked like they were alive. Violet light lingered around them, making them look like demons out of nightmares. This is the barbarian mammoth race's paragon art. They actually managed to preserve it, and by offering it to their ancestral spirits, there's no sign of decay. This move is definitely powerful. Even a nether passage expert would have their hands tied if they didn't use a paragon art against it, said one of the Grand Elders. He recognized this paragon art. However, his paragon art wasn't activated entirely by himself. The majority of it was backed by his ancestral power, or there's no way he could activate it. Furthermore, the damage to his Yuan spirit has now caused this move to be weaker than it should be, said Yan Nantian. Even so, a paragon art is a paragon art. No magical art can block it. Below the nether passage realm, no one can receive it. Let's see what Long Chen does. The other Grand Elder smiled faintly. In the face of this flood of violet barbarian mammoths, Long Chen's gaze became sharp. He sensed their power. Evilmoon slashed down onto one of them. That barbarian mammoth was blown to smithereens, and it transformed into violet light that dissipated. However, Long Chen's expression became gloomier. Although he had killed one, the power behind his attack had been completely cancelled out by it. He wasn't able to destroy more than one with this attack. It's useless. The mammoth primordial spirit beasts that I've summoned come from another world. They are condensed of a different world's laws that are completely different from the martial heaven continent. They are under the control of my Aurora world, and even if they die, they will return there and be recondensed into new mammoth primordial spirit beasts. In other words, I have an endless number of them. Just wait for your death in despair. Shang Yunfei laughed while holding his violet heavenly bone spear. Violet chi continued to flow around him and merge into his head. This paragon art was not only being used by him to fight, but it was also rapidly nourishing his Yuan spirit. Long Chen repeatedly slashed Evilmoon. He cut down the mammoth primordial spirit beasts one by one. However, it was just as Shang Yunfei said. They were endless. Each of them was incredibly powerful. On an individual scale, each one wasn't much weaker than Shang Yunfei himself. After killing hundreds of them, Long Chen felt his arms grow a bit tired. The backlashes from the various exchanges were starting to add up. Each time he killed one, there was a kind of self-detonation power that made his head hurt. An endless tide of mammoth primordial spirit beasts crazily attacked Long Chen. They drowned him in their midst. Not good. Long Chen's about to be defeated. Cries rang out. Most of the experts present were human. Long Chen's fight with Shang Yunfei was a competition between a heavenly genius from the human race and one from the ancient races. Hence, the majority of them wished for Long Chen to win. However, submerged by so many mammoth primordial spirit beasts, Long Chen seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Their hearts sank. Ha ha ha, so his calm was all an act. I actually thought that he had some ability, sneered an ancient race expert. Di Long and his wife were also pleased by this, especially his wife. She hated Long Chen to the bone. Seeing him in danger of losing his life, she suddenly shouted, Shang Yunfei, I hope you won't immediately kill him. Slowly torment him to death. Making him beg for death. Di Shin's mother's voice gave everyone a chill. Right now, the one who hated Long Chen the most was her. Sorry, this grand aspiration is something you will never be able to achieve in your lifetime. Suddenly, a crystal clear voice rang out. What? Startled cries rang out. That voice was Long Chen's, and it was still calm. That calmness made them concentrate once more at the center of the battlefield. Consecutive explosions suddenly erupted. The mammoth primordial spirit beasts that had been clumped there were sent flying. A 5-colored divine ring revealed itself. It was rapidly spinning, and the violet light of this world was being forced apart. At the same time, a terrifying will rosé. It was like a slumbering battle god had awoken. Long Chen's divine ring spun faster and faster, and the terrifying will also grew. It was as though there were sharp teeth on the divine ring, and it cut through this world of Shang Yunfei's. That will shook the experts. It was like they were seeing the rebirth of a battle god, making them have an urge to prostrate themselves. 5 colored lights surrounded the space around Long Chen. The mammoth primordial spirit beasts were all forced back by this light and unable to injure him. A paragon art is only this. Did you think this was enough to defeat me? It's too weak. I'll show you how I destroy this garbage thing of yours without a paragon art. A will that Long Chen had been suppressing deep within his soul for a long time instantly erupted. Chapter 1786 Divine Ring subdues all Daos. A powerful will surged out of Long Chen. His divine ring unleashed 10,000 divine swords that spread through Shang Yunfei's violet world. The divine ring tore through this world. The original violet world was pushed back, replaced with the light of the divine ring. As the violet light surrounding Long Chen dissipated, the heavenly Dao energy slowly returned. Under Long Chen's suppression, it could only submit obediently. The world now looked very bizarre because the void had been torn apart. On one side was a normal world with sunshine. The space behind Long Chen was like a blazing sun. On Shang Yunfei's side, the violet world still remained. The violet light was currently clashing with Long Chen's world. What a terrifying will. Is it really possible to make the heavens submit with just your will? Just what kind of cultivation technique does Long Chen practice? Even the Grand Elders were stunned. They were the most experienced people and saw that Long Chen was only using his will to force back Shang Yunfei's paragon art. This kind of energy had no substance, yet he managed to tear apart Shang Yunfei's paragon art. This was absolutely stunning. The divine ring behind Long Chen was spinning so quickly that it looked like it was still. However, the world's energy was currently surging toward Long Chen. It was completely under his control. For a moment, everything was silent. Everyone was simply stunned, as 2 different worlds were currently present. Your paragon art is actually a spatial art. It creates a spatial channel between the martial heaven continent and a foreign world's energy. However, the martial heaven continent has its own laws, so you had no choice but to create your own spatial domain that forced back the continent's laws so that it wouldn't disturb your foreign world's energy. That truly is an amazing power. However, it's not enough to kill me. If that's all the power you have, you'll definitely die today. Long Chen suddenly shot after Shang Yunfei, going on offense for the first time in a while. He had essentially finished testing the power of Shang Yunfei's paragon art. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Even if you can escape the bindings of my paragon art, so what? Can you stop my endless mammoth primordial spirit beasts? Sneered Shang Yunfei. Those mammoth primordial spirit beasts once more charged toward Long Chen. However, this time there were clear ripples in space wherever they passed. It was different from before. Long Chen had interrupted the violet world, making it so that these mammoth primordial spirit beasts were restricted by the martial heaven continent. Their power and speed had dropped. Even so, there were millions of them, and their power was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, an angry roar shook the sky. A 30,000-meter lightning dragon appeared behind Long Chen. As lightning runes scattered through the air, it was like millions of lightning snowflakes were falling. Lei Long had just appeared when every Netherpassage expert's expression changed. They all felt a chill. This aura, the aura of divine lightning. How is that possible? Only the Netherpassage experts knew this familiar aura. When they had advanced to the Netherpassage realm, they had experienced a lightning tribulation where divine lightning had appeared. They would never be able to forget its aura. Although there is very little divine energy inside it, it is definitely the power of divine lightning. This kind of divine lightning is actually under the control of a human. It's incomprehensible, said a Grand Elder. He had just spoken when a wave of dragon breath surged out, annihilating the mammoth primordial spirit beasts. Those mammoth primordial spirit beasts are condensed of Yuan's spiritual energy and have taken the shape of ancestral souls that have been sacrificed. This paragon art is essentially a condensation of his whole race's power. However, Shang Yunfei is unlucky. Divine lightning is a perfect counter to them. Now it's difficult to say who will win, said Yan Nantian. At the start, they had thought that Long Chen would lose or at the most draw. However, Long Chen could unexpectedly control divine lightning. Lei Long's dragon breath annihilated thousands of the mammoth primordial spirit beasts, causing Shang Yunfei's expression to change. But then he smiled coldly. This thunder force isn't part of your own power. It's completely inconsistent with your spiritual fluctuations. In other words, this thunder force is a masterless entity that you can only control for a moment. Once its ability runs out, what will you use to fight against me? At that time, the one to die will be you. After saying that, Shang Yunfei retreated, refusing to face Long Chen directly. The mammoth primordial spirit beasts continued to surge out of his violet world and attack Long Chen. What sharp vision! That lightning dragon has its own spiritual fluctuations. It truly isn't one with Long Chen. With Shang Yunfei's reminder, people finally saw some clues. Lei Long's spiritual fluctuations were naturally different from Long Chen's. He hadn't placed a slave mark on it, so Lei Long had its own thoughts. Their souls weren't from the same source, so when they were fighting individually, their spiritual fluctuations were different. In that case, the only possibility as to why Long Chen was able to control this lightning dragon was because it was condensed of some special energy. Once that energy ran out, it would vanish. So Shang Yunfei's deductive abilities were truly worthy of a genius. Even the Nether Passage experts felt that he was admirable for being able to see the crux of the problem so quickly. Seeing Shang Yunfei actually retreat and want to fight a battle of attrition with him, Long Chen couldn't help smiling contemptuously. He didn't try to attack Shang Yunfei. Instead, he jumped on Lei Long's head and sent it charging through the mammoth primordial spirit beasts. The current Lei Long had fully refined the divine lightning Long Chen had managed to preserve from his tribulation. Its entire body's energy had already gone from five-colored lightning to divine lightning. The reason divine lightning was called divine was because it contained a kind of berserk divine energy that made it the emperor of all lightning. Its destructive power was astonishing. For a while now, Long Chen had been reserving Lei Long as a final trump card. Now that the power of divine lightning revealed itself, it showed its terror. It had to be known that Shang Yunfei's mammoth primordial spirit beasts were extremely powerful even in their current state. Each of them was essentially equivalent to an Empyrean. For millions of them to attack a single person, who could possibly block them? Even Long Chen wouldn't be able to last for long before getting worn down. As for Shang Yunfei's paragon art, he had opened a channel to another world with an endless torrent of mammoth primordial spirit beasts pouring forth. Without Lei Long, Long Chen would have lost. However, he did have Lei Long, and it was annihilating the mammoth primordial spirit beasts like a tiger amongst sheep. In front of Lei Long, those mammoth primordial spirit beasts would die as soon as they were touched. It was just that there were so many of them, that Lei Long couldn't even kill them all. Long Chen, my Aurora world has as many mammoth primordial spirit beasts as I want. Do you think you can exhaust me? Sneered Shang Yunfei. Do you see me paying attention to you? Long Chen shook his head disdainfully, lazily resting Evilmoon on his shoulder. He knew that Shang Yunfei was just bragging. Even if Shang Yunfei was connected to another world, he needed to exhaust his energy to maintain that connection. There was no way his energy was limitless. However, most likely due to the bloodline connection, the energy cost was rather low for him. But sooner or later, he would run out of it. Long Chen had summoned his full-power divine ring and was fully unleashing his will to force the heavens to give him their energy. His energy was being replenished by the heavenly Taos, so he wasn't worried about running out of energy. He was also giving energy to Lei Long, so as long as Lei Long didn't unleash any large moves, it was also able to maintain an equilibrium. Since Shang Yunfei wanted to compete this way, Long Chen wouldn't mind exhausting him to death. After a while, he decided to sit down on Lei Long and close his eyes to meditate. Lei Long was constantly killing the mammoth primordial spirit beasts, and neither Long Chen nor Shang Yunfei was in danger. The battlefield seemed to relax. The spectators also had a chance to breathe. They had almost forgotten to breathe before this. Only now did many people realize that they were covered in sweat. Long Chen's a true expert. Those rumors were definitely spread to intentionally slander him and break our unity. Exactly, those people's motives were clearly malicious. They were so shameless. Worst of all, we actually believed them. During this time, rumors were abundant, saying Long Chen had cheated to get first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. He had tricked his way into obtaining the reward, he had colluded with the original devil race, his relationship with the spirit world was unclear, etc. In any case, all kinds of news painted him in a negative light. Amidst those rumors, Long Chen had never come out to explain himself or prove anything, causing countless people to feel like he was guilty. Today, even though he still didn't rely on words to explain himself, the people present believed that those rumors were spread to intentionally harm him. At the same time, they understood Long Chen as a person and knew why he wouldn't explain himself. He disdained to do so. During this battle, he had shown himself to keep his promises, to treat death as a return home, and to dominate all other geniuses. This impression struck deep into people's souls. Would such a person really explain himself to others? That wasn't part of his character. It was precisely this trait that others had used against him. Thinking about it made them even angrier. Fuck, if anyone says anything bad about Long Chen again, I'll directly slap them to death. One expert's cold snort made an ancient race expert's expression twitch, but they didn't dare to say anything in the end. Chapter 1787 Enduring a Divine Item's Might. Long Chen sat atop Lei Long's head as it slaughtered the mammoth primordial spirit beasts. That appearance of his made it seem like he didn't sense any danger. Lei Long was unstoppable. The mammoth primordial spirit beasts were unable to touch it. As for Shang Yunfei, he wasn't doing anything either. He was floating in midair, violet light condensing toward him. This fool Long Chen, why doesn't he attack Shang Yunfei? Can he not see that Shang Yunfei is borrowing energy from another world to heal his Yuan spirit? Demanded Ku Jianying. Long Chen was just sitting on Lei Long cross-legged, allowing it to kill its prey. He himself seemed to be meditating. It was clear that Shang Yunfei had suffered a major loss in their previous contest of Yuan spirits. The damage to a Yuan spirit was serious, and he was currently trying to recover. However, Long Chen acted like he didn't see it, instead fighting a battle of attrition. This was unwise in Ku Jianying's eyes. She wasn't quite able to understand it. Long Chen normally had such sharp vision. If he attacked Shang Yunfei at this time, he would definitely have an absolute advantage, so why didn't he? It seems he really is meditating. What is he doing? Has he gone crazy? Asked a grand elder. Long Chen's hands were resting on his knees, his thumb touched his third finger's second joint, a so-called promoter hand seal. It was used for calculations and extrapolation. It made a person's mind clearer and more flexible. It was a meditative seal for comprehension. Is he trying to calculate where Shang Yunfei's spatial nodes are? That's impossible, said another grand elder. If he could calculate where Shang Yunfei's spatial nodes were, he could break this paragon art. But that was impossible, let alone Long Chen. Even these grand elders that had been alive for countless years wouldn't be able to calculate where the spatial nodes were in a short time. It would take them at least several days. By that time, it would be too late. You're overestimating Long Chen. Based on my understanding of him, he definitely wouldn't waste any effort on that, said Ku Jianying. No one knew what Long Chen was thinking, but they all sensed that the fluctuations of Shang Yunfei's Yuan spirit were recovering rapidly. Once he was fully recovered, Long Chen's advantage over him would vanish. Everything from the fight before would be wasted. Lei Long's roar resounded through the air. It was completely dominating the mammoth primordial spirit beasts. 6 hours passed like this, with Long Chen still meditating. As for Shang Yunfei, his Yuan spirit grew ever stronger. Even people who hadn't realized it at the beginning knew that Shang Yunfei would soon return to his peak state. Quite a few people were worried for Long Chen. Qingqing wanted to shout at him, but Yi Lingshan stopped her because it was useless. The roaring of the lightning dragon and the mammoth primordial spirit beasts completely drowned out the outside world's sounds. Unless you had the power of a nether passage expert, it was impossible to disturb the two of them. Shouting would be useless, and they would even have to endure the mocking of the ancient race experts. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shang Yunfei laughed, startling everyone. Long Chen, you idiot, you've fallen for it. My battle of attrition with you was just to gain more time to recover. I admit that your Yuan spirit is more powerful than mine, but you didn't even know how to take advantage of that to fight me. If you had, perhaps you would have had some chance of defeating me, but now you've missed it. You won't get another chance again. Shang Yunfei's aura had completely recovered, stunning others. It had to be known that for normal people, an injury to their Yuan spirit would take months if not years to recover from. However, Shang Yunfei had recovered in such a short amount of time. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. A lotus image flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it slowly faded. Oh, is that so? It seems you're ready to have an open fight with me. Long Chen stood up, raising Evilmoon onto his shoulder. Long Chen, I really dislike this expressionless face of yours. Hopefully when I cut off your head, you can still maintain that expression, said Shang Yunfei coldly. Long Chen had maintained an indifferent expression the entire time. that possessed its own killing power. He never revealed the shock, the anger, the fear, and the panic that Shang Yunfei wanted to see. It made Shang Yunfei feel like each time he was speaking, Long Chen was treating him like an idiot. Maybe you should use the time spent speaking on fighting. I see a dark shadow on your face today. That's a sign a great calamity is about to befall you. You should be careful, said Long Chen. Shang Yunfei had fully recovered, but Long Chen was fearless because he was in his peak state the entire time. Lei Long was also still in its peak condition. Since you want to die sooner, fine. The violet light behind Shang Yunfei surged. The void collapsed, revealing a large hole in the air. That hole formed a channel from which an endless surge of mammoth primordial spirit beasts came, stunning everyone. There were millions and millions of mammoth primordial spirit beasts. That number was enough to cause despair. Heavens, what kind of move is this? If there weren't Nether Passage experts standing guard over it, couldn't Shang Yunfei annihilate Clearwind City all on his own? Shang Yunfei's current power was definitely great enough for him to crush any expert below the Nether Passage realm. Even if the whole city's people were gathered, they wouldn't be able to stop him. If Long Chen had charged at Shang Yunfei before, there would have been no chance of Long Chen getting close. More and more of the mammoth primordial spirit beasts would appear, and although the lightning dragon was powerful, there was only one of it. If Long Chen really had charged in, he might have fallen for Shang Yunfei's trap. 6 hours of crazy fighting in an attempt to get close to Shang Yunfei would exhaust the lightning dragon's energy and his own energy. Once he was weary, Shang Yunfei would be fully recovered and it would be an instant reversal. Both of them are scheming deeply against the other. But isn't it the same thing now? Long Chen still has to face all these mammoth primordial spirit beasts. That's not the same. Long Chen's only target is Shang Yunfei. He doesn't need to waste his energy on these mammoth primordial spirit beasts. It was like a sea of mammoth primordial spirit beasts was pouring out of the channel. The battlefield couldn't even contain them all. If there weren't Nether Passage experts protecting them, the people here would have long since fled for their lives. If even one of those mammoth primordial spirit beasts turned toward them, they would be doomed. There weren't that many people who could block such terrifying monsters. Just at this moment, the lightning dragon beneath Long Chen's feet twisted. It split into 99 lightning dragons. Those 99 lightning dragons formed a river of lightning that charged forward. Those mammoth primordial spirit beasts were annihilated, transforming into violet mist. No matter how many ants pile up, they can't compete with a single dragon. Don't play this meaningless game anymore. The reason I gave you so much time to recover was to kill you. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and bring out your true power. Long Chen stood atop Lei Long's head as it flew straight toward Shang Yunfei. Arrogant, let me see what you will use to kill me. Shang Yunfei's violet heavenly bone spear rumbled. A pair of violet wings appeared on his back. I was previously careless and allowed you to harm my Yuan spirit. That made me unable to unleash the full power of the heavenly bone spear. Now, I'll show you just how terrifying this ancestral divine item of the ancient races is. 108 violet runes lit up on the heavenly bone spear. At the same time, the sound of 108 different mammoths rang out. The spear pierced forward, shattering space and blowing apart the restrictions of time. It was like this attack had come from ancient times to reach the current space-time. When they saw Shang Yunfei's move, Yan Nantian and the other Grand Elders' expressions changed. It seems the ancient races also have quite a few moves for the Great Era. They've managed to awaken the spirits of their ancestors without anyone being the wiser. Not just one venerate, but 108 venerates. They've bet everything on this era. The 108 heavenly bone spears were equivalent to 100 ancestors of the mammoth race. They relied on their ancestors' tusk to maintain their spirits. They actually managed to revive those spirits in this era. In other words, once this era was over, those spirits would completely fade away. The heavenly bone spears would be no more. They had bet everything on this era. However, this bet made it so that Shang Yunfei was blessed by 108 supreme experts of times long gone. This wasn't just his own power now. Granduncle Master Hu Jianying turned to Yan Nantian. Don't worry, Long Chen should still have some secrets. Yan Nantian was staring closely at Long Chen, or more accurately perhaps he was staring at Evilmoon. Evilmoon, it's up to you. Don't lose face. In the face of this terrifying attack, Long Chen raised Evilmoon and slashed it down. Chapter 1788 Evilmoon vs. Bone Spear. Evilmoon's two dragon marks lit up. At the same time, its crescent tip gained a sinister, ghastly glow. That glow was like the faint smirk of a fiend, yet also like the glimmer of a dragon's tooth. A hair-raising sinister aura rose. Long Chen's Evilmoon and Shang Yunfei's violet heavenly bone spear smashed into each other. As a result, the world lost all its color and was split into black and violet instead. An explosion of divine might erupted. The void cracked all the way into the clouds. The world was split in two. As black and violet energy clashed, both Long Chen and Shang Yunfei coughed up blood and were blown back. That exchange had been so powerful that their bodies had almost been destroyed. A huge shockwave spread in every direction, annihilating the mammoth primordial spirit beasts and Lei Long. This wave of energy struck Ku Jianying's domain, and cracks appeared all along her barrier. The experts behind her barrier turned green with fright. If this barrier broke, they would all be killed. Ku Jianying hastily formed hand seals to strengthen her barrier. Only then did she manage to block the power of their exchange. What powerful weapons! Ku Jianying was stunned. She hadn't expected that Long Chen's saber would be so powerful. Up in the sky, Long Chen and Shang Yunfei were still coughing up blood, but Evilmoon and the heavenly bone spear were still clashing. Black and violet light raged so intensely that the world shuddered. The sound of a mammoth and a dragon rose as this violet and black world raged. An image of a mammoth fighting a dragon appeared in people's minds. Flesh and blood flew, mountains were torn asunder. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei had just been blown back when they suddenly charged at each other again, ignoring their heavy injuries to try killing their opponent. How fierce! Despite being covered in blood, despite that last exchange almost shattering their bodies, the two of them didn't hesitate to attack again. The two of them clashed together fiercely. The world shuddered and dimmed, but when they separated, people found it difficult to believe their eyes. The instant they exchanged blows, their past injuries had healed. It was like they hadn't been injured in the first place. What's going on? Are my eyes broken? Is what I'm seeing an illusion? The two of them are both scheming. It seems they had the ability to instantly heal but wanted to bait their opponent instead, so they waited until the final moment to heal. Not only is their power far greater, but even in terms of intelligence, they make us seem like fools. Will I even be able to properly cultivate in the future? This blow makes me feel hopeless. One person bitterly smiled, feeling like all his future prospects were lacking right now. Evilmoon and the heavenly bone spear suddenly both retreated. Neither one of them was able to suppress the other. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei once more shouted at the same time, smashing their divine items at each other. Both of them were once more bloodied by the collision of divine items. This time, it was even worse, and they tumbled back, their bodies about to collapse. However, when they crawled back up, their injuries were fully healed. People felt like they had to be crazy, and what they were seeing had to be a dream. This made no sense. Shang Yunfei has his ancestors' blessing and is also connected to the other world, the ancestral tomb of the mammoth race. He can rely on that other world's energy to heal instantly. But Long Chen, how is he doing this? The martial heaven continent has its own laws and heavenly Taos, and although a portion of their power has been subdued by Long Chen, it is at most able to replenish the energy he is using up and not enough for him to instantly heal. Furthermore, he's not using any heavenly Tao energy to heal. That truly is curious. Yan Nantian muttered as he watched the battle. The other Grand Elders shook their heads, also uncomprehending. The two of them repeatedly clashed and were blown back. Their flesh was torn asunder, and their bones were broken repeatedly. Even their skulls appeared more than once. However, the two of them didn't even frown. They both knew that only by unleashing the power of their divine items could they give meaningful injuries to their opponents. Long Chen, I have a whole world supporting me. My recovery abilities are limitless. How are you going to compete with me? Shang Yunfei was hacking up blood, but he instantly healed once more and charged over with the heavenly bone spear. You should think before bragging. The energy from your world is growing weaker and weaker, and your healing is also slowing down. Are you not even aware of it yourself? Sneered Long Chen as he slashed Evilmoon down. With Long Chen's reminder, the experts realized that Shang Yunfei's violet world was no longer as intense as it had been at the start. It seems this heaven-defying recovery ability isn't something he can keep up for long. It was unknown just how many people had grown jealous of this instant recovery ability. With it, they would essentially have an undying body. However, there was no such thing as an undying body in this world. No matter how heaven-defying an ability was, it had to have limits. Fuck, they're taking advantage of when I haven't fully recovered. Otherwise, I'd have long since broken these damn bones. But don't worry, that heavenly bone spear's runic power is running out. I can definitely exhaust it first. It's just that I also won't have much energy left after exhausting it, so you'll have to win on your own, said Evilmoon hatefully. Originally, it had wanted to fully display its power, but it had encountered a tough opponent, irritating it. As long as you can handle the heavenly bone spear, I'm fine. Let's continue exhausting him. I refuse to believe I can't beat him. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a difficult opponent. He looked in the primal chaos space and saw that almost half of the world trees had withered. Clenching his teeth, he continued fighting. A strange cycle was occurring on the battlefield. The two of them would clash with their divine items, be injured, recover, and repeat. How ruthless. The reason experts are experts is because they have to suffer more than others. There are always two sides. Others can only see that they're powerful, but they don't see what they've done to get so powerful. The two of them are already peak heavenly geniuses, but even in a life and death crisis, they are still charging forward without hesitation. As for us, that's the difference. So true experts are all worthy of respect, said Yi Lingshan. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei's battle had greatly affected her. What she had gained and comprehended from their battle far surpassed what she had gained from climbing the Venerate platform. Now, she knew why Long Chen felt disdainful toward the Venerate platform. By his realm, this kind of spiritual test was practically child's play. He might have already gone through something similar years ago. Upon hearing Yi Lingshan's words, the geniuses present fell into thought. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei were both more talented and stronger than them, but they were still putting their lives on the line. So for them, if they wanted to get stronger, what excuse did they have to not put everything on the line? What Yi Lingshan didn't know was that in the future, her words would cause a large batch of geniuses to rise in this group. They cultivated as if their lives depended on it, growing into amazing figures. However, that was only something that happened later. Long Chen and Shang Yunfei's battle was looping over and over. It was a battle of brute force, and it was intense and bloody. However, it was also monotonous. Their auras are starting to fall. Suddenly, someone shouted. However, this was within everyone's expectations. With such a terrifying battle, the exhaustion was great. For their auras to only start falling now was already completely in defiance of the rules of the cultivation world. With their auras falling, their injuries also no longer healed as quickly. In fact, sometimes they weren't even fully healed before they were injured again. However, neither side retreated. They were still charging forward regardless. Seeing them constantly bleeding but still not giving up, seeing their will so firm, the spectators shook with awe. Some people are fated to become experts, not because of how talented they are or how strong their families, but because they have a determination to get stronger even if they have to die, said a Life Star expert. He was no longer young, and he sighed sadly. This sigh resonated with countless people. Compared to Long Chen and Shang Yunfei, their wills were too weak. They couldn't handle hardship. That was the true difference between them. Another explosion and Long Chen and Shang Yunfei were knocked back once more, tumbling far into the distance. As for Evilmoon and the heavenly bone spear, they stabbed into the ground beside them. The black chi around Evilmoon had vanished, and the violet chi around the heavenly bone spear had also disappeared, revealing its white appearance. Furthermore, even the bone was lacking its original luster. Everyone was deathly silent. They knew that this battle was about to reach its conclusion. Both sides were running out of energy. However, seeing the two of them covered in blood and panting, both friends and foes felt deep veneration for their fearlessness and their determination to never give up. I admit you're very powerful. However, you will still die by my hands. Shang Yunfei pointed the heavenly bone spear at Long Chen, a contemptuous smile on his face. Chapter 1789 Final Trump Card. Shang Yunfei might be covered in blood, but he was still completely confident. He looked at Long Chen with contempt. This shocked the experts. Both Long Chen and Shang Yunfei had reached the point of running on empty, and the power of their divine items had also faded. How was Shang Yunfei still so confident? Long Chen took a deep breath. After wiping some blood off his mouth, he brushed back his messy hair. How unexpected. It seems you still have a trump card. Ha ha ha, if I didn't have one, would I dare to declare that your life was mine? Shang Yunfei's manifestation, which had been on the verge of fading, suddenly returned. However, at this moment, his forehead suddenly split open. Violet red blood poured out. That blood condensed into a mammoth-shaped rune in the sky. Following that, the vague figure within his manifestation slowly walked out. When that illusory mammoth walked out of his manifestation, an ancient bloodline power manifested, accompanied by an earth-shaking rumbling. As the world rumbled, that illusory figure slowly merged into Shang Yunfei's body. His aura was immediately refreshed, but it also changed somewhat. It was like he was a different person. Even at this time, he still had a trump card. How terrifying! Who would have thought that even after fighting to this point, Shang Yunfei had still been holding back a trump card? He seemed like an undefeatable god now. Are you angry? Do you feel despair? Do you feel that I'm contemptible? This isn't my power, but the ancestral spirit power my mammoth race has sacrificed for generations. My spiritual yuan might be exhausted, but I can still use my bloodline to summon this power to kill you. Do you feel sullen? Shang Yunfei held the heavenly bone spear. Its violet light had returned as if it had been revived as well. Sullen? No. Angry? No. Contempt? Also no. As long as it's a power you can control, then whether you stole or borrowed it, it's yours. So I don't feel contempt, anger, or sullenness. I just feel like you're stupid. Do you have a pig's memory? Or did you cultivate just to be a poser? Long Chen pulled Evilmoon back into his spiritual space. Evilmoon had used up all its power and needed time to recover. There was no way around this as the sovereign seal was still present. The power Evilmoon could store and control was very limited. As for Long Chen himself, his spiritual yuan was near empty. This fight had truly been exhausting. Even forcing heaven and earth to hand over their energy didn't allow him to keep up with the exhaustion. However, his expression was still calm. Ha ha ha, your mouth's still so tough with death at hand. That's good too. Count yourself lucky to die to my mammoth race's strongest attack. Shang Yunfei raised the heavenly bone spear. A sea of violet light appeared behind him. That sea slowly condensed into a giant violet spear and grew more and more solid. 108 runes appeared on it, the same ones that were on the heavenly bone spear. The only difference was that the giant violet spear was thousands of times larger. All of a sudden, the world grew so quiet that people could only hear their own heartbeats. Their minds were blank as they stared at the giant spear. Was this a world-destroying attack? The mammoth race has bet everything on Shang Yunfei. They really didn't hold anything back. What a grand gamble, murmured Yan Nantian. Although it was a gamble, up to now, it had paid off. Shang Yunfei might be a bit too arrogant, but he possessed all the qualities of an expert. He was confident, determined, and fearless. Such a figure was worthy of the mammoth race betting everything on him. Long Chen slowly formed hand seals in front of him. As he floated into the sky, sacred chanting filled the air. It sounded as if gods and devils were murmuring together. Their voices came from above the very heavens to arrive in this world. Upon hearing this chanting, the grand elders were filled with disbelief. The world shuddered like it was boiling, and waves of heat surged. After that, divine runes erupted, bringing with them dense flame energy that surged toward Long Chen. Heavens, Long Chen also has a trump card left. They're both monsters. Flame runes continued to appear in the air, gathering toward Long Chen along with intense heat. It was a frightening appearance. Long Chen raised his right hand. A black lotus appeared in it. When that black lotus came into existence, Yan Nantian couldn't help being shocked. Ranked second on the Earth Flame rankings, the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. What? The Black Illusion Dragon Flame? Isn't that the wildest flame? It's impossible for someone to control it. An uproar exploded amongst the experts. The Black Illusion Dragon Flame existed only in legend. Let alone seeing it, even those who knew of it were very rare. Furthermore, the legend said that this flame was too berserk, making it useless. There was no way to control it. Perhaps some people might manage to suppress and subdue the Black Illusion Dragon Flame while it was still in its infant form. However, that didn't have any use because it was like a madman. It would attack its owner at random times and refuse to listen to orders. However, now that this Black Lotus appeared in Long Chen's hand, even the old monsters that had lived for countless years were struck dumb. Long Chen had completely toppled their understanding of the world. The flame lotus floated into the sky, crazily absorbing flame energy. As the sacred chanting continued, it grew stronger and stronger. Flame chains grew out of each petal, converging together to form black spheres atop each petal. The spheres were like black pearls. However, each of these pearls possessed a terrifying aura that made people's hair stand on end. They sensed terrifying destructive power from each pearl. This thing is crazy, said one of the Grand Elders in shock. As everyone was filled with shock, the flame lotus was continuously strengthened by flame energy. It quickly grew to 3,000 meters. The flame lotus slowly revolved. As a result, the void rumbled and boomed as cracks appeared in it. It was like the very sky was being torn apart. It seems it's still not enough. But if I keep going, I probably won't be able to control it, cursed Long Chen inside. This was a move that he had invented on his own. Using the primordial rune from the immemorial path as a foundation, he had merged Star Fall into it. This move was definitely terrifying. On the surface, it was equivalent to 9 star falls exploding at once, but due to how they affected each other, he found that there was no way to truly calculate this move's power. He had tested it, and the result was that he had injured himself badly. Based on his estimation, its power was at least above 81 star falls exploding on their own. Furthermore, it was still in an embryonic form. He had not perfected this move yet, and there were still many flaws that he was working on. However, with his little remaining spiritual yuan, he could only use this move. It went without saying that Shang Yunfei was very powerful, or perhaps more accurately that the Mammoth race's foundation was very solid. They had managed to force Long Chen to this point. Shang Yunfei's giant violet spear was growing more solid, and it was truly like a giant heavenly spear now. Long Chen clenched his teeth. The 9 pearls on the petals began to rapidly spin, and the flame lotus grew explosively. The lotus was filled with a destructive aura. What a terrifying destructive aura. Just what is this move? Is it also a paragon art? Startled cries rang out. Long Chen's black lotus was bizarre and berserk, and it made everyone feel uneasy. This is a world-destroying power. It seems this technique is not complete, but this power. Ku Jianying, don't be careless. Strengthen the barrier as much as possible. This move should not be underestimated. Yan Nantian had light flowing in his eyes as he looked at the flame lotus. His expression was solemn. Ku Jianying quickly made some hand seals, and life and death energy surged out of her. New runes appeared on her barrier as she raised its defense to an even greater level. I didn't expect you to also have held something back. However, you're too late. My paragon art is already complete, and I won't give you a chance. Die. The spear behind Shang Yunfei suddenly shook. His technique was complete, and he immediately launched it at Long Chen. Chapter 1790 Flame Lotus shakes the heavens. I never need anyone to give me my opportunities. Furthermore, this should be enough if it's just to kill you. Long Chen didn't allow the black flame lotus to absorb any more flame energy. If it grew any stronger, he felt like he wouldn't be able to control it. The flame lotus was 30,000 meters long. As the flame runes filling the sky shattered, a fierce destructive will exploded. The flame lotus was clearly a bit unsteady. It was starting to grow out of control, causing Long Chen's expression to change. He had given the flame lotus too much energy, and it was starting to run rampant. However, then a dragon roar came from the flame lotus, causing it to stabilize. This black flame lotus had been condensed with all of Huolong's power. However, Huolong's energy had just been the seed. It was the Nirvana scripture that had drawn out all the world's flame energy for it. The flame energy was the fertile soil that had allowed the seed to rapidly grow. But now there was so much foreign energy that it was starting to change. Fortunately, even though this seed had grown into a tree that towered into the heavens, it still remembered the original seed. Huolong used that connection to temporarily control it. Mammoth heaven slaughter. Shang Yunfei's roar rang out. The huge spear pierced forward mercilessly. World annihilation flame lotus. Long Chen also let out a roar. His spiritual strength erupted, and the flame lotus smashed toward the huge spear. The spear's size, aura, and all other areas seemed to far surpass the black flame lotus. But when the two of them collided, the giant spear paused. It was unable to pierce through the flame lotus. It blocked it. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen's flame lotus seemed minute in the face of the giant spear, but it had blocked it. The flame lotus continued to slowly revolve. The tip of the spear was ground away, becoming a blunt object as if the flame lotus was a rapidly spinning grindstone. Shang Yunfei's expression completely changed. This giant spear was his strongest attack. He had even summoned his ancestors' power. Hence, this attack even possessed the power to kill Nether Passage experts. However, that black flame lotus had actually blocked it. His spear was unable to pierce through it. Furthermore, he felt the spear's energy being ground away. That was the most horrifying thing. Shang Yunfei suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The energy inside that blood was shocking. It was his essence blood. The essence blood formed a mammoth image in the sky. Shang Yunfei coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood, strengthening the mammoth image. "Are you pregnant? Is this your morning sickness?" asked Long Chen. Shang Yunfei coughed up blood once more, but this time it was just ordinary blood, not essence blood. He had bitten his tongue. This distraction caused Shang Yunfei's mammoth image to quiver. It almost crumbled, and Shang Yunfei hastily spat out another large amount of essence blood. On the other side, Long Chen was panting. Even his soul was in pain. He had used up too much spiritual strength, and it seemed he had overdrafted his spiritual yuan. This was his first time using the World Annihilation Flame Lotus against an enemy, and he had never used it with so much power. From the start, he knew that his chances of getting an easy victory were almost non-existent. Moreover, he didn't want to just defeat Shang Yunfei. He wanted to kill him. So even though Shang Yunfei's yuan spirit had been injured, Long Chen hadn't tried charging at him, instead accepting Shang Yunfei's attrition battle. If he had gone all out at that time, he would have had an 80% chance of defeating Shang Yunfei, but he wouldn't even have a 10% chance of killing him because Shang Yunfei would run. So all the way back then, Long Chen had already been preparing to exhaust all of Shang Yunfei's energy and kill him with the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. When Shang Yunfei had been healing his yuan spirit, Long Chen had been imagining and extrapolating how to use the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. Using this move was still very dangerous for him, and rather than annihilating a world, it would annihilate him first if he made a mistake. However, Long Chen hadn't expected Shang Yunfei to also have such a terrifying trump card. His goal had actually been the same as Long Chen's. He had wanted to exhaust all his energy and then kill Long Chen in one final move. The good thing though was that the World Annihilation Flame Lotus was even stronger than what Long Chen had imagined. This World Annihilation Flame Lotus's core power was condensed in the 9 star falls. The 9 petals were just there as a frame for the star falls. Seeing that Shang Yunfei's attack wasn't even able to break the outer frame of the World Annihilation Flame Lotus, it seemed that it wasn't qualified to compete with it. The greatest surprise to Long Chen was that he didn't even need to control it after he launched it. Huo Long's own will was enough to keep it stable. As for Shang Yunfei, he was at a disadvantage. The spear was constantly being ground away, and its energy was dissipating into the air. He had to use his own essence blood to keep strengthening it, or it would be broken. "Using my blood, I summon my ancestors' undying spirits. Lend me your power to destroy the enemy before me." Shang Yunfei crossed his arms before his chest and began to chant. The blood image in front of him seemed to come to life, and it flew into the giant spear. The spear shook intensely. Blinding divine light erupted. Shang Yunfei was pale, but his eyes contained a bit of madness and malevolence. Having exhausted too much of his essence blood, he had paid a terrifying price to kill Long Chen. The spear began to pierce the Flame Lotus's exterior. However, the Flame Lotus did not crumble but instead began to shine as well. The 9 stars on top of it began to rumble as if they had been awoken from their slumber. Long Chen was staring closely at these changes. This was his first time using this technique at full strength. The results would allow him to see how he could further perfect it. As the petals were destroyed, the Flame Lotus's energy became unbalanced. The 9 stars took the lead, leaving the Flame Lotus and forming their own ring. This black ring condensed the energy of the 9 stars into the center. The energy had just gathered in the center when it rebounded back to the 9 stars. As a result, the 9 stars instantly exploded. Darkness enveloped the world. Shang Yunfei's spear was destroyed instantly, unable to endure that power. "This is impossible," Shang Yunfei roared, unable to believe his eyes. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This spear had been condensed with the power of his ancestors as well as his own power. It was connected to his soul, and he received a heavy injury as it was destroyed. Shang Yunfei endured the pain. He split his 1 heavenly bone spear into 108 of them, forming 3 walls with them. He was truly an expert with immense combat experience. However, his 3 bone shields were nothing in the face of this black wave. They were sent flying, while Shang Yunfei was buffeted by the powerful shockwaves to the point that his skeleton shattered and he almost exploded. He was sent tumbling into the distance. The black wave crashed into Ku Jianying's barrier. The barrier shook, and countless cracks suddenly appeared on it. Ku Jianying was shocked. With Yan Nantian's warning, she hadn't been careless. This barrier had been condensed with 80% of her power. However, the impact of Long Chen's attack was actually enough to crack it. That meant that it definitely had the ability to kill nether passage experts. Darkness enveloped the battlefield. A terrifying heat was refining heaven and earth. Although it was only darkness in front of them, it somehow felt like countless black dragons were roaring within it. This darkness was pitch black. It was a darkness so dark that it was impossible to see hope. It was a darkness that inspired only fear. Even the nether passage experts had summoned their own defenses to block this heat. They could feel the wild energy in the air. Truly worthy of the black illusion dragon flame, famed for its unmatched destructive power, said Xianxia as he sensed the black flames crashing against his defenses. The other nether passage experts were also stunned. They were only at the edge of the battlefield. If they were at the center, this attack would have taken their lives. The darkness slowly faded. The sky was still gloomy, and the sun seemed like it had lost its power. A terrifying destructive aura still filled the air. Where are they? The battlefield had been completely deformed, but the sky was empty. Neither Long Chen nor Shang Yunfei were present. Chapter 1791 Crushed to Death. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a figure climbed out of the ground. Startled cries rang out. That person was Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei's entire body was charred black. His hair was gone and he looked like a desiccated corpse. He had just crawled up when he began hacking up blood. The current Shang Yunfei had completely lost his original grandeur and arrogance. His entire body quivered just by standing. He was looking around for Long Chen's figure. That last exchange had been too terrifying. If it hadn't been for the 108 heavenly bone spears, he would have been turned to ash. He was heavily injured, with his soul, chi, and essence badly damaged. He was already on the verge of crumbling. However, he was still looking around. His years of fighting and killing had nurtured his powerful will. He knew that Long Chen wasn't dead. This was his best opportunity to kill him. Suddenly, the ground exploded and a figure flew out, charging at Shang Yunfei. The black saber in his hand mercilessly slashed down. It's Long Chen. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen's robes were still in perfect condition. Other than his aura being in disorder and a bit of paleness, he looked the same as before. So when that flame lotus exploded, he had already charged underground. Considering how strong his physical body is, he was probably able to avoid a heavy injury, said a Life Star expert. His guess was correct. Long Chen had immediately charged into the ground when the World Annihilation Flame Lotus was about to explode. However, he hadn't gone too deep. If he did, the underground pressure would have been too great. The depth that he had gone was perfect, allowing him to avoid most of the explosion's power. He was definitely better off than Shang Yunfei. Long Chen was just about to reach Shang Yunfei when the ground around Shang Yunfei caved in. 108 bone spears shot out of the ground at Long Chen. Heavens, they still have the energy to fight. The heavenly bone spears were sent flying by Long Chen's saber. Shang Yunfei's attack had been nothing more than for appearances, but Long Chen's attack contained actual power. Shang Yunfei's arm was smashed apart by one of the bone spears that was sent flying. Long Chen didn't give Shang Yunfei a chance to get away. He sent another slash at his head. It was unknown what technique Shang Yunfei used, but he was like a phantom, flickering to the side. Long Chen's saber missed, slashing into the ground. Long Chen is really out of energy, or he would have managed to change his trajectory. They're both exhausted. Shang Yunfei's technique hadn't been all that marvelous. If Long Chen was in his previous condition, he definitely would have been able to react and change the path of his saber to still strike Shang Yunfei. Long Chen suddenly put away Evilmoon and punched Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei's jaw was broken by this punch and he let out a snort as he flew back. Without Evilmoon's weight, Long Chen's speed increased. He suddenly pointed a finger. A flicker of lightning appeared. Suddenly, sharp sword light slashed the air, flying right by Long Chen's head, causing him to hastily dodge. Long Chen's heart shook. He recognized the aura of the one who had just attacked. It was the Grand Elder, Xianxia. He didn't know why Xianxia was stopping him. However, just as he dodged Xianxia's attack, a silent quill flew by the other side of his face. The sword light struck the quill, and a powerful explosion sent Long Chen and Shang Yunfei tumbling away. Old hedgehog, I've been waiting for you. Did you think you could hide from me with your little bit of ability? Hu Jianying's sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia sent another slash at an empty space. Xianxia, do you really think I'm afraid of you? A cold voice rang out. A symbol appeared in the air, transforming into the size of a mountain that blocked Yan Nantian's sword. At the same time, a ray of light poured out of the sky, enveloping Shang Yunfei. Shang Yunfei is getting away. When that light pillar enveloped Shang Yunfei's body began to grow faint. This was a powerful transportation energy that was bringing him away. Haha, Long Chen, no matter what you try, you can't kill me. Just wait, next time I will definitely. Who has time to wait for you? Long Chen had taken out a cyan brick at some point. He smashed it at Shang Yunfei. The cyan brick erupted with divine light, transforming into a giant brick that smashed down with enough power to turn heaven and earth upside down. The cyan brick shattered the light enveloping Shang Yunfei and slammed into the ground. The entire world shuddered violently, and the ground caved in. There was a bottomless hole in the ground now. At the same time, Yan Nantian's attack struck the symbol. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Long Chen turned to run. He knew that there were two Nether Passage experts fighting with divine items. If he was struck by the shockwaves, he would definitely die. However, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. He cursed inside. He had overdrafted his energy and didn't have the energy to run. Ku Jianying suddenly appeared in front of him. She extended a hand, blocking the shockwaves for Long Chen. Long Chen, how vicious. You actually dared to kill a genius of my ancient races. Space twisted, revealing a strange person with long hair and quills growing out of his back. That strange person glared at Long Chen. Furiously. Reminded by this person, everyone hastily sensed the battlefield. They found that Shang Yunfei's aura had completely vanished. The ground rumbled. The 108 heavenly bone spears suddenly transformed into bolts of light that pierced through the void and vanished. The heaven-flipping seal slowly rose out of the ground. There was now a person pressed onto one side of it. That person was Shang Yunfei, smashed into flat pulp. He was essentially unrecognizable, but everyone with eyes knew that he was dead, dead to the point that he couldn't be more dead. Even his Yuan spirit was gone. A generation's heavenly genius had really died here. It was difficult to comprehend that this was reality. Just at this moment, Yan Nantian and the other Grand Elders appeared in front of Long Chen, staring coldly at that strange figure. Yan Nantian sneered, "Old hedgehog, after so many years, you still haven't grown a brain." Shang Yunfei initiated a life and death battle with Long Chen. Now that Shang Yunfei is dead, Long Chen is the vicious one. Would things only be reasonable if Shang Yunfei had killed Long Chen? Are you sure that your brain hasn't rotted after living for so many years? Exchanging pointers and learning from each other is normal. It should have ended there. Shang Yunfei was already defeated, so why did you have to launch the killing blow? Are you trying to incite a war between the ancient races and the Martial Heaven Alliance? Roared that strange figure. The quills on his back were constantly trembling with rage. Long Chen silently put away the heaven-flipping seal. Looking at Shang Yunfei's corpse, he shook his head. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Originally, he had been holding back the heaven-flipping seal in order to collect the heavenly bone spears. Unfortunately, he had been forced to use it on Shang Yunfei. The heavenly bone spears had fled, and he was powerless to stop them. In the end, he had won nothing. In the face of that ancient race expert's criticism, he couldn't even muster up the will to curse back. Incite a war? Well, if you want to start a war, a single genius is probably not enough. We should add an old hedgehog's life into the mix as well. Suddenly, Yan Nantian stepped forward. The instant he moved, spacetime shattered. It was as if he had stepped into another spacetime. He slashed the sword in his hand at the ancient race expert. However, it was like they were in a completely different world. They were in an isolated spacetime. The two of them were clearly there, but it was like they weren't. Yan Nantian actually launched a killing blow right off the bat. The ancient race expert seemed to have not expected this. The quills on his back grew explosively until they covered the sky. Ear-piercing whistling sounds shook people's ears. Ow! The experts present all covered their ears. Their faces were twisted in pain. That piercing sound was like the cry of a devil stabbing their souls. Long Chen also felt a burst of pain, but it only made him feel uncomfortable. It wasn't able to cause substantial damage to him like the others. "Are you alright?" asked Ku Jianying worriedly. "Everything else is fine, but my heart hurts a bit," said Long Chen, clutching his chest. "What, did you suffer an internal injury?" asked Ku Jianying, about to check. Long Chen shook his head. "I don't know about any hidden injuries, but after putting in so much effort, those 108 heavenly bone spears still managed to get away. I didn't even manage to get one. I feel like my heart's about to stop. You little brat, what are you saying at such a time? Raged Ku Jianying. She had actually been worried, while Long Chen was just joking. Suddenly, a miserable scream echoed through the air. Long Chen hastily looked up. Chapter 1792 Yi Lingshan accepts a master. A rain of blood fell from the sky, as a streak of sword light pierced through the world. Half of that quilled expert's body exploded. The scream came from him. Yan Nantian, you just wait. The ancient races aren't so casually provoked. The quilled expert roared, tore through the void, and vanished. Yan Nantian shook his head and returned to Long Chen's side. Handing the sword to Ku Jianying, he sighed, that old hedgehog's cultivation base has fallen a lot during this time. He really made me have an urge to kill him. Ku Jianying received the sword. One of the other grand elders said, he's from the same generation as you. Back then, although he wasn't a match for you, he still had some ability to fight you. There are probably some shenanigans here. Maybe it wasn't the right choice for us old fellows to stretch our lives out as much as possible. Yan Nantian looked at Long Chen. Little fellow, let's go drink a few cups. Long Chen nodded. His current condition was terrible. He had overdrawn his energy, and any ordinary Empyrean would be able to threaten his life at this time. In the distance, a few ancient race experts wanted to take Shang Yunfei's corpse, but they didn't dare to when they looked at Long Chen. Take it, my battle with Shang Yunfei was not based on personal enmity but simply the competition between our powers. Now that he's dead, our enmity is at an end. Long Chen waved his hand. Long Chen didn't particularly hate Shang Yunfei. His fight with him was the result of the larger environment. It was part of the laws of the world where the strong devoured the weak. Considering his enmity with the ancient races had long since been set in stone and that Shang Yunfei was the ancient races, top genius, it was their fate to collide. No one could have changed this. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't foolishly give his opponent a path to live or try to reform them. That was stupid kindness. This kind of enmity between whole races was very difficult to change. Kindness would only bring pain. Only once Long Chen said this did those ancient race experts take Shang Yunfei's corpse. They immediately left to bring Shang Yunfei's corpse back to the barbarian mammoth race. The ancient races were probably about to be shaken. How rude. The ancient races always say that they'll tear senior apprentice brother Long Chen's corpse into a million pieces, but now that he left Shang Yunfei's corpse whole and even let them take it away, they don't even say any thanks. The ancient races are just like that. No matter how well we humans treat them, they won't feel grateful. All they know how to do is suck up to the Zon beasts. To them, the farts of the Zon beasts are perfume. Countless disciples began to sneer at the ancient races. If it was Long Chen who had lost today, it was unknown just how Shang Yunfei would humiliate and display his corpse. The difference in character between them was immense. It also reflected the difference between the human race and the ancient races. Everyone can scatter. The divine pressure that still remains on the battlefield means that those at the soul transformation realm and below should try to avoid the core or their souls will be injured, warned Ku Jianying. This battle was worthy of being described as heaven-shaking. After the battle, it was unknown how many disciples ran over to comprehend the wills left behind by the two of them. They could use this to temper their souls. However, many disciples weren't strong enough to endure Long Chen and Shang Yunfei's powerful leftover wills. If those disciples accidentally got too close, they would receive an injury to their souls, perhaps without even noticing. Ku Jianying didn't want this battlefield to cause any deaths amongst talented disciples, so she warned them gravely. After that, she pulled Long Chen and began to leave. However, Yi Lingshan suddenly walked out and bowed toward Ku Jianying. Alliance head, I wonder if you would accept me as your apprentice. Oh, how curious. I invited you several times, but you continued to hesitate. Why do you suddenly want me as a master? This little brat couldn't have seduced you, right? Asked Ku Jianying. Cough, Alliance head, please be careful with your words. It's not good to ruin my image like that, coughed Long Chen. Scram, considering how everyone hates you, what image is there to ruin? Cursed Ku Jianying laughingly. Today's battle had shown Long Chen's power. There were several times that Ku Jianying had thought that Long Chen would be defeated, but he had managed to turn it around. However, then he had killed Shang Yunfei. Although Long Chen was not her personal disciple, he was still one of the disciples beneath the Martial Heaven Alliance, as well as the old man's heir. Hence, Long Chen was no different from her own disciple, and his glory was also partially hers. He had also managed to win some honor for the Martial Heaven Alliance and help them vent. Now, even Yi Lingshan had taken the initiative to ask to be her apprentice. Ku Jianying was incredibly happy and immediately began to treat her as her apprentice. I've been alone since childhood, so I've constantly had to deal with other people's contempt and bullying. The majority of those people came from sects or powerful families, so I disliked them. But once I grew stronger and began to rise, those sects showed me a smile, irritating me even more. That's why I never wanted to join one. I always felt that there was no love within sects and that people were just tools being used. However, your sincerity today has moved me. I don't think that there are that many people in this world that can cherish their disciples like you do, said Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan had seen Ku Jianying's rage and sorrow at the first commander and second commander's deaths. She also thought of Long Chen's advice to take Ku Jianying as her master. Therefore, he put aside her pride and took the initiative. A bit of sorrow appeared in Ku Jianying's eyes. She shook her head. I'm a powerless alliance head. I was unable to protect my own disciples. Xin Li couldn't help saying, all your actions are for the entire Martial Heaven Alliance and all the lives in the righteous path. You are selfless and have put in so much for the alliance. We're all grateful and we respect you. Countless disciples cheered along with his sentiment. They had all seen Ku Jianying's grief and anger. However, she suppressed those feelings for the big picture. That was because she cared about all the lives within the Martial Heaven Alliance, and all those that could be lost based on her decisions. She had sacrificed the majority of her life for the Martial Heaven Alliance, and she had even put aside her own love for it. She had grief that she had to suppress, but she never asked for any repayment. She viewed this as her mission and her responsibility. Now there were many people who approved of her. She suddenly felt blessed to have so many people look at her like this. Junior apprentice Sister Lingshan, what are you thinking of? Shouldn't you hurry and curry favor with this new master of yours? I should tell you, if you do it well, you'll get plenty of good food and drink in the future. Long Chen winked. Bastard. Ku Jianying cursed and kicked Long Chen, but he actually dodged. However, dodging caused the world to spin around him. Long Chen staggered and collapsed into Yi Lingshan. Are you alright? Asked Yi Lingshan. Long Chen felt his head spinning. He didn't have any energy. He had definitely gone too far this time. However, it wasn't something serious. He would be fine after some time recovering. Unfortunately, all the world trees in the primal chaos space had withered, or he could have acted like he was completely fine. I'm fine, but you're currying favor with the wrong person. Your master's there. Holding me won't get you any benefits. Aiya. Long Chen hadn't even finished speaking before Yi Lingshan tossed Long Chen to the side. Just as he was falling, Qingqing caught him. Clearly, Yi Lingshan had seen Qingqing come, which was why she had tossed him aside. Let's go. Jianying, your luck is good to get such a good apprentice. I'm thinking, with the great era here, should I also take an apprentice? Wondered Yan Nantian. Grand Elder, take me. Long Chen raised his hand immediately. Little brat, you really want to flip the heavens. You want to be my uncle master? Raged Ku Jianying. She grabbed Long Chen's ear and twisted. Qingqing and the others laughed. Even the other Grand Elders smiled. The heavy atmosphere around the Martial Heaven Alliance lightened. After that, people brought the first commander and second commander's corpses back to the headquarters. Long Chen and the others left. The battlefield was silent, and everyone was looking at each other. In the end, someone finally stepped into the battlefield carefully. As a result, that rank 7 celestial immediately coughed up blood and retreated. Quite a few people also coughed up blood and flew back. They suddenly noticed that there was a line that if they stepped over, it would feel like a hammer was smashing them. This is where the Alliance head put her barrier. All the pressure of the battlefield is contained here. Only by stepping past it can we enter the real battlefield, but this is too monstrous, isn't it? People were dumbfounded. The battle was already over, but the remnant pressure was still so terrifying. The other top experts also left. Only Di Long and his wife remained standing there. No one acknowledged them. It was like they had been forgotten by the world. Let's go. We can take our time with this matter, said Di Long. Scram, you useless man. How did I end up so blind as to marry you? You weren't even able to avenge my son, so I'll do it myself. Long Chen, I guarantee you won't have a good death. Di Shin's mother coldly looked in the direction Long Chen went before turning and leaving. Di Long looked at her back. Once she was gone, his anger faded, replaced with a cold smile. Without saying anything, he also vanished into the void. Chapter 1793 Goals. The battle of heavenly geniuses in Clearwind City had ended with Shang Yunfei's defeat. Even though a netherpassage expert of the ancient races had interfered, Long Chen had still managed to kill Shang Yunfei. This news caused huge waves throughout the entire continent. Shang Yunfei had been 8th place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, and he had won this ranking not based on his amazing area slaughter arts, but on true power. He had not relied on techniques to get his ranking, so it could be said that he was a truly terrifying existence. He possessed a paragon art, as well as ancestral divine items, the 108 heavenly bone spears. He had even summoned the power of his ancestors but had still lost to Long Chen. This battle also slapped the faces of certain malicious people spreading rumors that Long Chen had no power and had relied entirely on cheating to get first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings. In reality, the Devil Slaughter rankings were based on the number of devil creatures that could be slain, so it was mainly testing wide area killing power. That kind of killing power wasn't necessarily strong in one-on-one battles. Shang Yunfei hadn't relied on area attacks but had still gotten 8th place. Furthermore, at that time, he hadn't used his paragon art. He had relied entirely on his own power. If Shang Yunfei had used his paragon art at that time, perhaps he could have gotten first place. However, such a figure had still died to Long Chen's hands. That proved just how strong Long Chen was. The entire continent was shaken. Those voices raising doubts about Long Chen were silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on the ancient races. Shang Yunfei was one of the ancient races, top geniuses, and he had been slain by Long Chen just like this. Would the ancient races declare war on the Martial Heaven Alliance? Moreover, Long Chen hadn't only slain Shang Yunfei. On the same day, he had also slain Di Long's son, infuriating the ancient races and the ancient family alliance in one go. For a while, the continent held its breath as it waited for the results. The name of the Eastern Madman gained even greater power. Long Chen was truly worthy of this nickname. He would do anything regardless of the consequences. However, despite his craziness, he also had the brains to look for solutions to his problems. 3 incense sticks were inserted into the earth. There was a fresh grave here. Long Chen slowly rose from his respect toward this grave. If the first commander was still alive, this bow of yours would be his life's glory, said Yi Lingshan softly. The first commander and second commander had been buried, and the others had already left. Long Chen had come on his own to light a stick of incense for him. He was worthy of it. He was a true hero. Long Chen touched the gravestone, rubbing away some dirt that had gotten onto it. Sometimes I really don't understand men. A single gaze, a single promise is enough for you guys to risk your lives. Are you fools? Asked Yi Lingshan. She placed a flower in front of the grave. However, there were already many flowers covering the ground. We don't understand either, but we feel like we can trust each other. I believe that if the roles were reversed, he would do the same for me. Other than that, you should realize that this was all planned by Di Xin. Shang Yunfei's target was me. To put it frankly, I was the one who implicated the two of them, but he didn't blame me for it. Even if he wanted me to destroy the entire ancient family alliance, I'd have done it, said Long Chen. His gaze became cold when he brought this up. Those without any respect were the most dangerous. Because they had no respect, they had no sense of fear or danger. Because they had no sense of fear or danger, they were completely unbridled and capable of doing anything. Di Xin was such a person. He always thought that no matter what he did, his father and mother would protect him. Even if he couldn't beat Long Chen, he still had the support of his parents. No one could do anything to him, so he had no consideration for the consequences of his actions. Such a person would do things normal people wouldn't even think of doing. If you encountered such a person, you could ignore them, viewing them as an idiot and scum of society. But if you did ignore them, they would obstinately stick to you, and as long as you relaxed the slightest bit, they would do anything to harm you. This time, Di Ruyun had been slain, Di Xin had been eliminated, and Shang Yunfei had been killed. However, Long Chen felt like he had implicated a pair of innocent siblings. If the first commander hadn't died, perhaps he would have become his close brother. Shang Yunfei was just one of the ancient races, geniuses. What about Pill Valley? What about the Corrupt Path? What about the Zon Beasts? What about the Bloodkill Hall? What about the ancient family alliance? Just how many people like Shang Yunfei would come from them in the future? How many first commanders and second commanders would they cause to die? Would those sacrifices become Long Chen's closest friends and family? Upon thinking of this, Long Chen's expression darkened. He had to get stronger. He wanted absolute power so he could shake his enemies, so he could intimidate idiots like Di Xin. Long Chen, do you have any goals for the future? Asked Yi Lingshan to change the subject. She shivered when she saw his icy killing intent. Goals? Of course I have them. But what's your goal first? Oh, the Alliance head is really generous. She actually gave you her sword. When Long Chen turned to look at Yi Lingshan, he was shocked to notice the sword on her back. That was Ku Jianying's sword. That was a divine item. It was called Falling Star, the opposite of his Starfall. It was a sword with a terrifying origin and one of the main treasures of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Yi Lingshan had only just taken her as a master, but Ku Jianying already gave her such a precious sword. It could be seen how much trust she had in Yi Lingshan, as well as how she favored her. Are you selling this sword? I'd like to buy it, said Long Chen. Scram, if you dare to try anything, I'll go all out against you. Seeing Long Chen staring at her sword, Yi Lingshan still said some angry words despite knowing he was partially joking. Her hand flew to the hilt of her sword. Long Chen hastily raised his hands. I was just joking, don't take it so seriously. If we can't do business together, then let's just be amicable. No need to be so angry. This isn't just a sword to me. This is the favor my master bestowed upon me. This sword is a symbol of my loyalty, said Yi Lingshan solemnly. Yi Lingshan's heart, which had been cold for many years, had fully melted thanks to this sword. Ku Jianying had immediately given her such a gift just because she called her master. They hadn't even gone through any formal rites yet. She had suffered a great deal from other people's contempt, but no one had ever treated her like family. That unconditional trust and love had made her swear on her life to properly respect this master of hers. So even though Long Chen was joking, this was still offensive to her. This kind of joke was unacceptable. Please, my guts are too small. Don't scare the crap out of me. Long Chen hastily waved his hands, accepting his loss. If he couldn't even make a joke, he was no longer interested in trying. After seeing him admit defeat, Yi Lingshan's expression softened. Thank you for your medicinal pill. No problem, it was just thanks to my relationship with Qingqing. Rogue, Long Chen shrugged. What's roguish about it? Qingqing's such a kind and beautiful woman. Who wouldn't like her? She'll sooner or later find her companion. Yes, she truly is the type to be liked by others. Tell me, do you like her? Of course I like her. Then have you thought about taking her as a wife? There's no why, I like plenty of people. Am I supposed to marry them all? Something beautiful should just be peacefully appreciated, like a lotus on the riverside. If you pluck it, it will quickly wither. It is only suited to stay by the riverside, while I am fated to not be a riverside. Also, I already have several wives, and they're difficult enough to deal with, especially a certain jealous tigress. If she knew I was picking flowers randomly, she'd skin me alive. Yi Lingshan laughed. She found that speaking with Long Chen was very interesting. His words were always direct and sincere. You really are curious. The so-called heavenly geniuses that I've encountered want to gather as many beautiful women as they can in their pockets, as if beautiful women are only fit for them. It's like anything they like should be theirs, sighed Yi Lingshan. I like plenty of things, not just beautiful women. I like powerful people, so am I supposed to marry them? Those 4 old strongest experts from the Martial Heaven Alliance, am I also supposed to marry them? Sorry, that's not to my taste, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan laughed again. Even the Grand Elders were not spared from his jokes. You might not be interested in us, and that's fine. But we're very interested in you. Suddenly, a voice rang out that made Long Chen and Yi Lingshan's smile stiffen. Chapter 1794 The Priceless Treasure Reward. That voice was from one of the Grand Elders, Yan Nantian. Long Chen's expression changed. He hadn't expected the Grand Elder to be eavesdropping on their conversation. Sorry, Grand Elder. I was the one who forgot. Yi Lingshan suddenly clapped her own head. Yan Nantian did not reply. Long Chen, let's go. Yi Lingshan pulled Long Chen away. What are we doing? Asked Long Chen. I ended up drawn in by your nonsense. I forgot that the Grand Elders wanted me to bring you to the palace. They said there was something important to discuss. Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't those old fellows going to beat me to death now? Long Chen was about to run. They won't. the Alliance head won't let them punish you, said Yi Lingshan. Afraid that he would really run, she forcibly dragged him away. If you end up conning me to death, I swear my ghost won't let you off, shouted Long Chen. The two of them walked into the palace. The only ones inside were the 4 Grand Elders and Ku Jianying. They had already been waiting for a while. Greetings Alliance head, greetings Grand Elders. Yi Lingshan immediately bowed. Long Chen followed suit. You little brat, you're becoming more and more brazen. Do you know how to respect your seniors? Ku Jianying immediately reached for Long Chen's ear. Long Chen had long since been prepared and pulled Yi Lingshan in front of him, shouting, your beloved apprentice is in my hands. Seeing Long Chen actually take a hostage to extort her, Ku Jianying almost laughed. This little fellow was always so slippery. Jianying, that's enough. Calling us old is just the truth. Long Chen wasn't wrong. Yan Nantian smiled calmly, not minding Long Chen's joke. Only then did Ku Jianying let Long Chen off. Yi Lingshan glared at Long Chen for using her as a shield. Although she knew it was a joke, she wasn't happy. The 4 Grand Elders stood there, looking at Long Chen. That continued for an incense stick's worth of time, and Long Chen was starting to get goosebumps. There's no need to frighten me. I'll kill and extort whoever you want, free of charge. Long Chen finally spoke. The 4 Grand Elders couldn't help but smile. Yan Nantian finally said, your mind is powerful. Even in this position, you don't show any flaws. It was definitely not a coincidence that you were able to slay Shang Yunfei. Are you praising me for having thick skin? Long Chen smiled. Having thick skin is also a mental quality. Long Chen, I have one thing to ask you. If Jianying had decided to concede again, you said you would leave the Martial Heaven Alliance. What would you do after that? Asked Yan Nantian. On that day, Long Chen had said that if Ku Jianying allowed the first and second commander's deaths to go unpunished and let go of Di Xin, he would kill Di Xin and then leave the Martial Heaven Alliance, severing his ties with them to place all the blame on himself. When he had said that, everyone had been shocked. They had fully experienced Long Chen's domineering side. If he left the Martial Heaven Alliance, he would definitely die. But this also showed his determination. Wasn't the worst case just death? There was nothing to be afraid of. What else would I do? I would kill. In any case, I killed my way out of the Eastern Wasteland. I was on my own at first, a little fellow in just the blood condensation realm, but I dared to face the armies of 2 nations. Now I'm no longer alone. I have a group of beauties, as well as a group of hot-blooded brothers. I don't even know how many times stronger I am compared to back then. Am I supposed to become timid and retreat? If the Alliance head wished to protect the continent's peace in consideration of the big picture by enduring this bullying, that would be my only option. Have you considered the lives of those beauties and brothers of yours? When you are hunted down by all the various large powers, you'll all die to their hands eventually, said one of the Grand Elders. There's no need to worry about it. The Dragonblood Legion's hearts are united. Their lives are mine, my life is theirs. What we have, we risked our lives for, and we will continue to work hard so that we can protect our family, so that we can live with dignity. This is our conviction. When others threaten our family or try to trample on our dignity, we won't hesitate to put everything on the line. Even if we die, we won't die humiliated. This gamble is quite big. One of the Grand Elders finally spoke. This Grand Elder had barely spoken at all before. Once he spoke, the other Grand Elders fell silent. It seemed they were secretly communicating. The atmosphere grew a bit tense. All right, let's bet. Opportunity exists within danger. Who can say what will come in the future? The barbarian mammoth race was able to bet everything, so why can't our Martial Heaven Alliance do the same? The great era has already come. If we still held back, what would we be waiting for? I approve of this gamble, said one of the Grand Elders. I also approve, said another Grand Elder. The 3rd Grand Elder bitterly smiled. Little Yan will definitely approve, so even if I opposed, it would be useless. It would just offend the one who gave us his wine. I wouldn't do such a foolish thing. I also approve. The 4 Grand Elders suddenly laughed. Long Chen was lost, but Ku Jianying was pleasantly surprised. All right, we've cast our votes. We've decided that the reward will be yours. Congratulations. Yan Nantian walked over to Long Chen and patted his shoulder with a smile. Senior, I don't really want that reward. I don't like owing favors. There's no need for you to owe us a favor. This is the reward you ought to gain for getting first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings and winning karmic luck for the entire righteous path. We were selfish for not giving it to you, but now we've thought it through. It's yours, said Yan Nantian. Don't try to trick me. I just heard you say that you were betting. You're treating me as a gambling chip. I don't want to be used. What gambling chip? Stop being so sensitive and come. Yan Nantian suddenly grabbed Long Chen's shoulder and pushed him backward. A black and white channel appeared in the air there, sucking him in. Long Chen had no ability to resist. He flew through the channel, which brought him deeper into the palace. He quickly arrived at the temple that the 4 Grand Elders had blocked him at before. The gates opened like the mouth of a beast to devour Long Chen and then slammed shut. There was no longer any sound that could be heard from within. However, just before the gates closed, Yi Lingshan vaguely heard Long Chen's startled cry as if he had encountered something frightening. What? Yi Lingshan looked in stunned silence at the closed temple gates. She felt like Long Chen had encountered something bad. It didn't seem like a reward. Lingshan, there's no need to be jealous. You will also get your share of this reward. Yan Nantian smiled at Yi Lingshan. Me, but I haven't done anything for the Martial Heaven Alliance, and my ranking on the Devil Slaughter rankings. It has nothing to do with those. With your talent and potential, you are qualified to obtain this reward. Long Chen is naturally more qualified, but this little fellow is too dangerous. One mistake and we'll lose our investment and cause a calamity for the Martial Heaven Alliance, so it's a gamble. However, you are different. We can see that you sincerely wish to stay in the Martial Heaven Alliance, and you will one day take Jianying's position. Do you not understand the goal behind Jianying giving you her sword? Asked Yan Nantian. Yi Lingshan took a few shocked steps back. She covered her mouth, staring at Ku Jianying. Master, you. Ku Jianying smiled and said, foolish child, there's nothing to be shocked about. This world will be yours in the future. Old-timers like us are only green leaves, while youngsters like you will be the main characters of that world. But I'm much weaker than Long Chen. I'm even weaker than the Shang Yunfei that he killed. She was an independent cultivator who had never once thought that she would be the heir to the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. She felt like she was in a dream, but also uneasy and panicked. That little fellow Long Chen shouldn't even be mentioned. His heart is not with the Martial Heaven Alliance. No one can control him. Meanwhile, you are someone suited to be the heir of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Don't worry, before you've grown up, you will have your master and these Grand Elders supporting you. Long Chen will also help, so don't feel too much pressure. Ku Jianying gently brushed Ku Jianying's hair back. Only once Yi Lingshan heard this did she feel slightly more at ease. There are 2 priceless treasures in this temple. Long Chen will obtain one, and you will obtain one. Do you know what it is? Asked Yan Nantian. Yi Lingshan shook her head. It's the move that Shang Yunfei used against Long Chen. A paragon art. Correct. A paragon art, and a very powerful one at that. In truth, a paragon art is something Shang Yunfei was fundamentally unable to control. He was only using a rudimentary form of one and was unable to bring out the paragon art's full power. He also isn't a human, so despite his talent, when it comes to using magical arts and the like, he still had some major flaws. He relied entirely on his bloodline power and the power of his ancestors to use it. It was fundamentally. Well, it doesn't matter. Go. You will understand once you cultivate it, said Yan Nantian. Yi Lingshan respectfully kowtowed toward Ku Jianying and the 4 Grand Elders. She knew that this reward was a show of their trust in her. Ku Jianying and the 4 Grand Elders smiled. This child was very good and was capable of holding great responsibility. They hadn't misjudged her. It was just regretful that they didn't feel the same way about Long Chen. Yi Lingshan walked into another temple at the back. When she was in front of it, she suddenly heard Yan Nantian's voice. This back door is the life gate. This one over here is the death gate. Chapter 1795 Lightning Paragon Art. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan had entered the temple through different entrances, leaving behind only Ku Jianying and the 4 Grand Elders in the palace. Granduncle Master, what made you change your mind? Asked Ku Jianying. She was very pleasantly surprised that Long Chen had been allowed to enter the temple. The 4 Grand Elders had previously refused to allow Long Chen to enter, so now Ku Jianying was surprised that they would change their minds. Considering how experienced they were, they wouldn't act based on personal relationships. Their actions were made entirely with the Martial Heaven Alliance at heart. So it was basically impossible to change their minds. When they had refused Long Chen the first time, she had already given up hope of Long Chen getting the reward. If I said it was because of his wine, would you believe me? Laughed one of the Grand Elders. Have you been infected by that little fellow? Pay attention to your decorum, scolded the less carefree Grand Elder. What decorum? Do people with one foot in the grave need to care so much? Replied the Grand Elder. In the end, it was Yan Nantian who answered Ku Jianying. Actually, we truly did not wish Long Chen to obtain this priceless inheritance because he's too wild. He's a double-sided sword, and we could easily be injured ourselves. So Long Chen's essentially doesn't meet the requirements to obtain this inheritance. However, the battle changed our thinking. It can be said that Long Chen has moved us. You finally recognize Long Chen's talented combat power. I said from the start that he was definitely the Martial Heaven Alliance's #1 genius, and that if he was raised properly. Yan Nantian interrupted her, shaking his head. Long Chen's talent is something we know better than you. What we care about isn't his talent, and the same is true of Yi Lingshan. What we care about is their inner hearts. Yi Lingshan has experienced the lowest and cruelest level of the cultivation world and still did not lose her original heart. Such a person's mental quality is extremely powerful. She will never give up. That's the most fundamental quality a leader needs. As for everything else, if she lacks it, we can nourish it. But a powerful will is partially innate and partially forced out by cruel reality. Such quality is difficult to nourish. Both Long Chen and Yi Lingshan have this quality, but one is a wild horse, while the other is a steady ox. Yi Lingshan is someone very worthy of trust, and she will always be a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. But Long Chen is a wild horse that no one can control. The reason we changed our minds is because of his fight with Shang Yunfei, but it's not due to the talent and potential he showed. It was because he was willing to risk his life for a single promise. Yes, Long Chen is dangerous, but the greater the danger, the greater the possible benefits. In the end, we decided that this gamble had some chance of succeeding, so we wanted to use up what little we have right here. This was a gamble. With the Great Era here, the Grand Elders were willing to bet all their chips. Whether they would win or lose would be decided in the future. Heavenly Fate Island went too far this time. Are we going to do anything to them? Asked Ku Jianying suddenly, her expression cold. This matter definitely had Heavenly Fate Island behind it. There was no one else who could have managed to calculate things to this extent and make things go so smoothly. Yan Nantian said, it seems Heavenly Fate Island is unwilling to stay quiet. They want to stand out in the Great Era. However, this time, they tried to incite conflict between us, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance. Their calculations were truly accurate. Long Chen clearly saw through the clues and knew their intentions but still jumped into the trap. Even if he was falling for Heavenly Fate Island's trap, he had to kill Di Shin as vengeance for those two children. It's also because of this that our decision changed. This Long Chen, once he decides on something, no one can change his mind. However, that's not necessarily a bad thing. With the Great Era, heavenly geniuses will rise in droves. No one can say which one will dominate the others. Before the final results are in, it truly is foolish for Heavenly Fate Island to act like this. But let them be for now. The ancient races and ancient family alliance also know the truth. Let's wait to see how they react. As for Di Shin's mother, she's a hidden danger. But worrying about her is meaningless as well. We can only take things step by step. The corrupt path is also starting to stir. Jianying, don't give them any opportunities. Long Chen's rise has actually split a great deal of their attention from the Martial Heaven Alliance. All their attention is concentrated on Long Chen, so we have more time to prepare. Make a large trip to all the powerful forces in our alliance. Make sure to make the opportunists properly stand at attention. Use the news of Long Chen killing Shang Yunfei and the fact that the four of us have come out. Those slippery little fellows either have to fall in line, or they should scram over to Pill Valley. Don't give them any time for hesitation. If you don't give them a vicious blow, they'll continue to be indecisive, and that's not good for the Martial Heaven Alliance's unity. Various large powers are starting to revive. The Great Era is the best era but also the worst era. Many great figures will rise and contend for supremacy. There will definitely be a rain of blood throughout the continent. If no sovereign rises, the chaotic battle will not end. If we don't win over people's hearts at this time, it will be too late. Yes, I'll prepare and leave immediately, said Ku Jianying. Then go. Remember that you must be tough this time. Don't give them a chance to haggle or compromise. They can decide for themselves whether they're loyal to the Martial Heaven Alliance or Pill Valley. If they don't give a direct reply within 3 days, they can be expelled from the Martial Heaven Alliance. They will no longer be under our protection, said Yan Nantian. Hu Jianying left. This time, she was filled with confidence. With the support of the 4 Grand Elders, she would no longer need to be polite. Fuck. What kind of damn place is this? Why is it so sinister? Long Chen let out a startled cry. It was pitch black inside the gate. He almost thought that he had returned to the netherworld. The surroundings were filled with an air of death. Those old fellows wouldn't have conned me, right? They didn't open the gate to the netherworld and toss me in again, did they? Long Chen muttered to himself as he carefully walked forward. Stop wandering around. I don't have much time. An aged voice rang out from the end of the channel. Long Chen quickened his footsteps. After a few turns, he saw a large gate consisting of a mass of light. It was an illusory gate. He couldn't see what was beyond. However, he did sense a strong air of death coming from within it. In front of this illusory gate was an elder sitting cross-legged. It was unknown what era his robes came from, but they looked ancient and strange. Senior. Long Chen bowed. No need for courtesy. What kind of paragon art do you want to learn? The elder raised his head to look at Long Chen. He got straight to the point. Being stared at by the elder, Long Chen couldn't help but jump. Only once he got closer did he realize that this elder had no face. He was translucent, and his entire body was formed from a strange energy. He had no physical body. This energy was not necessarily a soul or a yuan spirit. It was an extremely ancient energy that Long Chen had never seen before. Speak. What kind of paragon art do you want to learn? Repeated the elder. Only now did Long Chen learn that the so-called priceless supreme treasure was actually a paragon art. He couldn't help saying, I want to learn all kinds of them, the more the better. I'm very hardworking, so I'm sure I'll be alright. Senior, do you want some wine? I have some very good wine here. Long Chen took out some wine as a bribe. That elder shook his head. I've been guarding the death gate for 34,000 years, but it's the first time someone has come to give me a gift. However, it's too late. I am originally an ancestral spirit. Now my energy is almost exhausted, and I can only open a single door the slightest bit. Hence, don't get any funny ideas. This gate can bring you to another world, so choose the type of energy you are most skilled in. That will be the foundation for the paragon art, and that will increase your chances of success. Ah, so there's a chance of failure. The death gate has a 90% chance of failure. Failure signifies death. The death chi here is the resentment left by the geniuses that failed. Did you not know? Asked the elder. I didn't. No one said anything about it. Then where's the life gate? I'll just enter from the life gate, said Long Chen. You're already gone through the death gate. You can't go back, so choose the best paragon art for you, and do it quickly as I don't have much time, warned the elder. Wasn't this an absolute con? They hadn't even told him anything about this. Although he was angry, this elder in front of him was very strict. He had to calm himself down so that he could properly cultivate the paragon art. Shang Yunfei's paragon art had truly been powerful. If Long Chen also possessed a paragon art, it definitely wouldn't have been so difficult to beat him. Senior, are there any lightning paragon arts? Probed Long Chen. In terms of physical strength, he had the 5-star battle armor. In terms of flame energy, he had the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. He was only lacking a corresponding powerful move for his Thunder Force. There is, but I'd advise you to pick another, answered the elder. Chapter 1796 Morning Dao Lightning Field. Why? Asked Long Chen. Because the odds of failure with the death gate are already very high, and failure essentially means death. As for the lightning paragon art, amongst all the paragon arts here, it is the most berserk. Other paragon arts have a 90% chance of death, but the lightning paragon art has 99.99% of death, said the elder. It was that exaggerated. Long Chen shivered. The space here was filled with the air of death. Just how many experts had fallen here? Those qualified to obtain this inheritance had to be the best of their generation. But even people like them had a 90% chance of failure. This was absolutely monstrous. However, considering that he had Lei Long, he felt some confidence. I'll choose the lightning paragon art, said Long Chen firmly. A lightning paragon art was what he needed the most. The elder didn't try to change Long Chen's mind. He slowly rose and stepped into the illusory gate. Long Chen hastily followed. Once he was through, he found that he was stepping on empty space. It was like he was walking through space. There were some faint stars in the distance, and they seemed very minute. The elder formed hand seals, and the stars in front of him moved. A spatial channel appeared in front of him. Take 19 steps forward and then turn right. Good luck. Long Chen followed the elder's instructions, going through the channel that he had opened. He carefully counted his footsteps. On the 19th step, he turned to look back at the elder. He jumped in shock. The elder's legs had vanished. He was blowing away like dust in the wind. Then the elder's arms faded. When his hands disappeared, this entire space began to rumble. It seemed like it was about to crumble. Long Chen had no time to consider his options. He took a step to the right. The space in front of him twisted, and he appeared in a desolate world. This world was barren. Craggy stones littered the ground and continued beyond the horizon. This world could not be more desolate. There wasn't the slightest air of life. The sky was filled with mist and thunderous rumbling. Lightning twisted and turned in the sky. Its light was what illuminated the ground. He looked around, but he didn't see anything else. The only thing he could hear was the booming of thunder. "Hey, where's the person who's supposed to teach me the paragon art?" Long Chen shouted into the void. The mist in the sky surged and split open. Only now did Long Chen see that the lightning within the mist was endless lightning beasts. They had been sleeping, and the booming thunder was their snoring. His shout had startled them awake, and they roared furiously as they charged at him. A sea of lightning charged down. They were of various colors and forms, and Long Chen's hair immediately stood on end. He felt an intense sensation of danger. Thunder force covered his body as he smashed a giant flaming bird. That giant bird exploded, but a wild burst of flames threw Long Chen off. He killed more of these lightning beasts, and shockingly, they didn't just possess thunder force but also other kinds of energy that made it difficult for him to deal with them. "Hey, I'm your ancestor, and I've come to bring you out of here. Sleeping all day is boring, right? Don't you want to see the bright and vibrant world? There are plenty of beautiful ladies outside. Well, you wouldn't understand that part. But in any case, I came here to save you, so don't treat me as an enemy." Long Chen suddenly recalled the mammoth primordial spirit beasts that Shang Yunfei had summoned. If he could subdue these lightning beasts, wouldn't this paragon art have the same ability? However, his shouting was ineffective. These lightning beasts couldn't understand him, and they continued to attack fiercely. The most irritating thing was that after destroying them, they would quickly reform and attack once more. It seemed that they had undying bodies. To be sure he hadn't misread the situation, he hunted down a certain lightning leopard, killing it 7 times in a row. It always recovered to full power in a short moment. However, he also realized that these lightning beasts were most likely connected to this world. Within this special world, these lightning beasts would never die. He couldn't be bothered with them. He charged past, wanting to see this world. What was going on here? Where was the paragon art? Wherever he went, the void would erupt and slumbering lightning beasts would be startled awake and attack. More and more of them appeared until there was a sea of lightning beasts chasing Long Chen. This sea was constantly growing larger. Fuck, what is going on? Is this world a giant hornet's nest? Long Chen turned back and his scalp turned numb. Against this many lightning beasts, even if they couldn't kill him, they could exhaust him to death. As Long Chen fled, he found that the lightning beasts were endless. After 6 hours, he didn't even know how many tens of thousands of miles he had traveled. In any case, the lightning beasts filled this world. Well, there are already so many, so getting a few more shouldn't be a problem. Let's see just how big this world is. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen ignored the mass of lightning beasts behind him and continued forward. He flew for 3 days and 3 nights. Although there was no way to determine day and night here, he knew it had been at least 72 hours. At this moment, he finally noticed something odd. In the distance, there was a giant pillar of light. He was delighted to see that, and he rushed over. However, when he got closer, he realized this was no pillar of light but a strange hourglass-like object. A vast body of water had appeared here, and there was also a vast body of water above. They were mixing, with the water above flowing down and the water down flowing up. It formed a marvelous cycle. What pure lightning energy! Long Chen was stunned by this discovery. This sea of water was so large that it was impossible to describe. Even after flying for several hours, he hadn't reached an end. There were terrifying lightning fluctuations coming from it, and it was actually entirely composed of the purest lightning essence. At this moment, he felt Lei Long roar within him. It felt a fatal attraction to this lightning sea. Oh, those lightning beasts have stopped. Long Chen suddenly found that the lightning beasts had stopped. They were just roaring at a certain distance. All of a sudden, a giant head stretched out of the lightning sea. Following it, an enormous body appeared within it. A terrifying pressure shook this world. It was actually a giant drake. A claw larger than a mountain smashed toward Long Chen. Even before it arrived, Long Chen felt like he was being crushed. He felt like he couldn't even move. Long Chen immediately summoned the divine ring and 5-star battle armor. Lightning also appeared around him, and he slashed a lightning blade at the giant claw. Long Chen was sent flying, his entire body feeling like it was about to collapse. This drake was too powerful. Even Nether Passage experts wouldn't be able to take it lightly. "Hey, I'm not here to fight. I came to learn the Paragon art," shouted Long Chen upon seeing the drake attack again. Unexpectedly, the giant drake really did stop. It coldly stared at Long Chen. "Our Morning Dao Lightning Field's contract with the human race has already come to an end. We no longer have any association, so scram." The giant drake was actually able to speak human words, but its voice was filled with contempt. "It couldn't be such a con, right? If the contract is up, let's start a new contract. You wouldn't make me take the whole trip here for nothing, right?" Long Chen naturally wouldn't leave just like that. What kind of joke was this supposed to be? He had nowhere to go. "HMPH, if you want to continue the contract, then fine. As long as you can place your spiritual seal on the core of this world, you can take away the Paragon Arts rune," said the giant drake. This old drake had to have lived for countless years, or there would have been no way it could speak so smoothly and even fill it with such emotion. Of course, that emotion was disdain. Long Chen looked at the giant hourglass and truly did see an image at the center of it. That was most likely the Paragon Arts rune. Holding a lightning blade, Long Chen took a single step and seemed to teleport, lightning flickering around his body. Chapter 1797 Despair. Long Chen actually used the celestial lightning body blink to flash by the giant drake. "Childish." The giant drake snorted with disdain. Its giant tail suddenly slammed into the lightning sea. A huge wave erupted from the lightning sea, blocking Long Chen's path. As if he had long since expected such resistance, Long Chen slashed with his lightning blade. A giant cut appeared in the huge wave, and without hesitation, Long Chen charged through. Long Chen was thankful that Split the Heavens had such immense penetrative power. Even this kind of giant attack could be easily pierced by it. Once he was past the wave, he heard the giant drake's roar. Clearly, it hadn't expected Long Chen to have such power. It gave chase. Its body was huge, but it was incredibly quick. However, Long Chen was also fast. Now that he was ahead, the drake couldn't catch up. Suddenly, the lightning sea erupted, and one giant drake, after another, appeared out of it, blocking Long Chen. When they opened their mouths, swords of lightning pierced through the air at him. Each of the lightning swords was like a long mountain range. Booming sounds echoed through the air. Seeing these attacks, Long Chen summoned lightning wings on his back. His speed increased again, and he shot past the lightning swords. At this time, Long Chen was surprised to see 9 of these giant drakes. They were all attacking him at the same time. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. At this time, the elder's words resurfaced in his mind. Other inheritances had a 90% chance of failure, but this place had 99.99%. To be blocked by 9 powerful drakes comparable to Nether Passage experts, let alone Long Chen, even Nether Passage experts would have to submit. If it was just one, perhaps Long Chen would have some urge to fight. But with 9 of them, taking them head-on would be suicide. Based on that drake's words, as long as he could obtain that Paragon Art rune, he would be able to establish a new contract. In other words, if he obtained it, he would pass. These drakes wouldn't be able to attack him any longer. He pushed the celestial lightning body blink to its peak. He was like a phantom flitting through their attacks. The 9 drakes were launching a furious barrage of attacks. It was like 9 giants were attacking a mosquito, but this mosquito was too fast. They couldn't hit Long Chen, and it made them roar furiously. Huge waves surged out of the lightning sea as they did everything in their power to stop Long Chen. However, the 6th form of Split the Heavens pierced the waves easily. Rather than stopping Long Chen, the waves ended up hindering their own speed. Long Chen was rapidly approaching the core. As he got closer to the core, he became even more shocked. This place that looked like an hourglass was where 2 sources of lightning energy were intermingling. Both sides looked identical. The lightning energy formed a mysterious cycle. At the core, there was a giant image that looked like a gate with a pair of wings and a spear. Long Chen had no time to examine the two sources of lightning, nor did he have time to carefully look at this rune. He charged toward it. The 9 drakes were unable to stop him. He was too fast and nimble, infuriating them. Just as Long Chen was starting to smile, he suddenly felt his heart drop. An intense sensation of danger welled up from within him. His intuition built up from years of walking the line between life and death made him stop and retreat at full speed. Just as he retreated, a silver claw smashed down from the sky, crashing down right where he had been. Another giant drake had appeared. Its entire body was silver, and it had come out of the lightning source in the sky. It was dazzling, looking as if it had been made entirely from silver. Long Chen's hair rose. He felt a fatal threat from this silver drake. His intuition told him that its power far surpassed his imagination. The silver drake coldly looked at Long Chen. Human, this morning Dao lightning field's contract with the human race is done. We will no longer be your subordinates, and you are no longer qualified to enslave us. Go back and tell your elders that 8,000 years ago, our contract reached an end. Both sides can now walk their own paths. If any of you get any ideas about this morning Dao lightning field, don't blame us for not being polite. What? That elder didn't tell me any of this before I entered. Now I can't even obtain the Paragon art, and I can't go back. This is a giant con. Long Chen was speechless. Although Long Chen was already used to his bad luck, this was too much, wasn't it? It was his own allies that had sent him here to his death, and they hadn't even given him a way out. Then you can just die here. The 9 drakes lined up behind Long Chen, while in front of him was the unimaginably terrifying silver drake. Sorry, I can't die yet. Can I ask, if I obtain that Paragon art rune, will you stop trying to kill me? That's correct. As long as you can obtain the rune's recognition, you will obtain the recognition of the morning Dao lightning field. We naturally wouldn't be able to kill you. However, don't be so conceited. After being enslaved once by your human race, I won't give you a chance. If you try anything, I will immediately kill you. A vast aura from the silver drake locked onto Long Chen. Thunder force gathered from every direction, and this world became enveloped by silver lightning runes. Long Chen was caught in a terrifying domain. Berserk silver lightning surrounded Long Chen. Each lightning rune was like a sharp blade, possessing enough power to destroy a mountain. Long Chen was in a sea of millions and millions of those silver runes. It seemed like as long as the silver drake wished it, he would be blown apart. That was an absolute power that could not be resisted. The difference between them was too immense. Die or scram, you choose, said the silver drake coldly. I choose neither. I choose that rune. Lightning exploded out of Long Chen. It was sacred and divine. Those silver lightning runes, which had originally locked down this area securely, suddenly fled like frightened rabbits. Divine lightning. It was God amongst lightning, so all other lightning had to make way for it. As soon as Long Chen summoned this divine lightning, he broke the silver drake's domain. He vanished, and in 3 blinks, he appeared in front of the Paragon art rune. However, he had just gotten there when a giant tail whipped toward him. As a result, Long Chen felt like a hammer had struck his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his bones shattered. Long Chen did his best to stabilize himself in the air, but his heart turned cold. Even though his divine lightning had shattered the silver drake's domain, the difference between them was too great. Furthermore, the silver drake's body was gigantic. There was no way for him to dodge it. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen summoned Lei Long. His primal chaos space hadn't recovered yet, and if he was injured again, it would be dangerous. At the same time, Long Chen prepared the heaven-flipping seal. He was planning on having Lei Long entangle the silver drake and then smash it with the heaven-flipping seal. That was his final trump card. If it failed, he would be doomed. His eyes were locked on the silver drake. He didn't have much confidence even in this final trump card. The silver drake was too powerful. Compared to it, he was like a speck of dust. Just as Long Chen was preparing to attack, the silver drake suddenly spoke. Tell me, how did you raise this lightning beast of yours? How had he raised it? Long Chen suddenly had a thought. However, his expression didn't change. It's just an ordinary lightning beast. But each time I undergo tribulation, I use the lightning to feed it. In my last tribulation, it helped me through my lightning tribulation by devouring a divine lightning rune. So it possesses the power of divine lightning. What? Do you want it? Just give up. I won't let you devour it no matter what. The silver drake ignored Long Chen's threat. Instead, it quietly looked at Lei Long. After a moment, it said, I'm willing to go through a business transaction with you. I can let you obtain the Paragon Art Rune, but you must satisfy one of my conditions. Chapter 1798 Utmost Conning Effort. What condition? Long Chen smiled. His chance had come. This lightning dragon of yours possesses a kind of energy I want. I don't need to devour it. I just need 80% of its energy. Don't even think about it. Long Chen directly refused. The silver drake was enraged. Do you believe me when I say I can just kill you and devour it? All its scales lit up, and Thunderforce boomed. A terrifying energy once more locked onto Long Chen. I don't believe you. 1. It's hard to say if you could even kill me. 2. Even if you kill me, Lei Long will explode and erase its divine nature before its death, so you won't obtain anything. 3. And this is the most important thing, Lei Long is not my subordinate but a companion I can entrust my life to. I told you not to get any ideas about it. Although you're powerful, I naturally have my own trump cards since I dared to come here, said Long Chen indifferently. HMPH, arrogant human, since you're so foolish, I can only kill you. The silver drake raised its claw. Hey, wait a moment. I'm not done talking. Long Chen hastily waved his hands. What else is there to say? The silver drake's claw stopped in the air. Lei Long is my companion, so this condition of yours is no good. However, I have an even better condition for you. Well, can you first shrink down a bit? I can't even see your whole body, and it's very awkward for me, probed Long Chen. The silver drake was truly too big. It was so big that he had a headache just trying to see it. Not being able to see its expression was also difficult. The silver drake hesitated, but then it really did shrink down to 30,000 meters, practically identical to Lei Long. However, once it shrank, Long Chen felt like he shouldn't have asked. With its power compressed, the spatial fluctuations in the surroundings grew more intense as if the void was about to explode from the pressure. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. So in its small state, the silver drake was even more terrifying. But he couldn't just ask it to get bigger now. Shouldn't you hurry up with what you have to say? Shouted the silver drake. Cough, then I'll get to the point. I have some business to discuss with you. It could be said that if this business takes off, it will completely change your life. I won't hide the truth from you. I am a reincarnation of a god, and each time my power increases, I draw divine lightning that tempers me. Other people's tribulations are a drizzle, while my tribulation is a true shower. It's just that using divine lightning as a shower is a waste. That's why I always save a bit for Lei Long. You've also seen how fat and mighty Lei Long is. My intention is to have you cooperate with me. When I go through my tribulations, I will split a portion of my divine lightning with you. I should put it this way to you. Each time I undergo tribulation, the power of the divine lightning and its purity will be 10 times greater than before, maybe even 100 times greater. If you devour my companion's little bit of energy, it won't even be a snack. I can see that although you are powerful, your body is lacking that divine nature, so you are unable to become a true dragon. But if you cooperate with me, I'll constantly give you divine lightning and help you become a true dragon. How is that? Can I trust those words? The silver drake was definitely moved by this offer. The silver drake's outer appearance wasn't that different from a true dragon. It was only lacking the dragon horn. However, without the dragon horn, a drake would forever just be a larger serpent. The term drake was just in recognition of its power. It was not a true dragon. What reason do I have to trick you? This cooperation is mutually beneficial. That's a true cooperation. Long Chen smiled. How do you want to cooperate? That sinister smile of Long Chen ended up raising the silver drake's guard. It's very simple. Give me the Paragon art. That's a must because I need it to live longer and go through more tribulations. Otherwise, if I died before my cultivation base broke through, what would you do? Second, if I encounter some kind of amazing existence in the outside world, you have to help me handle it because if I die, it will interfere with your growth. Are you trying to get me to be a free fighter for you? The silver drake was no fool. It immediately understood Long Chen's intentions. How is it free? I'm giving you such good divine lightning. It's just payment after the purchase. HMPH, what a joke. Everything you've said is nonsense. You're trying to con me into being your fighter. I didn't expect a youngster like you to have such guts, sneered the silver drake. It has nothing to do with guts. You've seen Lei Long's power. Although its current power isn't as great as yours, You've been alive for countless years, while Lei Long has only existed for a few years. It's just a child now, yet it possesses such power. Let me put it to you this way. When I undergo tribulation, there really is as much divine lightning as you want. The amount of divine lightning will only be limited by how big your stomach is. This is a decision that will decide your fate. Opportunities must be grasped. That divine lightning will be the foundation from which your entire life changes. It's your chance to break out of the cocoon. Long Chen was in the midst of trying to sway the silver drake when Lei Long suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a foot-wide lightning sphere at it. That made Long Chen jump in horror. He thought that Lei Long had just attacked. However, he then quickly understood what Lei Long was doing. It was proving itself to the silver drake. The silver drake devoured the lightning sphere. As a result, a twinkle appeared in its eyes as it was stunned. How is it? Lei Long's power still isn't pure enough, but after my next tribulation, just imagine what it will be like with 10 or even 100 times the divine lightning energy. Long Chen raised his eyebrows several times seducingly. That's still unacceptable. I won't be someone else's fighter. The silver drake was extremely moved, but it had its own dignity. It was the master of the Morning Dao lightning field. How could it possibly be willing to become someone else's fighter? How could a powerful existence like you be called out to fight for nothing? Just tell your subordinates to fight and it'll be more than enough, said Long Chen, not forgetting to flatter the silver drake. All right then, but you can't go too far. Don't constantly call my subordinates out to fight for you, warned the silver drake. Of course, I'm not the kind of person to get caught in all kinds of little trouble, said Long Chen with a strange smile. Yes, when he caused trouble, it was never small. As long as the silver drake agreed, everything else would be easy. If its little brothers were suddenly losing, wouldn't it come help anyway? Hee, thinking of how he had gained such a powerful helper, Long Chen almost shouted in joy. Fine, go brand the Paragon Art Divine Rune. As for the details, you can ask my 9 generals. The silver drake's figure vanished into the lightning sea. Clearly, that was its territory. When the silver drake vanished, leaving Long Chen with the 9 drakes, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Come, don't just stare. We'll be one family in the future, so no need to mind about such minor things. Long Chen flicked his fingers, and 9 pearls of lightning shot toward the 9 drakes. This lightning energy was far less than what Lei Long had given the silver drake. However, the drakes were delighted and immediately devoured them. The hostility in their eyes faded. Long Chen had already come to an agreement with their boss, and they didn't have any bad opinion about it. Long Chen had already given them a taste of the benefits. Many thanks. The drakes transformed into 300-meter forms. No need to thank me. It's just my greeting gift to you all. In the future, there will definitely be larger gifts. As long as you follow me, I guarantee to get you Thunder Force dozens and even hundreds of times purer than this. You'll get more than you can even eat, promised Long Chen. Of course, your boss, that's the Great Dragon King. Haha, your Great Dragon King also won't be able to eat all of it. You'll all get more than your fill. Well, even explaining it wouldn't mean anything. You'll know in the future. Following me is definitely your wisest decision. Ah, that's right, I'm Long Chen, so you can call me Brother Long. I definitely won't forget you when the time comes. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Long Chen was delighted. Each of these drakes was about as strong as he was. When combined, who could compete with him? Brother Long, I'm Dragon 1. There are 9 of us. You probably can't differentiate us, so just call a number when you need us, said one of the lightning drakes. Clearly, they had been won over by Long Chen. Furthermore, considering that Long Chen had come to an agreement with their Great Dragon King, the two of them were essentially 2 figures on the same level. They naturally became respectful. Brother Long, don't you want to absorb that Paragon Art Rune? We'll teach you how to do it, said one of the drakes courteously. Chapter 1799 Obtaining the Paragon Art. Accompanied by the 9 drakes, Long Chen slowly approached the core of the hourglass. It was where the hourglass was at its thinnest, its center. Through Dragon 1's introduction, Long Chen learned that this Morning Dao lightning field was its own minor world. It was the result of a supreme expert separating part of a major world, leaving only the purest Thunder Force inside. However, no energy could exist on its own, including Thunder Force. Thunder Force itself was also split into different kinds. The greatest attribute that differentiated them was actually yin and yang. This was something that Long Chen had never encountered before. He had always thought that lightning was the most supreme yang existence in the world. He had never heard of lightning also being yin. Amongst the yin and yang lightnings, there were over 10,000 different kinds of thunderforce, each one with its own specialties. The lightning sources of the hourglass were one yin and one yang. The two energies were constantly mixing. This place was the root of this minor world. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Just what kind of existence had been capable of creating such a world? From Dragon 1, he learned that they had been living for hundreds of thousands of years. They had had 8 masters before, and after the last master died, they gained their full freedom. No one else had come to the Morning Dao Lightning Field. They had been peacefully living here, but unfortunately, their cultivation bases had already reached their limits. They couldn't grow any stronger. It seemed that this world's laws were restricting them. When Long Chen asked who the master of this world had been, they shook their heads. The master of this world was the master of the Paragon art, but this world had no master now. They had a contractual rune in their heads that connected them to the Paragon art rune. Even the Silver Lightning Drake had that contractual rune and was under its effects. After the contract had been dispelled, the effect of those contractual runes had faded, allowing them to grow stronger beyond the contract. Hearing all this, Long Chen cursed inside. How unlucky had he been? It was only in his generation that these lightning drakes had become so wild. Originally, the reason why he had dared to challenge the Lightning Paragon art was because he had some confidence in Lei Long. Compared to other experts on the same level as him, he would definitely have an advantage. However, when he got here, he found that these drakes were no longer restricted by the contractual runes and had grown far stronger than they had been meant to be. The difficulty had multiplied by many times from when the last people had attempted to inherit this Paragon art. That silver drake in particular was something that Long Chen estimated not even nether passage experts would necessarily be a match for. How was he, a soul transformation expert, supposed to subdue it? Brother Long, there are 3 parts to this Paragon art rune. The gate part refers to the gate of the Morning Dao Lightning Field. As long as you place your spiritual seal on it, you can control it. When you return to your world, you can open the channel to the Morning Dao Lightning Field, said Dragon 1. So this was the essence of a Paragon art. Long Chen thought of how Shang Yunfei had also connected himself to another world with his Paragon art. This is the Sundering Lightning Heavenly Wings and the Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Both of them are for use in combat and extremely powerful. However, controlling them is very difficult, said Dragon 1. Many thanks. I'll try it. Long Chen reached out and pressed his palm against the Paragon art rune. The thunder force inside his body circulated. Rumbling rang out, and the entire Morning Dao Lightning Field shook. The gate image lit up. Long Chen's Yuan spirit suddenly came out of his head. It was forming hand seals. That wasn't something that he was controlling. It was the Paragon art rune that was transmitting information to him, and he was simply following it. As he formed hand seals, a giant gate appeared behind him. The gate grew larger and larger, and lightning runes flowed around it. It was both sacred and wild. How is the gate so big? This is just your first time, exclaimed Dragon 1. According to reason, the first time someone opened this spatial gate, it would be very small and unstable. It would be unusable, but Long Chen had summoned such a giant gate on his first try. What the drakes didn't know was that this spatial gate's scale was based on the strength of the user's Yuan spirit. When Shang Yunfei had used his Paragon art, it had taken him a long time to activate it. However, as Long Chen's Yuan spirit was far stronger, his activation time was much shorter. Opening this gate wasn't very difficult. As long as his Yuan spirit still had energy, it would be easy. The void cracked. The huge gate began to slowly open. Brother Long, you can't open the gate here, shouted the drakes. This gate connects to the Morning Dao Lightning Field. We're already here. Opening this gate will break the laws here. You can only open this gate in your world, explained Dragon 1. These hand seals are what connects you to the Morning Dao Lightning Field. Try reversing the hand seals, and you'll find that your gate will allow us to come out to your world, explained another drake. Long Chen nodded. This Paragon art was really interesting, but it wasn't too difficult. It was easy to control. Dragon 1 seemed to see what he was thinking and said, opening the gate isn't difficult. The difficult part is the speed at which you can open it and the scale. My guess is the reason you can activate it so quickly is due to the divine lightning in your Yuan spirit. The previous humans found it much harder to open this gate. Another reason it was more difficult was because at that time, the gate was connected to our contractual runes, and we would naturally resist as we wouldn't want a weak master. Many humans died like that because their yuan spirits were unable to suppress us. But now our contractual runes have faded, so it's naturally easier to just open the gate. You should try the Sundering Lightning Heavenly Wings and the Wild Lightning Soul Battle Spear. Those are the true attacking paragon arts. Cultivating them is very difficult. Then what do I do? Asked Long Chen. Merge your yuan spirit with the paragon art rune. Your yuan spirit should enter a special space where you can comprehend how to use the paragon arts. It will take you time to fully understand their profundities, said Dragon 1. How much time does it take? Quite a bit. If you're fast, 2 to 3 years. If you're slow, 5 or 6 years. That bit of time is nothing to us, but we know it's longer to humans, said Dragon 1. These 9 drakes were all very intelligent. They had followed multiple generations of human masters along with their silver drake king. They had some understanding of humans. That's too long. I can't wait that long. Long Chen shook his head. No matter how strong the paragon art was, he couldn't use 2 years on it. I have another method. Long Chen pressed his hand against the paragon art rune, and the lightning dragon mark on his arm lit up. Lei Long flowed down his arm and into the rune. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius. Laughed Long Chen, extremely pleased with himself. You're having your lightning beast learn the paragon art. The drakes were stunned. Yup, it's an innate lightning spirit, so cultivating lightning arts is easy for it. For it to learn it is the same as me learning it, so won't that be much simpler? Long Chen smiled brightly. Are you not afraid of it one day growing stronger than you and betraying you? It might even kill you, said Dragon 1. Betray me? No, that's absolutely impossible. There will be no betrayal between us. It won't betray me, and I won't betray it. When your king wanted to devour it, to tell the truth, I wouldn't allow it even if I died here. Lei Long can die for me, and I can die for it. It's not a lightning beast, and it's not a tool. It's a comrade I can trust with my life, said Long Chen. The 9 drakes didn't say anything, but there were large waves in their hearts. They were tools created by experts, and they were born to be used. In fact, this entire Morning Dao lightning field existed to be used. The successive generations of masters they had also only viewed them as tools, so they naturally disliked the human race. However, they couldn't help feeling that Long Chen was different. Suddenly, space trembled, and light came from the paragon art rune. Long Chen's expression changed as he received a message from Lei Long. Within the rune was a terrifying divine pressure that Lei Long couldn't resist. Long Chen hastily pressed his hands against the rune, and his yuan spirit charged into it. Within the lightning sea, the silver drake slowly opened its eyes and watched as Long Chen's yuan spirit left his body, leaving behind an empty body. It muttered to himself, either he's a genius, or he's a remarkably alike idiot. With his yuan spirit gone, any of those lightning drakes could kill his physical body without the slightest effort. Then they could kill his yuan spirit as well. What they didn't know was that Long Chen had the 9-star hegemon body art and its sharp senses toward malice. He had the confidence to do something like this. Moreover, these drakes had no reason to kill him. He also did this on purpose to show the drakes that he trusted them. Would they still not help him upon seeing this trust? 3 days later, the paragon art rune suddenly dimmed. Long Chen's eyes opened, and there was lightning in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, the paragon art is mine. Laughed Long Chen. Chapter 1800. Every person has a different fate. Long Chen laughed with confidence and delight. Brother Long, have you really learned to control the paragon art so quickly? The 9 drakes were astounded. They had been standing guard here the whole time. Hee, Lei Long has already finished learning it. For my yuan spirit to learn it as well will still take some time, but everyone, thank you. Long Chen cupped his fists. Lei Long was a manifestation of lightning. For it to learn a lightning art was simple. Once it learned it, with their spirits connected, Long Chen would also be able to learn it quickly. The best part though was that when cultivating within the rune, Lei Long had absorbed a huge amount of thunder force from it. Lei Long's quality didn't necessarily change, but now it had practically a limitless reserve of energy. Long Chen knew that this energy was left for those inheriting this paragon art. Only when you possessed enough thunder force could you unleash this art. You're going to leave now. The silver drake also appeared. Yes, I still have many things to do in the outside world. Don't worry, I remember our agreement. I always keep my promises. Long Chen nodded. All right, we've never really trusted a human, so hopefully you won't disappoint us, said the silver drake. Time will tell. Long Chen nodded. After forming new hand seals, faint lightning runes appeared flowing around his fingers, and a 30-meter gate appeared in front of him. It was much smaller than the giant gate he had made at the beginning. However, this time, there were no intense fluctuations when the lightning gate appeared. Everyone, we'll quickly see each other again. Long Chen cupped his fists and then stepped through the lightning gate. As soon as he entered, the gate closed and vanished. The scene in front of Long Chen changed. He had reappeared in that sinister passage filled with the air of death. However, the elder that had guided him had already vanished. That elder had been an ancient heroic expert. It had used up its last bit of energy and had now fully vanished. It had been nothing more than the slightest discarnate soul of an expert from the ancient era. Their entire existence was supported by the faith energy of their descendants. If the sacrifices offered to them weren't enough or the faith energy wasn't pure enough, they would dissipate sooner or later. That made Long Chen sigh inside. Both good people and bad people had things that they wanted to protect in their lives. Despite already being dead, this spirit had still been protecting his descendants. So bad people also had a good side. But that good side was built over other people's suffering. Long Chen followed the channel until he reached a large gate. This gate was not the gate from which he had entered. He looked back after going through this gate and saw a large immortal character above it. It was the life character. He went around the temple to the gate that he had entered, and as expected, he saw a giant death character. Long Chen immediately returned to the palace, filled with rage. As soon as he entered, he saw Ku Jianying and the 4 grand elders looking at Yi Lingshan with pleasantly surprised expressions. Long Chen, you're back. Yan Nantian was shocked to see Long Chen walk in. You old bastard, were you trying to con me to death? You sent me into the death gate. Spit out the wine I gave you. Raged Long Chen. He moved to throttle Yan Nantian. Long Chen, don't be rude. Long Chen's actions made Ku Jianying jump, and she hastily blocked him. Even then, Long Chen furiously said, Old fellow, do you dare to con me a bit more? That death gate had a 90% chance of death. Why would you harm me? Ha ha ha, youngsters shouldn't be so temperamental. Yan Nantian didn't get angry. He smiled faintly. That's easy for you to say. Do you want to try taking my place? Not only did you send me through the death gate, but the contract was already up. There wasn't even a 10% chance of surviving. Roared Long Chen. Long Chen, stop shouting. Explain what happened in detail, said Ku Jianying. It really pisses me off. I almost got conned to death. Long Chen explained what had happened in the morning Dao lightning field. When they heard that the contract there had already come to an end and that the lightning beasts had already escaped the restrictions of the Paragon Arts runes, they jumped in shock. In the end, Long Chen had used Lei Long's power to sway the other side, obtaining the Paragon Art rune. It truly had been dangerous. The slightest mistake and he would have died. First of all, we really didn't know that such a thing would occur. According to reason, if the Paragon Art rune lost its effect, the entire morning Dao lightning field should have collapsed. Although the death gate had a 90% chance of death, with your power, it wasn't that dangerous, which was why we left the death gate to you. Yan Nantian smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to say about Long Chen's luck. With his power, obtaining one of the Paragon Art inheritances should have been easy, but he had almost died instead. Then why didn't you tell me anything in advance so I could prepare? Other than that, if there's a life gate, why'd you toss me into the death gate? Demanded Long Chen. Don't be so angry. You're overestimating the Martial Heaven Alliance. We only had 2 spots left for the Paragon Art inheritance, and you also saw the heroic spirit within the temple. Their energy has reached a limit. This is our current predicament. We had 1 spot for the life gate and 1 for the death gate. Tell me, if it were up to you, would you choose the life gate and leave the death gate to a woman? Is that part of your character? Asked Yan Nantian. Can you not play with me like this? Long Chen couldn't help feeling some angry admiration for Yan Nantian. With that one question, he had made Long Chen speechless. What could he say? If there was only 1 life and 1 death spot, then he really would only be able to choose the death gate. But this scenario was still infuriating either way, and now he had nowhere to vent. Fine, count yourself an expert. I can't beat you when it comes to this. Fortunately, my life is tough enough, or I'd have to haunt you as a ghost, said Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen like this, Angry but not able to release it, they laughed. Long Chen, what kind of paragon art did you obtain? Asked Yi Lingshan. She was very curious. Ah, the paragon art I learned is called Heaven Striking 5 Lightning Rumble. It's perfect to use against people who con me. What about you? Long Chen began spouting nonsense. He hadn't asked the name of the paragon art, so he didn't know. Furthermore, he hadn't mastered the paragon art yet. But with Lei Long having learned it, he should still be able to use it. Long Chen was extremely surprised to see that Yi Lingshan was already out. If it hadn't been for Lei Long, it would have taken him months or years to learn the paragon art. However, Yi Lingshan had come out before him. How could he not be surprised? Yes, I've already learned it. It took me 3 whole years, said Yi Lingshan. What, it's already been 3 years? Long Chen jumped. No, when I entered that world, the senior inside taught me the heaven-rending divine slash. The senior also used that world's energy to open a special spatial domain where I cultivated for 3 years, while only 3 days passed in the martial heaven continent, explained Yi Lingshan. A senior, who guided and taught you, and opened a special spatial domain for you. Long Chen felt like he was about to go crazy. Was the difference between people's fates really so great? She hadn't even been in danger, while he had almost died. When he compared himself to Yi Lingshan, he had an urge to slam his head into the wall. Cough, it was just luck, yes, just luck. Long Chen, I'm sure you know it's beneficial to run into setbacks. Considering you obtained your paragon art from the Death Gate, I'm sure it's very powerful, said Yan Nantian hastily. Fine, I'm not jealous. I'm not resentful. I'm used to my bad luck. I just hope that if something similar happens, you can tell me beforehand. Long Chen bitterly smiled. When he thought about it, he found that he really couldn't blame anyone. His natural luck was just this bad. Fortunately, the results were good. At the very least, he had obtained the paragon art inheritance. He had gained the trust of the lightning drakes in the Morning Dao lightning field, as well as 2 attacking paragon arts. His gains were very plentiful, so he should be grateful. Do you want to test the power of our paragon arts and see which one is stronger? Yi Lingshan looked at Long Chen excitedly like she was a child. Clearly, she wished to test the power of her new paragon art. She also wanted to experience Long Chen's paragon art. I think we shouldn't. You're a good child, and using the Heaven Striking 5 Lightning Rumble against you isn't suitable. Furthermore, my luck wasn't as good as yours, so I'm still in the midst of mastering it. I can't use it just yet. Long Chen shook his head. Yi Lingshan was a bit disappointed, but she didn't force it. Yan Nantian and the other Grand Elders exchanged a look. Compared to Long Chen, Yi Lingshan was still a bit immature. Long Chen didn't like exposing his power. That was a survival instinct. Perhaps he could dupe Yi Lingshan with this excuse, but he couldn't fool the 4 of them. They could already smell the scent of danger from Long Chen. He was definitely capable of using the paragon art. Having power but not wanting to expose it, show off, or even obtain other people's approval. At such an age, how few people were capable of this? Alliance head, how did the large powers react to my battle 3 days ago? Asked Long Chen. Hu Jianying's expression gradually became gloomy after being asked this. Chapter 1801. A Stroke of Good Fortune. In one day, Long Chen had slain Di Xin and Shang Yunfei. That had shaken the continent. During the past 3 days, Hu Jianying had taken a trip through the various large sects and demanded them to declare their positions. Unfortunately, the results were the exact opposite of what she had expected. Some sects were saying that the Martial Heaven Alliance was too chaotic now, and so they were intending to leave. The righteous sects in the eastern and southern Zan region, in particular, were displaying great dissatisfaction with the Martial Heaven Alliance. They said that it was a dictatorship, and the alliance was a weapon controlled by Ku Jianying and Long Chen. Long Chen was barbaric and bloodthirsty, while Ku Jianying actually pampered him and allowed him to do as he wished. He drew enemies from all around, and if this continued, sooner or later the Martial Heaven Alliance would be torn apart. When Ku Jianying heard them say such things, she had an urge to kill people. Just what bastard had started these rumors? Most hateful of all, many sects used the banner of opposing Long Chen to threaten her. If she refused to expel Long Chen and the Xuantian Dao sect from the Martial Heaven Alliance, they would leave instead. Under the lead of the East and the South, the remaining regions also had tens of thousands of sects band together to criticize her. As they spoke up, countless other sects began to sway in the wind. They didn't say that they supported her, and they didn't say that they were against her either. It's clear that Pill Valley is up to their tricks again. No one else has such power to rally supporters. Only Pill Valley has the ability to promise those sects that leaving the alliance won't cause them to immediately become targets of the corrupt path. Pill Valley started laying down the foundation for their plans years ago. Their claws stretched into the interior of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and although you noticed them and eliminated them mercilessly, it seems it's already a bit too late. If the Great Era hadn't come, your methods most likely would have been effective, but with the Great Era, the hearts of the large sects are getting ambitious. The change in eras will completely change the board. The cultivation world will look completely different in the end. Hence, this is the worst era that's filled with cruel competitions where the strong devour the weak. But it is also the best era. The small can suddenly soar and become giants. Perhaps a third-rate sect can even become a supreme sect. So everyone is ambitious and easily seduced by opportunities to grow stronger. Even if Pill Valley wasn't actively seducing them, some of those fellows would still be drawn away from you. Of course, some are devoted to you and prefer stability. Those sects all have some foundation so they don't need to take the risk of betting. However, there is a good saying, barefoot people aren't afraid of people with shoes. People with nothing to lose don't mind going all in. So many smaller sects that have been kept underfoot, or perhaps large sects whose inheritances are about to be severed, are all willing to bet everything on this era. You don't need to get angry with them over this. This is something that follows every great era. Which great era didn't end with rivers of blood flowing? Comforted Long Chen. Hu Jianying was surprised by his words. She had been focused on the fact that it had been Pill Valley sowing dissension, but she had forgotten the true main point, the people's hearts. It was because she hadn't understood why these people would act so foolishly that she was so angry. Long Chen, do you have a method to change our current predicament? Probed Ku Jianying. Really, what is it? Brat, you dare to toy with me? Raged Ku Jianying. How am I toying with you? Why is it that the corrupt path has no traitors? Because they have terrifying punishments that are worse than death, so their people don't dare to betray them. Long Chen shrugged. Then if we acted like this, wouldn't we be no different from the corrupt path? The Martial Heaven Alliance is just an alliance. As long as they don't betray the righteous path and seek shelter in the corrupt path, we don't have the right to punish them, said Ku Jianying. Then I don't have a solution. It's their mouths, and they can say whatever they want. It's also their brains, and you can't control what they're thinking. You're just hurting yourself by getting angry, sighed Long Chen. HMPH, little brat, if you don't give me an explanation about what you just said, you won't be leaving here without a beating. I should warn you that I know all the old man's moves as well. Ku Jianying glared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. I naturally can explain it. The Martial Heaven Alliance is a simple cooperation for the sake of everyone's benefit. With everyone's power collected, it allows people to feel safer. If someone doesn't want to feel safe here and goes somewhere else, let them go. What does their life and death have to do with us? All you need to do is look after the people who are always loyal. As for those people who leave, if they are abandoned and want to come back, just tell them to screw off. Long Chen's meaning was clear. They wanted to leave, and they were adults. They could take responsibility for their own actions. If you do well, we won't get jealous, but if you don't do well, don't come crying to us. You no longer have anything to do with us. To leave at the most critical time is a betrayal in and of itself. There are no buts. This is what it means when people say compassion cannot lead troops. Long Chen's words are completely correct. As a leader, you must bring out your resolution, said Yan Nantian. Long Chen's thinking is identical to us four old fellows. Some people are so foolish that not even a god can save them. You will never be able to wake up everyone, so wasting the time and effort will only make you feel distressed. Furthermore, being distracted by that will lead to errors in judgment for your loyal followers. To save a few foolish people, are you going to let those loyal to you die? Don't you feel that's very foolish? Granduncle Master, I understand. Hu Jianying sighed inside. What she needed right now was to not be indecisive. She needed to be domineering and daring. Yan Nantian nodded. When we told you to demand those sects declare their positions, we expected this result. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Remember those loyal to you. Protecting them is our duty. Even if we have to lose our lives, it'll be worth it. As for those who have rebelled and those opportunists, just directly abandon them. Kick them out of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Hu Jianying was startled. Granduncle Master. That's a bit too arbitrary, isn't it? It had to be known that in the Martial Heaven Alliance, although there was only 10% who openly challenged and tried to threaten her, a total of 30% of the sects were still waiting to see how things turned out. If that 30% was also kicked out, it would be a huge blow to the Martial Heaven Alliance's power. With so many people kicked out, the Righteous Path's sects would become sparser and more open to the Corrupt Path's attacks. They might be quickly annihilated. Don't worry about it, the Corrupt Path will definitely not attack us before things are clear, said Yan Nantian. Long Chen was the one who replied, because the Corrupt Path won't let Pill Valley get so arrogant, as that's not favorable to them. If they attack us, it will cause more sects to join Pill Valley, and that's not what they want to see. There is a deep enmity between the Righteous Path and the Corrupt Path. As more righteous sects adhere themselves to Pill Valley will naturally be biased toward the Righteous Path. With Pill Valley's support, the righteous sects that join them and have money, will definitely launch their own attacks on the Corrupt Path. In that case, the Pill Valley that was neutral will have become an alliance of the Righteous Path. Wouldn't the Corrupt Path be doomed then? Hence, the Corrupt Path is probably also panicking and just watching. They won't make a move rashly. Once you, the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, make a move, a chain reaction will follow throughout the continent. This is the opportunity to wash away the sand and leave behind only the gold. This is your chance to see who is worthy of your trust. Haha, Long Chen, this head of yours is not bad. One of the Grand Elders actually praised Long Chen. The other Grand Elders nodded. Despite being so young, his vision was sharp. What a little monster. But if you're so smart, why do you always do stupid things? Demanded Ku Jianying. When it came to cunningness, Long Chen was basically on the same level as these four wily foxes. Because there are many problems that intelligence can't solve, and the more you try, the more indecisive you become. The opportunities in the cultivation world are fleeting. By the time you finish thinking, those opportunities will be snatched by others. So just like the old man, I like saying that in front of absolute power, all intelligence is nonsense, said Long Chen. Master. Yi Lingshan pulled on Ku Jianying uneasily. Don't compare yourself to this fellow. He's a freak. As the alliance head, intelligence is one aspect, but charisma is the most important factor, and you have it. Of course that's why I'm willing to let you take my place, comforted Ku Jianying. She saw that Yi Lingshan had been given a blow. Long Chen possessed such vision, while she was a far cry from reaching that level. Don't worry, no matter how intelligent or strong he is, he will be your subordinate. If he doesn't listen to you, just tell me. Ku Jianying glared at Long Chen. Cough, I've been away long enough. I'll return back to the Xuantian Dao sect to see my brothers. Long Chen stood up. Don't be in a rush yet. Stay for another couple days, and you might receive a stroke of good fortune, said Yan Nantian. Chapter 1802 Danger Zone, Yin Yang World. Good fortune. Long Chen was surprised. There were more benefits beyond just the Paragon art inheritance. Yes, good fortune. Just yesterday, a manifestation of immortal mist appeared in the northern part of the central Zon region, where the Yin Yang World is. That's a sign that the Yin Yang World is about to open, said Yan Nantian. What's the Yin Yang World? I feel like I've heard of it, asked Long Chen. Yan Nantian explained, it is one of the 7 great danger zones. However, back in the ancient era, there were only 4 danger zones: Devil Spirit Mountain, the Yin Yang World, the Ancient Battlefield, and the Corrupt God Cemetery. As for the Heaven-Devouring Forest, the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, and the Resentful Death City, people later added them to the danger zones because they felt that they were very terrifying. The Heaven-Devouring Forest is gone now, and Resentful Death City isn't a place outsiders can enter. As for the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, it is dangerous, but as long as you don't provoke the truly terrifying existences within it, it's still quite safe. However, the 4 original danger zones are truly forbidden to enter. I heard you've already gone to Devil Spirit Mountain and so you've seen the Sovereign Blood Seal. The Yin Yang World and the Corrupt God Cemetery also have Sovereign Blood Seals present. As for the Ancient Battlefield, no one really knows because it's too dangerous to probe its secrets. The Corrupt God Cemetery isn't a place we can go. It hides the Corrupt Path's secrets, and even their own people aren't allowed in. So ignoring the other danger zones, let us discuss the Yin Yang World. The Yin Yang World was actually a very mysterious existence. Its origins were unclear, but rumor was that it was a channel between 2 worlds, one Yang and one Yin. Due to their influence, there were some terrifying lifeforms inside. There were legends of demonic beasts appearing, precious medicines littering the ground, and priceless treasures for everyone. Each time a great era came, the world would open. It was said that every generation of sovereigns had entered the yin-yang world, and some legends said that the sovereigns had left behind paragon arts within for those destined for their inheritances. Some also said that the yin-yang world was a corner of the immortal world, and the secret to becoming a god or immortal lay within. Thus, each time the yin-yang world appeared, it would draw countless experts. Long Chen, you and Lingshan should prepare yourselves. I will send you in, allowing you to get one step ahead in the yin-yang world and increase your chances of gaining some priceless treasures, said Yan Nantian. Just the two of us? Asked Yi Lingshan. Yes, the yin-yang world is filled with danger. The various powers in this world will send their strongest disciples in right at the start. A fight is inevitable, so if others entered, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths, said Yan Nantian. Yi Lingshan was startled by this. In the entire Martial Heaven Alliance, only she and Long Chen were qualified to enter. Just how terrifying was this yin-yang world? Then can I tell my brothers about this? I think that my brothers are all qualified to enter, said Long Chen. Of course you can. However, they will need to wait until the yin-yang world fully opens before they can enter. Other than that, you should think it through. You have many enemies, and if they can't kill you, they'll naturally target the people around you, warned Yan Nantian. I understand. However, my brothers are definitely tough. I'm not worried, said Long Chen confidently. The current Dragonblood Legion was no longer the old Dragonblood Legion. With Guo Ran and Sha Chen's armaments, they had reached an even more terrifying level. Alright, then I'll tell Jianying to see them. The two of you, come with me. Yan Nantian waved his hand, and space trembled fiercely. Long Chen and Yi Lingshan felt their surroundings become illusory. There was a spatial channel in front of them that was filled with life and death energy. Long Chen felt like he had entered a crack within spacetime. Under Yan Nantian's lead, the three of them quickly flew through the channel. Suddenly, spacetime split apart and Long Chen saw a new scene. There were a pile of mountains ahead, but they were shrouded in mist. Spiritual chi was so dense that it was like a wonderland. However, these mountains looked both far and close. Sometimes they were clear, and sometimes they were hazy. It was like they were fading in and out of reality. Before the mountains was a giant gate. This gate was also not entirely real. It was constantly shuddering, and a powerful divine might was coming out of it. Seeing this gate, Long Chen's heart shook. He sensed a familiar aura from this gate. This is a sovereign seal? Asked Long Chen. Correct. This gate was left behind by the third-generation sovereign, Mo Li. It is here to suppress the lifeforms within so that they cannot come out, said Yan Nantian. When Yan Nantian mentioned Sovereign Mo Li, he was filled with respect. Sovereigns were supreme existences. No matter how high a person's cultivation base grew or how strong they became, people still had to feel great respect and gratitude toward the sovereigns. Their position might even be higher than gods. Because Long Chen had been in contact with the Sovereign Blood Seal in Devil Spirit Mountain as well as Evilmoon Seal, he immediately recognized the aura of a sovereign. When it came to the sovereigns, everyone that Long Chen had encountered would be filled with reverence toward them no matter how great their seniority was or how arrogant they were. That made Long Chen sigh emotionally. Sovereigns were the true experts. Long Chen was about to ask what generation the Devil Spirit Mountain sovereign was when he suddenly noticed that quite a few people were already waiting in front of the gate. Yan Nantian, Long Chen, and Yi Lingshan drew quite a bit of attention when they arrived. These people's gazes concentrated on Long Chen. They were staring daggers at him. Long Chen sighed inside. It seemed his bad luck was flaring again. The first person that drew his attention was an extremely large man with a curly beard. This person's neck and head had scales, and his beard was actually growing out of the scales. His pupils were vertical like those of a viper. Just being looked at by him would make a person get goosebumps. His gaze was so terrifying that it was enough to almost make a person's soul flee in terror. He was sitting on the ground, but he was still taller than a normal person who was standing. There was no aura coming from him, but the space around him was constantly twisting. It was unknown what power he possessed that was causing this spatial oddity. Behind this large man was a white-haired elder. He was sitting in meditation, and no one dared to disturb him. As he breathed, two bursts of flames extended and retracted from his nostrils. A strong smell of fire hung in the air. This elder was definitely a terrifying nether passage expert. Long Chen could already sense a fatal danger from him. He also recognized his identity, a Zon beast. Only the Zon beasts could have such powerful physical bodies and such auras. Other than the large man with his elder, he saw 7 other elders from whom he sensed immense pressure. They were clearly also nether passage experts. Each of them had brought 1 or 2 young disciples with them whose cultivation bases were at the peak of soul transformation. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were all elites. These disciples stared coldly at Long Chen. Some of them didn't even bother to hide their killing intent. Amongst these young disciples, 3 were from the Zon beasts, 5 were from the ancient races, and there were also 2 humans. However, based on their gazes, the 2 of them were very likely from the ancient family alliance. Their gazes were clearly hostile. How unlucky, they're all enemies. There's not one friend. Fuck, there's not even a single neutral person. Long Chen was speechless inside. Had he really reached the point where everyone in this world was his enemy? Yi Lingshan was also a powerful expert in her own right, but being stared at by so many people made her uncomfortable. She sensed a powerful pressure from each of these people. This pressure she felt was around the same level as the pressure Shang Yunfei had given her. Perhaps all these people were on Shang Yunfei's level, or not much weaker. She naturally tensed up upon seeing so many experts looking their way. However, Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit tense or even angry in the face of their hostility. You should be Long Chen, correct? That large sitting man stood up. He was a giant, standing at 10 meters tall like an iron tower. He gave off immense pressure. Yes, I am. You don't need to stand to greet me though. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Yi Lingshan was speechless. Just how did Long Chen's head work? That person was filled with killing intent, so how was he being courteous? The corners of that large man's mouth lifted, pulling on the scales on his face. It looked bizarre, but based on human standards, it seemed like a sneer. I am true immortal Jiaoqi. You should know of me. Yi Lingshan was startled. She clearly knew of him. He had gotten into the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. This true immortal Jiaoqi was a descendant of the ancient Drake and divine Qilin. He possessed 2 terrifying bloodlines and was incredibly powerful. Anyone who had fought against him was killed. Most terrifying of all those enemies that had been slain by him were eaten as well. It didn't matter if they were from the human race, the ancient races, or the Zon beasts, as long as he defeated them, their ultimate fate was to be eaten by him. Long Chen nodded with comprehension. Ah, so you're that idiot who left me a message on the Devil Slaughter rankings. Looking at your face, I understand that you must be the result of inbreeding. Tell me, was your father your mother's cousin? Long Chen had just finished speaking when true immortal Jiaoqi smashed a fist at him. The world rumbled as it went straight for Long Chen's head. Chapter 1803 Yan Nantian's Sword. True immortal Jiaoqi had suddenly attacked without paying the slightest attention to Yan Nantian who was standing beside Long Chen. His fist contained a strange energy. It was like the world was being torn apart by it. True immortal Jiaoqi was 10 meters tall. He was a giant, and Long Chen had no opportunity to counterattack because his arms and legs just weren't long enough. Long Chen also let out a punch, and ripples exploded in the air. The 2 of them were both forced dozens of meters back. Long Chen was startled. This true immortal Jiaoqi's power was very strange. It didn't seem to be purely physical strength, but it also wasn't supported by some magical art. He couldn't exactly describe what kind of power this was. However, he clearly felt that this was just a probing blow. True immortal Jiaoqi had not used his full power. No wonder you were able to kill Shang Yunfei. Good, once we enter the yin-yang world, I'll make sure you end up in different worlds for the rest of eternity. True immortal Jiaoqi's emotionless vertical eyes looked at Long Chen like a viper staring at its prey. Yan Nantian just stood there without saying anything. As for Yi Lingshan, she was uneasy. This true immortal Jiaoqi's name was too resounding. He was known for being terrifyingly powerful. Long Chen swung his slightly numb hand and shook his head. His enmity with the Zon beasts had originated from the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Last time, they had tormented Cloud not because she was part of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow but because of Meng Qi's myriad spirit diagram. The myriad spirit diagram was something he had obtained in the Four Nations ancient remnant. It was a priceless treasure left behind by an ascender. There was a complete inheritance of 10,000 beasts within it. In this declined era, many of those inheritances had been lost. The Zon beasts in particular had lost a great deal of their inherited divine abilities due to their bloodlines growing too sparse. But those inheritances could be found within the myriad spirit diagram. Cloud was the best example. Her growth was entirely thanks to the myriad spirit diagram. So it was a must-have treasure for the Zon beasts. Back when Cloud's mother had entrusted Cloud to Long Chen and Meng Qi, she had warned them that they would be implicated, but the two of them still accepted Cloud. As Cloud had grown stronger, she had helped the Dragonblood Legion turn around fights multiple times. She was an important force in the Dragonblood Legion and was part of their family. Whether it was because they had tormented Cloud or because they wanted Meng Qi's myriad spirit diagram, Long Chen was fated to be mortal enemies with the Zon beasts. As for this true immortal Zhaoqi in particular, he had left behind a message on the Devil Slaughter rankings, claiming that Long Chen had cheated and was despicable. He had said that he would cut off Long Chen's head as soon as he saw him. That was a naked provocation. Although Long Chen had brushed it off back then, he still remembered it. So as soon as he learned that this giant was true immortal Zhaoqi, he knew things wouldn't be boring. Many people said similar things, but in the end, they all died. Long Chen shook his head. He felt like he had passed the age of needing to say vicious words to raise his own loftiness. You're even more ignorant than I thought. If you fall into Brother Zhaoqi's hands, you will beg for death. Another expert from the Zon beast sneered at Long Chen. He had 2 golden horns on his head, and his eyes were like a bull's. On top of that, he had a flat nose and extremely large arms. There seemed to be wriggling snakes beneath his skin. His blood qi was astounding. Long Chen looked over this person. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. Your fit and your body can be described as perfect. Yes, the quality of your meat is definitely suitable for my brother. You're courting death, roared that expert. All right, don't make such a fuss. In front of the senior generation, just saying some vicious words is meaningless. Don't worry, once we enter the yin-yang world, you can come find me at any time. Depending on my mood, I might even go find you. We can happily kill each other. Just how much more satisfying would that be than just glaring and talking here? Said Long Chen. Everyone here was his mortal enemy, so he couldn't be bothered to waste the effort talking to them. With the senior experts present, the most they could do was launch probing blows at each other. It was impossible to kill anyone. Long Chen wasn't interested in testing their power. When he fought, he had one goal, and that was to eliminate his opponent. Who was bored enough to play this game with them? Alright, then let's just wait. Hopefully, you don't run right into Brother Zhaoqi right at the start, or you'll die too quickly for us to enjoy your appearance right before death. We'll make sure to release how you look before death to everyone. The first place of the Devil Slaughter rankings is actually just a piece of. Before the horned expert could finish speaking, Long Chen seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of him and slapped him in the face. A loud explosive sound mixed with the sound of bones breaking rang out. That expert's cheekbones were broken and his head caved in. I already said not to make such a fuss. Do you not understand human words? Long Chen borrowed the force from slapping this expert to return. He had been like a phantom, and by the time others reacted, things were already over. Yi Lingshan had jumped in shock upon seeing Long Chen charge into the midst of their enemies and had just been preparing to help when Long Chen returned. The horned expert slammed into a distant mountain and bore a hole straight through it. It could be seen how much power Long Chen had used in his slap. Little brat, you must want to die. The horned expert's elder, who also had a pair of golden horns on his head, suddenly rose. Golden light exploded out of his horns, shooting toward Long Chen like a golden sword. When that golden sword appeared, Long Chen felt the world solidify around him and he couldn't move. He could only watch as that death sword approached him. However, there wasn't the slightest panic in his eyes. He didn't even try to block or dodge it. He just calmly looked at that elder and slowly raised his 2 middle fingers. Just as that golden sword was about to reach Long Chen, Yi Lingshan's sword came out of its sheath. It not only shattered the golden sword, but a sharp sword qi also slashed off one of that elder's horns, causing him to scream. The sword light appeared for just an instant before it was over. Yan Nantian slowly resheathed Yi Lingshan's sword, his expression calm. He didn't say a thing. It was as if he had done an insignificant thing. However, his attack had stunned everyone. All the Nether Passage experts stared at him with disbelief. You're actually. They suddenly thought of something very terrifying. Yan Nantian indifferently said, the Great Era has descended. You're not the only ones rising. Others are as well, So it would be best if you reserve yourselves a bit. Just at this moment, a giant horn landed on the ground. That was the horn that Yan Nantian had severed. It only landed now. Ha ha ha, many thanks, Grand Elder. What great luck. A bull horn this big can be manufactured to many combs, and not just combs, but even bracelets, rings, clappers. Yes, this can definitely be turned into some good profit. Long Chen had appeared in front of the horn at some point. He was caressing it as he spouted nonsense. This was a Nether Passage expert's horn, and not just that, this was a horn in which that expert's divine abilities were concentrated. It possessed its own powerful runes and was on the same level as an ordinary divine item. Long Chen didn't quite care about a quasi-divine item in comparison, but this thing was definitely useful. Without a word, Long Chen put the horn away, taking advantage of when people were still stunned by Yan Nantian's attack. He then quickly returned to Yan Nantian's side. Bastard, return my horn. That elder roared. His divine abilities were concentrated in his horns, so losing a horn was half crippling him. He would be unable to use many divine abilities. This horn was connected to his soul, so it should have been impossible for others to take it just like that. He had no idea how Long Chen had done it, but he actually lost his connection to his horn when Long Chen put it away. It was like it had vanished from this world. Don't you think your words are a joke? Why would we return our battle spoils? When the Zon beasts kill others, do you return their lives back to their families? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. At this moment, true immortal Jiaoqi's elder opened his mouth. Yan Nantian, don't you think you're going too far? The Zon beast's divine abilities cannot be allowed to spread to the outside world. That golden horn had divine runes on it. If others controlled it, they would be able to unleash its divine abilities. It would become a divine item. Although it would just be a quasi-divine item that the large powers wouldn't care too much about, the main thing was that it was a humiliation for the Zon beasts. Just cutting off one of your horns is going too far. Are you idiots? Just now, that horned bull tried to kill me, but you didn't say that was going too far. All I did was slap a calf, and this old bull, a grand Nether Passage expert, attacked me, a soul transformation disciple. Why didn't you say that this was far too? I really wonder sometimes if the only thing in your heads is crap. Do you even think before speaking? Sneered Long Chen. The Zon beasts really had a beast's head. That elder's expression sank, and he was about to speak when Yan Nantian opened his mouth first. Long Chen is correct. If you don't like it, then attack. Some things can't be resolved with words. It just so happens that my Martial Heaven Alliance is looking for an opportunity to show our power. Eliminating a few Nether Passage experts should be quite effective. When Yan Nantian said this, those Nether Passage experts' expressions changed. Chapter 18043 Realms of Nether Passage, Life, Death, and Samsara. Yan Nantian's words were very light. They didn't contain any anger, but no one dared to question his determination. Yan Nantian, you're too arrogant. So what if you've gained control of death energy? Your longevity has almost run out, and there's no chance you can restore balance to your life and death energy. If you act so arrogantly, are you not worried your longevity will come to an end and the Martial Heaven Alliance will be destroyed? Shouted one of the ancient race's Nether Passage experts. The Nether Passage realm had 3 realms inside: the Life Realm, the Death Realm, and the Samsara Realm. When Nether Passage experts first broke through to the Nether Passage realm, they would be able to control life and death energy. Their life energy and their death energy would be balanced. This was the realm that ordinary Nether Passage experts were at and was the first step. Once their realm was stabilized, they could proceed with the second step, the Life Realm. They would use their life energy to suppress their death energy. The original proportion of life energy to death energy was 50-50, but to reach the peak of the Life Realm, they had to make the proportion 90-10. Nether Passage experts that had reached the peak of the Life Realm had practically endless life force. Severed limbs could be regrown with barely any effort. However, once their life energy had reached a peak, the next step was the Death Realm. The Death Realm's principles were the same as the Life Realm. The only difference was that it was the death energy that suppressed the life energy. The peak was to have 90% death energy and 10% life energy. The Life Realm wasn't dangerous, but the Death Realm was very terrifying. The stronger a person's death energy grew, the more it exhausted their life energy. Some people would only be able to reach 70% death energy before reaching their limit. If they pushed it, their death energy would exhaust all their longevity and they would die. Many Nether Passage experts were stuck at 70% death energy and unable to continue cultivating. If they continued, it would be no different from suicide. However, Yan Nantian's attack just now had clearly shown that his death energy had reached the peak of the death realm. In other words, he was at the peak of the third step. One more step and he would reach the Samsara realm. These were the three realms in the Nether Passage realm, but the majority of Nether Passage experts were unable to even step into them. They were still stuck on the first step, stabilizing their life and death energy. They couldn't even step into the initial life realm without wasting countless years. However, Yan Nantian had already reached the peak of the third step. That was enough to shock countless people. Unfortunately, they also saw that Yan Nantian's longevity had almost come to an end due to this. It had reached the point that he was no longer able to balance his life energy and death energy. There was no way for him to enter the Samsara realm. That was why they dared to speak up against Yan Nantian. So what if he was so powerful? His longevity was about to run out. If he were to fight, it would quicken that process. It wouldn't be long before he would be dead. At that time, what would his precious disciples and descendants do? Wouldn't they be slaughtered by them? My descendants are happy. I don't need to bother with them. All I, Yan Nantian, wish to do is live out my final days while repaying both gratitude and enmity. In any case, I already have one foot in the grave, so I don't need to have any misgivings. If you want to play, I will accompany you. Before people die, they always have to find some things to do, or their lives would have been wasted, don't you think so? Said Yan Nantian lightly. His meaning was obvious. They shouldn't go too far because all he had left was this one life, and he didn't have any misgivings. He would kill them if they made him. If they forced him, he would even kill his way to their nest. In any case, he wouldn't be alive for much longer, so what was there for him to fear? Those experts became gloomy. The most fearsome existences were always those who were unafraid of losing their lives. Yan Nantian was such an existence. Did you hear that clearly? If any disciples in the same generation want to send themselves to their deaths, then they can. Come to me. If there are any Nether Passage experts though, please go find our Grand Elder. Make sure you queue well and don't go the wrong way. Long Chen immediately started to get arrogant and shout at the Nether Passage experts. Those experts turned green with rage, but there was no way for them to reply. Cursing back to Long Chen was a loss of status for them. Long Chen, you can be arrogant for now, but once we're in the yin-yang world, I will take your life, sneered true immortal Jiaoqi. HMPH, hopefully brother Jiaoqi won't kill him immediately. Someone like him should be tortured and have his soul incinerated so that he can never reincarnate. Just wait, Long Chen. You should prepare to fall into brother Jiaoqi's hands so that you can have a quick death. If you fall into my hands, I'll definitely make you regret living in this world. Sneered an ancient race expert. This person was also very powerful. It was unknown what divine ability he cultivated, but his aura was shocking. There was faint star light in his eyes. The Nether Passage experts were intimidated by Yan Nantian and no longer dared to speak, but their disciples were now pointing their spears at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to reply. He once more raised a finger on both his hands in a silent counterattack. Those experts were infuriated. They had an urge to charge at him right now. Grand Elder, what does this action of Long Chen's mean? Whispered Yi Lingshan. Although she had roamed the world for many years, she really had never seen this action before. Actually, I don't know either. It should mean he's cursing others. You should just ask Long Chen, said Yan Nantian awkwardly. Of course he knew what it meant, but could he really explain such a thing? Junior apprentice sister, don't listen to Grand Elder's nonsense. This has nothing to do with cursing others. The thumb represents number 1, the forefinger represents number 2, and the third finger represents number 3. My meaning is that I'm number 1, and they're not even qualified to be number 2. They can only be third rates. Long Chen once more began spouting nonsense with a straight face. That seemed somewhat reasonable, but Yi Lingshan felt like Long Chen was still hiding something based on those people's furious expressions. It was unknown whether those disciples' fury had reached a peak so they couldn't be bothered to look at Long Chen any longer, or if it was because their elders told them not to, but eventually those disciples turned away. They closed their eyes and sat in meditation. Seeing those people had stopped talking, Long Chen also didn't waste any more saliva on them. He split his attention to communicate with Lei Long. He began to study the lightning paragon art. This paragon art required his essence, chi, and soul to cooperate fully with Lei Long's thunder force. There couldn't be the slightest deviation from the correct process. Any deviation and the least of his worries would be failing to unleash the paragon art. In the worst case, he would be heavily injured or even die. Back when Shang Yunfei had unleashed his paragon art, the reason he had dared to unleash it was because it was left behind by his ancestors and was being activated with the help of the heavenly bone spears. He had borrowed the power of his ancestors to unleash it. For Long Chen, he had to rely on himself. His cooperation with Lei Long had to be perfect. Since he could tell that the yin-yang world was going to be dangerous, he had to increase his power as much as possible. Long Chen, you have to be careful of that true immortal Jiaoqi. His talent is exceptional, and he is in possession of 2 bloodlines. Most shocking of all, when his 2 bloodlines mixed, they actually managed to support each other and make each other stronger. His divine abilities are more powerful than others. It would be best if you avoided this person. You have enemies everywhere, so if you are injured in a battle against him, it could be fatal, said Yan Nantian spiritually to Long Chen, as well as Yi Lingshan. Long Chen, the Grand Elder is correct. That true immortal Jiaoqi is truly terrifying. Just looking at him makes my hair rise. He's definitely a monster, even more dangerous than Shang Yunfei, advised Yi Lingshan. Yi Lingshan was also an expert and had sharp senses toward danger. After all, she had fought and come out on top in the lowest level of the cultivation world in the central Zan region. Back then, although Shang Yunfei had given her a great sense of danger, at that time, she had yet to take Ku Jianying as her master. She hadn't received her pointers yet, nor had she had a divine sword and a paragon art in her arsenal. She was now much stronger than back then, but when she looked at true immortal Jiaoqi, she felt a chill in her bones. Her sense of danger that had been honed for many years was telling her that he was incredibly dangerous, far surpassing Shang Yunfei. Back then, Long Chen had used up everything in order to defeat Shang Yunfei. His chances of beating true immortal Jiaoqi were low. Even if Long Chen could end up in a draw with him, it was meaningless. Long Chen had enemies everywhere, and if injured, he would be hunted and chased down. Don't worry, I will do my best. Grand Elder, if I kill this fellow, will you be able to handle it? Probed Long Chen. Yi Lingshan was shocked. Long Chen actually dared to say such a thing. That was too arrogant. Even Yan Nantian was a bit surprised. Seeing how calm Long Chen was, he suddenly understood. He smiled. If you have the ability, then kill as many as you want. No matter what happens, as 4 old fellows will handle it. No matter how many I kill, it will be fine. Long Chen asked again to confirm. Yi Lingshan covered her mouth in shock. She felt like Long Chen had gone crazy. Yes, as long as you have justification, we will all support you. Yan Nantian nodded. Alright, then I'm at ease. This time I'll properly play them. I'll teach them that they can't provoke me. Long Chen smiled. There was excitement in his eyes. He would have to properly cause some trouble this time, or it wouldn't have been worth it for the 4 Grand Elders to come out of seclusion. Chapter 1805 The Bizarre Yin-Yang World. The atmosphere was tense. Although these experts weren't speaking, it was like there were countless sharp blades pointed at Long Chen. Their hostility was clear. Long Chen, are you really not the slightest bit scared? Whispered Yi Lingshan. If she were Long Chen, surrounded by this many powerful enemies who wanted her life, she wouldn't be able to stay calm no matter what. I'm very afraid. Don't you see I'm sitting motionlessly? Said Long Chen. What does being afraid have to do with that? Demanded Yi Lingshan. I've already pissed myself and my butt is now frozen to the stone. I can't move. You should back up before it flows over to your side, advised Long Chen. You're disgusting. Yi Lingshan was speechless, but this crude joke of Long Chen's was an answer to her question. Long Chen didn't care about these powerful enemies. Actually, you should have experienced many similar things that I have. I'm already used to it. The majority of my past few years have been either fighting or marching on the path to the next fight. I've already grown numb to it. What's different between the two of us is that you've always been solitary. There are fewer things on your back, so your battles have probably been smaller in scope than mine, said Long Chen. Yi Lingshan nodded, slightly. She had always been a solitary figure. She hadn't joined any sects, and she hadn't trusted anyone. Although she had encountered many dangers, she hadn't had that many life and death battles. That was because if she encountered enemies that she couldn't beat, the first thing she would do was run. Long Chen was different. he couldn't retreat when he encountered powerful enemies. Behind him was his family, his brothers, and his lovers. If he retreated, they would die. Yi Lingshan suddenly understood why Long Chen was so strong, and why he possessed such an undefeatable will and belief in himself. It was because he had no path of retreat. All of this had been forced out of him. She also suddenly thought of Ku Jianying. This master of hers cared about her immensely. It was her first time feeling such love. If someone harmed Ku Jianying, Yi Lingshan would definitely put her life on the line to defend her. Thinking of that, Yi Lingshan suddenly felt like her own mental realm had increased. She looked at Long Chen. Yan Nantian smiled faintly, seeming to have noticed the change in Yi Lingshan. This change would allow her to comprehend the meaning of life and death easier. In the future, when breaking through to the Nether Passage realm, her comprehension ability would definitely be exceptional. As for Long Chen, he was a monster, a freak, a demon. Even Yan Nantian was unable to see through him. He was someone both smart and dumb. No one could predict what he would do. Back in Clearwind City, everyone had thought that in that scenario, Long Chen would release Di Xin. However, despite those old fellows trying to hypnotize him, he had killed Di Xin. Not even all those Nether Passage experts had been able to save Di Xin, because no one had really thought that Long Chen would kill Di Xin. There were too many unknown factors surrounding Long Chen, so the Grand Elders had hesitated to give Long Chen the spot to obtain the Paragon Art inheritance. Why did the Martial Heaven Alliance only have 4 commanders amongst the disciples? Why weren't there more terrifying geniuses? It was because a great deal of the Martial Heaven Alliance's karmic luck was focused on maintaining those 2 ancient heroic spirits. So there hadn't been any supreme geniuses to appear in the alliance. The 4 commanders' actual power hadn't been a match for their status in the alliance. If the Martial Heaven Alliance hadn't focused so much karmic luck on maintaining those ancient heroic spirits, the 4 commanders' accomplishments would have been far greater, and the first commander and second commander wouldn't have died such miserable deaths. This was also one reason for Ku Jianying's grief. Grand Elder, there's one thing that I don't understand. If the Yin-Yang world is a great danger zone, why is everyone sending people inside? Asked Long Chen. According to reason, people should be avoiding the danger zones as much as possible. Why were so many people treating it as a land of treasure? It's because the Yin-Yang world is its own world filled with yin and yang energy, as well as life and death energy. It has 2 sides, a life side and a death side. When the Yin-Yang world's life energy is at its strongest, people will somehow enter from the yang side. There's no problem with entering then. However, if people enter the yin side, that is a land of absolute death, and entering there would be suicide. The Yin-Yang world's exterior is covered in mist, it has its own laws, and there is also a sovereign blood seal binding it. It is extremely unstable, and it drifts in and out. To put it in a simple way, while the mist is too dense, while the laws do not permit it, and while the sovereign blood seal has not loosened, entering alone would bring with it a 90% chance of death. Most importantly, once you're in, you'd still have to wait for the Yin-Yang world to fully open before you could leave. The Yin-Yang world only fully opens once every few centuries or even millennia. Its opening is random, so that's why it is normally considered a danger zone forbidden to life. It's only a good chance now, because it has fully opened. Hearing this explanation, Long Chen finally understood why this danger zone would also be a land of opportunity. Long Chen, Lingshan, listen well. In the Yin-Yang world, unless you have no other choice, do not break through to the Life Star realm, warned Yan Nantian. My master also said the same thing, but she didn't tell me why, said Yi Lingshan. It's because the Yin-Yang world's origins are strange. It has its own laws. Only soul transformation disciples are able to enter through its misty shroud, and Life Star experts would die if they tried to force their way in. Although the Yin-Yang world looks similar to the Martial Heaven continent, there were people who once broke through to the Life Star realm within, only to find that once they returned to the continent, their cultivation bases were unable to advance even the slightest bit. All the way to their deaths, their cultivation bases never advanced again, said Yan Nantian solemnly. What? Long Chen jumped in shock. Yes, it's true. Many people who entered are at the peak of soul transformation, so when they encountered powerful enemies or other dangers, they might have no choice but to make a breakthrough in their cultivation base in order to stay alive. However, those people, without exception, all found that they could no longer increase their cultivation base upon returning to the Martial Heaven continent. Furthermore, their combat power began to regress. The elders of that time theorized that it's because the yin-yang world has its own independent laws, and when you break through inside, the heavenly Taoes of the yin-yang world leave a mark on you, so once you return to the martial heaven continent, you no longer have the martial heaven continent's recognition and are rejected by its heavenly Taoes, said Yan Nantian. So an analogy would be like your woman ran over to a man's house and slept in his bed for a few days, and upon returning, you kicked her out. Asked Long Chen. Shameless rogue, don't be so crass, cursed Yi Lingshan. Long Chen really didn't have a filter on his mouth to say such a thing in front of her. Yan Nantian nodded. It's a coarse analogy, but it is similar. In any case, just remember that if you break through to the life star realm within it, your cultivation path will be truly severed. Long Chen nodded, but he wasn't worried. He was still a long way away from breaking through. The 9-star hegemon body art's final few heaven stages required an enormous amount of energy to break through. Huo Long was refining pills all day, but based on Long Chen's estimate, he was still far from having enough. Actually, this benefited Long Chen. Originally, he had been worried about some people breaking through to the life star realm upon entering the yin-yang world to take advantage of him still being stuck in the soul transformation realm. With this, his confidence grew. He even had an urge to go over and slap these people. Within the yin-yang world, the yin side is filled with demonic beasts. Some are even remnants from the immortal era. Those are terrifying existences, so be careful. Other than the demonic beasts, there might be some immortal caves with inheritances or priceless treasures inside from foreign worlds, but those are also filled with dangers. You might lose your life. The other thing to note is to not enter the yin side. There are very powerful death spirit race. Experts in it. If you startle them, you will be doomed. However, the death spirit race is unable to enter the yang side, so they aren't too dangerous. I hope that the two of you will stick together and look after each other, said Yan Nantian. No, we can't. I should tell you that if Yi Lingshan was on her own, it would be dangerous. But if she were with me, it would be even more dangerous for her. I'm already prepared. When I go in, I won't bother searching for treasures. I'll just kill people and take their treasures. In any case, many people will just send themselves to me. If Yi Lingshan is on her own, she'll be much safer, said Long Chen hastily. With his bad luck, he estimated that the two of them would end up finding nothing and most likely end up being hunted down. Furthermore, he had many enemies, and if Yi Lingshan was with him, ignoring the danger, she wouldn't even have time to go search for treasures. She would be fighting all day. It was better if it was just him. This is true. That's fine. You can make your own preparations. If you are able to, it would be best if you are able to find some things that extend a person's longevity, said Yan Nantian. Long Chen nodded, understanding what he was saying. The Grand Elder's longevity was running out, and they wouldn't be able to last much longer. If they were gone, the Martial Heaven Alliance would lose one of their greatest supports. If both of them could find some treasures, perhaps the four of them would be able to persevere for longer. If they could hold on until Long Chen managed to reach the peak, the Martial Heaven Alliance wouldn't end up short on manpower. As Yan Nantian was discussing things with Long Chen and Yi Lingshan, more and more Nether Passage experts began to arrive with their disciples. When they saw Long Chen, they were all astonished. They hadn't expected that the Zon beasts, ancient races, and the people from the Martial Heaven Alliance would be able to sit in silence together. Of course, there were also a few experts who came from righteous sects. They went over to greet Yan Nantian, but they had their disciples maintain a certain distance from Long Chen. Most likely, they were afraid of others noticing them being too close to Long Chen. Suddenly, a woman walked over from the distance. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was graceful and elegant. When Long Chen saw her, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Chapter 1806. Once more seeing Ziyan. Her robes were snow white, and her figure swayed gently. Like a fairy walking in the mortal world, she drew the gazes of everyone. She was a peerless beauty. Her gemstone-like eyes swept over the crowd. When she saw Long Chen, a complicated emotion appeared in her tender eyes. This woman was the #1 genius of the junior generation of the elusive music immortal palace, Ziyan. Her arrival caused every single man to involuntarily feel ashamed of their own inferiority. As for Yi Lingshan, although she was also a top beauty, she was eclipsed by Ziyan. Ziyan looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen looked at Ziyan. He sighed inside. His relationship with her was complicated. There was both enmity and gratitude between the two of them. The entire continent knew what had transpired between them. The elusive music immortal palace had sent Shen Baijin to kill Long Chen, and the results were that the current palace master almost lost her position. She had to punish herself as an apology to the world for her actions. Shen Baijin had died to Long Chen, and the palace master had also punished herself because of this. Although the elusive music immortal palace hadn't reached the point of being like water and fire with Long Chen, they could already count as enemies. Back when Yan had tried to stop Long Chen from killing his enemies in the Grand Han ancient nation, she had lost. The elusive music immortal palace had then spread the word that she had held back due to her feelings. That was because they didn't want the world to think that Yan wasn't as strong as Long Chen, but that she just hadn't wanted to kill him. This news had shaken countless experts and made countless men crazily jealous of Long Chen. In that kind of scenario, Yan had actually rather die to Long Chen than kill him. Her feelings toward him were clear. Countless men could die of jealousy from this. If Yan expressed the slightest good opinion to any man, it was unknown just how many people would be willing to sacrifice their lives for her. However, Long Chen had actually refused Yan, making countless people feel like Yan's feelings were unworthy of him. Yi Lingshan had previously heard that Yan was a fairy that would make any woman feel ashamed of themselves upon seeing her. Today, she learned what a peerless beauty was. Yan's charm didn't just stem from her looks. She possessed a certain air that was difficult to describe. There was immortal spiritual qi around her, and it was like she was a transcendent being. It was like just looking at her was a blasphemy. Yan's arrival caused the heavenly geniuses that had been sitting to shoot to their feet. They felt like sitting before her was an insult. Their eyes were filled with adoration and worship. This was Yan's specific charm. The elusive music immortal palace's disciples all possessed an ability to get closer to the heavenly Taos. Their natural air made it so others had difficulty forming any hostility or other bad feelings toward them. This was also another reason why Shen Baijin's zither music had been able to control the southern Zan region's geniuses so easily. It was because their hearts had already been subdued by her specific air. Yan was much more beautiful than Shen Baijin. As soon as she arrived, let alone the men, even the women greatly admired her. "Brother Long, you're as valiant as ever." Yan bowed slightly to Long Chen. Her voice was like immortal music. However, it made him feel sour. Her voice clearly contained a certain distant feeling to him. Perhaps this was what Long Chen had wanted, but now that it really happened, that feeling of disappointment was something only Long Chen could understand. In the end, Long Chen could only reply with a standard courteous reply. His relationship with Yan was practically a melodramatic play. None of his skills could help him here. You should be careful. The power of her 7-string C suppressing zither had increased to a new level. It seems part of its seal has been broken, warned Evilmoon. In truth, there was no need for Evilmoon's warning. Long Chen also sensed that Yan was different from before. She possessed something on her that gave him a feeling of great danger. "Brother Long, I've recently learned a new song that I want you to hear. Are you interested in hearing it?" After a moment's hesitation, Yan asked Long Chen a question. Long Chen looked at her crystal clear eyes. It was several breaths later that he shook his head. "You shouldn't waste your music on me. It would be like playing music for a bull. I'm a stubborn coarse man. Everyone's Taos are different, and although it's said that all Taos lead to the same place, the paths are all different. I respect your Tao, and I hope you can respect mine as well. Gods, devils, immortals, ghosts, there are many different Taos, but who is right or wrong, who is higher or lower, there is no criterion to judge them. Man is not a fish and cannot know the fish's life." Although Long Chen and Yan hadn't been together for a long time, they had disclosed their hearts in the Grand Sha. Long Chen understood Yan's heart, which was why he felt so powerless. Both he and Yan were very opinionated and strongly believed in their own views of the world. No one could rattle their beliefs. Yan had always thought that Long Chen was a devil in need of saving. She did it out of the kindness of her heart, but Long Chen never thought of himself as a devil. It was the opposite. He felt he was kinder than the absolute majority of people. Yan had been influenced by the elusive music immortal palace from her youth. She had her own world view built around there. As for Long Chen, he had his own world view. He viewed the world from the bottom rungs, while Yan was standing at the peak. Their viewpoints were completely different, and the worlds they saw were also completely different. In Yan's eyes, this world was beautiful, but what Long Chen saw was always the bloody and cruel side. This resulted in two different world views, so it was fated that the two of them could not end up together. Furthermore, he knew that Xian had not given up and was planning on trying again with this song. She would do everything she could to get Long Chen to mend his ways. Long Chen didn't want to disappoint her again, so he decided not to listen to her song. However, Xian couldn't help being disappointed after being refused by Long Chen. I'm sad I won't get to receive your pointers again, even regretful. However, that expression you brought up, man is not a fish and cannot know the fish's life, I disagree with it. The fish is in the water only due to its current circumstances. It cannot grow wings and cannot go ashore. It is powerless to do anything, so it can only peacefully live its life. But the turtle can come ashore to live its life. The crocodile lives on both land and water. They were not satisfied with living in the water and braved the unknown. The coon dominated the water, but it willed itself to fly through the sky, and so there is the story of the kunpeng breaking through the heavens and its restrictions. Didn't they do this to change their viewpoint and to see another side of the world? You are stubbornly clinging to your narrow view of the world. If you could open your heart, the path to immortality and divinity would be wide open for you. Xian's voice quivered ever so slightly. She was clearly too emotional to keep her voice calm. Everyone could tell that she still cared about Long Chen. True immortal Zhaoqi and the other disciples' expressions changed. Their gazes were filled with jealousy as they stared daggers at Long Chen. They wished to crush him right here and now. Just how was his luck so good? Why didn't Fairy Xian look at them like this? Long Chen looked at Xian. Her flawless face was slightly rosy, like a peach blossom in bloom. He had no way to reply to this beauty's emotions. He also couldn't accept her principles. When Xian had roamed the world, she had always been carrying her status as heir to the elusive music immortal palace. Who would dare to be rude to her? Everything she saw was what others showed her. Hence, she thought that what she saw was a beautiful world. As for Long Chen, he had seen people's twisted sides or perhaps reality. This was a world where the strong were respected, where the weak were prey. Xian was born an expert. Everything she saw was beautiful, but Long Chen's world was filled with blood. Xian was using her own yardstick to judge the world and judge Long Chen's world. That was fundamentally a mistake. It was the same world, but their viewpoints were completely different, so the worlds they saw were different. Long Chen had tried to communicate with Xian several times, but he was always disappointed. Her worldview had deep roots and could not be shaken. As for himself, there was no way he could change his worldview for Xian. Perhaps if he didn't have deep bloody enmities with others, perhaps if he didn't have a group of lovers, a group of hot-blooded brothers, perhaps for someone who deeply loved him, he could try to change himself. However, he couldn't now, and he couldn't in the future. So he was silent in the face of Xian's questioning. Long Chen, Fairy Xian is doing her best to enlighten you, a devil. Hopefully you can sincerely repent and turn over a new leaf, but seeing you expressionless in the face of her emotional plea, it seems you're fully entrenched in the devil Dao and cannot be saved, sneered an expert from the ancient races, his voice full of jealousy and disdain. Long Chen smiled faintly. To Xian, he said, do you see? This is the difference between us. When you speak, others immediately agree. But before I even speak, others will target me. You are constantly standing beneath the sun, seeing the world full of light. I am standing in a dark shadowy corner. Although I can see the sunlight, I can't feel its warmth. The only things that can make me feel warm in this world are my family, my lovers, and my brothers. I need them, and they also need me. We will live and die together. We don't need other people's pity, nor do we need other people to give us their sunlight. Perhaps others didn't feel much from Long Chen's words, but they formed a resonance with Yi Lingshan. She had always thought that others couldn't understand her view of the world, but now she found that she and Long Chen were the same. Long Chen, you're too extreme. You should try to open your inner heart and accept this world's sunlight. It's selfless. It can't be that you will hate this world as you intentionally stand where the sunlight can't reach you. Xian looked at Long Chen with pity. She knew what Long Chen had experienced, and she knew that if he continued like this, he would sooner or later become a true devil king. She wanted to change that fate. Chapter 1807. Then let's not wait. I don't hate this world. It's the opposite. I love this world and am grateful for it. This world has many kind people and those worthy of my respect. This world is beautiful, but it is definitely not perfect. Fairy Xian, it should be noted that you are living your life, while I am busy surviving. In your position, You don't need to worry if you'll have food to eat, a roof over your head, or clothes on your back. You don't need to worry about gathering cultivation resources or your safety. That's really living. As for me, I am stuck in the center of a constant struggle, with idiots constantly pestering me. They might come at me to try taking my life at any time. They are fiends to me but respectful to you. They are the same people, but they have a double standard. That's why you don't need to waste any more effort. I understand your heart, but unfortunately, you will never understand mine. All I ask you to remember is that everything you see is just what people want you to see. You see the leaf that others put in front of you, blinding you from the mountain behind. The reality of this world is far crueler and bloodier than you think. Long Chen shook his head as he looked at Ziyan. He understood that Ziyan was doing this out of kindness toward him, but she had been brainwashed by the elusive music immortal palace since her childhood. Some things were deeply imprinted in her brain and could not be changed. He knew that no matter how high his cultivation base grew, he wouldn't be able to change her thinking. Perhaps she was right and the two of them were simply fated to be enemies. It was an unchangeable destiny. Long Chen, you fiend, fairy. Ziyan is trying to guide you to the right path, and you spout such arrogance to hurt her. You really are worse than a beast, scolded one of the righteous path's disciples. Despite both being from the righteous path, it was unknown just how many disciples looked down on Long Chen, viewing him as having nothing more than dogshit luck. They thought that if they were that lucky, they would definitely be stronger. That was especially true when they saw his words cause tears to fill Ziyan's eyes. That disappointed expression provoked their desire to protect her, and they immediately pointed their spears at Long Chen. Yes, I really am worse than you, sighed Long Chen. This reply first dumbfounded people before they quickly realized that he was cursing them as beasts. Long Chen, do we really need to fight to the point of you die or I die? Life in this world should comply with the heavenly Taos. Whether you're living or surviving, it's the same thing. We can all grow under the protection of the heavenly Taos. Look at the sovereigns. Which one of them walked to the peak by being merciless and vicious? Which one of them relied on slaughter to solve their problems? Bloody methods only intensify the conflict, said Ziyan. Long Chen's expression changed slightly. He thought of the crux of the problem. The sovereigns had been respected by all races, not just because of their power, but because of their wisdom and magnanimity. This was something that he knew as well. There were many legends regarding the sovereigns, and although some of those stories might have been embellished, it was true that only the sovereigns had been able to obtain the approval of all races. He thought of when he had encountered Sovereign Yunshang. At that time, Sovereign Yunshang had been wearing white robes and had seemed a bit surprised to see him wearing black. However, the sovereign had then said that Long Chen walked a different path from them. Now that Ziyan brought up the sovereigns, he seemed to understand something. Ziyan, there's no need to say any more. You are right, but I am also not wrong. Neither of us will give up our way of thinking, so don't try any longer. The more you try, the more it will hurt. Your so-called heavenly Taos are nothing more than a joke. They also treat people according to different standards. Kind people always end up bullied, while evil people go unpunished. As for the cycle of karma, I'm too impatient to wait for karma to punish them. I remember enmities, and anyone who tries to kill me or harm my people will not be let off. I am not so magnanimous. I do not have that skill, or that self-restraint, or that interest in being a good person. What I need to do is protect the people beside me. As for how others view me, their hostility toward me, whatever. After saying this, Long Chen turned away, no longer acknowledging Ziyan. This was an argument with no solution. Saying any more was meaningless. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand, and it was the role of elusive music immortal palace in the martial heaven continent. They claimed to be the protectors of the continent, but their true origins were a mystery. No one knew. Ziyan saw Long Chen turn away, clearly not wishing to continue this conversation. Then, she lowered her head and sadly walked away to find her own corner to sit down in. Waves of divine light came out of her, screening her from the other people's sight. She didn't want others to see her like this. It was unknown whether she was furiously venting behind her curtain of light, or whether she was silently sobbing. Long Chen knew that Ziyan was hurt right now. He didn't feel good either, but this reality made him helpless. He really hated those people who brainwashed others. They were a bunch of conmen. The corrupt path and Bloodkill Hall were like that. After their brainwashing, their faith would become so solid that it made their people frightening. When a person thought that there was only one correct answer to something, and all other answers were worthy of death, that meant there was a problem with that person's cognitive abilities. One person might see a sapling and be correct in that, but if an ant looked at it, they would see a towering tree. Their responses would naturally be different. If you thought that your answer was the only correct one and you had to force that ant to accept your answer, then that was bigotry. And bigoted thinking was frightening. All things had two sides. How could there be an absolute correct answer? If a thief was caught, people would want to beat him to death. But what if he stole a few pieces of bread to save his starving mother on her last breaths? Then you would need to view this problem from multiple angles. Standing in the position of the thief, the spectator, the person who was stolen from, or the thief's mother, that was 4 viewpoints already, 4 different answers. However, brainwashed people did not see 4 different answers. They only had one answer, and if others did not have the same answer, they would criticize and condemn them, forcibly educating them to the correct answer. If you refused, they would raise their butcher's blades. The reason Long Chen didn't dare to rapidly increase his cultivation base was because he was afraid of one day becoming a crazy person due to the 9-star hegemon body art's influence. He had to make sure he could always see himself clearly. As for Ziyan, the only things in her mind were the teachings of the elusive music immortal palace. She was like an empress standing on the city gates, looking at starving commoners eating tree bark just to stay alive and then curiously asking why they didn't eat meat. Long Chen's eloquence wouldn't lose to anyone, but he was profoundly helpless when it came to Ziyan. He had no time nor energy to fight with her like this. So in the end, one of them would very likely fall. Ziyan was heartbroken, but Long Chen was also distressed. Ziyan knew that there was no way for her to change Long Chen, but she continued to try, fighting for the slightest hope. In comparison, Long Chen felt a bit ashamed of how he had given up. Ziyan was still fighting for him, but he didn't have the time. He was in a race against time. Anything that blocked his way might come with a great price in the future. He couldn't hold back just for Ziyan. One of the ancient race experts took this chance to speak. What a despicable man you are, Long Chen. How dare you hurt Fairy Ziyan like this? Just wait until we enter the yin-yang world, I will personally kill you to avenge Fairy. Then let's not wait. Long Chen's figure suddenly flashed forward. He charged at that ancient race expert. No one had expected Long Chen to suddenly attack. He arrived in front of that expert in an instant. However, that person was also an expert, and he didn't panic. He had no time to summon his manifestation, but a pair of runic wings appeared behind him. He smashed a fist at Long Chen, while his runic wings also slammed toward his head. This was a 2-prong attack, simple but vicious. When Long Chen's fist met his fist, his wings would slam into Long Chen's head. If Long Chen tried to block the wings, he would have to endure the punch. If he focused on the punch, his wings would shatter his head. The wings were one of the ancient race expert's divine abilities. However, Long Chen ignored the pair of runic wings. His fist continued to smash into that ancient race expert's fist. The ancient race expert was surprised. He had expected Long Chen to retreat and block his wings. Long Chen's most likely course of action would be to launch a kick at his opponent's abdomen to escape his current predicament. That would naturally cause Long Chen to fall into a trap. The ancient race expert had a chain of backup moves that would even give him a chance to kill Long Chen if he acted as expected. However, Long Chen was acting very foolishly by charging in a suicidal manner, causing this expert to be a bit panicked. If it was anyone else, he would be confident in killing them. But it was Long Chen. This seemingly foolish act of his made him feel very uneasy. By this point, there was nothing else he could do. He could only circulate all his power. Just as Long Chen's fist was about to strike, he spread his fingers, turning his fist into a claw that caught his opponent's fist. At that moment, the 2 runic wings slammed toward Long Chen's head. However, just as they were about to strike, lightning flashed. The 2 wings shattered. With his right hand clenching and pulling on the ancient race expert's fist, his left hand smashed into the ancient race expert's nose. Chapter 1808 Mysterious Man. Long Chen's fist smashed into that ancient race expert's nose. The immense force caused his head to cave in. A pair of lightning wings flashed on Long Chen's back. It was these lightning wings that had blown apart the ancient race expert's runic wings. When he saw those lightning wings, Yan Nantian's expression changed. So Long Chen had gained control of this rudimentary form of a paragon art so quickly. These lightning wings were the paragon art, the sundering lightning heavenly wings. It was just that right now, Long Chen was relying entirely on Lei Long to unleash this technique. He was still unable to cooperate with Lei Long to unleash the move, so its power was very limited. It was still in a rudimentary form. Despite that, it was enough to instantly destroy this ancient race expert's divine ability. However, because it had only appeared for an instant, it hadn't unleashed the fluctuations of a paragon art, so others weren't able to realize what it was. Only Yan Nantian had noticed the power of this move, and he was stunned by its power. If Long Chen grasped the complete form of this paragon art, he might be able to dominate these geniuses. Seeing Long Chen heavily injure his disciple and then grab him by the neck, the Nether Passage Elder that had come with this ancient race disciple immediately shot to his feet. However, he had just moved when a sharp ray of sword chi slashed over. That Nether Passage expert coughed up blood and hastily retreated. I previously said that anyone in the same realm can challenge Long Chen. But if Nether Passage experts want to attack, don't blame me for not being courteous. Have you forgotten already? Yan Nantian looked at these experts coldly, appearing cold yet domineering. There was frosty killing intent in his eyes. Yi Lingshan looked in shock at Yan Nantian. This time, he hadn't used her sword. He had merely waved 2 fingers but had still been able to use them as a sword and injure a Nether Passage expert. Yan Nantian's attack once more shook everyone. They were experiencing the terrifying power of someone at the peak of the death realm. None of them could stop him. Long Chen. What do you want? Gasped that ancient race disciple in his hand. His body suddenly exploded. Not even his Yuan spirit was spared. Long Chen's hand was bloody, and his gaze was cold. It's not what I want, but what do you want? I was too lazy to deal with you just now, but you still forced me like this. Since that's the case, let's not bother with anything fancy. There's no need to enter the yin-yang world. Anyone who wants to kill me can come challenge me right now. Let us fight to the death right here and see who is left standing in the end. Long Chen was feeling vexed due to his complicated relationship with Ziyan. Hence, when someone actually added oil to the fire, his temper naturally couldn't endure it. Since you want to die, alright. True Immortal Jiaoqi was the first to step forward. His copper eyes stared at Long Chen. Popping sounds began to ring out of his skeleton. Just at this moment, explosive rumbling came from the air. The mist over the distant mountains had become thin, and a surge of life energy surged out of the yin-yang world. We can enter. A Nether Passage expert formed hand seals, summoning life and death energy that formed a channel through the mist. He then tossed his disciple inside. Count yourself lucky, but just wait, I will definitely cut off your head in the yin-yang world, said True Immortal Jiaoqi before entering the life and death channel created by his Zon Beast Elder. There were actually over 10 more days until the yin-yang world was fully open. At this time, the mist had yet to scatter, so it should be impossible to enter. However, Nether Passage experts were capable of creating a channel with their life and death energy so that soul transformation experts could enter. This way, these disciples would have a 10-day head start into the yin-yang world. That would give them an advantage over the other disciples. However, creating a channel capable of getting through this mist exhausted a great deal of life and death energy. Ordinary Nether Passage experts were only able to send a single person in. Stronger ones would be able to just barely send 2 in. Any more would be too much. Long Chen, just wait. You will definitely die a miserable death in the yin-yang world. A few more of the heavenly geniuses added in their shouts before charging into the yin-yang world. Yi Lingshan pulled Long Chen into their channel. Although they moved second, they were even faster than the others. Originally, True Immortal Jiaoqi was the fastest, but Long Chen and Yi Lingshan quickly overtook them. That wasn't because they were rushing, but because Yan Nantian's life and death energy was superior to the others, allowing the 2 of them to be the first to enter the yin-yang world. The 2 of them charged through the mist, vanishing from sight. Just a moment later, True Immortal Jiaoqi also entered the yin-yang world. The others quickly followed, vanishing one by one. Only once the majority of people had entered did Ziyan put away her curtain of light. Although her face was now calm, her eyes were slightly red. She had clearly been crying. Little girl, come over here. Yan Nantian beckoned to Ziyan. Ziyan greets senior. Ziyan respectfully walked over and bowed. I can send you in. If you enter yourself, it will take quite a bit of your spiritual yuan. That's a dangerous condition to be in while in the yin-yang world, said Yan Nantian. Enter herself. The experts in the surroundings were startled. Ziyan was able to enter the yin-yang world on her own. Many thanks for your kindness, but I can protect myself. Xian expressed her gratitude, but she declined. Yan Nantian did not get angry at being refused. He amicably said, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. You put in so much bitter effort for Long Chen because you think you are saving him, but in reality, you've only made more enemies for him. You've made others grow jealous, and from jealousy is born hate. You've given them another reason to kill him. Senior, don't explain yourself for now. I know you had kind intentions, and Long Chen knows this as well. Everyone knows that you did this out of the kindness of your heart. However, if kindness is used in the wrong place, it becomes a bad thing. This is also what I mean when I say that there is no absolute right or wrong. Whether something is right or wrong, true or false, depends on a person's viewpoint. If you want to accurately judge this world, you need to use multiple yardsticks to measure it. If you can switch to a different status and experience another person's life, you'll experience things from a different viewpoint. Perhaps you will have unexpected gains. Xian looked at Yan Nantian with gratitude. She once more respectfully bowed. Many thanks for your pointers. Wahahaha, who do I see here? Why, it's Fairy Xian. I'm honored. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A tall man wearing a cloak and a mask on his face walked over. He looked at Xian enthusiastically. Sir, you are. Xian looked at this man curiously. Divine runes were flowing around his mask that made it impossible for others to see his true face. Just seeing his eyes, she didn't find him familiar at all. Fairy Xian, have you forgotten me so quickly? I'm Kof, this isn't a good place to speak. But you do know me. We met in the Eastern Wasteland, and I've even heard your music before. Urged that man. Sorry, I really don't remember you. Xian shook her head apologetically. What is the only one you remember from the Eastern Wasteland, Long Chen? That's very hurtful. That man lowered his head sadly. Sorry, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Xian looked at him for a long time before confirming she really didn't know him. Xian lightly pressed a hand against the air. It was like a zither was present in the air, and the world was split open, forming a narrow channel for her. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Xian gracefully walked into that narrow channel and vanished from sight. When she vanished, the split open world returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, that sight deeply shook people's minds. My word, Fairy Xian has gained the approval of the 7-string sea-suppressing zither. She can communicate with the world spiritually, using the very heavens as her strings, exclaimed a nether passage expert. Was she really a soul transformation disciple? This kind of power was enough to annihilate nether passage experts. Many people felt thankful that Long Chen had been so stupid as to refuse Xian's kindness. If he ended up with Xian, no one would be able to do anything to him. The elusive music Immortal Palace's disciples' strongest point wasn't their combat power, but their ability to commune with the heavenly Taos. Whoever could dual cultivate with her would never have a bottleneck in their lifetime. When Xian had said that if Long Chen would agree to change his ways, the path to immortality or divinity would be wide and open for him, it had clearly expressed her determination in her heart. However, Long Chen had declined this lure that would drive others crazy. That bastard Long Chen, how am I supposed to live this down? Beautiful women only recognize you and not me. How am I any inferior to you? Cursed the man once Xian left. Everyone looked at this person curiously. His voice was very young. However, wearing a cloak and mask out in the open was a bit out of place. Brother, do you have any enmity with Long Chen? Probed an expert from the ancient family alliance. The mysterious man looked at that nether passage expert and suddenly slapped him across the face, cursing, who the fuck are you calling brother? Chapter 1809 The Western Wretch appears. That nether passage expert of the ancient family alliance kindly stepped forward to strike up a conversation, only to receive a sudden slap in the face. Bastard. The nether passage expert was enraged. He was just about to kill this man when he suddenly smelled the scent of rot. His face began to hurt and itch at the same time. When the experts around him saw his face, they all let out startled cries. That nether passage expert's face was starting to rapidly decay. This is death energy. That's impossible. This man might be masked, but he didn't look to be over 30. How was it possible to advance to the nether passage realm at such a young age? How could he control such pure death energy? The nether passage expert who had been slapped had chunks of his face slowly fall. He couldn't even stop it. His skull was quickly exposed. The corrosive energy was then starting to fade. However, before he could fully erase it, he would have to keep this frightening appearance. "Just who are you?" shouted the Nether Passage expert. This kind of pure death energy was something that of all the people present, only Yan Nantian could possess. No one could have expected that such a young and terrifying Nether Passage expert had appeared in this world. Yan Nantian looked at the masked man and sank into thoughtful silence. He silently smiled. Now he knew why this masked man's death energy was so strange. "Who am I? Do you think you're qualified to ask? If I wanted to, other than this senior from the Martial Heaven Alliance, all of you would be crushed," sneered the masked man. The death energy surrounding his body grew denser and stronger, shocking everyone. They hastily retreated. This death energy actually possessed a powerful corrosive power, forming its own death domain that even Nether Passage experts didn't dare to get close to. This death domain possessed a corrosive aura that was very strange. They didn't want to touch it. "Little fellow, I don't mind telling you that the death energy on your face isn't as simple as you think. It has imprinted onto your skull. If you look carefully, you'll find that your longevity is currently wasting away," said the masked man indifferently. That Nether Passage expert immediately sensed it carefully, and his expression completely changed. He was shocked to find that his longevity was truly shrinking. Although the process was very slow, it still terrified him. The masked man continued, "This is just the start. This death poison has branded your skeleton. In 3 days, the poison will erupt like a volcano. At that time, you'll be losing a year of your life with each breath you take until you're dead. So, do you still think you're qualified to call me brother?" The Nether Passage expert from the Ancient Family Alliance looked at the masked man uneasily. The other experts were also intimidated, afraid that the masked man would set his sights on them. That death energy was something Nether Passage experts in the life realm couldn't resist. "Senior, I was rude to you. I hope you won't find trouble for this junior." The Ancient Family Alliance's Nether Passage expert lowered his head and begged. The masked man smiled and nodded. "In all my years of roaming the continent, that was the first time someone dared to call himself my brother. The youngsters these days are all rude. Well, due to your youth, I won't be too hard on you. I'll give you a chance to make up for this. Open the life and death channel for me to the yin-yang world, then I'll accept your apology." "But, senior, that's the yin-yang world. Do you think my realm is something a child like you can comprehend? That yin-yang world is just a fart in my eyes. I can come and go as I please. Are you opening the gate or not? If not, just wait for your longevity to dry up." The masked man snorted and turned to walk into the yin-yang world himself. His words shocked everyone. The yin-yang world was its own unique world. Only soul transformation disciples could enter, and life star experts and above would be annihilated by its laws. No matter how strong a person was, they were still nothing in front of a whole world's power. But this masked man still dared to enter the yin-yang world. Yan Nantian smiled faintly. He didn't say a word, but inside, he was thinking that the youngsters these days really knew how to play. "Senior, please wait. Junior will immediately open the gate." That Nether Passage of the Ancient Family Alliance clenched his teeth. Life and death energy surged out of him, and a channel opened in the air. The channel had just formed when he began to sweat. He had already exhausted most of his energy opening the channel for his disciple. Hence, opening it again was incredibly taxing, but he had no choice if he wanted to live. "Count yourself sensible." The masked man jumped into the channel. "Senior, can you please go faster? I can't hold on." The Nether Passage expert's aura was growing unsteady. "Useless thing, you can't even do something so insignificant," scolded the masked man, but he quickened his steps. He quickly reached the end of the channel and was right in front of the mist. One more step and he would enter the yin-yang world. Everyone was holding their breath. If the masked man could enter, then perhaps there was hope that they could also enter. They were starting to wonder if the laws of the yin-yang world had changed without anyone noticing. They saw that the masked man was standing right in front of the mist, but the mist was still completely steady. There were no intense fluctuations. At this time, the masked man turned back to the Ancient Family Alliance's Nether Passage expert. "I keep my word. I'll tell you the way to cure your face right now." "Many thanks, senior," cried the Nether Passage expert. "All you need to do is see my face and the poison will be cured." "Look closely." The masked man slowly took off his mask, revealing a young and handsome face with a slight double chin. His face still had a bit of baby fat to it, and normally, this kind of face was quite kind and nice. However, Now it was covered with a wretched expression. Mo Nian. When the mask fell, that nether passage expert's eyes opened wide. Blood almost poured out of his eyes, and he clenched his teeth furiously. Ha ha ha, not bad. After traveling far and wide and excavating countless tombs, I've finally gained some recognition. Little fellow, many thanks for your effort. I'll leave first, but because you're so obedient, I won't rob your ancestral tomb. Mo Nian laughed magnanimously. Fuck your mother, you robbed my family's ancestral tomb a year ago. Roared the nether passage expert. Oh, is that so? I've excavated countless tombs, so I can't remember them all. That's fine, then I promise not to excavate your ancestral tomb a second time. Alright, goodbye. Mo Nian stepped into the mist, vanishing from sight. Although that nether passage expert had immediately dispelled his channel upon realizing it was Mo Nian, the gate that was stuck onto the mist still stayed for a few seconds before vanishing. Most hateful of all, this mist was condensed by the laws of the yin-yang world, so he didn't dare to attack it. If the yin-yang world counterattacked, he would be annihilated. The nether passage expert coughed up a mouthful of blood, almost fainting. At this moment, he realized that his face had recovered. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that Mo Nian's death energy was not the death energy that nether passage experts controlled. He had been fooled. This kind of energy came from ancient tombs. It was a corrosive death poison that had infected Mo Nian after staying in tombs for too long. After a long time, he had managed to learn how to control this kind of sinister power. This kind of energy was fundamentally different from a nether passage expert's death energy. One was a law, while the other was a kind of poisonous qi. If he had been calm, he would have noticed the clues. However, this bastard Mo Nian's acting had been too good, duping him and everyone else. Thinking of how he had actually called Mo Nian Sr., bowed to him, and even opened the channel for him, he almost exploded in anger. Most hateful of all, Mo Nian had once dug up his ancestral tomb. Of everyone present, only Yan Nantian had seen the clues and guessed Mo Nian's identity. That dense death air was something only Mo Nian, who had spent a great deal of time frequenting ancient tombs, would possess. Mo Nian and Long Chen had become good brothers in the eastern wasteland. Yan Nantian naturally wouldn't expose him. Seeing Mo Nian slap his enemy in the face and then con him into respectfully opening a path for him without the slightest effort, Yan Nantian supposed that the name of the western wretch was not undeserved. Once Mo Nian had muddled his way into the yin-yang world, Yan Nantian turned and left. He trusted that when the eastern madman and the western wretch were reunited, the yin-yang world would become truly lively. Chapter 18:10 Entering the yin-yang world. The mist before him gradually faded. Long Chen found that he and Yi Lingshan had entered a new world. They were standing in the sky, overlooking an unfamiliar land. He saw an unending mountain range, a huge towering forest, and vines as thick as dragons. This world was thrumming with vitality. In fact, it was even greater than the spirit world. The mountain range continued beyond the horizon. In the end, he saw the peaks of mountains piercing into the clouds. The sun hung high in the sky. It didn't look any different from the martial heaven continent. When he looked back, he saw that the mist had long since vanished. He had no idea where exactly he was. The first thing Long Chen did was activate his divine ring. The dense life energy in the air was summoned by the divine ring. It poured into the primal chaos space, and the withered world trees were quickly nourished. Long Chen, don't make such a ruckus as soon as you enter. Yi Lingshan jumped. This place was a danger zone, a place forbidden to life. There were countless dangers, and the slightest carelessness would cause you to lose your life. However, Long Chen acted indifferent to all this as soon as he entered. It's fine, I'll just wait for those fellows to get in here. We can kill each other happily, said Long Chen. Long Chen had never possessed a good temper. Seeing them want to kill him had provoked his killing intent. Don't foolishly wait. The mist seems to be rapidly revolving around this whole world. If you enter at different times, you'll appear in different places. Even if two people enter at the same time, they are unlikely to end up together. The reason we weren't separated was because the Grand Elder used his supreme power to block the power of the laws here, said Yi Lingshan. So there was such a thing. Long Chen was disappointed. He had been prepared to have a large slaughterfest here. Long Chen, the Grand Elder told us to go search for precious medicines that can extend a person's life. Do you want to come with me? Asked Yi Lingshan. Do you have a map? No. There is no map of the yin-yang world. Each time it appears, its terrain changes, so maps are useless. We'll need to investigate it ourselves and then exchange information with others to get a more complete picture. However, even that will be useless the next time the yin-yang world opens. Then how are you going to find those medicines? I don't know either. The Grand Elders need them though. Although they didn't say it was a must, it's still very important. As long as I can obtain some kind of life-extending medicine, I don't mind missing out on other opportunities. I heard you're an alchemist. Shouldn't you have some way of locating precious medicines? Asked Yi Lingshan. The Grand Elders know that finding such a rare treasure would be up to the karmic luck of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Their existence supports the entire Martial Heaven Alliance, so if the Alliance's karmic luck has not yet come to an end, the life-extending medicine will appear on its own. If not, do you think a few medicines would be able to change the future? In the end, we'll be relying entirely on luck. You know, let me put it to you this way. If you go roaming around to test your luck, based on your karmic luck as the future heir of the Martial Heaven Alliance, you will definitely have a chance of finding the medicine. But if you stay with me, let alone finding it, I don't even know how many dangers you would encounter on your way. So I won't implicate you. You should go on your own before you're brought down by my bad luck. I'll look for it as well. I have some experience when it comes to snatching treasures from others. Long Chen was telling her to go on her own. If she found it then good, if she didn't then he would see if he could snatch it from others. In any case, they were all his enemies. He didn't even need to come up with a reason to take their treasures. Alright then, be careful, you have a lot of enemies, warned Yi Lingshan. Just at the entrance, practically everyone was Long Chen's enemy. It was unknown just how many other enemies had entered from different openings to the yin-yang world. Don't worry, I've long since gotten used to it. I'm more worried about you. You're strong, but you aren't ruthless enough. You should remember that if anyone targets you, no matter what their reasoning, you have to have the determination to kill them. Your life is no longer just your own. It belongs to the Alliance head and the Martial Heaven Alliance. Compared to before, you are no longer the same. Yi Lingshan was truly powerful. She even had a paragon art now. Even if she encountered powerful enemies, she should have the power to protect herself. Long Chen was just worried that she wouldn't be decisive enough. Before, Yi Lingshan hadn't had the confidence to act like that. She had to have misgivings about who she was fighting. However, she didn't need to worry about that now. She had to be tough. Yi Lingshan nodded. Picking a random direction, she suppressed her aura and rushed off. She definitely didn't want to be like Long Chen and practically broadcast her location. She hid herself to avoid drawing attention. With his divine ring active, Long Chen was basically telling the entire yin-yang world that he was waiting here. Once Yi Lingshan left, Long Chen didn't immediately set off. Instead, he sat in the air, keeping his divine ring active to absorb the dense life energy in the surroundings. The will corresponding to the divine ring forced even the yin-yang world to give him its energy just like it forced the Martial Heaven continent. The world trees were starting to revive from their withered state. In 3 days, there was a thrumming forest in the primal chaos space. They had been fully restored. Long Chen took a deep breath. With his primal chaos space restored, he wouldn't need to worry about being injured. If he had possessed such an ability in the outside world, perhaps he would have already beaten those fellows. However, wasting 3 days like this was painful. The very reason they had all entered ahead of time was to get a head start. At this time, there were fewer people and many treasures. It was the best time. Fortunately, Long Chen still felt good. In any case, his luck wasn't good enough to find treasures. Raising his power was what truly mattered. After 3 days, Long Chen had grasped the essentials of the yin-yang world. The heavenly Taos here were not that different from the Martial Heaven continent. He could still unleash the same magical arts here. Their power wasn't lower or greater. The only curious thing was that the sun in the sky always hung in the same spot. It was daytime here all the time. He had to rely on his own sense of time to calculate how many days had passed. Although my luck's not good, I should still look around. What if I do run into something? Long Chen looked around and decided to go in the opposite direction from Yi Lingshan. However, he suddenly had a strange urge. Looking in a certain direction, he decided to go that way. You've also sensed it? Asked Evilmoon. Sensed what? I just feel like there's something that belongs to me. It's very strange. I feel the same. Go and take a look. Suppress your aura. There's a nest of heaven-devouring ants to your right. That kind of ancient species is extremely tough. Their defensive prowess is so great that even 12th rank magical beasts would be in danger if they encountered them, warned Evilmoon. They're so powerful. Long Chen was surprised. Even 12th rank magical beasts could be killed by a nest of ants. Just as he was startled, an angry roar came from the distance. The sky darkened. Long Chen immediately found a tall tree to conceal himself. Through the leaves, he saw a terrifying scene. There was a wall of giant black ants with a pair of wings, shining with a metallic luster. Their wings flapped rapidly, releasing an ear-piercing sound. The ants also had a pair of black pincers on their mouths. Sticky liquid was dripping off of them. A drop of that black liquid fell near Long Chen. Long Chen hastily dodged, and a large hole appeared in the tree. It then began to rapidly wither. This poison's really fierce. Millions of those ants flew into the sky. Long Chen saw a giant magical beast being dragged through the air by the ants, going in the direction that he and Evilmoon had sensed. It seemed that they were hunting. That magical beast was at the 12th rank. Surprisingly, it was actually a sword spine armor dragon, the magical beast he had used to run rampant in the ancient races' territory. This sword spine armor dragon's aura was on the same level as that one, however, it was now unable to move. Its mouth opened a few times, but no sound came from it. Just as Long Chen was staring in shock at these heaven-devouring ants, a piece of tree bark behind him moved. Chapter 18:11 Thick Earth Essence Fruit. The piece of tree bark slowly rose, and 6 spindly legs appeared below it. It was a strange fist-sized mantis. It was right behind Long Chen. One of its sharp legs silently pierced toward him. It had just moved when it was sent flying by a flick of Long Chen's finger. It smashed into the tree and exploded. When it exploded, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He found that when it exploded, a disgusting stench rapidly filled the air. The heaven-devouring ants flying through the sky suddenly split their formation, with a portion of them flying over to Long Chen. The mantis's stench had attracted them. "Fuck, isn't this too unlucky?" cried Long Chen. He turned and fled. The heaven-devouring ants were attracted to the commotion, and a portion of them immediately began to chase him. They were extremely fast. They smashed through the trees in between them and Long Chen. From a distance, it was like an angry dragon was winding its way toward Long Chen, blowing apart all obstacles in its path. "Aren't they too fast?" Long Chen cursed. Their wings seemed to be tearing through the void. Their speed was hard to believe. When he turned back, and saw the sticky fluid dripping out of their pincers, he felt a chill. If bitten, that poison was not something an ordinary person could endure. Even the sword spine armor dragon with its terrifying defenses was unable to resist that poison. Suddenly, green dragon scales covered Long Chen's body. He had summoned the green dragon battle armor. It's useless. The heaven-devouring ants have low intelligence and cannot sense the might of your dragon blood. You can't scare them away, said Evilmoon. The might of dragon blood was able to suppress all other beasts. That was due to the innate reverence those beasts felt. However, it was only useful against beasts with brains. These heaven-devouring ants were not intelligent enough. They continued to charge after him. Then what am I supposed to do? Kill them, raged Long Chen. That's no good either. If you kill them, they'll send out a message that will draw over hundreds and thousands of times the ants. You should just run. These things are very irritating. Other magical beasts are also irritated by them, so even the other beasts in the surroundings aren't bothering with you when you charge into their territory. Seeing the heaven-devouring ants chasing you, as long as you don't charge into their nests, they'll avoid you, said Evilmoon. Was it really possible to possess such heaven-defying back luck? He had just started roaming around when he was hunted down by an army of heaven-devouring ants. Since Evilmoon said that other magical beasts also tried to avoid these heaven-devouring ants, Long Chen chose to jump out of the forest and fly through the air. As Evilmoon had said, despite sensing several powerful auras as he passed through their territory, those powerful existences only let out low growls of warning and didn't attack Long Chen. There were hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring ants chasing him. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. If everyone was afraid of these heaven-devouring ants, weren't they also a protective talisman? When he thought of that, he charged into the territory of one of those powerful magical beasts, ignoring its roar. "What are you doing?" shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't reply. He charged straight toward that powerful aura. He quickly saw a mountain with a tiger standing at the peak. The tiger's fur was standing on end. It was ready to attack at any moment. It was a 12th rank magical beast and roared at Long Chen threateningly. "What are you shouting for? Come and bite me." Long Chen charged straight at it. The tiger found that its roars were unable to frighten Long Chen away, so it actually turned tail and fled from its home. "Hey, brother tiger, don't run. I still have something to discuss with you," shouted Long Chen, but the tiger ignored him. Its huge body instantly vanished. "Coward, don't you feel ashamed of your title as king of the forest? What happened to your dignity? Your integrity? You? Oh, nice, treasures." Long Chen suddenly noticed a certain tree on the mountain. The mountain was bare except for this one tree. It was extremely conspicuous. The tree had brownish-yellow fruit growing on it. Each of them was the size of a plate, and they shone faintly. Long Chen's spiritual strength reached out. He was shocked to find that although this tree was 3,000 meters tall, its roots were spread throughout the giant mountain. There was an endless amount of earth energy being absorbed by it. It's the thick earth essence fruit. The earth essence makes it a divine fruit for earth cultivators. Long Chen laughed delightedly. He rushed toward it, but after a moment's hesitation, he didn't take it. Instead, he used his spiritual strength to grab half the matured fruit. This tree was being guarded by that tiger. It took 10,000 years to bloom, 10,000 years to bear fruit, and 10,000 years for that fruit to mature. The tiger had been guarding it bitterly for so long. If he took the entire tree, he'd feel bad. More importantly, this tree was too big and would take him some time to transplant. When the heaven-devouring ants arrived, they wouldn't care how precious this tree was. They would definitely destroy it in their desire to kill him, and that would be a waste of a natural treasure. Long Chen gathered half the fruit and cut off one of its branches, tossing it into the primal chaos space. The branch quickly began to grow roots and thrive in the primal chaos space. Seeing there was no problem, Long Chen changed directions, bringing the army of heaven-devouring ants away. He finally experienced how refreshing it was to exploit someone else's power for his own gain. He scared off 3 powerful 12th-rank magical beasts in a row, but regretfully, other than the thick earth essence fruit, he didn't gain anything else. He knew that the territory of 12th-rank magical beasts could not be ordinary. They had to have precious medicines or divine fruit somewhere, or they wouldn't make that place their territory. Regretfully, the army of heaven-devouring ants didn't give him enough time to look around. As he ran, he experienced just how terrifying this yin-yang world was. There were terrifying magical beasts everywhere. 12th-rank magical beasts were on the level of netherpassage experts. Without a divine item, ordinary netherpassage experts weren't even a match for these magical beasts. In particular, he sensed an even more terrifying existence as he ran, but he decided not to go mess around there. That terrifying existence gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. That sensation of danger was even greater than what came from the army of heaven-devouring ants behind him. If that magical beast wasn't afraid of the heaven-devouring ants, he would be caught between the two of them. That was definitely too dangerous. As he ran, Long Chen didn't use the celestial lightning body blink. He wanted to see if he could profit a bit more from the heaven-devouring ants. He turned, going in the direction that he had picked out originally. A long train of ants followed him as he flew through the air. They were like attendants sending off him, the Emperor. That feeling is growing more distinct. It seems it's nearby, said Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded. He also sensed an aura that was both familiar yet foreign. It was very strange. Hey, why did they leave? Long Chen suddenly saw that the heaven-devouring ants following him had dropped in number. A few of them had flown off, and another portion was starting to slow down. There were now only 10,000 of them left. Long Chen suddenly turned and attacked them. What the, brat, you're crazy, have you started to feel emotional toward them after being chased for so long? Shouted Evilmoon, unable to comprehend just what Long Chen was thinking. When Long Chen turned against them, those heaven-devouring ants were provoked, and the ones that had been slowing down once more shot after him. However, many of them had already left. There were only 20 to 30,000 of them left. That was still terrifying enough. Their black bodies filled the sky. Long Chen extended a hand. A giant cauldron appeared and devoured those ants. This cauldron was the blazing dragon cauldron that had been with him all this time. Although it was just an ancestral item, having been constantly nourishing it with his soul, it had reached its absolute peak. It was only the slightest bit weaker than a divine item. The blazing dragon cauldron slammed shut, and the heaven-devouring ants began to crazily attack from within. Even the blazing dragon cauldron was rumbling, seeming on the verge of breaking apart. Any ordinary ancestral item would have exploded. Long Chen slammed a hand on the blazing dragon cauldron, and golden flames surged out, enveloping the cauldron. At the same time, golden threads intersected within, forming a net that bound the heaven-devouring ants. As Long Chen's spiritual strength erupted, those threads grew tighter and tighter until the heaven-devouring ants were no longer able to attack the blazing dragon cauldron. Although Long Chen had acted quickly, there were still countless cracks on the blazing dragon cauldron now. Damn, they really are terrifying. Long Chen was amazed. The power of their pincers was immense. It was no wonder even 12th-rank magical beasts would be run off by them. Why waste so much effort to trap them? Are you planning on making supplements? Mocked Devilmoon. Hehe, these are house pets for Meng Qi. Well, you don't need to ask. You wouldn't understand. Long Chen laughed and continued in his original direction. He quickly arrived at a giant cave. There was a hair-raising aura coming from within the cave that made cold sweat run down his back. What is this place? Mo Nian's Side Story 1. Mo Nian's Side Story Chapter 1. In the battle in the Qing prefecture of the Eastern Wastelands, Long Chen had activated the Green Dragon possession to annihilate the Yin family and even fight against the Yin family's patriarch, forcing him to use his treasure item, the Jade Sea Gold Bell. That had been a world-shaking battle. Seeing that Long Chen had grown to such a terrifying level, large waves surged in Mo Nian's heart. Even having become a celestial, he felt the difference growing between him and Long Chen. Now, the Mo mountain seal had been exposed, and his grandpa Mo Yi had no choice but to bring the Mo family's experts away. Mo Yi had invited Long Chen to come, but Long Chen had declined. Hence, the Mo mountain seal rapidly flew away. Mo Nian looked back as Long Chen's figure shrank in the distance. In just a moment, he vanished from sight. Mo Nian couldn't help sighing. Mo Yi patted him on the shoulder. Child, what is there to sigh about? The world might be large, but as long as you're strong enough, you can control everything. If you're not strong enough, then no matter how big the world is, it has nothing to do with you. The Mo family was forced to split up and flee to various lands, but they still refused to let us off. They want us dead to the last. Before this, our little branch had had no way to deal with them, but when Long Chen gave his heavenly Dao seed to you, it caused a change in your heavenly Dao energy. You're not an ordinary celestial, so even if this matter with the Yin family didn't occur, I was still planning on bringing you to the ancestral lands to test your luck. Where are the ancestral lands? Asked Mo Nian. The Central Plains. Mo Nian was startled. He hadn't expected the Mo family's ancestral lands to be located in the land where heavenly geniuses were everywhere. If that was the case, then the Mo family's inheritance was many times greater than he had thought. Child, this world is so large that you can't even imagine it. The Central Plains is the stage of the real experts. Right now, you are only at the Meridian Opening Realm. In the Central Plains cultivation world, you aren't even an ant. But our time is pressing, so we don't have that much time to let you grow. That's why we have no choice but to gamble. If we win the gamble, we'll be able to restore our former glory. If we lose, the Mo family will never be able to extricate itself from its current predicament. An unprecedented graveness appeared on Mo Yi's face. Grandpa. Suddenly, the Mo mountain seal shook intensely. Mo Nian staggered. Be careful, we've already reached one of the Martial Heaven continent's 7 great danger zones, the Martial Heaven Sea Ring. Everyone, get down into the underground space, ordered Mo Yi. The Mo mountain seal flew for 3 months, and they ran into quite a few dangers. When going through transportation formations, they had to endure countless rude interrogations. Fortunately, the Mo mountain seal looked like a spatial treasure item and didn't draw too much attention. However, Mo Nian was still irritated. The great and supreme grandpa of his was actually being ordered around by other experts. Those people's cultivation bases were so high that the Mo family was powerless to resist. This was Mo Nian's first time feeling just how important power was. Without power, wanting to live a life of dignity was a pipe dream. After layers of obstructions, after carefully traveling for months, after detouring around several dangerous regions, they finally arrived at a certain place. However, upon arriving here, Mo Nian couldn't believe his eyes. This place was actually a pile of ruins. It was the kind of ruins that could not be ruined anymore. There was not a single brick or tile that was still intact. It was filled with a desolate and gloomy air. This is our Mo family's ancestral land. It's already been flipped over by countless experts as they search for our treasures. HMPH, too bad they all returned empty-handed. Did they think my Mo family's inheritance would be open to outsiders? Sneered Mo Yi. An invisible surge of energy came from the Mo mountain seal. Alright, Nian I have used the Mo mountain seal to open the inheritance. Go into the ancestral space. Ripples came from below the ruins. The space around Mo Nian twisted and he vanished. Haha, dregs of the Mo family, you've finally appeared. Now let's see where you can run to. Mo Nian had just been sent through when countless figures appeared, surrounding the Mo mountain seal. Mo Yi's expression completely changed. Mo Nian's side story 2. Mo Nian's side story chapter 2. Mo Nian's vision darkened. With the space around him twisting, he felt like he had been devoured by a monster. He was within endless darkness. After a long moment, Mo Nian felt his feet step onto solid ground again. He saw that he was in a dark world. There wasn't the slightest light here, and the air was filled with the aura of decay. After that, Mo Nian spread his divine sense to take a look around and couldn't help but jump in shock. This place was actually an underground tomb, and there were thousands of stone coffins around him. He was in the middle of those coffins. This ancient tomb was hundreds of miles long. Mo Nian took out a light stone and gasped at what he saw. This is my Mo family's ancestral land. There were countless statues against the walls, and they were filled with a sacred and noble air. 2 statues were particularly large. They were almost lifelike, and it was like light was flowing within their eyes. An immortal charm danced within them. When Mo Nian looked at the 2 giant statues, a sea of runes appeared behind him. His heavenly Tao manifestation activated all by itself. There were also 2 figures in his manifestation. They were remarkably similar to the 2 statues. These 2 should be the originators of my Mo family. These statues, they're so magnificent and powerful. Could it be that I? Just at this moment, the dust on the 2 statues began to fall. Divine runes began to appear around them. Those runes were very faint at the start, but they grew brighter and brighter until they were like stars. At the same time, a gentle energy enveloped Mo Nian. Mo Nian involuntarily fell to his knees. He kowtowed to the 2 statues and felt a resonance deep within his soul, as well as a kind of bloodline summoning. He knew that they had to be the ancestors of the Mo family. Disciple Mo Nian greets the ancestors. Mo Nian kowtowed 9 times. Everyone entombed here had been a big figure of the Mo family. Although they had already died, the fact that they could be buried here in the Mo family's ancestral lands meant that they had been outstanding and remarkable figures in the Mo family's history. Unfortunately, no one replied to him. When he finally rose, he saw that the 2 figures in his heavenly Tao manifestation had formed a connection with the 2 statues. It seemed that they were in the midst of communicating. The runes on the statues grew brighter and brighter. Following that, they began to float off the statues and fly toward Mo Nian. They merged into his manifestation. When the first rune merged into his manifestation, it was like a meteorite had fallen into a calm lake. A powerful explosion drove Mo Nian to his knees. He coughed up blood, and cracks appeared all over his body. He had almost died from the huge amount of energy that rune had brought. He couldn't help being horrified. It seemed that he had come too early. With his current cultivation base, merging with such terrifying runes was too much. He should have cultivated to a higher level before attempting it. Just merging with 1 rune had almost shattered his bones. When he looked at the hundreds and thousands of runes currently floating off the 2 statues, he immediately felt despair. The second rune would definitely kill him. However, his body was locked in place by some invisible energy. He couldn't even run. Just at this moment, the tomb began to shake. The thousands of coffins had blood-colored runes light up. At the same time, web-like runes appeared on the ground. They connected to all the coffins, while Mo Nian was at the very center of the web. Mo Nian's side story 3. Mo Nian's side story chapter 3. Mo Nian was standing at the center of thousands of coffins, and the ground was covered in a web of runes connected to all the coffins. Energy was coming from each strand of the web and surging toward Mo Nian. Mo Nian's body shook. What shocked him was that the energy coming from the coffins was actually very gentle. It was nourishing his body endlessly. His body was like a dry riverbed finally being nourished by water. It was greedily absorbing this energy. Suddenly, Mo Nian's aura surged. He had directly leapt from the meridian opening realm to the Xianxian realm. Furthermore, his aura was still continuing to rise. First heaven stage of Xianxian, second heaven stage of Xianxian, third heaven stage of Xianxian. With each breath, his cultivation base increased by a minor level. Even Mo Nian was stunned. He didn't dare to move. He had never imagined a person could undergo such a crazy advancement. At this time, over 10 of the 2 statues' runes merged into Mo Nian's body. He once more coughed up blood, his body almost exploding. However, as the energy of the coffins entered him as well, his body was constantly nourished and growing stronger. His cultivation base crazily advanced. 6th heaven stage of Shantian, 7th heaven stage of Shantian, 8th heaven stage of Shantian. Endless energy came from the coffins. At the same time, the statues, runes continued to merge with him. There were 2 kinds of energy within his body, one constantly causing destruction, while one was constantly upgrading and restoring his body so it could handle the destruction. They had reached an equilibrium. A crazy aura surged out of Mo Nian's body as he entered the sea expansion realm. Without him doing anything, a huge amount of the statues, runes surged into his dantian. His chi grew explosively. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Mo Nian felt like he had gone crazy. He had never heard of someone entering sea expansion this quickly. Fortunately, he still knew the theory behind sea expansion. For other people, increasing the size of their chi required medicinal pills. A chi of 300 miles marked someone as an elite, however, he had reached that level in just a single breath. 400 miles, 500 miles. Mo Nian's chi quickly grew to 10,000 miles. His heart was pounding wildly. 10,000 miles was known as a limit, but based on how things were going, he was going to break right past it. His chi broke that limit instantly. It was like something had exploded, and it grew explosively. 3,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Mo Nian couldn't believe his eyes. With the help of his ancestors' runes, his chi had been expanded to 30,000 miles. He had never even heard of a chi this large. After his chi had reached its limit, more energy surged into his dantian, instantly filling it. 1st heaven stage of sea expansion. 2nd heaven stage of sea expansion. Even after entering the sea expansion realm, the energy of the coffins and the runes of the ancestral statues continued to pour into his body. Mo Nian was completely dumbstruck now, as none of this was within his control. His cultivation base was just crazily growing. Even he was starting to get afraid. This advancement was too fast. At the same time as he felt his cultivation base explosively grow, something new had appeared in the depths of his soul. He was about to check what it was when he directly entered the foundation forging realm. Upon reaching the foundation forging realm, a rune on the forehead of each of the ancestral statues flew off and into Mo Nian's head. 2 runes slowly appeared on Mo Nian's forehead. They got closer and closer until they finally merged into one new rune. When the new rune appeared, this entire underground world began to shudder. Those runes were also trembling. However, that new rune quickly faded, and the process of foundation forging started. His original rune appeared. Following the appearance of the first original rune, his cultivation base began rising once more. 1st heaven stage of foundation forging. 2nd heaven stage of foundation forging. Mo Nian's cultivation base rose all the way to the 9th heaven stage of foundation forging before it stopped. The web of runes on the ground faded, and the coffins also became calm. It was like nothing had happened, but Mo Nian was staring at his own hands blankly. Feeling the unprecedented power in his body, he couldn't believe what had just happened. Suddenly, the wall behind Mo Nian shattered, revealing a stone gate. It slowly opened, and 5-colored light flooded the underground space. The 5-element sun-hunting bow. Mo Nian let out a startled but ecstatic cry. Mo Nian's Side Story 4. Mo Nian's Side Story Chapter 4. Mo Nian's heart pounded wildly. It was a beautiful 5-colored bow. It was long and simple. There were runes outside it, and within it, there seemed to be 5-colored blood flowing. He felt 5 different kinds of energy inside the bowstring. Each type of energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was extremely pure. His own blood began to surge when he saw this bow. He felt close to the bow. It's the first generation's 5-element sun-hunting bow. Mo Nian's voice was quivering. This was his Mo family's most priceless treasure. It actually hadn't been lost. It had been hidden here. That was the #1 divine bow of the Mo family. Due to how much time had passed, the 5-element sun-hunting bow had become a legend. He reached out to touch the 5-element sun-hunting bow when light suddenly exploded out of it. A vast surge of energy poured into his body. The void rumbled as this underground world shook. Mo Nian's cry of the heavenly Taos once more appeared automatically, along with the 2 figures within it. However, At this time, the two figures slowly dissolved. Replacing them was a 5-colored bow. Within the sea of runes behind Mo Nian was now a beautiful scene. There was a bow hanging in the air, while below it was a world of mountains and rivers that it dominated. Information poured into Mo Nian's mind. There was so much that he almost fainted. Eventually, the light faded. The 5-element sun-hunting bow had vanished, and his manifestation was gone as well. Mo Nian slowly opened his eyes, and a rune was flowing within each of them. That rune was an image of the 5-colored bow in his manifestation. Upon extending his arm, the 5-element sun-hunting bow appeared in his hand. Mo Nian was shocked as well as excited. The 5-element sun-hunting bow had actually merged with his body, and he could summon it freely. Ha ha ha, I, Mo Nian, am no longer the old Mo Nian. My name will definitely resound throughout the Central Plains. Mo Nian laughed grandly. Suddenly, all the statues and coffins within this underground world exploded. Mo Nian was shocked. Before he understood what was going on, runes wrapped around him, and the space around him twisted. He reappeared above ground. It was currently noon. The sun was hanging high in the sky. He saw that this was the place he had entered from. Where is the Mo Mountain Seal? Mo Nian suddenly noticed that his surroundings were empty. The Mo Mountain Seal and the people of Mo Gate had all vanished. Just as he was stunned, countless runes filled the sky. They formed a giant barrier that trapped him. Ha ha ha, bastard of the Mo family, you've finally appeared. We had to wait 3 years for you. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were very powerful, and they were all kings at the Jade Core realm. Their leader was a large man with a thick beard. He was smiling upon seeing Mo Nian. Mo Nian had a bad feeling, but he was still calm. Who are you? Where is my family? Who I am isn't something you need to know. As for your family, you'll know very quickly. That large man laughed and waved his hand. The formation of runes transformed into dozens of chains that bound Mo Nian. Laughing, the large man arrived in front of Mo Nian. He reached out for Mo Nian's neck. Suddenly, one of Mo Nian's fingers pressed against that large man's head. Then, an invisible surge of energy obliterated his head. This sudden change caught those kings off guard. Their leader had actually been slain. Most shocking of all, those runic chains that had been binding Mo Nian had shattered like mud. Your guts aren't small. Mo Nian had conducted a soul search and learned everything that had happened. His killing intent surged. His family had been captured. This brat's strange. Attack together, shouted another king, attacking with his fellows. Die. Mo Nian extended a single finger. A single rune appeared at the tip of his finger and was launched. That rune shot out and exploded halfway there, transforming into multiple arrows that instantly annihilated those kings before they could even dodge. Without even glancing at these people, Mo Nian vanished from his original location. 2 mountains away from the Mo family's ancestral lands, there was a giant prison. Mo Gate's people were currently imprisoned here. Fuck, it's been 3 years. Guarding these pigs all day is so boring. A disciple wearing white robes who looked to be in his 20s tossed a talisman into the prison. The talisman exploded, and cursing voices came from within. Only then did that disciple smile as if this was the only way to alleviate his boredom. Really, why did we get sent to do such a boring mission? Did that little fellow even manage to enter their so-called ancestral land? What if he died inside or can't get out? Will they keep us guarding here forever? Another disciple tossed a similar exploding rune inside. This time, screams came from within as someone had clearly been injured. The prison had been built inside a cave, so they couldn't see what was happening inside. There were hundreds of disciples guarding this place, and some of them were bored enough to use this method to pass the time. What do you think would happen if we tossed in 10 low-grade exploding talismans at once? The screams seemed to have provoked them. One disciple took out a handful of exploding runes. You can't. We're ordered not to cause too many casualties before that Mo Nian returns, countered one disciple. It's fine, 10 low-grade exploding talismans won't kill that many. I'll try it. That disciple smiled and threw in 10 exploding talismans. However, just as they were thrown in, a large hand caught the exploding talismans and stuffed them into that disciple's mouth. That disciple's head exploded. His headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. The other disciples shouted in alarm. When the blood and dust fell, it revealed Mo Nian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. An icy voice rang out. The person who will send you to hell. Mo Nian's Side Story 5. Mo Nian's Side Story Chapter 5. A figure slowly appeared within the dust and blood. No one could see his face clearly. They only saw two eyes filled with killing intent, eyes that looked to belong to the Grim Reaper. Mo Nian extended a finger, and runic arrows shot out, blowing these disciples to bits. Nian, is that you? Mo Yi's voice came from within the cave, trembling with emotion. An elder in tattered robes quickly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was his grandpa. His current grandpa had lost his old kingly appearance. His hair was disheveled, and even one of his arms was gone. He looked like a beggar. I'm sorry, you've had to suffer. Seeing his grandpa's appearance, a sour feeling appeared in Mo Nian's heart. All this time, his Mo family had to have suffered endlessly. Mo Nian then flashed into action. He grabbed the chains of the prison gate. At this time, the other people of the Mo family also rushed forward. However, their bodies were chained and shackled. Don't bother with us, you have to run. Mo Yi immediately shouted at Mo Nian when he saw him grab the chains. These chains were extremely tough and had restrictions on them. Just as Mo Nian touched the chains, 3 giant gates slammed shut behind him, trapping him here. Mo Nian didn't even glance at the gates. These chains, which were on the level of king items, shattered in Mo Nian's hands. They were as weak as paper to Mo Nian. Grandpa, don't worry, since I came, it's because I can bring everyone out. Mo Nian reached out and broke the chains on Mo Yi and the others. Seeing Mo Nian easily break these incomparably tough chains without the slightest effort, the Mo family's people were delighted. Only then did they notice that Mo Nian's aura had already risen to the foundation forging realm. Nian, in the ancestral land, you. Mo Yi was about to ask what had happened when laughter rang out from outside. Ha ha ha, the Mo family's people are really stupid. You actually fell into our trap so easily. Shockingly, this place was already surrounded by thousands of experts. That laugh came from a soul transformation expert, and despair filled the hearts of the Mo family's people. Even if Mo Nian had reached the foundation forging realm, there was no hope. Grandpa, back up and be safe. I'll eliminate them. In front of Mo Yi and the others' shocked gazes, Mo Nian walked directly out of the cave. Runes lit up on his foot. Even backed by a powerful formation, those gates along with half the mountain were blown back. With half the mountain smashing toward them, those experts outside jumped in fright. A soul transformation expert unleashed a punch that blew the mountain apart. Before he could do anything else, Mo Nian appeared in front of him and extended a finger. A hole appeared in the head of that soul transformation expert. He fell, a shocked expression still on his face. Mo Nian had annihilated his Yuan spirit in one attack. Qi Luo, after slaying that person, Mo Nian's gaze swept through the crowd. He quickly saw a certain man with a full beard. That man immediately felt ice cold upon being stared at by Mo Nian. Hand over the Mo Mountain seal. Mo Nian was like a death god looking at someone whose life was about to reach an end. Attack together. Kill this evil brat, that man roared, and together with 4 other soul transformation experts, the 5 of them launched all-out attacks. Runes filled the sky. A 5-colored bow appeared in Mo Nian's hand. As soon as it appeared, all the Mo family's people let out startled cries. They recognized it. Mo Nian held the bow in his left hand, while his right hand pulled back the bowstring. Heaven and earth rumbled as energy gathered. Those 5 soul transformation experts suddenly sensed a strong smell of death at the same time. They almost instinctively turned and fled for their lives. However, it was too late. A translucent arrow shot out, transforming into thousands of homing bolts that struck the 5 of them. 4 of them were instantly turned to dust. As for the other experts that had yet to even have a chance to attack or even shout, they were also directly blown to bits. Mo Nian reached out and grabbed the soul survivor, the soul transformation expert called Qi Luo. Qi Luo's whole body was like mud with a bloody hole in his chest. Mo Nian's arrow had shattered his meridians, and even his Yuan spirit was on the verge of dissipating. Within Qi Luo's spatial ring, Mo Nian found the Mo Mountain seal. He released it, allowing it to rapidly grow larger in the sky. Mo Yi and the others were ecstatic. They flew out of their prison, flying to the Mo Mountain seal. It was like they had finally returned home. After finding the Mo Mountain seal, Mo Nian killed the Qi Luo. Another soul transformation expert was slain. Mo Yi was wild with joy. He had already ordered disciples to quickly clean up the battlefield. Nian, it seems you've found the Mo family's ultimate inheritance in the ancestral lands. Ha ha ha, there's finally hope of getting vengeance. However, our enemies are still too strong, so we need to run for now. Once you're strong enough, we'll get our vengeance. There are still several things we need to do. First we have to gather the other branches of the Mo family silently, said Mo Yi after the battlefield was cleaned up. Mo Nian nodded. They returned to the Mo mountain seal, and it flew off. Looking at this place fade into the distance, Mo Nian clenched his fists. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to sense the flow of time within the ancestral land. 3 years had passed without him noticing. Long Chen, I've already found my inheritance. What about you? Don't get thrown too far into the distance. Without you here, the central plains won't be as interesting. At this time, Mo Nian still didn't know that Long Chen had long since come to the central plains and was starting to flip the heavens in a certain region. Chapter 18:12 Metal Devouring Evil Dragon Cave. The cave was dozens of miles wide. It was pitch black inside, and an evil air came from within. There were also some bloodline fluctuations that made Long Chen's heart pound. This should be a metal devouring evil dragon cave. It seems we came to the right place. There might be something we want inside, said Evilmoon excitedly. Metal devouring evil dragon, what is that? Does it belong to your evil dragon race? Asked Long Chen. This cave looked too frightening to enter. The dragon race is so large that you can't even imagine it. Just the evil dragon race has countless branches. You saw a purgatory evil dragon in purgatory, which also belongs to the evil dragon race. However, amongst the evil dragon race, it is my dark evil dragon branch that possesses the greatest combat power. However, our strongest divine abilities are not dependent on our physical bodies. When it comes to the toughest physical bodies, the metal devouring evil dragon would be number 1. Other than devouring flesh, they're a strange variety that also devours large amounts of metal ore. That makes their bodies extremely tough, and in particular, their teeth and claws can easily tear through our bodies, so we never allow metal devouring evil dragons to approach us, said Evilmoon. Really? They're that amazing? Then didn't we come here for nothing? You're still sealed, and I'm only at the soul transformation realm. Wouldn't entering be suicide? Long Chen was speechless. This was just more bad luck. If he startled a metal devouring evil dragon inside, he wouldn't get out no matter how many lives he had. Don't worry, the metal devouring evil dragon is already dead. It still retains its essence blood, which is what you sense. If you can obtain its corpse, it will be very beneficial. Although this metal devouring evil dragon's cultivation base should be around the mid-12th rank, so in terms of human ranks, your Nether Passage realm's life realm, it was extremely powerful when it was alive. Yan Nantian might not be its match. Let's enter carefully. If we're lucky and I can obtain some dragon marrow, I'll be able to loosen the sovereign seal slightly. Then I'll be able to use at least 10 times the power I can now, said Evilmoon. Toward the end, its voice quivered slightly in anticipation. Long Chen could only thicken his skin in advance. Evilmoon was resting on his shoulder, ready for any sudden change. Once they were in, a chilly evil air made goosebumps appear all over Long Chen. Yes, one portion is its dragon might, while another is just innate fear. The evil dragon pressure indicates how pure its bloodline is. This kind of bloodline power can be raised by slaughtering more, said Evilmoon. Then why don't I naturally release this kind of aura? I only release something when I'm filled with killing intent. It's completely different from you, said Long Chen. Evilmoon was truly terrifying. Each time he used it to fight, its innate evil air would cause others to tremble in fear. Even top experts would expose weaknesses more easily under that pressure. In a life-and-death battle, Evilmoon's pressure would make an opponent's mind chaotic. It would lead to errors in judgment and delays in reaction speed. Your kind of scenario is very rare. According to reason, after killing so many experts, you should have accumulated a great deal of their resentment. Normally, when people are infected by that much resentment, their minds and hearts will become twisted. That makes them cold and merciless, and yet you remain the same silly person as always, Evilmoon sighed. Can I take that as praise? Asked Long Chen as he carefully advanced one step at a time. You can take it as that. It's very curious. My dark evil dragon race has a method to absorb this resentment into our scales to create a powerful pressure, strengthening our dragon might, as well as stopping the resentment from affecting our minds and souls. However, you don't have that resentment around you. It's like you haven't been affected at all. Wait, no, Evilmoon suddenly let out a startled cry. What is it? Long Chen jumped, immediately stopping and looking around. Oh, sorry, it's nothing. I just thought of something ominous. You can continue. Evilmoon apologized for the disruption. However, Just then, it had thought of the Long Chen that had appeared in purgatory for just a moment. That Long Chen had been wild, arrogant, domineering, merciless, and bloodthirsty. Weren't those precisely signs of someone being infected by that immense resentment? When he wanted to warn Long Chen about this, the instant that thought appeared in Evelmoon's mind, a terrifying sensation of danger enveloped it. It seemed that this was a taboo that could not be spoken. "Are you testing my guts? You almost scared the crap out of me," raged Long Chen indignantly. They were currently within the metal-devouring evil dragon's cave. Any sudden action could frighten someone to death. Just as they were speaking, Long Chen saw a giant skeleton ahead. It looked like an earthen dragon. Its flesh had already vanished, and its bones sparkled like jade. There were still runes on the bones emitting powerful pressure. Damn, the skeleton of a 12th rank magical beast. Long Chen carefully climbed up the skeleton. He arrived on its skull and recognized the identity of this skeleton. It was a rodent-type magical beast. Most likely, it had been a giant rat, but as for what it was specifically, there was no way for him to know. Its crystal core has already withered. It's impossible to turn its skull into a crystal bone, so it's useless. Long Chen jumped off. The crystal core was already dim. He couldn't help shaking his head. He tossed the skeleton into the primal chaos space. What surprised him was that this skeleton, which was as hard as divine items, was slowly devoured by the black soil, giving him immense life energy. Faint mist filled the primal chaos space. The thick earth essence fruit tree rapidly grew. Hee, at least I got a bit of benefits. Long Chen smiled. This broken skeleton of a 12th rank magical beast had brought him a nice surprise. If there were more skeletons here, it would give him endless life energy. "Evelmoon, do you know how this rat died?" "I can't tell," asked Long Chen. "It has no injuries on its body and there are no signs of struggle. Its death is really strange. Let's be careful. My guess is that there might have been many magical beasts that placed their sights on the metal-devouring evil dragon's corpse, and this rat might have been killed by them. Most rodent magical beasts have very weak spiritual strength. It wouldn't be strange for it to have been killed spiritually," said Evelmoon. Long Chen nodded and continued onward. However, after just a while, he saw a pitch-black head blocking the cave. It was the head of a centipede. It was lying there with its eyes glaring at him. "It's already dead." Long Chen had already taken a couple of steps back when he found that while the centipede was still emitting an alarming aura, its spiritual fluctuations had vanished. It was also a corpse. He carefully jumped onto its head. This giant centipede's body was hollow. It was just a husk. Originally, he had still possessed some hope, but when he opened its head, he felt disappointed. Its poison sac had been taken, while its crystal core was ruined as well. It was like something had sucked it dry. Although it was said that a 12th rank magical beast's body was comparable to a divine item, that would only be true while their divine runes were intact. With their crystal core withered, those divine runes would fade away. This corpse was also worthless. Although its teeth and outer shell might possess some value, Long Chen didn't care too much about that. It was possible to refine it into some weapons or armor, but their power would be lower than that of divine items. Hence, he tossed it into the primal chaos space's black soil. Long Chen continued forward. Everything in front of him was pitch black, and he couldn't see the end. He was starting to get a bad feeling. These two magical beasts had died in a bizarre way. It made him feel like this cave was too dangerous. However, since he had already come here, he was unwilling to leave without getting to the bottom of the cave. He didn't dare to spread his spiritual strength to investigate what was going on here. He didn't want to disturb whatever was inside. Having completely suppressed his aura and his spiritual strength, he carefully advanced. The cave was extremely deep. Miles later, he found another corpse, and this time of a python. Its flesh had also vanished, leaving behind only its skeleton. There was still nothing valuable on its body. Putting away its corpse, Long Chen continued onward. This time, he didn't encounter a magical beast's corpse. If this cave hadn't been just one straight path, he would have thought that he had taken a wrong turn somewhere. He spent the better part of the day creeping forward carefully. Finally, he saw a faint glimmer of light in the distance. His guard rose as he slowly walked over. After a few more turns, he arrived at a large and spacious area. When he poked his head in to look around, a chill went through his body. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.